Chapter 1. Father, be careful. Lu Hu gazed in horror as a gigantic python emerged from the shadowy woods. Run! The man sitting beside Lu Hu had no time for further words, swiftly pulling Lu Hu along before transforming into a colossal tiger, soaring into the skies. Despite having witnessed this metamorphosis numerous times, Lu Hu remained unable to acclimate to the transformation from man to beast. He cautiously perched upon the tiger's back, observing the wings sprouting from its flanks, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Once a man of immense wealth, Lu Hu had inherited a fortune of billions, despite being the scion of a morally bankrupt lineage. As a dreamer among the affluent, he traversed remote mountainous regions, conducting on-site investigations and generously donating money, supplies, and even funding schools. Yet, fate proved to be cruelly indifferent. This promising young man found himself plummeting off a cliff. And just like that, his life extinguished without a moment's respite. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself in this savage land of half-beasts, ironically in the midst of a relentless pursuit. The original inhabitant had succumbed to a high fever after being overwhelmed during the escape, never to awaken again. It was then that Lu Hu had taken his place. Lu Hu, do not fear. Father will protect you. The flying tiger sensed his son's distraction and hurriedly offered reassurance. Indeed, he was named Lu Hu, sharing a homophonic name with his predecessor, and bore an uncanny resemblance, though the original was younger, with softer and more juvenile features. I understand, Father, he replied. The original was a lively youth, yet his spirit had dulled during the harrowing escape. Since Lu Hu's arrival, he had mimicked the original's reticence, while Tiger Father was preoccupied with evasion, thus avoiding any revelation of the truth. Tiger Father suddenly let out a low grunt, catching Lu Hu's attention. Father. Lu Hu anxiously glanced toward the tiger's head. Your wound has reopened. The tiger, focused on flying, did not respond but instead quickened their pace. Seeing this, Lu Hu felt a sense of helplessness. He was merely a half-beast, utterly defenseless against the full beasts, a burden to his father. The continent he had traversed was known as Yarland, inhabited by orcs, half-beasts, and ordinary humans. Orcs could transform into formidable beasts when hunting or repelling foes, greatly enhancing their combat prowess, which led the inhabitants of Yarland to aspire to become orcs. Half-beasts were those who could partially transform into ferocious creatures, possessing the traits of beasts in their transformed segments. Two-thirds of the half-beasts on Yarland were of this kind, while ordinary humans were frail, typically relegated to menial tasks such as gathering. Currently, they were being pursued by orcs, all in their beastly forms. Although Tiger Father could take on 5 opponents, he could not withstand 50, and he had to protect his half-beast son, making injury inevitable. Lu Hu remained tense, intently observing their surroundings, hoping to alleviate his father's burden. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Lu Hu. Father, there's a canyon ahead. Let us enter and rest for a moment to tend to your wound. Tiger Father squinted, scrutinizing the canyon his son mentioned, his heart lifting with joy as he hastened their flight, soaring directly over the gorge. Lu Hu was puzzled, and sensing his son's confusion, Tiger Father explained mid-flight, "We are nearing the tribe the canyon serves as a landmark." Upon hearing this, Lu Hu felt a surge of joy. They had finally found their way to safety and would no longer be subjected to the desperate flight from their pursuers. Whoosh! A wooden arrow pierced through Tiger Father's wing, and Lu Hu's face blanched in terror, yet he dared not scream. Tiger Father, in agony, felt the world dimming around him, and with excessive blood loss, his flight became unsteady. He struggled to maintain his form, but more arrows rained down from the opposite side of the canyon. Lu Hu's eyes widened in horror. Roar! Tiger Father let out a resounding roar, decisively landing on the ground, shifting into human form, and swiftly carrying his son toward the tribe. Suddenly, several figures dropped down in their path. Lu Hu could barely discern where they had come from. Tiger Father, release the fawn of the sacred deer clan, and I may let you go. One of the men emerged from the shadows, menacingly threatening. Humph, Eagle Clan, Tiger Father scoffed disdainfully, accurately identifying the man's faction, momentarily flashing annoyance across the man's face before it vanished, as he continued to feign goodwill. Tiger Father remained silent, his heart heavy with sorrow. Was this truly his fate? To be unable to protect the son of Lu Yu? Thinking of Lu Yu, Tiger Father's resolve solidified no matter the cost, even if it meant risking his life. The opposing figures watched as Tiger Father gradually set his son down, whispering a few words to him. The fawn's expression shifted dramatically, and before joy could brighten his face, he witnessed Tiger Father transform into a massive tiger, lunging at them. "Son, run!" The colossal tiger pounced toward the group, leaving Lu Hu no time to protest. Lu Hu watched as his father desperately held off the 5 assailants, and soon the tiger's form was drenched in blood. He understood that Tiger Father's injuries were severe and would not hold for long. Suppressing his fear, he dashed in the direction indicated by his father. "He must run faster. Tiger Father is so formidable without my burden. He will surely escape. I must hurry to seek aid from Father's tribe." Lu Hu cursed his own powerlessness, exerting every ounce of strength to propel himself forward. Meanwhile, in the great wasteland tribe, the cursed night patrol, led by the wolf clan beastman Lang Chi, faintly heard a tiger's roar. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly informed the team leader, who was also a bear clan beastman. The leader, whose hearing was not as acute as Lang Chi's, did not question his words and promptly signaled 2 other beastmen, also penalized with patrol duty. "Tiger Wei, Xiang Li, you 2 accompany me and Lang Chi to investigate." Without hesitation, the 2 beastmen followed suit. Lu Hu continued to run with all his might, not daring to pause until he was intercepted. The team leader, Bear Tian, and Lang Chi, along with their 4 beastmen, had not ventured far when they spotted a half-beast cub racing through the woods. "Captain, he seems to be heading toward the tribe," Lang Chi remarked curiously. Bear Tian had not noticed anything trailing the cub, making the frantic flight in the dark seem suspect. "Stop him and inquire," he commanded. As Lu Hu was lost in his own thoughts, he was suddenly seized, a jolt of fear coursing through him as he struggled against the grip. The small cub possessed surprising strength, almost causing Bear Tian to lose his hold. "Cub, who are you, and how did you end up here?" The frenzied Lu Hu paused upon hearing the question if they did not recognize him. Then they were not his pursuers. Observing the cub's cessation of struggle, Bear Tian reiterated, "Who are you, and how did you find yourself here? Is this the great wasteland tribe?" Lu Hu, in a state of urgency, needed to ascertain their identity. The expressions of the 4 beastmen shifted dramatically. He was seeking their tribe. Lu Hu, noting the change in their demeanor, wasted no time waiting for a response. "My father is Tiger Father of the great wasteland tribe. We are being hunted. He is holding off our pursuers behind, and I need to seek assistance from the great wasteland tribe." Before the 4 beastmen could inquire further, the cub had already spilled forth a torrent of information. "Tiger Father, he is the younger brother of Uncle Tiger Fei, right? I often hear him speak of his brother," Tiger Wei said uncertainly. "Let's go check," Bear Tian decided decisively, relinquishing the cub and transforming into beast form. Lu Hu, perched atop the back of a silver-white giant wolf, was consumed with anxiety, praying fervently for his father's safety, hoping he would endure until his return. Sensing the cub's agitation, Lang Chi silently quickened their pace. There, my father is over there." Bear Tian and his companions halted, reverting to human form, exchanging glances, their expressions grave. Bear Tian scooped up Lu Hu and headed toward the area with the most pungent scent of blood. Gradually, Lu Hu began to feel a sense of foreboding. He could smell the blood, yet there was an eerie silence. "Father!" Lu Hu's heart seized as he beheld the massive tiger lying lifeless on the ground, his spirit shattered. Struggling to his feet, he stumbled toward the fallen giant. Father, please don't scare me." Trembling fingers brushed against the tiger's snout. There was still breath, still life. Lu Hu rejoiced. Father is alive. Father is alive." The giant tiger struggled to open its eyes, gazing at its tearful son, wishing to pat his head. Yet, with a surge of effort, it could not lift its paw, feeling its strength waning. Tiger Father raised his hand to stop his son's actions. "Lu Hu, cough, you must live. Cough, go to the great wasteland tribe. Cough, cough. Do not go to the east land, your mother, before he could finish. The giant tiger closed its eyes forever. Father, father. Lu, who could hardly bear to believe that his father had perished. He sat there, dazed, cradling his father's head, feeling an overwhelming emptiness within. He understood that his father's injuries were too grave with the medical capabilities of Yarland. There was no hope for survival. Perhaps it was the emotional residue of the original inhabitant. All he felt was a searing pain in his heart, so intense that he could scarcely breathe. Seeing Lu Hu clutching his chest and collapsing, Bear Tion and the others hurriedly scooped up the cub and rushed back to the tribe. Yarland, also known as the Orc continent, is divided into two lands. The East lands, characterized by plains and few mountains, inhabited predominantly by orcs, and the West lands, a mountainous region, a paradise for savage beasts, where only the strongest orcs can survive, also referred to as the Wildlands, a forbidden territory of the Orc continent, in the wild and untamed expanse of the continent. Numerous tribes are dispersed haphazardly, among which lies the Great Wilderness tribe. Nestled within a valley encircled by mountains on three sides, this tribe is home to all its members, where the orcs struggle to survive. Even such a sizable tribe as the Great Wilderness tribe boasts merely over 500 souls, enough to be deemed a large tribe. Mother Yuluo, has the cub not yet awakened? Last night, the quartet, led by Xiong Tian, returned with the lifeless form of Hu Yi and his cub, stirring the entire tribe. Hu Yi, the most formidable orc of the younger generation, had vanished over a decade ago, leaving the tribe in profound sorrow, only to learn that the news of his return was a bittersweet reunion with the beast god. Yu Luo, Hu Yi's mother, collapsed to the ground upon witnessing her son's corpse, her cries echoing with grief. Wang Qi hastily passed the cub he held to Yu Luo, who, upon seeing the pale visage of the little one, stifled her sobs and hurriedly rose to seek the shaman, fearing for the fragile life of Hu Yi's offspring. Recalling the events of the previous night, Yu Luo sighed and steeled herself, responding, "Not yet." The shaman said he is deeply shocked and heartbroken, and it will take at least a full day and night for him to awaken. Hu Yi is gone, and his cub must not suffer a similar fate. After answering, Yu Luo took her share of meat and rushed back to the cave, determined to watch over the cub. The shaman had warned her to prevent the cub from overheating, for should that occur, it would be up to the beast god. Inside the cave, the deer tiger lay restlessly upon the stone bed, dreaming of the life of the original soul. Perhaps it was his own life. In his past life, he had plunged to his demise from a cliff, only to be reborn in the realm of the orcs in the divine deer tribe, where he lived blissfully for 11 years. However, when the divine deer tribe met a tragic end, he succumbed to a high fever while fleeing. Perhaps the effects of Mengpa soup had worn off, and he began to recall his previous existence. In that former life, he was the illegitimate child of a wealthy man, born amidst his mother's perilous labor, which ultimately claimed her life. His disdainful father disowned him, forcing him to live with his grandparents, never experiencing the warmth of parental love. Arriving in this strange world, despite the lurking dangers, he felt the care of parental figures, which brought him happiness. Alas, calamity struck. He witnessed the death of his kin, the demise of his mother, and as his father attempted to escape with him, he too fell victim to death. "No, mother, father!" The deer tiger screamed, jolting awake. Yu Luo, who was preparing a meat broth, turned at the sound of the cub's shriek and was filled with joy upon seeing the deer tiger's eyes wide open. "You're awake. Do not be afraid. This is the Great Wilderness tribe, and I am Hu Yi's mother," Yu Luo hurriedly explained, keen to avoid frightening the cub. The mere mention of Hu Yi struck a chord within the deer tiger, who turned his gaze and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "Where's father?" Yu Luo helped him sit up, offering him a sip of water, her voice trembling as she replied, "Hu Yi has returned to the embrace of the beast god. Do not fear, mother will protect you, and the tribe will safeguard you." "Thank you, mother, I am not afraid." The deer tiger, a resilient soul, understood that sorrow would only burden those who cared for him. His experiences over 20 years in his past life had forged his strength. "Good child, mother will seek the shaman. You rest for a while longer." Yuluo gently laid him back down and swiftly exited the cave. The deer tiger obediently reclined on the stone bed, and after Yuluo's figure had disappeared, he sighed and closed his eyes, endeavoring to calm his tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, a commotion stirred him from his thoughts, and he opened his eyes wide to see 5 or 6 individuals entering the cave, led by a kindly old man, supported by Yuluo. It appeared that this was indeed the shaman of the great wilderness tribe. He sat up and greeted them, Mother Yuluo, shaman. Yuluo assisted the shaman to the side of the stone bed before stepping back. Wu gently caressed the forehead of Lu Hu and proclaimed, "It is all right now. The cub has awakened and is not feverish." Lu Hu responded, "Is it truly that hasty?" The expressions of the few individuals within the cave visibly relaxed. Lu Hu added, "Thank you, Wu. Cub, what is your name? Could you share with us some tales of Wu Yi?" A man eagerly squeezed at the bedside. Yuluo gently tugged at the man's arm and smiled warmly at Lu Hu, saying, "This is my partner, Hu Shan, and he is also Hu Yi's father." She then gestured to a robust man behind her. "This is Hu Yi's elder brother, my eldest son, Hu Li, and the one behind is the chieftain of our tribe." Yuluo took the opportunity to introduce all of them to Lu Hu, disregarding the clan members peeking from outside the cave. Lu Hu gazed at the large man beside the bed, who was tall and imposing, with striking features that exuded a strong masculine aura. "Oh no, he should rather be referred to as grandfather. I am Lu Hu My mother is the shaman of the Dong Lu divine deer tribe. My father said that my mother saved his life, and thus he chose to remain with her as a partner. Indeed, do not doubt it. These are the exact words of Lu, whose uncle also pressed to the cub's bedside, wearing a kind expression as he inquired, "How did you come to be pursued? Who were your pursuers?" Lu Hu, noticing his uncle's similarly towering stature, swallowed hard and replied, I do not know. The divine deer tribe was suddenly annihilated, and my father brought me back while fleeing." Observing the sorrow in the eyes of the 2 large men beside him, Lu Hu quickly added, "My father said it was the eagle tribe, the very ones whom my father killed, and there were also several giant pythons pursuing us." Lu Hu strained his memory, hoping to uncover any trace of his enemies. Enough now. The child has just awakened, and remembering all this is quite enough. The chieftain interjected, unable to hide the fury in his eyes. Fearing it might frighten the Lu Hu, "Do not be afraid. You will be safe once we reach the tribe." He comforted Lu Hu with a gentle demeanor. Prompted by the chieftain's reminder, the individuals lost in sorrow and anger regained their composure. And Hu Shan and Hu Li suppressed their rage, forcing smiles as they reassured him, "Lu Hu, do not fear. We will protect you." Witnessing their struggle to contain their anger while trying to comfort him, Lu Hu felt a pang of emotion and quickly lowered his head, murmuring an affirmative sound. "All right, everyone, do not crowd around. Lu Hu has just awakened and must surely be hungry. Go prepare some meat soup for him," Wu said, perceiving Lu Hu's lowered head as a sign of hunger. Upon realizing that Lu Hu had awakened without eating, Yuluo hurriedly brought the soup to him, intending to feed him, but Lu Hu declined. Holding the bowl of soup under the watchful eyes of those around him, Lu Hu finally felt a sense of calm that he thought to himself, "This is my father's tribe, and it is also mine. My father grew up here, and I shall live here too." He would surely ensure that the tribe's people are well fed and clothed. After Wu gently advised Lu Hu a few more words, he and the chieftain departed, leaving space for Lu Hu's family. Lu Hu cradled the stone bowl and sipped the meat soup slowly. When Yuluo offered to refill his bowl, he quickly insisted he was full. Yuluo did not press further and set the bowl down beside him. Leaning against Yuluo, Lu Hu asked, "Yuluo, could you tell me about the tribe?" "Certainly. Our tribe is called the Dahuang tribe, the only large tribe in this vicinity. The chieftain is Xiong Yuan from the Bear clan, who is of the same generation as a grandfather. The bear who brought you back yesterday, Xiong Tian, is the chieftain's son. Our tribe boasts over 300 beastmen, so it is quite safe here." Yuluo spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. Gradually, Lu Hu drifted back to sleep, having been overwhelmed by fear and needing rest to restore his spirit. Noticing that the cub had fallen asleep, Yuluo's voice softened further until it faded away. She placed the cub on the stone bed, covered him with animal hides, and took her partner and son outside the cave. Once outside, Yuluo's expression darkened as she chastised the two men. Lu, who has just awakened, and you're already asking about who he. The child has been crying in his dreams. Are you so eager for him to remember his sorrows? The two men fell silent, knowing they had overlooked the cub's feelings and had upset their partner, mother. Their heads bowed in a pitiful display of remorse. Seeing their demeanor, Yuluo's ire softened. She realized they meant no harm, merely anxious for their son's vengeance. She lowered her voice, saying, "Do not mention who he in front of Lu, who again he is but a cub and knows little. Let him gradually forget these matters and grow up well. That is the best comfort for Hu Hu Shan." And Hu Li replied, "Understood. You two go gather some fruits, the kind that the cub enjoys." Yuluo instructed. Aye. Watching their retreating figures, Yuluo wiped away her tears and turned back to the cave. 3 days passed swiftly, and Lu Hu finally received permission from Yuluo to venture outside the cave for a stroll. Although still restricted to the vicinity of the cave, Lu Hu was elated to step out, greeted by a vast expanse before him. The cave Lu Hu resided in had been excavated by Hu Yi during his youth. Back then, Hu Yi, boasting his wings, insisted on digging high up, resulting in a cave now uninhabited, perhaps due to fear, as Hu Yi was quite domineering. It was Yuluo's maternal instincts that prompted her partner to clear and maintain a path up the mountain, preventing it from becoming overgrown, much to Lu Hu's benefit. This cave now implicitly belonged to Lu Hu, as it was a case of son inheriting his father's dwelling. No fault there to Lu, who was unaware of others' opinions. But he felt a swell of happiness. This cave offered a broad view, with no neighbors nearby, ensuring utmost privacy. Yuluo initially intended for Lu Hu to reside with her and Hu Shan, but Lu Hu argued his case, insisting on maintaining his independence. After all, he was a young man in his teens. How could he share a room with his elders? Well, perhaps he was still just 11 years old. Ah, how comfortable it felt. Standing at the cave's entrance, he stretched lazily in the sunlight before making his way down the mountain path. As he descended, he encountered more caves and the silhouettes of clan members. "Lu Hu, is your health restored?" the chieftain inquired. "Yes, I am well, thank you." Chieftain, so this is Hu Yi's cub? Lu Hu, he resembles Hu Yi remarkably, remarked one clan member. "This is splendid. The tribe has gained another cub. How lively." Another added, "He truly is handsome, just like Hu Yi." A third chimed in. Hearing the murmurs of praise, Lu Hu quickened his pace, feeling increasingly anxious as he hurried down the mountain. The laughter of the tribesfolk echoed behind him, and he felt a mix of exasperation and acceptance of their light-hearted teasing. Suddenly, as he descended with a smile, disaster struck. He was unexpectedly knocked over by a fluffy creature bursting from a cave. Dazed and lying on the ground, Lu Hu took a moment to gather his wits before slowly sitting up. "You," he began to chastise, but upon seeing the fluffy culprit on the other side, his words faltered. Before him stood an adorable creature. No, a magnificent one, standing 2 meters tall, with a round head, dark eye rings, and a bear-like body. This was none other than a panda bear, and Lu Hu's eyes sparkled with fascination. The Bear Clan beastman, Xiong Di, had just quarreled with his father and received a beating. Seizing the moment, he dashed out of the cave, oblivious to his surroundings, resulting in this unfortunate collision with the cub. Rubbing his chest, Xiong Di pondered how to prevent the cub from crying. When he noticed Lu Hu's gaze growing increasingly intense, he quietly set his claws down and shifted to sit upright, transforming into a youth adorned with a black and white fur skirt. The boy had fair skin, delicate features, and a cherubic face. Xiong Di scrutinized Lu Hu, who was seated on the ground, gazing up at him with wide, bright eyes. "That I have not seen you before. You must be Hu Yi's cub, Lu Hu. Am I correct?" Lu Hu, captivated by the boy's long, fair hands, so unlike his own cherubic face, felt an unexpected flush of embarrassment. Yes," he stammered out. "I am Lu Hu. Hu Yi is my father. And what is your name?" Lu Hu countered. "Xiong Di." "Brother?" Lu Hu exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, my father is Xiong Tian. Uncle Xiong Tian," he thought to himself, mentally chiding the peculiar choice of name. "So, are you heading down the mountain for a stroll?" Xiong Di could not comprehend why the cubs needed to repeat themselves. Indeed, Yuluo had promised to guide him around the tribe. "Let's go then." I shall show you around, Xiongdi said, feeling unoccupied and eager to care for the cubs. After all, it was the duty of a beast to protect the young. With his large, defined hands, he took the frail little hand of Lu Hu and led him down the mountain. The heart of Lu Hu raced as he was led by the national treasure of a youth. He stole a glance at the boy beside him, quickly suppressing the fluttering emotions within and adopting a more composed demeanor. Brother Xiongdi, where are we headed? Shouldn't I commend Uncle Xiongtian for his naming skills? Lu Hu inquired that. I shall take you to pick fruits. The ones you little ones adore most, Xiongdi patiently explained to the newcomer in the tribe. Lu Hu's eyes sparkled at the mention of fruit picking. That sounds wonderful. I've longed to witness the legendary wilderness, he exclaimed. Xiongdi glanced at the excited cub, fully aware of his thoughts, and doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. There's a fruit grove nearby, which my father and the others have already cleared multiple times. Lu Hu paused before excitement surged once more. Brother, I simply wish to learn more about the tribe at Ah. I see. However, why does it feel peculiar when cubs call my name? Observing the skepticism on Xiongdi's face, Lu Hu smiled and swiftly shifted the topic. Brother Xiongdi, what kinds of fruits are there? He wore an expression of eager curiosity. Xiongdi, ever considerate, indulged him by introducing the various fruits of the grove. The fruits commonly gathered by the tribe, such as sour fruits and ugly fruits, were known for their lackluster taste. Then we shall not pick the unappetizing ones. Lu Hu protested. Xiongdi rolled his eyes at him. Of course not. I will ensure we gather only the delicious ones. However, those fruits do not keep well. If we gather too many, they will spoil. Then we can make dried fruits or fruit preserves. Lu Hu suggested, glancing around to observe the differences between the fruits of the West and the East. Xiongdi halted, and as Lu Hu was distracted, he bumped into him, nearly falling over, but Xiongdi swiftly caught him. Brother, why have you stopped? Lu Hu, with tears nearly spilling from his eyes, replied. Xiongdi, my nose feels funny. Xiongdi, noticing the redness in the cub's eyes as he rubbed his nose, felt a pang of guilt. What is it, brother Xiongdi? It was his own fault for being so distracted. Lu Hu, do you truly believe those dried fruits and preserves can last longer? While feeling guilty, Xiongdi did not forget the importance of the matter. It was, after all, quite significant. What are you worried about? This is common knowledge for any child. Lu Hu exclaimed, realizing he had been overly cautious. This is no modern world. We are in the beast realm. Lu Hu! Lu Hu! Lu Hu! Xiongdi observed the myriad of expressions on the cub's face, worried he might have said too much. When Lu Hu returned to his senses, he quickly reassured, it's all right. If you cannot speak of it, then do not. It's my fault for asking foolish questions. Big brother, you have quite the imagination. Lu Hu chuckled. No worries. I was merely pondering how to make dried fruits and preserves. Seeing the guilty expression on the youthful face, Lu Hu hurriedly spoke up. Let us move on, brother Xiongdi. We must see which fruits can be dried and which can be preserved. Lu Hu took the lead, tugging Xiongdi along, eager to prevent him from wallowing in guilt. Xiongdi, being pulled along, did not resist. He too felt a sense of urgency. Each year, elders in the tribe perished from hunger during the cold season, and his grandfather, as the tribe leader, tirelessly sought ways to store food, striving to ensure that fewer tribe members faced starvation. The beast realm experiences 4 seasons: the rainy season, warm season, harvest season, and cold season. Following the cold season comes the rainy season, complicating the survival of the tribe. If the fruits Lu Hu spoke of could indeed be made into dried fruits and preserves, it would be a boon for the tribe. The warm and harvest seasons are abundant with fruits flourishing across the hillsides, that if these could be stored, the tribe's survival would greatly improve. As they walked, Lu Hu recalled the methods of making dried fruits and preserves. He had visited many places in his past life, each with its own techniques. In the beast realm, the simplest methods would suffice. After all, there were no modern condiments to complicate matters. The two continued their contemplations as they traversed the tribe, passing through a narrow path, unaware that their hands remained clasped until they reached the fruit grove. We have arrived, Xiongdi announced, bringing Lu Hu back to reality. Before them lay an expansive grove brimming with fruit, apples, bananas, peaches, grapes, and many unfamiliar varieties. When asked why such diverse fruits grew together, Lu Hu simply replied, Do not question it. This is the beast realm. It defies logic and is simply remarkable, standing before the tribe's fruit grove. Lu, who was momentarily awestruck, he had never encountered such a vast expanse of fruit trees in the east. Isn't the wilderness a wonderful place? He mused. This crispy fruit is a favorite among the cubs and females of the tribe. You should try it, Xiongdi said, approaching the nearest tree, plucking a fruit, and offering it to Lu Hu. Though he was eager to learn about making dried fruits and preserves, he still remembered his promise to take Lu Hu fruit picking. Without hesitation, Lu Hu accepted the apple, known as the crispy fruit, and without washing it, took a big bite. It's delicious, he exclaimed, devouring another bite. That it was no wonder he was so eager. In the East, fruits were rare treasures. Even if he had not lacked them in his past life, he was now utterly craving them. Internally, Lu Hu thought, I'm not greedy. I've seen plenty, but my body betrays me. He devoured the crispy fruit in a few bites, his cheeks flushing slightly at his gluttony. Yet he quickly regained his composure, reasoning, after all, I am just a cub. What is wrong with indulging a little? Are you still hungry? Xiongdi asked. Noticing how quickly Lu Hu was eating, he quickly picked another fruit and handed it over to Lu, who shook his head, explaining, in the east, there are fewer mountains and plains, and the forests are scarce. Fruits are a rarity, let alone a fruit grove. To maintain his dignity, he reflected on how scarce fruits were, prompting many preservation methods to be devised, including drying and making preserves. Ultimately, only dried fruits and preserves could be stored for long periods. Can they really be preserved long enough for the cold season? Xiongdi inquired at Lu, who nodded. If stored properly, they can last until the next warm season without issue. Xiongdi rejoiced. Though he had yet to experiment, he instinctively trusted this cub. Come, let me show you around. Let us see which fruits can be dried and which can be made into preserves. Lu Hu wholeheartedly agreed and followed closely behind Xiongdi as they entered the grove. Inside, the busy figures of the tribe members were visible, who merely smiled and advised the two young ones to be cautious. Everyone was quite lenient with the cubs. Even the 18-year-old Xiongdi was viewed as a child by their standards. The average lifespan in the beast realm reached over 400 years, with strong beasts living up to 600. Consequently, maturity is reached later, with the unified coming-of-age set at 40. Thus, both 18 and 12-year-olds were considered cubs in their eyes, since the fruit grove was near the tribe and posed no danger. Everyone felt at ease, allowing the two cubs to wander on their own. Xiongdi and Lu Hu needed no assistance. They strolled and snacked, quickly filling their bellies to the point of discomfort. Lu Hu, like a mouse in a rice bin, hardly ceased eating. Apples, bananas, strawberries, peaches, and more were all within reach. Tropical fruits like mangoes, coconuts, lychees, and even durians, larger and richer than modern varieties, were also present. They also encountered the excruciatingly sour fruits, akin to hawthorn, and the ugly fruits, resembling oranges and pomelos. Beasts generally favored sweetness and were largely indifferent to sour fruits, yet survival necessitated disregarding preferences. Brother Xiongdi, let us pick some fruits to take back. I want to bring some to you, Luo, and try making dried fruits and preserves, Lu Hu suggested enthusiastically. Certainly. What kind of fruits do you wish to gather? I'll take you to pick them. Xiongdi readily agreed, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. The sooner they could prepare the fruits, the sooner they could store them. Let us get crispy fruits, hairy fruits, fragrant fruits, fuzzy fruits, sour fruits, and perhaps fruits. Lu Hu listed, naming apples, strawberries, bananas, peaches, hawthorns, and grapes, that he felt somewhat exasperated. Naming conventions in the beast realm were so straightforward and blunt, based solely on the characteristics of the fruits. For instance, strawberries, with their many seeds, were called hairy fruits, while grapes, linked together and resembling eyes, were referred to as fruits. The names were somewhat unsettling. Xiongdi was quite efficient. He gathered a considerable amount of the fruits Lu Hu mentioned, creating a substantial pile on the ground. Observing the heap before him, Lu Hu felt a surge of joy. Despite the hardships of life in the West, it remained a beautiful place. At the very least, the freedom of fruits was a blessing. Lu Hu, wait for me a moment. I will fetch some bee skins from the tribe. While Lu Hu pondered how to transport their bounty home, Xiongdi had already taken action, striding back toward the tribe. Bee skins? As Lu Hu pondered the peculiar necessity of carrying animal hides at this moment, he observed his fellow tribesmen in the forest, adeptly utilizing the hides to gather fruits. A realization dawned upon him. Very well, he would simply have to wait. After a brief interlude, Xiongdi returned, cradling a large animal hide in his arms, evidently intended for transporting the fruits. Liu Hu assisted in placing the fruits atop the hide, and Xiongdi deftly secured it onto his back. The size of the hide contrasted with the slender frame of the youth, rendering him somewhat pitiable. "Let us depart," Xiongdi stated, accepting the task with apparent ease. Lu Hu withheld his offer of assistance, swallowing his words. Thus, the two of them, accompanied by the animal hide, retraced their steps back to the tribe. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Hu hastily relieved Xiongdi of the burden he bore, only to discover that a significant portion of the fruits had deteriorated, leaving behind merely a dozen or so intact ones. The two unaccustomed cubs exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. It was Lu Hu, possessing greater experience, who slapped his forehead in realization. "I completely forgot. Certain fruits cannot be compressed, especially given how swiftly we traveled. The jostling must have ruined them." Xiongdi, somewhat speechless, lamented the oversight of choosing a cumbersome hide, which now bore the consequences of spoiled fruits and a soiled cover, for which he would likely incur his father's wrath upon returning home. Noticing his brother's dejection, Lu Hu quickly offered solace. "No need for concern. We can make jam from the damaged fruits, and later we shall venture back to the orchard to gather more." "Jam? Is that something we can eat? Can it be preserved for long?" Xiongdi inquired, a hint of disappointment shadowing his face. "Indeed, although it does not last indefinitely, it can be stored for about a week or so." Xiongdi's spirits lifted somewhat. "Then please instruct me on how to make it, and I shall assist you. First, we must select the spoiled fruits, wash them, chop them into pieces, place them in a pot, add water, and let them simmer." Liu Hu contemplated more intricate methods, but recognized that simplicity was paramount given their current situation. "By the way, does the tribe have sugar?" Lu Hu suddenly recalled the significance of sugar. "What is sugar?" Xiongdi queried, his face a mask of confusion. That "It is a sweet substance." Liu Hu scratched his head, contemplating how to clarify. "My family has honey. It is sweet," Xiongdi interjected, recalling the treasure of their kind. "That will suffice," Lu Hu affirmed. "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it from the cave." With that, Xiongdi dashed away like the wind. Liu Hu sighed. Observing his brother's exuberance, he squatted down to gather the remaining intact fruits, using the animal hide to transport the damaged ones to the river for cleaning. With the hide slung over his back, he appeared rather comical, as he was significantly shorter than Xiongdi. Yet he felt no strain. Indeed, it seemed that the bear folk possessed extraordinary resilience, even the young ones. Arriving at the riverbank, Lu Hu, despite feeling no fatigue, began to recognize the drawbacks of his cave's location. So far removed from a water source, he pondered the necessity of a water tank. Otherwise, the labor of hauling water up and down the mountain would be tiresome and troublesome. However, that was a concern for another day. For now, he needed to wash the fruits. Meanwhile, Xiongdi hurriedly returned to his cave, his objective clear as he made a beeline for the spot where his father concealed the honey. As luck would have it, he encountered his father returning just as he was about to leave. Before he could explain, his father spotted the honey in his hands and, without a second thought, raised his fist. Xiongdi instinctively turned to flee, but alas, his father blocked the cave's entrance, rendering escape futile, especially as he clutched the honey protectively. "That rascal! You've pilfered my honey again. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to acquire even a little?" Xiong Tian fumed, chasing after his son, his anger palpable. "Father, please stop. I have a legitimate reason this time," Xiongdi protested, one hand cradling the honey while the other shielded himself from his father's impending wrath. "You little scoundrel, you said the same thing last time," Xiong Tian retorted, incredulous. "Truly, I swear, you can ask Lu Hu." Despite still being a cub, Xiongdi found himself unable to avoid a few blows from his father, who was skeptical at the mention of Lu Hu. "Really?" Xiongdi nodded vigorously. "Yes, Lu Hu is here. Consuming honey will help strengthen our bodies." Xiongdi was left speechless. This truly was his biological father. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. as long as his father allowed him to leave, he had no further qualms. Ignoring his father's double standards, he maneuvered around him and ascended the mountain, his mind racing with anticipation. Upon reaching Lu Hu's cave, Xiongdi discovered it empty, save for a dozen fruits scattered on the ground, immediately deducing that Lu Hu had ventured to the river. Without delay, he placed the honey down and set off to find Lu Hu. Halfway there, he encountered his father, who was shouldering the animal hide, while Lu Hu stood empty-handed. "Rascal! Lu Hu, how fortuitous that you are here. You can put him to work," Xiong Tian chastised, directing his ire at Xiongdi. "That is not the case. Uncle Xiong Tian, I came down while Brother Xiongdi was returning to the cave," Lu Hu hastily clarified, eager to prevent any misunderstanding that might sow discord between father and son. "Ignore him. Let us return to the cave and prepare the jam," Xiongdi urged, dismissing his father's unreasonable complaints. Accustomed to such antics, Liu, who was dragged along by Xiongdi. And as for the animal hide, it would be left for Uncle Xiong Tian to manage. Xiong Tian grumbled, irritated that his son had grown spoiled by his parents' indulgence. Every time he attempted to discipline the child, his parents intervened. If he were to administer a covert punishment, the moment the cub complained, his father would undoubtedly unleash the wrath of the tribe leader upon him. Frustrated, Xiong Tian begrudgingly carried the package to the cave, only to be met with his son's impatient voice. "Father, hurry up. You're so slow. Just place the hide by the entrance of the cave," Uncle Xiong Tian, Lu Hu suggested, eager to diffuse the tension. Reluctantly, Xiong Tian complied, fearing the potential for domestic theatrics. "Brother Xiongdi, could you fetch some water? We need it for the jam," Lu Hu requested. "Uncle Xiong Tian, I wish to construct a stove. Could you help me gather some stones?" Upon returning to the cave, they discovered its simplicity. Aside from a stone bed, there was nothing else, necessitating the construction of a makeshift stove. They were fortunate to have their grandfather and grandmother, or else they would have perished from hunger long ago. "A stove? For what purpose? How is it constructed?" Xiong Tian queried, perplexed. This time, it was Lu Hu's turn to be bewildered. "How does the tribe prepare meat soup without a stove? By using a hanging pot." Of course, Xiongdi chimed in, equally puzzled by the concept of a stove. Faced with their confusion, Lu Hu suppressed a sigh. Very well. Perhaps it was he who lacked experience. Considering their comprehension, he endeavored to explain in the simplest terms. "We simply stack the stones to support the pot, eliminating the need for it to hang, as a suspended pot is unstable and the vines may easily break." "That sounds excellent," the two exclaimed in unison, their admiration evident, a testament to their kinship. "Uncle, please choose stones that are somewhat flat," Lu Hu instructed. "Understood, just watch and see," Xiong Tian replied before descending the mountain. Xiongdi followed suit, retrieving a stone bucket from his cave to fetch water, while he himself prepared mud for the stove's construction, knowing that it would require a good deal of mud. Thus, the three engaged in their respective tasks until everything was ready. Liu, who guided Xiong Tian in building the stove, which was erected on the flat ground outside the cave, as it would be inconvenient within. With Lu Hu directing, Xiong Tian worked diligently while Xiongdi observed, and gradually, a rudimentary stove began to take shape before their eyes. Xiongdi retrieved the stone pot from his cave and placed it atop the stove. It fit perfectly. "First, we must light a fire to dry the mud on the stove," Xiongdi stated, promptly igniting the fire. Moments later, the mud visibly dried under the heat. "Done. The task is complete," Lu Hu announced, prompting a swell of pride in the hearts of both father and son. The next step was to chop the fruits into pieces, add honey and water, and then let it simmer. Lu Hu added a small portion of honey amidst the watchful gazes of Xiongdi and his father. They eagerly anticipated the outcome. After approximately an hour, the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of sweet and sour, as Lu Hu lifted the wooden pot lid to reveal a thick, syrupy fruit jam within the stone pot. "It is ready to eat," Lu Hu declared, observing the eager expressions of the father and Son in a flurry. Both rushed to the stove, unafraid of the heat, and eagerly scooped a portion into their mouths. "Delicious," Xiongdi exclaimed, his tongue flicking out as he felt the warmth. "This is appetizing." Xiong Tian and Lu Hu sampled a bit as well. It could use a touch more honey. It's a bit tart. Once it cools, the flavor should improve," Xiong Tian and Xiong Di each took another bite before pausing their actions. Lu Hu, perplexed, soon experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that they should first offer a taste to the tribe leader and the shaman to ascertain what it tastes like. Yu Luo, carrying the meat soup that Lu Hu had prepared at midday, ascended the mountain, inhaling an indescribable aroma that made her mouth water. Lu Hu remarked, "I'm Mo. You have arrived. We have just made some jam. Do give it a try." Had it not been for Mo's arrival, he might not have realized how much time had passed. Yu Luo, feeling no hesitation, approached the stove, scooped a bit, and tasted it. "Delicious! Have you sent some to the shaman and the tribe leader?" The respect the tribe held for the leader and the shaman was reflected in every aspect of their interactions. "We were just about to send it," Xiong Tian replied, noticing that several individuals were in agreement. Yu Luo refrained from saying much more and continued to circle the stove. She often cooked and understood the benefits of such things better than the male beast men. "Imo, this stove is from the eastern lands. Isn't it quite convenient?" Lu Hu proudly presented it. Yu Luo nodded continuously, recognizing that the principle behind it was simple and easily understood, its advantages evident, far superior to a hanging pot. "Good child, could our tribe exchange for your method of building this stove?" Yu Luo shyly inquired. Lu Hu scratched his head, seeing the hopeful expressions on the faces of Xiong Di and his father, before suddenly realizing, "There's no need to exchange. Everyone in the eastern lands knows how to do this. Besides, I merely spoke. The real work was done by Uncle Xiong Tian and Brother Xiong Di." Yu Luo disagreed. "This is the first of its kind in the western lands. It is yours, and if the tribe desires it, they must exchange for it. Indeed, Lu Hu, you need not feel embarrassed. It is we who should feel embarrassed." Xiong Tian concurred wholeheartedly. All right, Lu Hu decided not to argue with them. After all, he was new here, and what they said was what it was. Lu Hu, quickly drink the meat soup while it's hot. "I will go fetch the shaman," Yu Luo urged. "I shall invite father," Xiong Tian added. Xiong Tian was the offspring of the tribe leader, Xiong Yuan de Lu, who accepted the large bowl of meat soup that Yu Luo handed to him. Expressionless as he gulped it down, he had been drinking this flavorless soup for 3 days. "Brother Xiong Di, is there salt available near our tribe?" Lu Hu inquired, finishing the soup in one go. "Salt? What is that?" Xiong Di asked, puzzled. "It's something that tastes both salty and bitter." Lu Hu explained. "Salty and bitter. Can it be eaten?" Xiong Di frowned. "Yes, indeed. Moreover, salt is vital. It enhances the flavor of roasted meat and soups." He doubted they would comprehend terms like disease prevention or trace elements. Xiong Di sighed. "No, I seldom leave the tribe. I shall ask father and grandfather later. What is it that requires my attention?" The tribe leader's voice preceded his entrance. "Tribe leader Grandpa! Grandpa!" The two stood to greet him. The tribe leader smiled and praised them. "Good children, you both are exemplary." He had heard from Xiong Tian on the way here and did not hesitate to try the substance called jam. "Not bad at all. It's quite tasty," tribe leader Xiong Yuan inquired. "I heard from Xiong Tian that this jam can be stored for 7 to 8 days. He posed the most pressing question. Lu Hu replied. "Actually, if sealed and stored in a cool place, it can last around a month. During the cold season, it lasts even longer." That moment, the shaman entered. "I heard Lu Hu has a method for preserving fruits." Indeed, food preservation was of paramount importance at present. Lu Hu readily explained the details of dried fruits and jams, knowing that the tribe leader and the shaman were most concerned about such matters. The shaman exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Thank the beast god for sending us Lu Hu." Lu Hu found it absurd how easily they elevated everything to the level of the beast god, inwardly grumbling that it would be better to thank his father, without whom he would not have arrived in this notorious savage land. Tribe leader Xiong Yuan said, "Shaman, do try this jam. It's quite appetizing. Since you do not enjoy roasted meat in warm seasons, this jam will surely whet your appetite, encouraging you to eat more." The shaman, without needing assistance, approached the stove and tasted a bit. Observing everyone's unified action of using their hands to eat, Lu Hu felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed that chopsticks were urgently needed. Not only was this manner unsanitary, but also burned their hands. "Once everyone is left, I shall venture out to select some branches. Conveniently, there's a stone knife left behind by my father in the cave." The shaman approached Lu Hu and gently stroked his cheek. "Good child, Yuluo is correct. Our tribe cannot take advantage of you, a mere cub. Feel free to voice any request to the elder. Tribe leader Xiong echoed, yes, yes, any request can be made. Xiongdi eagerly interjected, Grandpa, Shaman, Luhu wishes to find something that is both salty and bitter. That Luhu affirmed, yes, indeed. Yuluo asked, what is that? Luhu replied, that substance is called salt, commonly used in the eastern lands for preserving meat. Upon hearing this, the others became noticeably excited, their breaths growing heavier. Tribe leader Xiong exclaimed, is this true? Can it really preserve meat? It was no wonder the tribe leader lost his composure. This matter was far too significant for the tribe, overshadowing even jam, which was merely a condiment. Who understood their urgency. Indeed, there are salt mines in the eastern lands. The Shenlu tribe is coastal and lacks no salt, allowing meat to be preserved for extended periods. What does salt look like? The shaman asked the most critical question, and Who explained, there is sea salt, rock salt, and well salt. Sea salt, as the name suggests, is obtained from the sea. Rock salt is found underground, in barren places, and well salt is located where many animals come to drink. Animals too require salt to grow stronger. Luhu continued, with salt, no one will drink fresh blood, and they won't feel dizzy or weak anymore. His description ignited excitement among the group. They were eager to find salt immediately. However, the shaman maintained some prudence. Xiong let's first find the salt. Once located, do not make it public. Let Luhu examine it first to avoid any mistakes. Xiong replied, yes, shaman. This did not quell Xiong excitement. His lifelong wish was for his people to no longer suffer hunger, and the discovery of salt would alleviate his concerns. During the warm and harvest seasons on the Yalan continent, food was not lacking, and wild beasts were abundant. However, during the cold season, most wild beasts hibernated, while those that did not were exceptionally ferocious, making food acquisition exceedingly arduous, relying solely on the reserves from the warm and harvest seasons. Though the weather was warm, meat spoiled easily, and the rainy season was somewhat better than the cold. However, tracking wild beasts was also challenging. With a method for preserving meat, the tribe would fare much better during the cold and rainy seasons. After enjoying the jam and discussing the stove, the group dispersed, each engaging in their own tasks with excitement. Before departing, Xiongdi cautioned Luhu, rest for a while. I will return to the cave to eat something, and then I will accompany you to gather fruits. All right, Luhu replied. Once everyone had left, Luhu felt too fatigued to clean up and lay down on the stone bed, drifting off to sleep. The physical exertion of the morning had been quite taxing for Cub. Had it not been for his past life memories sustaining him, he would have long since given up. When Xiongdi returned, he found Luhu still asleep and chose not to disturb him. He tidied up the cave a bit. Noticing Luhu's exhaustion, that a wave of guilt washed over Xiongdi, realizing that he had been so focused on the prospect of preserving fruits that he had overlooked the fact that Luhu was merely a cub. Feeling remorseful, he turned and descended the mountain. Earlier that morning, he had noticed that the cave lacked convenient water access. He needed to ask Monkey Grandpa to craft a stone jar for Luhu. As it would be much more convenient for him to have one, he found Monkey Grandpa at the tribe square, busy polishing a stone bowl. Monkey Grandpa, I would like a stone jar. How many days will it take for you to complete it? Ah, it's you, Xiongdi. How large should the stone jar be? Monkey Grandpa, with white hair and a frail frame, was notably missing a leg. The bigger, the better. Little Xiongdi knew he would first have to bring a large stone to Monkey Grandpa, as the stones nearby were insufficiently large. Wait here. I'll go fetch it, Xiongdi declared, dashing off to the rocky forest to select a stone. Monkey Grandpa remarked, this little Xiongdi has not learned his grandfather's steadiness at all. A lively cub is a good thing. Another elder beside Monkey Grandpa disagreed. Xiongdi, determined to select a sizable stone, chose the heaviest one he could manage. Unable to transform smoothly, he reverted to his beast form to carry it. The beastmen basking in the sun at the square chuckled as they saw the little cub in his beast form, grappling with a stone nearly as tall as he was. Little cub, that stone is almost as big as you, one beastman laughed. Choosing such a large stone for the jar will make fetching water quite a chore. Another chimed in. Your family doesn't lack for stone jars. Why make another so large? A third beastman queried. The individuals at the tribe square were mostly those who had suffered severe injuries and could not hunt or gather, as well as the tribe's elders. Thus they engaged in light gossip. Xiongdi ignored their teasing and approached Monkey Grandpa. "Here, I need a stone jar of this size. How many days will it take?" Xiongdi placed the stones before Monkey Grandpa, stirring up a cloud of dust. 3 days. Just wait. "All right, Monkey Grandpa. I'll come for it in 3 days and bring you some meat when I do." After Xiongdi completed his task with a stone jar, he returned to the cave of Lu Hu, who had already awakened. Lu, who was busying himself with the few intact fruits left from the morning, washing them, peeling their skins, and finding a sunny spot to lay out a beast skin, arranging the fruits upon it. "What are you doing, Lu Hu?" Xiongdi asked, puzzled by his actions. Without turning his head, Lu Hu replied, "Drying fruit. Is it really that simple?" Hearing the underlying doubt in Xiongdi's voice, Lu Hu assured him, "Yes, it's that simple. Just remember to turn them regularly." "How long must they dry?" "With this sun, 3 to 5 days should suffice. In the warm season of the Beastman continent, the sunlight is abundant, reaching temperatures of over 50 degrees at its peak. By the way, Brother Xiongdi, do you know where I can find hollow trees?" Xiongdi nodded. "I know where to find them." "Would you like me to take you?" Yes. Lu Hu eagerly nodded. Not questioning Lu Hu's intentions regarding the tree trunks, Xiongdi led him to the northern side of the mountain. This close, Lu Hu felt a surge of excitement, realizing he needed to explore the 3 mountains near the tribe tomorrow. Soon, they arrived at the grove of hollow trees Xiongdi had mentioned. Lu Hu gazed in awe at the sprawling bamboo forest, lush and towering toward the clouds, a clear testament to the suitability of its growing environment. "How many do you need?" "This whole area is filled with them," Xiongdi asked, after a moment of thought. Lu Hu replied, "For should suffice. These hollow trees are tall, and 4 will be enough to weave a basket." "Weaving a basket?" "Yes. I can't explain it well. You'll understand once I show you." Xiongdi refrained from further questioning and transformed into his beast form, swiftly knocking down several bamboo stalks with ease. "Let us gather more hollow trees. It's better to have an excess than to run short later. Also, I'd like to learn. Is that all right?" Xiongdi cautiously glanced at him. "Sure." Lu Hu shrugged nonchalantly. Having someone to help made it easier for him. Without further ado, they dragged the fallen hollow trees back to Lu Hu's cave. "Brother Xiongdi, I'll first remove the leaves from the tops, and you can use a stone knife to split the hollow trees into pieces about this wide." Lu Hu gestured with his hand to indicate roughly a centimeter. Xiongdi, not one to question, immediately began working upon hearing Lu Hu's instructions. Under the midday sun, the two busied themselves energetically outside the cave. Thankfully, Lu Hu's cave was situated high enough to catch the breeze, making the heat bearable. After processing 7 or 8 bamboo stalks, Lu Hu called out, "Brother Xiongdi, let us stop here for now. We need to pick fruits this afternoon that we can finish the rest before nightfall." Lu Hu picked up a bamboo strip and attempted to shave off the inner layer with the stone knife, finding it somewhat challenging due to the knife's weight. After struggling to shave 2 strips, Xiongdi took over, and suddenly the stone knife seemed to glide effortlessly in his hands. Lu Hu took the shaved bamboo strips and began weaving the base in a cross pattern. Once the base was completed, he skillfully arranged the strips in circles, leaving 2 extra strips for shoulder straps. Meanwhile, Xiongdi paused his work to admire the transformed bamboo strips, his face filled with admiration. "Lu Hu, you're truly impressive for a cub. You know so much that..." "It's nothing," Lu Hu replied modestly. "I've just spent a lot of time around the elders in my mother's tribe. And by observing, I picked up a few things that..." Lu Hu felt a pang of nostalgia. This skill was not from the east, but rather from a remote village in northeast, where an elder had taught him in gratitude for his contributions to his school. Xiongdi, undeterred by Lu Hu's modesty, believed wholeheartedly that Lu Hu was indeed remarkable. "Brother Xiongdi, give it a try." Seeing Xiongdi's eager expression, Lu Hu handed him the half-finished product. I can't." "It's all right. I'll teach you." Despite his initial hesitation, Xiongdi was filled with enthusiasm and didn't require much persuasion. He resolved that if he made mistakes, he would practice diligently at home until he could create a good basket for Lu Hu. After Lu Hu instructed him through 2 or 3 rounds of weaving, Xiongdi began to grasp the technique on his own, becoming increasingly adept as he continued. "Brother Xiongdi, incorporate the 2 strips I set aside. That way, it can be worn as a backpack. Xiongdi quickly understood without needing further explanation. When the basket reached the height of Xiongdi's waist, Lu Hu called for a halt, trimming the excess bamboo strips and securing the edges. Thus, their basket was complete. Xiongdi cherished the basket he had crafted, already envisioning its convenience. With this basket, the tribe members wouldn't need to carry as many beast skins for gathering, nor would they have to make multiple trips for fruit. And small game would no longer be abandoned simply because they couldn't carry it. In short, this basket was truly a miraculous invention. Lu Hu, thank you. Suddenly, Xiongdi knelt on one knee before Lu Hu, performing a warrior-esque salute, a gesture that signified the highest respect among the beastmen, even if Lu Hu was still just a cubit. Lu Hu was taken aback, not having time to stop him. Seeing Xiongdi's solemnity made him feel slightly embarrassed and a bit bittersweet. To him, this was merely a simple task, even something as easy as speaking, and it was all for enhancing his own quality of life. Suppressing the bittersweet feeling in his heart, Lu Hu quickly helped Xiongdi to his feet. Brother Xiongdi, I call you brother. We are both still young that we shouldn't be so formal with the warrior-esque salute. I am serious, Xiongdi insisted firmly. Lu Hu thought to himself how stubborn he was, unsure how to respond. The warrior-esque salute was the highest form of etiquette among the beastmen, symbolizing a commitment to protect one another at all costs. Xiongdi's unexpected display of reverence left Lu Hu momentarily speechless. Brother Xiongdi, please rise. We can discuss this later. For now, we must go gather fruits, or we'll be too late. With no other choice, Lu Hu resorted to urging him to stand. Xiongdi complied, rising with Lu Hu's assistance, regardless of Lu Hu's thoughts, that he understood that by performing the salute, he had made a promise he would uphold for life. A commitment he was clear about in his heart. All right, let us go gather fruits. Xiongdi followed Lu Hu's lead, continuing the conversation about the fruits. Little did Lu Hu know the profound impact he had made on the tribe during his short stay. Just the methods for storing fruits and meat alone warranted such a warrior-esque salute. Having lost his mother during childbirth, returning to the embrace of the beast god, he had grown up under the guidance of his grandfather. Fully aware of the tribe's circumstances and the significant toll taken during the cold and rainy seasons. With Lu Hu's provided methods, these issues would no longer pose a problem, as long as the tribe members worked hard during the warm and bountiful seasons. They need not fear the cold and rainy times ahead. Xiongdi, having grown up alongside the tribe leader, felt a deep sense of responsibility for every member of the tribe, even at such a young age. Following Lu Hu, he took on a protective stance as they made their way to the tribe's fruit orchard, determined to showcase his resolve to Lu Hu. Ultimately, Lu Hu's planned exploration of the tribe the next day fell through. The previous afternoon, he and Xiongdi, with their basket full of fruits, attracted the attention of everyone on their way back to the cave. The villagers were perceptive. Seeing Xiongdi carry a basket of fruits with ease indicated the presence of something remarkable, surely brought by the young cub of the tiger wing, who was said to have lived in the prosperous East. The villagers, wary of startling the newcomer, refrained from directly questioning Lu Hu and instead flocked to the tribe leader and the families of Hushan and Huli. The 3 families were inundated with queries until they finally learned from the villagers that Lu Hu had once again produced something extraordinary. Though curious, the villagers felt shy to ask directly and resorted to seeking out those in the know. When Lu Hu and Xiongdi returned to the cave after washing the fruits, they were greeted by a crowd waiting for them, comprising the tribe leader, the elder witch Hushan, Huli, and Xiongtian, all gazing intently as the duo approached, startling Lu Hu. I hear you've created something new, the tribe leader inquired kindly, stealing glances at the basket on Xiongdi's back. Xiongtian, however, was more direct, striding forward to seize the basket from Xiongdi with a gleeful expression, examining it with great curiosity, the basket appearing rather diminutive against his towering height of over 2 meters. Hey, elder witch, tribe leader, look, the fruits are completely intact. Xiongtian, with an expression of astonishment, greeted the crowd, while the clan leader, Xiong hastily approached upon hearing his son's call. Leaving his son behind, he too was filled with wonder. Subsequently, Wu Popo, Hushan, Yuluo, and Huli each held the new creation in their hands, marveling at it for a while. Once everyone had expressed their fascination and affection for the basket, they realized that dusk was approaching and it was time to address more pressing matters. The clan leader, unusually stammering, inquired, Lu-Hu, could this method of weaving be taught to the tribe's members? He felt somewhat embarrassed, as a mere cub had just arrived in their tribe and had already made such a significant contribution while they sought to take from him. It felt rather unfair to burden the young one, however, for the sake of the tribe, he had to speak up. All eyes turned to Lu-Hu, who, under the weight of their gazes, felt a tremor in his heart. Clearing his throat to steady himself, he replied, "Of course, it's not particularly difficult. Moreover, Xiong Digu learned it in a single glance. You can simply ask him." The cub's candidness only heightened Xiong Yuan's sense of embarrassment. "Well then, what would you like in return? Please do not hesitate to ask." They were inclined to offer substantial compensation, knowing they would fulfill any request made by the young one. Lu replied, No, it's quite simple. There's no need for any demands. Wu interjected, "Child, there's no need to decline. This is a reward from the tribe for you. If you do not accept it, we would feel uncomfortable using your method." Clearly, Wu had discerned Lu-Hu's character. After a moment of contemplation, Lu-Hu stated, "I would like a stone basin, 2 stone buckets, and a stone knife." Upon finishing, he felt a pang of embarrassment, wondering if his requests were too excessive. Yet, these were indeed items he lacked. Aside from a stone bed and a dull stone knife, his father's cave held nothing else. The animal skins he currently used for bedding were gifted to him by Yuluo. The memories from his past life, spanning over 20 years, made it difficult for him to accept gift from his elders, especially from those he had not lived with. His father's cave was situated too far from a water source, and possessing a stone basin would greatly facilitate his access to water. The stone buckets would ease the burden of fetching water, and the stone knife was essential. Having just arrived, he was uncertain where to procure these items. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. His requests were remarkably simple and easily met in comparison to the significant contributions he had made. They all sensed the young one's unease, realizing he had recently undergone a profound upheaval. Arriving alone in a new tribe, even with family nearby, it was evident they had not shared a life together, and it was only natural for the cub to feel unsettled. They had overlooked his feelings. "This request is simple. I will have Xiong Tian gather the items you lack for your cave," declared the clan leader. Xiong Yuan. Hushan, Yu Luo, and the others felt a wave of compassion. They had noticed Lu-Hu's jovial demeanor when interacting with everyone, yet they had failed to recognize the discomfort he harbored within. Guilt nearly overwhelmed Hushan and the other two, while the sensitive Yu Luo's eyes turned Lu-Hu, puzzled by the somber expressions of those around him, wondered if he had said something amiss. Xiong Di, filled with concern, remarked, "I'll have a stone basin custom made. It will be ready in 3 days. Grandfather, please prepare the other items for Lu-Hu." The clan leader cast an approving glance at Xiong Di, acknowledging his merit as a grandson, far surpassing that of his own son. Yu Luo wiped her eyes and approached Lu-Hu, who wore a puzzled expression. Without offering an explanation, she gently stroked his cheek, saying, "Come, let us go to grandmother's cave. She has delicious roasted meat for you. Her roasted meat is renowned throughout the tribe." "All right, I'm quite hungry." He decided not to dwell on what he could not comprehend, reassured that no harm would come to him from their intentions. Indeed, Yu Luo's roasted meat is the finest. After you finish eating, return to your cave early to rest. Tomorrow, let Hushan and Huli bring you more supplies." Wu declared with finality. "Well then, everyone disperse," the clan leader commanded as he observed Hushan and the others escorting Lu-Hu away. "Xiong Di, come with me to the cave," Xiong Yuan instructed, while Xiong Tian followed to see Wu off. Xiong Tian felt a surge of frustration. He longed to engage in a meaningful conversation with his son. After enjoying the roast meat, Lu-Hu was escorted back to the cave by his grandfather. He did not feign reluctance. After thanking his grandfather, he fell asleep, contemplating how he would thoroughly wash himself once he obtained stone basin, as he felt rather unclean as dawn broke the next day. Hushan, Huli, Xiong Tian, and Xiong Di arrived with the clan leader's rewards: a stone knife, a stone pot, and various other items. The 4 of them made 2 trips to carry everything to in the morning. Xiongdi helped him organize the items while Hushan and the others went to chop bamboo and prepare bamboo strips in the afternoon. Lu Hu taught Hushan and the others how to weave baskets. Taking the opportunity, he crafted a cool mat for himself. The warm season was proving to be excessively hot. Sleeping on a stone bed was uncomfortable, and using the animal skins only made it warmer. It was a true ordeal for the young cub. Now, with the cool mat, he could lay the animal skin over the stone bed, topped with the mat, creating a soft and refreshing resting place. Intrigued by the mat he had woven, Hushan and the others approached him, and Lu Hu generously explained each step of the process. They all expressed their eagerness to create similar mats for their own caves. Having heard Lu Hu speak of their merits, later, they visited Grandmother S' home for dinner, where they prepared the fruits they had gathered the previous night for preservation. They steamed the fruits first, allowing them to cool so they could be dried the next day. After completing the steaming process, which took 4 batches thanks to the ample size of the stone pot provided by the clan leader, Lu Hu finally felt satisfied. That evening, he enjoyed a restful night's sleep, awakening refreshed and rejuvenated. After lingering in bed for a while, he rose, washed his face with the remaining water from the previous day, and chewed on a few leaves for his makeshift toothbrush. Once he had tidied himself up, he set the steamed fruits out to dry and made his way down the mountain to have breakfast with his grandfather. The tribe practiced communal ownership, comprising 309 beastmen, 187 half-beastmen, 35 ordinary individuals, and 11 cubs, with Lu Hu being the 12th. The beastmen were divided into 5 hunting teams and 2 patrolling teams. Due to the warm season, food preservation was limited. Each day, only 2 hunting teams ventured out to hunt, gathering enough food to meet the tribe's needs, while the remaining 3 teams rested. The next day, the teams would rotate. The patrolling teams consisted of the smaller beastmen and the stronger half-beastmen, also on a rotation. Some of the tribe's elderly, disabled beastmen, half-beastmen, and ordinary individuals primarily engaged in gathering and cooking. Although survival was challenging, protecting the elderly and the young remained a long-standing tradition. Naturally, the female beastmen, possessing formidable beast forms, also participated in hunts, while those with weaker forms took part in patrolling. After all, survival in the Western continent was exceedingly harsh, and even the weakest beastmen were stronger than the most robust half-beastmen. These were insights gleaned from conversations during basket weaving the previous day, which Lu Hu attentively absorbed as he compared them to his life in the Eastern continent. While life in the Western continent was indeed arduous, it was far more humane than in the East. "Yuluo, good morning." He greeted, "Good. And you?" She replied cheerfully. Initially, when Lu Hu offered his morning greeting, Yuluo had not responded, but now they were able to converse. Seeing Lu Hu brought her joy, she pulled him to sit down and handed him a bowl of meat soup. "Thanks to you teaching everyone how to build the stove, I can prepare meat soup much more easily now." Lu Hu's expression momentarily froze. "Meat soup again? Grandmother S' meat soup is the best." However, consuming it at every meal was quite overwhelming. "Grandmother, I plan to explore the tribe with Xiongdi today and prepare something delicious for you at noon. Not in the evening, as grandfather and uncle will be out hunting and won't return until later." Yuluo looked at him with affectionate eyes. "All right, let grandmother sample our little Lu Hu's culinary skills." Yuluo understood that this child was mature beyond his years and refrained from uttering words that might discourage him. She recognized Lu Hu's inner turmoil and desired to do something in return for their kindness. Raising the meat soup, he drank it all in one go, politely declining the roasted meat offered by grandmother, and engaged in conversation with her as he waited for Xiongdi. Before long, Xiongdi arrived, greeting both him and Yuluo. Without delay, he led Lu Hu down the mountain, introducing him as they walked. The ordinary tribe members and the elderly prefer to reside at the foot of the mountain for convenience. "My grandfather lives there too." Wu Popo's residence is adjacent to my grandfather's, so it's easy to find, along with my family's cave. "You already know Hushan, grandfather, and Hili's caves, so I want to take you to see them. Let me show you the 3 mountains of the tribe. These mountains are patrolled daily, ensuring safety, and we can see if there is anything you wish to find." Lu Hu replied, "There are indeed many things I wish to find." However, he was aware that the tribe was lenient towards him, allowing him to reside in the cave of his choice. Yet, they would never permit him and Xiongdi to venture beyond the tribe's safe boundaries. Furthermore, He was self-aware, knowing that in this harsh western continent, his small frame was quite vulnerable. All right, he'll understand the tribe. One must start with these 3 mountains. Xiongdi did not lead him aimlessly. These 3 mountains closely nestled together formed a concave shape. The easternmost mountain, where the Luhu cave is located, has a perilous cliff on its backside, which poses a danger. The tribe forbids the young ones from venturing to the northern side of the mountain. There lies a lush bamboo forest, teeming with a multitude of trees. It was this mountain that Xiongdi primarily explored with Luhu. Xiongdi did not mention their destination and simply followed Luhu as they wandered leisurely. Luhu ascended from the foot of the mountain, discovering nothing of interest, feeling somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped to encounter treasures like other protagonists in tales of adventure. Indeed, one must not be overly self-admiring. Suddenly, Luhu's eyes brightened at the sight of the prickly wild vegetable, quickly rushing over to it. Yes, it was covered in thorns and grew upon the tree. He plucked a leaf and tasted it. Indeed, this was the flavor he sought. Observing Luhu's expression of triumph as he gazed at the branch, Xiongdi felt a twinge of confusion. Unperturbed by Xiongdi's bewilderment, Luhu eagerly began to gather every prickly wild vegetable he could see. Amassing a significant handful, the prickly wild vegetable is renowned as the king of wild greens, possessing a delightful flavor. In the modern era, one could scarcely procure fresh wild greens, even with wealth. Xiongdi, this is called prickly wild vegetable that I used to eat it frequently, especially when cooked in meat soup. So delicious, Luhu exclaimed. There are plenty of these on the northern side of the mountain. If you like, I can take you to find more. Really? I adore it. Luhu did not wait for Xiongdi's response, and with a beam of happiness, Xiongdi's mood brightened as he ceased to dwell on the thought of salt. I shall take you there. Xiongdi led Luhu to the mountaintop, where nearly all the trees were adorned with prickly wild vegetables. Luhu dashed forward, exclaiming, "We've struck gold. So many prickly wild vegetables." Xiongdi followed suit, assisting him in gathering a substantial portion, and only when the basket was nearly full did Luhu reluctantly pause, realizing they had only explored half the mountain and could not fill the basket entirely with prickly wild vegetables. For many surprises awaited him still. Noticing Luhu's expression of regret, Xiongdi suggested, "Let us return this afternoon to gather more. No one in the tribe eats these." Luhu nodded in agreement. Observing the size of the prickly wild vegetables, he understood that the tribe was ignorant of their valued he, however, recognized their worth. Comforted by Xiongdi's words, Luhu ceased his gathering. "Let us continue our exploration." With a wave of his hand, he strode forward confidently. Xiongdi, chuckling at the youthful exuberance of Luhu, hoisted the basket onto his back and followed the excited cub. The trees on the mountain's backside were towering, and as they walked among them, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. In that serene environment, Luhu's heart suddenly felt tranquil. The sunlight was perfect, he was alive, and that was more than enough. Xiongdi kept pace beside him, silently pointing out the trees around them and introducing them one by one. The two walked side by side in the sun-dappled forest. "Xiongdi, Luhu, are you here to gather bamboo as well?" A resounding voice echoed, and both Xiongdi and Luhu turned towards the source of the sound, recognizing it to be Uncle Xiong Lu, who felt immense gratitude towards the 4 individuals from that fateful night. Their memories etched deeply in his mind. "Uncle Xiongli, Xiongdi and I are here to forage for wild vegetables." "Wild vegetables? There aren't many around here," replied Uncle Xiongli. "I'm accompanying Luhu to explore the tribe and gather wild vegetables." Xiongdi added, Go ahead, go ahead. Luhu has just arrived. He must familiarize himself with the tribe." Uncle Xiongli encouraged. "Indeed, I was ill for the past few days, but I'm feeling better now," Luhu chimed in. "You little rascal are quite remarkable. You've already brought such a significant change to the tribe," Uncle Xiongli remarked. Luhu remained silent. "You see, I also need to gather bamboo to weave baskets," Uncle Xiongli continued. Xiongdi noticed Luhu's cheeks flush with embarrassment from the praise and quickly interjected, "Uncle Xiongli, I still need to show Luhu around the tribe." Right, I won't delay you any further. Go on and explore," Uncle Xiongli replied. Upon hearing this, Luhu bid farewell to Uncle Xiongli and pulled Xiongdi away. "Xiongdi, let us head over there. Let's stay away from the bamboo forest." If we encounter too many people, even with thick skin, it might become unbearable, Lu Hu stated. Xiongdi's eyes sparkled with amusement as they walked for a short while, when yet another surprise awaited them. Mushrooms, so large, Lu Hu exclaimed, gazing at a mushroom that reached his waist in awe. Xiongdi quickly approached, his demeanor serious, and warned, Lu Hu, you cannot eat that. It's poisonous. Lu Hu comforted him. Xiongdi, not all mushrooms are toxic. This one is safe. Xiongdi remained unconvinced. Xiongdi, my mother is a shaman from the divine deer tribe. She loves eating this type of mushroom. The divine deer tribe is known for their medicinal knowledge and their innate ability to discern poisonous plants, making them a renowned tribe in the eastern lands. Being younger and less experienced, Xiongdi did not grasp the significance of Lu Hu's emphasis on his mother being from the divine deer tribe. However, Lu Hu's assertion that his mother enjoyed eating it resonated with him. Surely, Lu Hu had consumed it before. Sensing Xiongdi's lingering hesitation, Lu Hu suggested, let us gather some first. Afterward, we can find a small wild beast to test it on. If it proves safe, we can eat it. Understanding the boy's concern for him, Lu Hu did not insist stubbornly. Xiongdi reluctantly agreed, contemplating the necessity of finding several wild beasts for experimentation. They plucked the cluster of mushrooms before them and placed them in the basket, refraining from further challenging Xiongdi's nerves by leaving the remaining mushrooms behind. The two continued their exploration, and after a short while, they encountered yet another surprise. The origin of this surprise was Lu Hu, who, while walking, caught a whiff of a pungent aroma and sneezed. Following the scent, he discovered an unfamiliar plant, the source of the spiciness. It did not resemble anything from his memory. Undeterred, Lu Hu plucked a leaf and tasted it. It's scallion, he exclaimed. Xiongdi, unable to prevent Lu Hu's actions, questioned, what is scallion? It's something that makes roasted meat more delicious, Lu Hu explained. Xiongdi's eyes widened. Salt? Lu Hu shook his head that it was not salt. There are many things that can enhance the flavor of roasted meat. Salt is one, and scallion is another. Lu Hu sensed Xiongdi's urgency in finding salt, but salt was not something one could simply locate at will. Time passed slowly, and the sun grew increasingly intense. Xiongdi glanced upward at the sun, stating, let us head back. It's getting hotter. Lu Hu also felt the heat, with beads of sweat accumulating, and did not argue. The pair, laden with their morning's bounty, made their way back down the mountain, and upon reaching the foot, they decided to wash up first after spending the entire morning in the forest, feeling grimy and uncomfortable from the dirt and sweat. Xiongdi led Lu Hu to a secluded spot, shedding his animal skin before plunging into the water. Lu Hu thought to himself, well, we are all boys. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We just kids. After a moment of mental preparation, he too removed his skirt and entered the water. He truly did not dare to stray too far from Xiongdi, as even near the tribe. Safety was not guaranteed, let alone in the water. Enjoying a refreshing bath, they did not linger and soon carried their baskets back to the cave to rest. Xiongdi, why don't you join me for lunch today? I'll prepare something with the ingredients I found this morning, and I'll call for you Luo, Amo, Lu Hu offered. Xiongdi did not refuse, replying, all right, I'll drop off the basket first, and then return to the cave for my share of the meat. Upon reaching the cave, Lu Hu washed the prickly wild vegetables and scallions, then went to summon Luo, Amo, while also retrieving his portion of meat. There was no alternative, since arriving at the tribe. He had been dining with Luo, Amo, who had been given a share of food directly. If he wished to invite Xiongdi for a meal, he needed provisions. Without hesitation, Luo, Amo brought a large piece of meat along with several fruits and followed him back to the cave. Xiongdi was already waiting inside, and he took the items from Luo, Amo before entering. Lu Hu did not stand on ceremony, saying, Luo, Amo, please slice the meat into pieces. Xiongdi will start the fire to roast it. They wasted no time and immediately sprang into action. Lu Hu placed the fatty meat slices into the pot to render the fat. And as the temperature rose, a rich, enticing aroma wafted through the air. What's that smell? Asked the chief, Xiong Yuan, along with Xiong Tian, who had just returned with their catch. Their curiosity piqued. The voices jolted the two, who were lost in the delightful scent. Xiongdi shot a glare at the uninvited guests. ignoring them and focusing on Lu Hu's actions. Lu Hu chief, Xiong Tian. Lu Hu greeted. Lu Hu, I heard you invited this little rascal for a meal. Let me join the fun, Xiong Tian said with a grin. Sure, should we invite the shaman as well? Lu Hu teased it. Lu Hu, you truly have a filial heart. Xiong Tian, go ahead, Chief Xiong Yuan instructed. Xiong Tan, filled with indignation yet unable to voice his grievances, trudged down the mountain with a sense of frustration. By the time Xiong Tian and the old witch arrived, Lu Hu had finished rendering the oil. Unlike pig lard, the yield was modest, and there were few residues. However, it was sufficient for his needs at lunchtime. He ladled the oil into a stone bowl and distributed the remnants among everyone. Before anyone could express their thoughts on the residue, Lu Hu tossed scallions and slices of meat into the pan, stir-frying them over a roaring flame. Soon, the enticing aroma of scallions and meat wafted through the air, silencing those who had intended to speak and drawing them closer, their mouths watering. They had never imagined meat could be enjoyed in such a manner. Yu Luo sighed in awe, and the others nodded in silent agreement. After tasting the meat slices and finding them cooked, Lu Hu served them and counted the heads, then returned to the pan for another round. He stuffed the prickly buds and scallions into the meat destined for roasting, and also prepared a broth with the prickly buds and meat, completing the meal that, of course. The main dish remained the roasted meat, but the addition of prickly buds and scallions lent it a delightful herbal fragrance, making it feel less greasy. Coupled with the stir-fried scallions and the prickly bud broth, everyone feasted with abandon, scarcely lifting their heads, just as Lu Hu was about to introduce them to the use of chopsticks. He watched as everyone eagerly fought over the scallion stir-fry, some jabbing and others scooping, swallowing his words in silence. Once they finished the scallion stir-fry, they moved on to the roasted meat, followed by the broth. When all the food was consumed, they reluctantly paused. Even the old witch, who typically had a poor appetite in warm seasons, found herself stuffed. After tidying up, everyone returned to their respective caves. Once the others departed, Lu Hu washed his face and lay down on the bed, soon drifting into a drowsy slumber. In the afternoon, when the sun was less scorching, Xiongdi led him on a stroll through the southern mountain of the tribe. The back of the southern mountain was home to a chaotic rock forest, from which the tribe sourced stones for tool-making. The rear of the southern mountain was sparsely wooded, with minimal vegetation, and Lu Hu found nothing familiar in a single day. He had explored all 3 mountains of the tribe, discovering only prickly bud mushrooms and scallions. Given that these 3 mountains belonged to the tribe, it was unlikely to find many discarded items. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the tribe, Lu Hu decided to prepare for the evening feast. But first, he needed to find a few wild beasts to test the mushrooms for toxicity. As Xiongdi insisted, Lu Hu asked, "All right, where shall we find wild beasts? Can they venture beyond the tribe? There are small wild beasts in the fruit forest. Let me go while you rest, that you'll need your strength for dinner tonight." Xiongdi replied, "Fine, I'll prepare the things we'll need for tonight." The valley entrance. A cacophony of noise heralded the return of the hunting team, signaling it was time to distribute the meat. In the past, Lu Hu would accompany Yu Luo and simply hand over his portion to her. However, today Lu Hu intended to select the prey himself. It was his first time participating in meat distribution since joining the tribe. In the clearing, groups of people gathered, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon seeing Lu Hu, they greeted him warmly. "Lu Hu, you go ahead and take your share." Before Lu Hu could decline, the tribe leader's voice rang out. "Lu Hu, come and see what you wish to eat." Thus, Lu Hu could only accept their kindness, stepping up to inspect the game. The wild beasts from the west were similar to those from the east, albeit larger, and he recognized most of them. That he did not hesitate to assert, "Tribe leader, I want all the meat from this type of beast," pointing to one resembling a pig, specifically from its belly. The leader promptly complied, cutting the meat from the belly of the beast and handing it to Lu Hu. Unaware of how the tribe distributed the game, Lu Hu assumed there was plenty to go around. After thanking them, he prepared to return to his cave. Observing the considerable amount of meat he had acquired, a few individuals displayed signs of resentment, but upon noticing that no one else raised objections, they quickly masked their expressions to Lu, who remained oblivious to their discontent, unconcerned by such matters. Such people existed everywhere, fixated on others' possessions. The tribe members were generally simple-hearted, and with the leader and the old witch present, no significant discord would arise. Just as he began to dissect the meat, Xiongdi returned, carrying 4 small wild beasts. Noticing their liveliness, Lu Hu felt reassured about the results of his experiment. Lu Hu, you were right. These mushrooms are indeed non-toxic. Look, I tried them on the sharp-snout beast and the leaping beast, and they're still lively, Xiongdi proclaimed, raising the game he held. Perfect, we can make beggar's chicken and beggar's rabbit. Lu Hu replied nonchalantly. Beggar's chicken? Beggar's rabbit? Xiongdi questioned, perplexed. That is the method for preparing the sharp-snout beast and the leaping beast, Lu Hu explained. Cultural differences can be quite the hindrance, but these are meant to prove to Lu Hu that the mushrooms are safe. Never mind, I'll follow your lead, Xiongdi conceded. Xiongdi, the stone pot has hot water. You can scald the sharp-snout beast to remove its fur and peel the skin off the leaping beast, Lu Hu directed without hesitation. Xiongdi, realizing the necessity of scalding the sharp-snout beast, obediently followed Lu Hu's instructions in no time. He had completed the tasks. Lu Hu, what should I do next? Brother Xiongdi, please help me sharpen some bamboo skewers. Just thin wooden sticks with one end pointed, Lu Hu requested. All right, Xiongdi responded. Lu Hu sliced the meat into thin pieces, placing them in the stone bowl, marinating them with the freshly rendered scallion oil and prickly buds. Then he began preparing the chicken and rabbit, stuffing them with mushrooms, scallions, and prickly buds. Under Xiongdi's watchful gaze, he brushed a layer of honey over their skins, wrapping them in several layers of leaves, and then approached the freshly prepared mud to encase them before placing them in the stove. Xiongdi, trusting Lu Hu's expertise, refrained from questioning him. Time flew by in a flurry of activity, and as the sun began to set, casting a warm glow, Hu Shan, Hu Li, and Yu Luo arrived, each burdened with items that Hu Shan carried a long-nosed beast, having heard from the tribe leader that the young ones enjoyed this kind of meat, while Hu Li bore a horned beast, whose tender meat would surely please the cubs. Yu Luo held a stack of stone bowls, freshly exchanged from the old monkey. Upon seeing the beast Hu Li carried, Lu Hu's eyes lit up. It's a cow. Quickly come, Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle. Dinner is ready. The trio wasted no time. As they approached the cave, they were enveloped by the enticing aroma emanating from Lu Hu's dwelling. After a long day, Hu Shan and Hu Li were ravenous. Hearing Lu Hu's call, they eagerly seated themselves. Lu Hu entered with the last bowl of mushroom and prickly bud soup, announcing, all is ready. With no outsiders present, only family gathered. Well, except for Xiongdi, who was thick-skinned and unfazed. Everyone sat down without hesitation, diving into the feast. Lu, who had prepared mushroom roasted meat, prickly bud roasted meat, scallion roasted meat, mushroom stir-fried meat, prickly bud stir-fried meat, scallion stir-fried meat, mushroom meat soup, prickly bud meat soup, and prickly bud mushroom soup, showcasing his culinary prowess. In a matter of moments, the spread was devoured. Lu, who slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot the beggar's chicken and beggar's rabbit. He approached the stove, digging out 4 mud balls from the ashes. Hu Li remarked, Lu Hu, is this really the beggar's chicken and beggar's rabbit? They just look like mud balls. Though Hu Shan and the others remained silent, their skeptical expressions spoke volumes. Lu Hu, with an air of mystery, lifted a mud ball and declared, this is the best part. With that, he struck it with a stone, causing the mud to shatter and revealing the golden leaves inside. The onlookers were instantly enveloped by a delightful aroma, the fragrance of meat mingling with the scent of leaves. Mushrooms and prickly buds, layering their senses. Just as they thought they were full, they suddenly felt hungry again. Without needing Lu Hu's assistance, Hu Shan, Hu Li, and Xiongdi each took a mud ball and smashed it open. Ignoring the others, Lu Hu peeled back the leaves, tearing off a chicken leg to offer to Yu Luo, while he savored a chicken wing himself. Not bad. It would be even better with some salt. He mused, closing his eyes to relish the flavor. After enjoying the chicken wing, he opened his eyes to find the others had polished off all the meat, leaving only bones behind. Wait, what? He stared in disbelief. Didn't everyone say they were full? Even Yu Luo had not held back, having finished the remaining beggar's chicken. Faced with Luhu's astonished gaze, the others felt a twinge of embarrassment, but the beggar's chicken was simply too delicious. Xiongdi, meanwhile, wore a smug expression, knowing how to prepare it, eagerly anticipating showing off to his father and tantalizing him with the memory. Unfilial son, Xiong Tian exclaimed. After a brief respite, Hushan and Huli skinned and dissected the prey they had brought, preparing it neatly for Luhu. Just as Yueluo finished her own tasks, they bid farewell and departed. Subsequently, Xiongdi also took his leave, eager to show off to his father. Lu gazed at the mountain of meat piled neatly within the cave. Alongside the large water vat brimming with fresh water that Xiongdi had brought, a profound, unspoken emotion swelled within him as he arrived at the Dahuang tribe. Despite the warm reception from everyone, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. The annihilation of his tribe and the death of his father and mother had dealt him a staggering blow, even though he possessed the memories of his past life. The emotions of this life were undeniably real, and the heart-wrenching pain was genuine. He repeatedly reassured himself that this was his father's tribe, the place where his father had grown up, yet a corner of his heart remained restless. Fearful of disappointing others, he felt akin to a child staying with relatives, striving to excel in everything and seeking the approval of those around him. Luhu wore a cheerful facade, laughing and acting as if nothing was amiss, guiding Xiongdi around the tribe under the pretense of wanting to learn more. Yet, deep down, he knew he could not afford to stop. The moment he did, fear and anxiety would creep into Hushan's grandfather, and Yuela's grandmother had also lost their beast cubs, while Huli's uncle mourned the loss of his brother. Nevertheless, everyone continued to engage with him in spirited laughter, displaying no signs of sorrow. Suddenly, Lu burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face as he began to wail. "Father, Mother, I promise I will be all right. Please don't worry about me, that I have Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and many others to look after me, that I will remember you without sadness in the future. So please rest assured." He collapsed onto the stone bed, crying as he fell asleep. Luhu retained only the memories of his past life, lacking the experiences of an adult from that life. It was akin to watching a film. One could replay it endlessly, yet it was not lived firsthand. Thus, he could not attain the rationality of an adult, for he was merely a 12-year-old cub. As he slept, he found a rare sense of peace, tears at the corners of his eyes, and a smile gracing his lips, believing that tomorrow would usher in a new day. The next day, when Xiongdi arrived, he discovered that Luhu was already awake, tending to the mountain of meat from the previous day. Xiongdi scrutinized Luhu. Sensing a difference in him compared to the day before, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering. "You seem more spirited today." Luhu responded, "Xiongdi, what is up?" Xiongdi, puzzled by Luhu's gaze, replied, "Nothing, just thought you looked more energetic." Luhu shrugged. "Perhaps it's because I slept well last night." He certainly would not divulge that he had let go of the past and was ready to embrace a bright future. Whatever was behind him was best left behind. Xiongdi nodded in agreement. "True, you must have had a good sleep yesterday, especially recalling your father's envious gaze. Even your dreams were filled with joy. That, of course, he would never share this with Luhu, lest it tarnish his image in Luhu's eyes." Xiongdi then inquired, "By the way, how do you plan to handle all this meat? With the weather being so warm, if we don't finish it today, it will spoil by tomorrow." Luhu had already devised a plan while washing his face that morning. "I'll set aside what we need for today and turn the rest into jerky." "Jerky?" Xiongdi questioned, intrigued. "Yes, this method can preserve the meat, though it is somewhat tedious." Upon hearing this, Xiongdi became excited, undeterred by the effort involved. He cautiously glanced at Luhu, asking, "Can I call Grandpa to help?" Luhu nodded, "Sure, but remember to ask the tribe leader to reward me with a few more animal hides." Xiongdi agreed, "Of course, if Grandpa doesn't comply, I'll inform Grandma." He wasted no time and dashed down the mountain. When Xiongdi reached his grandfather's cave and relayed the message, the tribe leader became instantly animated, eager to rush to the mountain top, instructing his partner to gather several quality animal hides for Luhu. Xiongdi hurriedly made his way back, catching the attention of the tribe shamaness, who, concerned for Luhu, followed him to the tribe leader's cave. Upon hearing the news, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, make sure to get the best." The tribe leader's partner managed the communal animal hides of the tribe, unfazed by the excitement of the others. Xiongdi conveyed the request to Yueluo's grandmother and Huli's uncle. Receiving their affirmative responses, he then returned home to fetch a stone knife and hurried back to find Luhu, equally eager not to miss any steps in this endeavor. Xiongdi's worries were unfounded. Luhu realized that he could manage the meat mountain alone, and even if he spent the entire day cutting, he would not finish it. As Xiongdi ascended the mountain, he noticed a spark in Luhu's eyes. He paused momentarily before continuing on with an air of nonchalance. Luhu, did you call for more help? Luhu expressed his need for assistance, feeling overwhelmed. Xiongdi considered, I have Grandpa, the shamaness, Yueluo's grandmother, Hushan's grandfather, and Huli's uncle. Grandma will likely come too. Lu nodded vigorously. That is plenty, definitely enough. Xiongdi asked, what should we do? Just tell me, and I'll assist you. Luhu replied, it's simple. We just need to cut the meat into small strips. He raised a piece of meat in his hand and demonstrated. Like this. Xiongdi took the strip from him, assessed its size, and returned it to Luhu before finding a spot to crouch down and begin cutting. Before long, the tribe leader and others joined in. Luhu and Xiongdi, along with the tribe leader, toiled for a full 3 hours before finally finishing the meat mountain as they gazed at the heap of meat strips scattered around. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Luhu added, now we must tie each strip and hang them up high. The others groaned, realizing their premature relief. They could see that moment, the tribe leader as partner. Xingli approached with animal hides in her arms. Luhu, here are the animal hides the tribe has rewarded you, plus a few extras. You can also choose some from the tribe's cave. Thank you, Xingli, Luhu replied, secretly harboring a few small requests. Xingli went to the tribe leader's side, asking, is there anything you need me to do? The tribe leader pointed to the meat strips on the ground. Use vines to hang them all up. Each one must be suspended. Xingli inquired, will this method preserve the meat? Luhu nodded, explaining, this technique is called jerky. It involves sun-drying the meat to evaporate its moisture, rendering it dry and hard, allowing for extended storage. Curious, Xingli pressed on, how does this differ from using salt? Luhu began to elucidate the distinctions between the two methods. The process of salting is similar, yet using salt allows for longer preservation. The jerky we are making can last about 45 days, whereas without salt, it is prone to failure. Since someone had posed a question, he felt it necessary to clarify, hoping to bolster everyone's enthusiasm for salt hunting. Xingli nodded, indicating her understanding, and then crouched down, deftly puncturing the meat strips. Luhu observed that she exhibited a decisive and efficient demeanor. As the tribe leader's partner, she needed to grasp the merits and drawbacks of both methods, lest she blindly trust Luhu due to his contributions. Once she comprehended the details, she would not hesitate to take action. Inspired by Xingli's efficiency, the others became busy as well, some puncturing the strips while others tied them up. Xiongdi dashed to the northern mountain to fetch a large basket of vines, while Luhu busied himself preparing lunch for everyone. After a long morning of hard work, they deserved a hearty meal. He sliced the reserved beef into palm-sized, finger-thick pieces, poured oil into a pot, and commenced frying the steaks. He cooked 2 enormous bowls, each measuring 80 centimeters in diameter. The ravenous tribe members eagerly responded when Luhu announced mealtime, diving into the feast, and in no time, the bowls were empty. Are you all full? No, not yet. Almost I'm full. Well, it seemed there wasn't quite enough, so Luhu silently retrieved another piece of meat, meant for dinner. After finishing the evening meal, everyone finally felt satisfied. Luhu's lips twitched. He understood that orc appetites were substantial, but he never anticipated such an overwhelming consumption. The cow that his uncle had carried weighed about 600 to 700 pounds. Leaving over 200 pounds of meat, all consumed in a single meal, it was no wonder they said life on the orc continent was challenging. Such voracious appetites made survival difficult anywhere. Unbeknownst to Luhu, the tribe members were merely being polite, not wanting to overindulge in his provisions. Otherwise, it would be quite the feat for a solitary who need to consume such a vast amount. Fortunately, the savage beasts of the orc continent are also quite large, ensuring that the orcs do not starve to death, although they often go hungry. After finishing their meal, it was time to get back to work. Hushan and Huli, the father and son duo, set out to chop wood and build a framework. while Yuluo A Mo and Xingli A Mo drilled holes, and Lu Hu and Xiongdi handled the meat. The chief and the shamaness had matters to attend to and left promptly after their meal. After a bustling 2 hours, they finally secured all the meat onto the racks. Thankfully, the cave chosen by Huli back then had ample space. Yet with all this dried meat hanging, only a narrow path remained. Looking around, one could see the cave's walls festooned with strips of meat, primarily from the adult long-nosed beast, which weighed around 800 pounds. As Xingli Akamo noted that such beasts were notoriously elusive and difficult to hunt. Not only are they rarely encountered, but their tough hides render them nearly impervious to the claws of the orcs. It was only due to his grandfather's formidable prowess that he could single-handedly hunt such a creature, a feat that brought honor to Lu Hu, as his grandfather was the captain of the hunting squad. Undeniably impressive that in the Orc continent, strength reigned supreme. If his grandfather were not formidable, the tribe would not have appointed him as captain. After all, he had triumphed over numerous challengers each year, as per the chief's own words. Yuluo A-mo, allow me to share tales of my father and mother, Lu Hu suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Yuluo froze, and Xing Li, who had been discussing cooking methods with her, was equally taken aback. Hu Li and Hu Shan fell silent, and Xiongdi awoke from his slumber. Yuluo parted her lips, her voice hoarse as she spoke. Lu Hu, do not concern yourself with us. Do not force yourself. Hu Shan added, Indeed, Lu Hu, perhaps we shall speak of this when you are older, Li reassured. We are in no rush. Deeply moved, Lu Hu found his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. I dreamed of my father and mother last night. He finally managed to say, after a pause, why father urged me to live well in the tribe and to honor my father and mother. Yuluo could no longer contain her sorrow, and she wept for her beastling, whom she had lost over a decade. Shan and Hu Li were equally grief-stricken. He had always been their pride. Xing Li and Xiongdi bore somber expressions as well. My father said he longs to return to the tribe, to see my father, mother, and elder brother, Lu Hu continued. Yuluo's tears flowed freely, and Xing Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And my mother told me she saw my father and urged me not to seek revenge, but to grow up peacefully. Shan and Hu Li, both large men, had tears in their eyes. Lu Hu added, My father said he would watch over us from the beast god, hoping for our safety and happiness. Sensing Lu Hu's sorrow, Xiongdi quietly approached him, transforming into his beast form, and sat beside Lu Hu to offer comfort. Upon their first meeting, he had sensed that the youngling favored his beast form. Seeing it brighten Lu Hu's eyes in times of distress, he could only comfort him in this manner. My mother said she never met my father's parents, and asked me to honor them in her stead. Yuluo was already inconsolable, and Xiongdi embraced the frail youngling, gently patting Lu Hu's back at him. Why father and mother asked me to convey their apologies to Amo, a Yi, and a Bo. Yuluo cried uncontrollably, the anguish of losing her beastling nearly engulfing her. Shan hurried to his partner's side, wrapping her in his arms and softly soothing her. Do not grieve. Hui promised to watch over us from the beast god. Seeing you like this would only cause him greater distress. Although Hushan was also heartbroken, he remained his partner's pillar of strength, striving to be resilient. Lu Hu rose and approached Yuluo, kneeling beside her and resting his head on her lap, softly declaring, Yuluo, Mo, our father and mother will forever reside in our hearts. Yuluo enveloped Lu Hu in a tight embrace, as if holding onto a lost child, fearing they might vanish again. Xingli exchanged a glance with Xiongdi, quietly exiting the cave. She glanced back, seeing Xiongdi maintaining his beast form as he stealthily followed her out. As Xingli walked down the mountain path, she sighed deeply. Hui, that orc who stood alongside Xiongtian, was the mightiest among his peers, full of vigor. It is a pity that upon our next meeting, he shall have returned to the embrace of the beast god. The female he chose must surely be extraordinary as well. Alas, the beast god has surely taken note of their excellence, with a heavy heart. Xingli returned to her own cave, where she would soon need to preside over the distribution of their spoils and would require a moment of rest. Lu, who remained unaware of when he had fallen asleep the previous night, only realizing he had awoken on the stone bed. After crying for 2 nights in a row, he felt a throbbing headache upon waking and noticed his eyes were swollen while washing his face. After cleansing himself, he turned over the dried fruits, checking the condition of the jerky before lying back down on the stone bed. The emotional turmoil of the past 2 days had drained him, and he needed to rest well. Perhaps sensing Lu-Hu's need for solitude, everyone was considerate enough not to disturb him. Lu-Hu indulged in a refreshing nap until hunger finally roused him. Upon waking, he discovered a bowl of mushroom meat soup beside the stone bed. Still warmed, Lu-Hu felt a wave of warmth in his heart as he lifted the bowl and drank it down, finding the soup exceptionally delicious that day. After washing his face, he sought out Xiongdi, requesting him to invite the chief and the shamaness to Yuluo, a Mo's cave, to continue their discussion from yesterday. Hu Li's cave was conveniently located nearby, sparing him a long trek. Yuluo, AMO, I have arrived. Lu-Hu announced at the cave's entrance that Lu-Hu has awakened. Did you sleep well? Yuluo quickly emerged, taking his hand and guiding him into the cave. The sun was scorching, and she wished to shield the youngling from its rays. Indeed, I slept quite comfortably. Thank you for the soup. AMO, Lu-Hu responded as he followed her inside. If you enjoyed it, AMO will prepare it for you every day. That is not necessary. After a brief moment, the chief and Xingli entered, accompanied by the shamaness, followed closely by Xiongdi, and finally, the father-son duo of Hu Shan and Hu Li, whom they had encountered on the way. All right, all the important figures are gathered, Lu-Hu declared, pouring each of them a bowl of water. It is no easy task to traverse under such a blazing sun. One must stay hydrated after sweating so profusely. Lu-Hu wasted no time in getting to the point. The eastern continent differs from the western. The orcs in the east ostensibly live under the rule of the Asha Empire, which is the sole dominator of the eastern continent. The IT is said to have been founded by the only Yinglong of the orc continent. And the orcs of the Asha Empire are said to be descendants of the Yinglong, all possessing serpent-like beast forms. Rumor has it that the current ruler of the Asha Empire, Aaron, has returned to the bloodline of the Yinglong, sprouting wings from his back. The chief pondered for a moment. You suggest that they appear to live under the Asha Empire's rule? Lu-Hu replied. Indeed, chief, you are quite perceptive. However, behind the scenes, every tribe has its own schemes. This is what my mother conveyed to me. Quickly invoking his mother's name, the youngling displayed an understanding of the situation far beyond his years. The shamaness interjected. Is it true that the ruler of the Asha Empire, Aaron, has returned to the bloodline of the Yinglong? That is the prevailing belief in the eastern continent, though I am not privy to the specifics. It is said that all who have seen Aaron are now deceased. Xiongdi inquired with curiosity. So, do all the orcs in the east heed Aaron's commands? He was skeptical that they would willingly submit to another's will. Lu-Hu clarified. The Asha Empire has strengthened over generations, and my mother said that tribes that defy them have long since been obliterated. Of course, this was likely a scare tactic used by his mother during his disobedient moments. Yet it may not be entirely baseless. There's no smoke without fire. Lu-Hu continued. The eastern continent is characterized by its sparse mountains and limited trees, with fewer savage beasts, primarily smaller ones that do not suffice for the orcs' daily needs. Thus, they have learned to cultivate crops, growing filling plants as a substitute for meat. Xingli inquired, what kind of filling plants are these? They sound valuable. I wonder if Lu-Hu is aware that Lu-Hu shook his head. The Asha Empire guards this information closely. Other tribes that manage to acquire them receive only processed goods, and any orc attempting to uncover this secret has faced public execution by the Asha Empire. Yuluo focused on another aspect, cultivation. Lu-Hu's enthusiasm surged. Yes, cultivation. One finds a patch of open land and plants food that can fill the stomach. Previously wild-growing plants are now tended to. When they lack water, we water them. If pests arise, we eliminate them. And when they mature, we harvest and store them. This was a crucial point Lu-Hu wished to illuminate about the eastern continent. The shamaness remarked, this does not sound overly complicated. It merely requires some effort. Lu-Hu affirmed, indeed, it is not difficult, but we do not know what these filling plants are. Hu expressed confusion. Isn't the Asha Empire the overlord of the eastern continent? Would they not be willing to engage in such laborious tasks as watering, pest control, and weeding? Lu-Hu's expression grew grave. The eastern continent operates under a system of slavery. conflict between tribes is constant, and wars are frequent. Those from defeated tribes who survive become slaves, subject to exchange and abuse, and their deaths go unnoticed. The cultivation tasks in the Asha Empire are consistently performed by slaves. Hushan questioned, do they truly trust these slaves so much, fearing not their betrayal? With a disdainful expression, Luhu remarked, what they possess is not trust, but absolute control. The locations they cultivate remain a mystery to all. Slaves are permitted entry, but forbidden to leave at the slightest hint of suspicion. They do not seek validation, but resort to enslavement that leads to death. Disobedience results in a brutal beating to death. Yu Luo, Xing Li, and Xiong Di gasped in disbelief. The clan leader, Xiong Yuan, inquired curiously, has no one in the eastern lands ever resisted? Lu Hu replied with a bitter smile. Oh, there have been many who have resisted. But the Asar Empire wields iron tools and possesses formidable strength alongside advanced weaponry. Most rebels have been suppressed, and gradually, fear has silenced any thoughts of resistance. Xiong Yuan asked, iron tools? Lu Hu pondered for a moment before stating, my father mentioned that these tools are 100 times more effective than stone implements, of which we have never laid eyes upon. Iron tools are also a closely guarded secret of the Asar Empire. In truth, he was aware, but could not divulge the source of his information. The crowd murmured, no wonder they are so powerful. Yu Luo, concerned, asked, what about the divine deer tribe? What was your life like there? This question captured everyone's attention. Meeting the gazes filled with concern, Lu Hu smiled and said, the divine deer tribe is renowned in the eastern lands for its healers. Most of the tribe are skilled in medicine and herbal knowledge, serving as shamans for many tribes. Thus, the beastmen of the eastern lands regard the divine deer tribe with respect, and the Asar Empire adopts an indifferent stance towards them. My mother said that the ancestors of the divine deer tribe had old ties with the ancestors of the Asar Empire, but that is a matter long forgotten. However, judging by the Empire's attitude, it is highly likely to be true. The worried expressions of the crowd softened somewhat as Lu Hu continued, yet respect means little without power. One remains at the mercy of others. Just like this time, the annihilation of the divine deer tribe left my father as the sole survivor with any strength. He was injured while protecting my mother and me, ultimately returning to the embrace of the beast God. The mention of Hu-E. The atmosphere grew somber. Xiong Di quickly attempted to change the subject. How did Uncle Hu-E meet your mother? Lu Hu clasped his hands and shifted the conversation. My father said my mother saved him and fell in love at first sight. Out of gratitude for her life-saving gesture, he pledged himself to her. The crowd fell silent. Lu Hu added, however, my mother claims she merely helped someone in passing. Who would have known that saving him would make it impossible to shake him off? He clung to her so tenaciously that it led to her being unable to find another partner. Thus she ended up with my father. The crowd mused. The two versions differ quite significantly. Lu Hu continued, my mother is the most formidable member of the divine deer tribe, thus serving as their shaman, while my father is a wandering beastman who faced much ostracism. Nevertheless, he fought back against that ostracism with his fists. Thinking of his parents, Lu Hu's expression softened that Li suddenly asked, do you know how Hu-E came to the eastern lands? Lu Hu replied, I don't know. My father has never mentioned it. Had it not been for the recent upheaval, I would have remained unaware that he is actually a beastman from the western lands. He would not have risked returning to the west had it not been for necessity. That Lu Hu continued, in the eyes of the eastern lands beastmen, the western lands are a forbidden territory, a savage land fraught with peril. Moreover, the two continents are separated by an ocean, with storms at sea, predators lurking beneath the waves, and enemies above it. It is exceedingly dangerous. Even if my father possesses wings, our journey would still be fraught with peril. The two continents are separated by a chasm, and the beastmen of the eastern lands would never dare to venture to the west. Should they attempt it, they are likely to perish midway in the ocean. Recalling the days of fleeing, a shiver ran through him. It had indeed been a harrowing experience. Yu Luo looked at him with compassion. Child, you have suffered. The shaman and clan leader shared the same expression of concern. I was mostly protected by my father during that time. It was he who endured the suffering. If only I had not existed, perhaps my father would not have had to return to the embrace of the beast god. Lu Hu lamented as feelings of guilt washed over him. Hu Shan interjected, "Child, do not speak such foolishness. As a father, it is his duty to protect his offspring. You would surely be pleased that you survived." Lu Hu acknowledged, "He knows that my father loves him dearly. It is just a moment of despair." The shaman interrupted the somber atmosphere, asking, "Lu Hu, as a half-beastman, which part of you can transform into beast form?" Reluctant to delve into this topic, Lu Hu hesitated, but, seeing the curiosity in their eyes, he summoned the courage to answer. "I inherited my father's wings, and my mother's no." As he spoke, a pair of pristine white wings sprouted from his back. Indeed, they were wings, albeit small, likely incapable of flight. Xiong Di, observing Lu Hu's sorrowful expression, quickly reassured him, "You are still young. As you grow, your wings will also grow." Lu Hu, believing in his words, retracted his wings, revealing his now round, dark deer nose, which had transformed from its originally delicate form. Xiong Di remarked, "It's somewhat cute. In the realm of beastmen, children are born in human form and only awaken at the age of 10. Some transform into beastmen. Others can partially shift into their beast forms, becoming half-beastmen, while some remain unchanged after 10, remaining ordinary humans. The beast forms of beastmen and half-beastmen often inherit traits from their parents. For instance, Xiongdi's father is a bear beast man and his mother a white fox beast woman. Hence he transforms into a black and white furred bear beast man. For Lu Hu, the ability to shift into beast form comes from his father's wings and his mother's nose. While some genetic mutations, such as Hu Yi, who was born a tiger but possesses wings, remain an unsolved mystery of the tribe. After all, neither Hu Shan nor Yu Luo possess wings, leading to the conclusion that Hu Yi's wings are a genetic anomaly. As the sun began to set, Lu Hu put forth great effort to describe the situation in the eastern lands and answer the myriad of questions posed by the gathering, leaving him parched after an afternoon of discourse. He refilled his bowl, having consumed over 10 bowls of water throughout the day. After listening, clan leader Xing Li and the shaman gained a general understanding of the eastern lands. Noting the dimming sunlight, they decided to leave, anticipating the return of the hunting team that actually accompanied them to retrieve their share of the game, while Xiong Di went to find Xiong Tian that Hu Shan assisted Yu Luo in preparing dinner, leaving Lu Hu to sit idly, awaiting the meal. Once dinner was finished, Lu Hu helped clean up and prepared to return to the cave when Hu Shan suddenly called out to him, "Lu Hu, do not bear burdens. Your life is something who he would protect at all costs. Take care of yourself." Hu Shan was not one to express sentimental words often. Lu Hu perceived this as his genuine sentiment. If given the chance, grandfather would willingly trade his life for his father's. Thus he could speak with such certainty. "I understand, grandfather, I will live well, carrying the essence of my father and mother with me." Hu Shan patted Lu Hu's still tender shoulder. "Today, Hu Li and I did not go hunting, so we must hunt for 2 consecutive days to rest. If you need anything, seek out Xiong Di. If he cannot assist, then go to Xiong Tian. I understand, grandfather. Very well. Off to bed with you. Rest well." He turned and left before Lu Hu could respond. Lu Hu smiled, stepping into the dark path, feeling a sense of fulfillment and lightness. Having set down his burdens, Lu Hu awoke the next day to a clear blue sky and gentle sunshine. After freshening up, he checked the sun-dried fruits and flipped them over, then inspected the jerky before heading to his mother's cave for breakfast. As expected, breakfast consisted of meat soup, though with the addition of mushrooms for a change in flavored. Lu Hu, today your mother will accompany the gathering team a bit farther. She may not return in time for lunch. Will you manage on your own? Lu Hu was somewhat surprised. After spending so much time in the tribe, he had assumed his mother had not joined the gathering team. If sensing Lu Hu's confusion, Yu Luo explained, "When you first arrived, our team leader was concerned you might not adapt well, so he asked me to spend more time with you." Lu Hu nodded obediently. "I can manage, mother. Please, go ahead with your duties." Yu Luo added, "For the next few days, I won't be around, so if you need anything, seek Xiongli. That I understand." Mother. Lu Hu displayed no impatience. Yu Luo provided further reminders about safety issues, particularly regarding not leaving the tribe, before hurriedly shouldering her basket and heading to the designated gathering area. Lu, who watched her figure descend the mountain, contemplating for a moment before deciding to find Xiongdi and seek out Xiong Li to select the beast skins awarded to him by the tribe. Today he had the time to address some important matters in his life. Xiong Tian's cave was located on the same mountain as Lu Hu's, albeit at a lower elevation, where Xiong Di and Xiong Tian resided together. As Lu Hu approached Xiong Tian's cave, he encountered Xiong Tian walking toward him. Uncle Xiong Tian, Lu Hu, go find Xiong Di. He is yet to awaken. He chatted too late into the night with his son about the eastern lands. Xiong Tian said, feeling guilty for a moment, that I will go wake him. In no need, Uncle Xiong Tian. I'm in no hurry. I merely wish to accompany Xiong Di to choose the beast skins that Lu Hu quickly declined. Choosing beast skins? Yes, the clan leader rewarded me yesterday, and Xiong Li said I could choose for myself. Understanding dawned on Xiong Tian. Then I shall accompany you. I happen to have no hunting duties today. Lu Hu hesitated for a moment, but quickly resolved to abandon his companion, Xiong Di. He sought Xiong Di's counsel regarding the prey of the western lands, as Xiong Di was not well versed in it, whereas Uncle Xiong Tian certainly possessed greater knowledge. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Uncle Xiong Tian. With a wave of his hand, Xiong Tian dismissed the matter as trivial. He led Lu Hu to Father's cave, announcing, Father, Mother, Lu Hu and I have come to select some animal skins. Upon hearing their voices, Xing Li emerged, casting a sharp glance at Xiong Tian before turning to Lu Hu with a warm demeanor, saying, Lu Hu, come. I shall take you to the tribe's cave to choose. Lu Hu obediently nodded. Xing Li's commanding presence was unmistakable. The tribe's animal skins were stored in a separate cave, adjacent to the food storage cave. Lu Hu wished to craft several garments for himself, having worn the same animal skin skirt for several days now, washing it each night and donning it again the following day. Fortunately, the hot weather allowed it to dry overnight. Otherwise, he would be left without any covering. Following Xiong Tian's suggestion, he selected 2 pieces of python skin and then chose a piece of antler skin for making shoes. Afterward, he borrowed a needle and thread from Xing Li. The needle was fashioned from fish bone, and the thread was made from the sinew of a long-haired beast, which, after treatment, was fine yet sturdy, albeit challenging to work with. Lu Hu also intended to craft the garment for Xing Li. Feeling somewhat guilty about using the thread, in his previous life, Lu Hu had been a wealthy heir, and in this life, a cub. Thus it seemed improbable for him to be sewing clothes. However, prior to inheriting his fortune, he had lived with his grandparents in a remote mountain village, where they struggled to support him. Consequently, his garments were always patched and mended, with his grandmother, due to her old age and failing eyesight, relying on him to do the repairs before inheriting his wealth. He had lived in the village, so he was well versed in household skills such as washing, cooking, and boiling water, though it was his first time sewing. He believed it would not be too difficult, as he did not need to create anything overly complicated. Xiong Tian delivered the animal skins to the cave and noticed Lu Hu's water container was nearly empty. He took a stone bucket and went to fetch water for him. Lu Hu felt a wave of gratitude. The cave was quite dim, so Lu Hu ventured outside to find a large tree, where he sat beneath it, cutting and sewing. He took out the snake skin, cut it, and began to stitch. His hands moved swiftly, and before long he had sewn 2 pairs of shorts, one large for outer wear and a smaller one for modesty. He then started to sew a sleeveless vest, which was simpler. Once he had cut it, sewing the sides together completed the task. The python skin was ample and wide, measuring approximately 1 meter in width and 8 meters in length. Indeed, a giant python. Such large skins were rare in the western lands, and Xing Li had provided him with 2 pieces. From 1 piece of snake skin, he fashioned 6 small pairs of shorts, 3 large ones, and 4 vests. Thankfully, his small stature meant he did not waste much of the skin. With the remaining piece of snake skin, he planned to make a top for the 2 aunties and the witch. If any was left over, he would craft shorts for the elders. However, he prioritized the aunties, as they had greater need. Lu Hu sewed diligently, and without noticing, Xiong Tian had filled the water container. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Hu became so engrossed in his work that he lost track of time, and soon the sound of his stomach growling alerted him that he had missed lunch. That he glanced at the sky, guessing that Luo and the others would return soon. Not want to trouble anyone, he grabbed a handful of dried fruit to quell his hunger and continued sewing. until the hunting team returned, at which point he finished his work, placing his garments on the stone bed with the intention of washing them that evening so he could wear them the next day, descending the mountain with the clothes intended as gifts. Luhu entered the cave only to find it empty. That was peculiar. The hunting and gathering teams should have returned by now. After a moment's thought, he walked toward the foot of the mountain. And indeed, he found everyone gathered in the tribal square, chatting in small groups. Noticing Luo and Xing Li standing beside the witch, engaged in discussion, Luhu approached them, cradling the garments he had prepared. "Witch, aunties," he greeted. The witch exclaimed, "Ah, it's Luhu," Luo added. "You must be hungry. Have a fruit to tide you over to Luhu inquired. "Annie, what has happened?" Xing Li responded, "One hunting team is yet to return. Xiong Yuan has gone to search for them, and everyone is waiting." Lu, whose expression shifted instantly. They had not returned. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the valley, and Lu Hu and the others collectively sighed in relief. Since they had returned, everything was well. The witch approached Xiong Yuan, asking, "What happened?" Xiong Yuan replied, the hunting team led by Xiang Shi discovered a herd of long-haired beasts, which delayed their return. Xing Li rejoiced. "A herd of long-haired beasts?" the tribe leader confirmed. "Indeed, they captured every last one. Splendid. This is fortuitous, as our supplies of thread were running low. Truly a timely blessing," the witch exclaimed, equally pleased, now that they have returned. "Let us divide the meat first and discuss further afterward." Xing Li nodded in agreement and, alongside the tribe leader, began distributing the meat. Lu, who observed the distribution of the prey, realizing that the tribe had been particularly generous to him during the last allocation. As he had received more than his fair share, he committed their kindness to memory, and seizing the moment while they were still busy, he presented the garments to the witch. "Here, witch, these are the tops I made for you." Auntie and Xing Li. The witch and Luo were deeply touched, feeling that the cub was exceptionally considerate, remembering to make them clothes. "Let me see," the witch said, as Luo leaned in to examine them. Each took a short-sleeved garment, inspecting it carefully. The snake skin felt cool to the touch, though the style left them puzzled. Perceiving their confusion, Luhu demonstrated how to wear the last piece, and they quickly grasped the concept. Luo tried it on, and Luhu noticed it was a bit oversized, but that was of no consequence, as Luo was rather slender. There were no plump individuals in the Beastmen continent, though perhaps in the Asa Empire there might be. The witch also tried one on, her face beaming with approval. "Very nice, indeed. This garment is well made. I need not worry about it slipping off." Indeed, the women of the tribe often wrapped their upper bodies with long animal skins, which tended to slide down, making it quite inconvenient. The witch and Luo cherished their new garments, reluctant to wear them out. Once Xing Li finished distributing the meat, she joined in the praise, showering compliments upon Luhu. The flattered Luhu felt somewhat overwhelmed and quickly changed the subject. "I also made a pair of shorts for the elders, but I left them in Auntie's cave." Tiger Mountain and Tiger Li, who had followed along, were pleasantly surprised to learn they too had received garments. Grinning, Luhu remarked, "Tribe leader and Uncle Xiong Tian also received some. I am grateful for everyone's care." Xiong Yuan and Xiong Tian beamed with joy, feeling touched by the cub's thoughtfulness. Caring for the young was a duty for every beastman, yet receiving gift from the cub was unexpected, seeing the excitement on the faces of the four. Luo and the others wasted no time. Xiong Yuan and his companions, now in possession of their new shorts, wore expressions of delight, though they found the fit a bit awkward. Lu, who reassured them, "You will get used to it over time." He recalled how, after regaining memories of his past life, wearing the animal skin skirt had made him feel a sense of embarrassment, particularly when he needed to squat. Once everyone had received their new clothes, they returned to their respective homes, as evening meals awaited preparation. After dinner, Luhu made his way back to the cave, contemplating, "I hope the tribe leader and the elders will be supportive in popularizing these garments in the tribe. I truly wish to avoid any more needle pricks." The animal skin skirts worn by the beastmen were fashioned from the pelts of their beast forms and could change according to their desires. However, since no one had seen other styles, everyone uniformly wore animal skin skirts, short for the warm season and long for the cold. Lacking any innovation, Luhu sighed lightly. "I suppose it will take time." He wondered what Xiong Di had been occupied with that day, Having not seen him at all, well, it's late. I shall ask him tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xiongdi arrived at Lu Hu's cave, wearing an expression of mild resentment. The day prior, he had been compelled by father to boast about the clothes Lu Hu had made for him. How vexing! Surely, Xiongdi's absence was the reason Lu Hu had forgotten to give him his gift. Had he known, he would have declined to compete with Lang Gu. Xiongdi, nimble-fingered, rummaged through the dried fruits, checking the jerky, and upon seeing that Lu Hu had not yet awakened, he settled beneath the large tree outside the cave to peel bamboo strips. Preparing to weave a basket, a task he had lost to Lang Gu the previous day. As he pondered this, he felt a surge of indignation, blaming Lang Gu for his loss. When Lu Hu awoke, he discovered Xiongdi sitting beneath the tree, furiously weaving, his expression so intense that it seemed he was crafting not a basket, but the skull of an enemy. Xiongdi, is it so early? Lu Hu queried, having noticed that Xiongdi had already turned the dried fruits over. Lost in his own thoughts, Xiongdi was startled awake. I woke up early today. He certainly would not admit that he had been too vexed to sleep well. Lu Hu replied, perfect timing. I have a gift for you. Xiongdi's curiosity piqued. Is it what I think it is? Lu Hu returned to the cave and produced a pair of animal skin shorts, saying, these are what I made yesterday. Since you were not here, I did not give them to you. Xiongdi. As expected, it was just as he had imagined. Lu Hu calmly accepted the offering and slipped it over his shoulders. All right, I've seen it before. After putting it on, Xiongdi's face lit up with joy, thinking to himself, indeed, Lu Hu has made it for him. Lu Hu, do you want to accompany me to find Lang Gu? Lang Gu. Xiongdi smacked his forehead and explained, Lang Gu is also an underage beast man, but he is 2 years older than me. Lu Hu remarked, 20 years old and still an underage? How fortunate. Sure, I have nothing else to do, the 12-year-old cub replied. Xiongdi felt a pang of regret, realizing he had spoken too hastily. If he took Lu Hu to find Lang Gu, wouldn't that mean he would learn of his defeat yesterday? The weight of his regret was immense. However, as a man of his word, he couldn't go back on his promise and had no choice but to lead Lu Hu to Lang Ji's cave, which was also at the foot of the mountain. His father was Lang Chi, the wolf tribe beastman who had carried Lu Hu that night, and his mother was an ordinary female. Due to his mother, they lived at the mountain's base, so Lu Hu had yet to meet him. Lang Gu, come out. I've woven the basket I promised you, Xiongdi shouted. Coming, why the rush? A tall youth emerged from the cave, nearly 2 meters in height, towering over Xiongdi by half a head. Naturally, he was even taller than Lu Hu. Xiongdi scowled and tossed the basket into the youth's arms with a rough motion. The youth, unfazed, set the basket at the cave entrance and glanced at Lu Hu, raising an eyebrow. Oh, you've brought a little helper. Xiongdi ignored him and introduced Lu Hu. Just call him Lang Gu. Lu Hu obediently greeted. Lang Gu, Gidge. Lang Gu, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, stood with an air of mischief as he smiled and said, so, you're Lu Hu. Come by often to play, and I'll catch wild beasts for you. It was indeed the first time Lang Gu had met this legendary cub from the East Continent, who had brought considerable change to the tribe. His father was still preoccupied with the search for salt, and Lang Gu had been curious about him for quite some time. Xiongdi, feeling irritable, interjected, Lu Hu wants to eat what I catch out. It has nothing to do with you. Indeed, you lost me yesterday. So I'm obviously stronger, and it should be me who catches the food, Lang Gu replied with a smile. Xiongdi clenched his fist. That was because you cheated. How could I possibly lose otherwise? Lang Gu continued to smile, but I still won. Xiongdi felt a wave of frustration. He recalled how well the competition had gone until Lang Gu had suddenly resorted to trickery, distracting him and seizing the opportunity to win. Lang Gu, you're so infuriating, Lu Hu exclaimed. Having suffered a great loss, Xiongdi realized he had no choice. Lang Gu was sly, more cunning than even the fox beastmen. Xiongdi turned to Lu Hu and said, Lu Hu, let me introduce you to other cubs. We shouldn't play with those who are so cunning. Lang Gu trailed behind, casting a sidelong glance at Xiongdi, but not disputing his words. Lu Hu followed the two as they reached a hillside on the northern mountain. Lang Gu introduced, this is the Yu family. He's a tribe beastman. Lu Hu exclaimed, a cat. Xiongdi added, you inherited his mother's beast form. and his father is a leopard beastman, Lu who nodded, acknowledging the information. Lang Gu called out, "You, come meet the new cub." At a shy youth emerged from the cave, with delicate features and fair skin, appearing quite easy to bully. "I am you," he said softly. "I'm Lu Hu, the new cub in the tribe." Lu Hu introduced himself. After the two cubs finished introducing themselves, they proceeded to the next home. The trio, now joined by Yu, continued to explore. And Lu Hu met several others. Shi Qing from the snake tribe, Shi Zhuan from the lion tribe, Hu Jiang from the fox tribe, and two female cubs, Bao Yu from the leopard tribe and Ho Yin from the monkey tribe. Upon glancing at the group, Lu Hu realized he was the shortest. Wait, weren't there supposed to be 12 cubs in total, including me? Where are the other 3? Lu Hu pondered aloud. Lang Gu responded, "Those 3 Haven Tea reached 10 years of age yet. The Haven Tea begun to awaken and are closely guarded by their parents." Lu Hu understood, nodding in agreement. It was wise to be cautious. Without awakening, they had no means of self-defense for ordinary people. Even a mosquito in the Beastman continent could be deadly. Survival was tough, and it was rare to find over 30 ordinary people in the Great Wilderness tribe. Lang Gu looked around and proposed, "Let us go to the northern mountain to pick some fruits. That I saw greenskin fruits there the last time I went to chop bamboo." Greenskin fruits. Where? There are greenskin fruits on the northern mountain? My father brought one back the day before yesterday, and it was so sweet. The group eagerly discussed their plans. Just near the cliff, I saw them when I passed by that day. Lang Gu generously shared the location with everyone. There were no objections, and all hands went up in agreement to join the expedition. Lu Hu and Xiong Di naturally followed suit, with Lu Hu curious about what green-skinned fruits were. As Lang Gu led the group of cubs. The tribe members greeted them with knowing smiles. Since they were all near the tribe, they wouldn't cause any major troubles. Lu Hu followed Lang Gu along the path until they passed by his own cave without stopping. What kind of fruit grows at such a high place? They finally stopped at a flat area at the junction of the northern mountain and the western mountain. This place was quite secluded, surrounded by towering trees that formed a near-complete circle. Lu Hu admired Lang Ji's ability to find such a place, which was almost outside the tribe's safety perimeter. "We're here," Lang Gu announced, halting in front of the curious gazes of the group. Without further explanation, he slipped through a gap in the trees, and everyone followed suit. As Lu Hu squeezed through, his eyes lit up at the sight of nearly 100 fruits scattered across the ground, oval-shaped with green skin and black stripes. "Isn't that a watermelon?" Standing beside Lu Hu, Xiong Di explained, "Green-skinned fruits are quite rare." Lang Gu stumbled upon a treasure trove. Lu Hu was bewildered. Aren't watermelons supposed to grow on vines that yield many fruits? Perhaps it's different in the Beastman continent. Lang Gu stepped forward, picked up a large one, and with a gentle flick of his hand, the green-skinned fruit split open. He handed a generous piece to Lu Hu and said, "Pick your own and enjoy." Lu Hu wasted no time and took a big bite. It's crisp and sweet. In modern times, watermelon has gradually lost its flavor, but this is the best watermelon I've ever had, pure and organic. The others, too, wasted no time and scattered to pick fruits. After everyone had tasted one, they paused. Beastmen had large appetites, and even the young ones could consume quite a bit. However, green-skinned fruits were hard to come by, so they wanted to take some back to share with the tribe. Each person deserved a piece. If you were to ask why Lu Hu liked the West Continent, this was the reason. Life was tough, but the tribe felt like home, unlike some tribes in the East Continent, where internal strife and treachery reigned. Everyone worked together, and no matter how difficult it became, they were unafraid of facing challenges. After enjoying the fruits, they pondered how to transport them back. The green-skinned fruit had a fragile skin that could easily crack, making transportation a challenge. Lu Hu thought for a moment and said, "I saw a patch of vines on the way here. Let us weave some baskets." Lang Gu asked curiously, "Can we really weave baskets for vines? Aren't they supposed to be made from hollow trees?" "Unfortunately, there's none nearby." Lu Hu nodded. "Of course, baskets made of vines may not be durable, but they can be used occasionally. What are we waiting for? Let us go cut some vines." Who brought a stone knife? Shi Zhuan, the most impatient, quickly handed over his stone knife to the silent monkey girl, who had thoughtfully brought it along. Lang Gu assigned tasks. Lu Hu, Bao Yu, and Ho Yin will stay here to gather the green-skinned fruits, while the rest of us will go cut the vines. Even though they were young, Lang Ji's leadership skills were evident. However, Lu felt a bit frustrated being left behind with the girls. Just as they finished piling the fruits, the others returned with a large bundle of vines. Lu, who couldn't explain further, and immediately grabbed the vines to start weaving that he fashioned a square basket, aptly named for its grid-like appearance. Everyone followed his lead, mimicking his actions. Before long, they had woven 9 large baskets. They began to fill the baskets, only to realize they were still short, with no other choice. They quickly crafted 2 more, with the strongest among them, Zhuan and Langu, carrying 2 each, one on their backs and one hanging on their chests. Even the slender Lu, who managed to fit 5 fruits into his basket. As the group made their way back to the tribe, laughing and chatting, they were filled with joy. Even with 2 baskets on their backs, neither Langu nor Zhuan showed any signs of fatigue. Beastmen had remarkable endurance, and the young ones were impressively strong. Once they reached the tribe square, they encountered the tribal leader, who looked at the sight of everyone carrying baskets with a puzzled expression. "What are you all doing?" "Iasin Tiahat," the leader inquired. Xiongdi stepped forward. "Grandfather, Langu discovered a patch of green-skinned fruits. With over 100 of them, we gathered them all." The chieftain's inquiring gaze turned towards Longa, who gently nodded in acknowledgement. The chieftain felt a deep sense of comfort, remarking, "They are all good children, indeed." As the evening approached, when the time came to distribute the spoils of the hunt, he declared, "For now, I shall take charge and reward each of you with a green-skinned fruit." Although everyone engaged in these tasks not for rewards, the prospect of receiving one brought joy, signifying that their efforts were recognized. They unloaded the green-skinned fruits from the baskets into the tribal cave, after which everyone returned home. Despite their strength, fatigue was inevitable, especially in the sweltering heat. Later that night, along with the distribution of the hunt, the children shared the green-skinned fruits they had gathered. As anticipated, the adults of the tribe were deeply moved, witnessing the young ones grow and show thoughtfulness towards them. Even the usually irritable father figure, Xiongtian, was visibly touched, much to Xiongdi's dismay. Lu, who graciously accepted the praises from his grandfather and other elders, while Longa, Zhuang, and each of his friends were lauded by the tribe. Despite the oppressive heat, the atmosphere was filled with joy, and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air, extending even into their dreams. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the wise old witch announced that they were soon to enter the hottest period of the warm season. Lu, who awoke, feeling the heat, glanced at the sky and sighed, "It's already this hot in the morning. How will we survive if it gets any worse?" Rising from his bed, he splashed some water on his face and poured the remainder over his head, seeking any respite from the heat. Unable to sleep any longer, he decided to descend the mountain and assist Ueluo Amo in preparing breakfast. Strolling along the mountain path, he noticed families outside their caves drying fruits and preserves. His own batch of dried fruits had been ready for some time, and upon seeing that they had not spoiled despite the heat, the chieftain shared this method with the tribe, who were naturally delighted. However, the fruits in the orchard belonged to the tribe, and those wishing to gather fruits for drying had to venture further afield. The ripe fruits in the orchard had already been picked as per the chieftain's arrangement and were now being dried in the tribal square. Intended for storage, the heat had rendered everyone rather lethargic, and since most orcs had fur, they suffered during the summer while benefiting from warmth in winter. According to the grandfather, wild beasts had become scarcer. Although they were instinctual, they too felt the heat and sought refuge. Consequently, the hunting parties reported dwindling catches, prompting the chieftain to increase the hunting teams to 3 in order to barely maintain the tribe's sustenance. Amo warned that they might face hunger during the hottest days, but it would only last about 20 days, which was preferable to the harshness of the cold season. After all, the warm season still offered fruits to stave off hunger. The old witch predicted that in 3 days, they would reach the peak of the warm season's heat, and once past that, the temperature would gradually decrease, ushering in the harvest season once the leaves turned yellow. Xiongdi remarked that this year's warm season was exceptionally hot, and everyone feared the erratic weather of the cold season. Hence, they were diligently drying fruits. Longa noted that the nearby fruit trees had been stripped bare by the tribe in preparation for the cold season. Xingliamo was also busy, tirelessly overseeing the drying of fruits. The chieftain, accompanied by several experienced orcs, ventured out daily in search of salt, preparing for the more challenging cold season ahead. He had considered that if they could not find any salt by the end of the warm season, he would send people to the seaside. The old witch warned him that this year's cold season would be colder and longer than usual, making the need to stockpile food imperative. Otherwise, the tribe would face even harsher conditions. With potential fatalities, Lu, who understood the urgency of the situation and wished to help, yet neither his grandfather nor the old witch, nor Xingliamo, consented to his involvement. Thus, while the rest of the tribe busied themselves, Lu, who remained leisurely. While everyone else toiled under the scorching sun, he found himself unable to contribute. Instead, he reflected on memories from his past life, seeking solutions, but the primitive nature of the orc world limited the applicability of his ideas. He wanted to accompany the chieftain in search of salt and perhaps find alternative staple foods to alleviate the tribe's burdens. However, the chieftain's approval was uncertain, and he was unsure if the items he sought had changed in form upon arriving in the orc continent. He certainly could not experiment with every plant like Shinong-tasting herbs. Although his lineage allowed him to discern poison, the vast number of plants in the orc continent made it impractical. Moreover, some grew underground, while others thrived in trees. Some were edible roots, others leaves. The inefficiency of testing each one was daunting. Lu, who could only ask those venturing outside to bring back plant for him to identify, urging them to dig up roots, fearful of missing out on potatoes, sweet potatoes, or yams. The unfortunate news was that staple foods remained elusive, and salt was nowhere to be found. The good news was that he discovered mint, a plant of great utility that it could repel insects and prevent heat stroke. Regardless, it was still a form of bounty. After finishing breakfast, he made his way to the shade at the foot of the mountain, where 4 large stone pots were filled with boiling mint water. Every member of the hunting or gathering parties was required to drink a bowl, as mandated by the chieftain. Guarding the pots were Lu Hu's 6 companions. Aside from Longa and Shizhuang, who had gone to the orchard to gather fruits, Xiongdi waved at Lu Hu, calling him over. Upon reaching, Lu Hu was handed a large bowl of mint water, which he drank in one go. Is there enough mint left? He inquired. Xiongdi nodded, explaining that Amo had instructed the gathering team to collect more. Lu Hu then asked, "Did you inform the tribe members who went out?" "Yes," Xiongdi replied. With no other options available, Lu Hu could only describe the appearance of modern staple foods to the tribe, attributing his deductions to Amo, hoping for a chance. Otherwise, he felt utterly helpless. Yet, he was aware that hope was slim. The likelihood of species being similar between the orc continent and the modern world was minimal, that he emulated what he had read in orc novels. Inquiring with the chieftain and the old witch about any filling but particularly unpalatable foods, the old witch earnestly informed him that even the most distasteful foods would not be rejected if they could provide sustenance. Realizing his naivety, Lu Hu silently pleaded, "Oh heavens, grant me a lifeline. No, beast god, please save this child." Lu Hu's daily task had become guarding the 4 large pots of mint water, replenishing them as needed. Yet, even this minimal task did not require the efforts of 7 individuals. Although they were all minors, they regarded him as the youngest and did not assign him any chores. His presence was primarily for companionship, sharing tales from the eastern continent, mostly of a cheerful nature. Most of the time, they lounged under the shade of trees, finding tranquility in their stillness. Lu Hu mused that this was the hottest warm season he had ever experienced. It should be renamed the scorching season, as the sun began to set. Another day came to an end. The hunting and gathering teams returned, and after distributing their catches, everyone hurried back to the cave. Devoid of any desire for conversation, Lu Hu, too, hastily finished dinner at Amo's home and trudged up the mountain to his cave, feeling heavy with fatigue. Despite his reluctance, the peak of the heat had arrived. The good news was that after several days of sunbathing, his jerky had dried perfectly and had not spoiled over the past few days. The chieftain, observing this, decisively dispatched the entire hunting team, also sending out a patrol squad, maximizing their efforts to hunt. Half of the daily catch was allocated to the tribe, while the remainder was sliced and dried for storage, to be consumed when prey was scarce. Now, Lu Hu had a new task alongside his 6 companions, preparing the meat. This time, Longa and Shizhuang joined them, but they were assigned to the piercing team. Most of those drying jerky were elders. Ordinary individuals, and young ones and there were also orcs and half-orcs missing limbs assisting as the number of dispatched individuals increased. So did the number of racks constructed in the tribal square, leading to a greater quantity of jerky being dried. Despite the oppressive heat, the tribe remained industriously engaged. Why securing ample prey now? They could avoid hunger when the hunt proved unfruitful. In contrast, the tribe's attitude toward Luhu grew increasingly amiable. Although the jerky was tough, it posed no issue for the orcs, as they could transform into their beast forms and crush bones with ease. After several consecutive days of the hunting teams returning empty-handed, the chieftain resolved to cease hunting expeditions and collecting. After all, the yield from a full day of wandering was less than what they consumed daily. He instructed the tribe to minimize their activities, to conserve energy, and preserve food. He distributed all the jerky stored in the tribal cave, eliminating the need for daily treks, thereby saving considerable energy. The chieftain was a wise and decisive leader. However, the harsh environment of the orc world made mere survival a considerable challenge. Who no longer descended the mountain and instead remained active around the cave. Comparatively, his food supply was sufficient. As a young cub, he required little sustenance, and the previously dried jerky along with what the tribe provided could last him 2 months. However, he could not indulge himself to the point of fullness while watching his grandfather, grandmother, and uncle suffer from hunger. Thus, he moderated his intake, ensuring he was not hungry, so that when his grandfather, grandmother, and uncle faced starvation, he could still have some provisions to share. As for others, he truly felt powerless. At most, adding a bear to the mix. People have varying degrees of closeness, and he was no exception. During such times, one could only rely on those closest to them for assistance. Life in the West was indeed arduous, where even in the bountiful warm season, one could go hungry, not to mention in the frigid winter or the inconvenient rainy season. In the East, while conditions were also challenging, one could at least trade with the Asa Empire for food, ensuring there was enough to eat, albeit at a significant cost. However, for the divine deer tribe, the herbs they typically gathered did not constitute a severe burden. Thus, it was during this warm season that Luhu first understood the difficulty of enduring such hardship. In the East, even when facing dire straits, one could turn to the Asa Empire. Becoming a slave was preferable to starvation. Meanwhile, in the West, one was truly reliant on oneself. Who had never felt such an urgent desire to grow up. If he matured, he could venture beyond the tribe to seek edible plants, regardless of their nature. Yet he was still a cub, and more importantly, a cub not yet 18. Whether he could find food outside the tribe was secondary to the critical issue of survival. No wonder the orcs from the East spoke of the West with trepidation. The conditions for survival were exceedingly harsh. Fortunately, circumstances had not deteriorated to their worst potential, for the old which had mentioned that the hottest days would soon pass, allowing the hunting team to resume their pursuits. This news was relayed to him by a bow, as a Yi and the others were concerned about him living alone atop the mountain. Visiting him daily, who had previously suggested moving to a Yi or a bow's cave to spare them the trouble of the arduous journey, but both a Yi and a bow had declined. Luhu understood that if he moved, he would inevitably have to bring food, and neither Yi nor a bow wished to take advantage of him by consuming his provisions, even though most of the jerky had been gifted by them. Luhu insisted on delivering some to them daily. If they refused, he would resort to tears and tantrums, an undignified yet effective tactic. Eventually, the batch of jerky he had sun-dried began to stick together, and under the pretense of it going bad, he sent 20 pounds of jerky to a Yi, a bow, and the bear. The tribe already had members suffering from hunger, yet despite their dire circumstances, no one dared to covet Luhu's food. His arrival had significantly improved the tribe's situation. To snatch food from a cub would surely invite the wrath of the beast god. As the days passed, Luhu's spirits lifted. After all, the peak of the warm season was nearing its end. How could one not feel joyful? However, on the day that Amo came to visit him, she brought unsettling news. The witch is ill. Luhu was taken aback. The old witch is sick? He hurried down the mountain, questioning her condition along the way. How could the witch fall ill? When did this happen? Yuluo accompanied him swiftly down the mountain, responding, I don't know. Today, Xingli was worried and visited the witch's cave, only to find her already unconscious. Who frowned in confusion. Unconscious for no apparent reason. Yu Luo explained. Yes, there were no signs of anyone else entering or leaving the cave. Could it be heat stroke? Lu Hu suggested, considering whether they had given the witch mint water, perhaps a large handful boiled down to a bowl. Lu Hu was puzzled. How could she possibly have fallen unconscious without warning? By the time he arrived, many villagers had gathered outside the cave, nearly the entire tribe. Inside were only the tribe leader, Xing Li, and an unfamiliar female elder. Upon his arrival, the crowd parted for him. The children had spoken of Lu Hu's previous tribe being a renowned witch doctor tribe in the east. Perhaps he would have a solution. Lu Hu thought they were overestimating him, but he felt anxious. Disregarding others, and rushed into the cave, bypassing greetings to reach the stone bed. There lay the old witch, her complexion tinged with a bluish hue, her lips pale, and most alarmingly, her neck swollen. Lu Hu knew instantly. One glance at her neck revealed it to be a case of iodine deficiency. The tribe leader, seeing his understanding, quickly inquired, Lu Hu, do you know what is wrong with the witch? As soon as the tribe leader spoke. All eyes in the cave and outside were drawn to Lu Hu. His heart raced, but he steadied himself and replied, iodine deficiency. She just needs some fresh blood. Nearby, the unfamiliar female elder expressed her dissent. Our tribe has never consumed blood. It only leads to dizziness and fatigue. How could the witch faint? Lu Hu sensed a hint of animosity from this elder and felt perplexed, yet he explained, because the old witch is aging. Her immunity has declined, and coupled with insufficient food intake, her condition has worsened. Noticing the elder's intent to retort, Xing Li interjected, enough, Li and I. You know there is no other option. So let's try this. Besides, drinking a bit of blood can hardly do any harm. Li and I, having studied a little medicine, had always been quite domineering in the tribe. Her current hostility toward Lu Hu stemmed from the fear of him usurping her position. After all, she was merely an amateur. While Lu Hu hailed from the divine deer tribe, the tribe leader instructed those who had gone hunting, do not return with blood, bring back live prey instead, even if it's just a few smaller ones. The inhabitants of the Beastman continent understood that the fresher the blood, the better the effect. He then addressed the villagers gathered outside the cave. You all should disperse. Lingering here is not conducive for the witch's recovery. We will inform you of any developments. The villagers were reluctant to leave. After all, the witch was revered in the hearts of the tribe members. The leader was their guiding force, while the witch represented their faith. Akin to their reverence for the beast god, Xing Li stepped forward, stating, your presence here is detrimental to the witch's condition. Lu, who has already devised a solution, I believe the witch will recover. Hearing that their presence was a hindrance, the villagers gradually dispersed, retreating in small groups. They had confidence in Lu Hu, believing he would bring about a miracle, much like the jerky he had provided. Thanks to Lu Hu, despite the oppressive heat of this warm season, everyone was faring better than before. Perhaps this was the essence of having provisions in hand, leading to a calm heart. After some time, the hunters returned, bringing back only 3 sharp-beaked creatures. The tribe leader felt a sense of helplessness. Prey was proving elusive. Thankfully, this year they had Lu Hu, or else some tribe members would have perished from hunger during the warm season. However, relief was near. In 3 days, conditions would improve. After all, the wild beasts would have to emerge to forage, and they had likely been starving for days. Once the weather cooled down, they would naturally revert to their usual patterns. Xing Li fed the witch, offering about a bowl of blood before pausing. Lu Hu, along with the tribe leader and Xing Li, remained vigilantly by the witch's side. As for the unfriendly Li and I, the tribe leader had sent her away to avoid her incessant chatter, which could dampen their spirits. Before long, the 3 noticed the witch's eyelids flutter, and she slowly opened her eyes. They quickly crowded around her. The tribe leader asked, Witch, do you feel any better? Xing Li inquired, Witch, how is your health? Lu Hu added, Witch, are you still in discomfort? The witch gazed at the 3 concerned faces, momentarily bewildered, before realization hit her. She had fainted. With a sigh, the witch remarked, Indeed, I am getting old. I am of no use anymore. The tribe leader quickly reassured her, Witch, if you're unwell, please tell us. You mustn't push yourself. The tribe cannot afford to lose you. The witch attempted to sit up, but failed. Xing Li promptly assisted her, helping her lean against the stone wall. Her complexion remained pale as she said, This was an accident. I did not expect to faint. Lu Hu responded, this is not merely an accident. You should have spoken up when you felt unwell. Delaying only exacerbates the issue. What would we do without you? The witch retorted, you little cub, are you lecturing an old woman? What would happen if I were gone? You all would manage just fine. The tribe leader chimed in, Lu Hu is right. For our sake, you must take care of yourself. The witch conceded, very well, this time it was my oversight. Seeing that the witch recognized the gravity of the situation, the three finally fell silent. Suddenly, Lu Hu recalled something. Xingli, who was that elder earlier? I sensed some hostility towards me. The witch furrowed her brows and looked at Xingli, who did not hesitate to respond, that was Li and I. The witch asked, how did she come to be here? The tribe leader whispered in explanation, I was in a panic and lost my head. The witch shot him a stern glance, silencing him immediately. Xingli then explained to Lu Hu, that person is called Li and I. She has some basic knowledge of herbs from studying under the witch, and she has always regarded herself as a future witch doctor. Her hostility towards you stemmed from a fear of you usurping her position. While Li and I lacked significant skills, her ambition was vast. Lu Hu was perplexed. Wasn't the witch the same as the witch doctor? Was there a separate position for a witch doctor in the tribe? He was bewildered and asked aloud. The three exchanged glances, astonished that this child could not differentiate between a witch and a doctor. However, considering his background, it was not surprising. The divine deer tribe consisted solely of witch doctors, and Lu Hu had never been to another tribe, where the vast wilderness tribes lacked witch doctors. Thus, he had assumed that the roles of witch and doctor were synonymous. They had never realized that the cub was confused about the distinction between the two and had not explained it to him, leading to this knowledge gap. The witch elaborated to Lu Hu, on the Yaoran continent, witches and doctors are entirely different roles, that a witch, or a witch priestess, is one who performs ritual for the beast god and divines fortunes, whereas a doctor, or witch doctor, is responsible for healing and treating the tribe's ailments. Xingli supplemented from the side. In the Western land, shamans are as elusive as healers, while a healer can compensate for lack of skill through diligence. A shaman's abilities are solely dependent on innate talent. Without such talent, no amount of effort would suffice. Thus, shamans are hard to come by. Our tribe has attracted numerous orcs precisely because we possess a shaman, enabling us to become a large tribe. Lu Hu listened intently, realizing that, strictly speaking, a shaman is akin to a fortune teller, while a healer is akin to a physician, and no one had ever enlightened him on this matter during his time in the Eastern land. It seems that when faced with challenges, one must consult the shaman and the chieftain instead of pondering aimlessly, as this could lead one far from the truth. The three observed that he had grasped the concept, and they did not linger on the topic. Instead, they began discussing Linny. Xingli remarked, Linny has become increasingly outrageous lately. Not only is she domineering, but she has also been demanding tribe members to procure fresh game for her these past few days. The chieftain furrowed his brow. How was I unaware of this? Xingli replied. I heard it from Yueluo, whose cave is directly above Linny's, so she overheard clearly. The shaman expressed disapproval. This weather poses risks of heat stroke while hunting, which could be life-threatening. Linny is becoming more and more intolerable. Lu, who sat quietly beside them, too intimidated to speak, feeling the collective disdain of the tribe's three leaders, it must be said that this Linny is quite the character. Yet why target him? He is just a cub. Such hostility toward a young one is hardly commendable. Moreover, who claimed he aspired to be a shaman or a healer? He is still but a child. Even if the tribe trusts him, he does not trust himself. The chieftain suggested. Should I reprimand her? Xingli countered. She will not listen and might think you are biased, wanting Lu Hu to become the shaman. The shaman interjected. Allow me to handle this. I, as an old woman, can still keep her in check, that we must prevent her from becoming deranged and endangering Lu Hu. Lu Hu chimed in. Meow, meow, meow. It seems this Linny has quite the history. Perhaps I shall inquire about her past another day. Xingli thought dismissively. She thinks she can compare herself to Lu Hu, but he hails from the divine deer tribe. Lu Hu pondered. Xingli, where does your overwhelming faith in me stem from? I am but a cub. The shaman cautioned. Lu Hu is still young. Excessive attention is not beneficial for him. The chieftain, Bear Yuan, added. Indeed, That woman Linny becomes reckless when she loses her composure. Xingli, with a hint of reluctance, retorted, "Yet we cannot allow her to assume the role of shaman. That would surely lead to chaos within the tribe. Just the thought of her suffocates me," the shaman assured. "She will not be made a shaman. Maintaining the status quo is sufficient." The chieftain questioned, "Might she target Lu Hu?" Xingli shook her head. "She wouldn't. Linny holds herself in high regard and would not deign to consider Lu Hu a mere cub." The chieftain countered, "But she just did target Lu Hu, who nodded in agreement." Xingli shot a glance at the chieftain. "She has targeted you too. She finds fault with everyone except the shaman, who inquired. Does this Linny have no partner?" The chieftain nodded. Who remarked, "No wonder. In a land where males outnumber females, her lack of a partner reveals just how unpleasant her disposition must be." The trio did not linger for too long. The shaman had just awakened and required rest, making prolonged conversation inappropriate. As Xingli took her leave, she sought the shaman's approval to visit her cave daily. To which the shaman agreed that it was indeed fortunate that Xingli had developed her connections in time. Otherwise, the shaman feared she might not have survived the day. Chieftain Bear Yuan also indicated that he would bring fresh meat for the shaman. As Lu Hu exited the cave, he curiously asked, "Chieftain, is it possible to hunt now?" Bear Yuan shot him a look. "Why wouldn't we be able to? Just search carefully, and you shall find it." Lu Hu replied, "All right then." Upon leaving the shaman's cave, the three parted ways. Xingli went to the tribe's storage to take stock of the remaining food, while the chieftain visited Uncle Bear Tian and Uncle Bear D. Lu Hu returned to his cave, devouring 2 pieces of jerky before collapsing onto the stone bed. He understood that calmness brings clarity, and soon he drifted into slumber. The warm season's peak had finally passed, and in recent days, the chieftain had dispatched scouts to assess the situation. The reports indicated that wild beasts had begun to roam again, with even more present in the woods than before. That evening, the chieftain convened the tribe and announced this development, gesturing grandly. "Tomorrow, we shall resume hunting, and tomorrow night we shall gather in the square to celebrate Lu Hu's discovery of a method to preserve our meat." Upon hearing this, the tribe erupted in cheers. They had known about the meat preservation method for some time, yet the news still filled them with joy. After all, it pertained to their survival and well-being, warranting a celebration. They were grateful to the beast god for sending them Lu Hu, who stood beside the shaman, watching the tribe rejoice, his own face beaming with joy. The shaman, having recuperated over the past few days, gazed at the scene with a smile, turning to the happily laughing cub. "Lu Hu, this is all thanks to you who, caught off guard by the compliment, momentarily stunned, quickly waved his hands. "Shaman, please don't place such honors upon me. It is the trust of a tribe that has made this possible. Indeed, without the tribe's trust, no amount of knowledge you possessed would be of any use." Seeing his humble response, the shaman chose not to say more, but her fondness for Lu Hu deepened. Despite not growing up within the tribe, this cub still harbored feelings for it, truly the offspring of Tiger Wing. Reflecting on Tiger Wing, a shadow of sadness crossed the shaman's features. After all, that was a cub she had watched grow. However, lifting her gaze to the jubilant tribe in the square, her spirits lifted once more. The tribe would not let the grievances against Tiger Wing go unaddressed. They would wait, for one day, those who harmed their cubs would pay for their transgressions, even if Lu Hu did not voice it. They were all acutely aware that the beasts of the Asha Empire were predominantly serpentine, and those pursuing Tiger Wing were colossal pythons. The shaman understood Lu Hu's thoughts clearly, though he chose not to voice them, recognizing the formidable strength of the Asha Empire. After the cheers subsided, the tribe calmed down. Chieftain Bear Yuan stated, "Everyone, rest well today. Tomorrow our hunting team shall venture forth to capture the largest and finest game." Indeed, the chieftain spoke wisely. We shall heed the chieftain's words. After addressing the tribe, he approached the shaman and Lu Hu, first patting Lu Hu on the shoulder before turning to the shaman. "Shaman, we shall all go tomorrow. Please take care of the tribe." The shaman nodded with a smile. "Go ahead, the tribe is in my hands." She had not seen Bear Yuan so spirited in a long time. Since becoming chieftain, Bear Yuan had grown increasingly composed and serious, a far cry from the daring young beast who once dared to poke holes in the sky. The method Lu Hu introduced indeed lightened Bear Yuan's burden. Even without salt, dried meat could still be preserved. Although the preservation time might be shorter, the harvest season would be cooler than the warm season, extending the storage duration. Even if the tribe could not be fully satisfied during the cold season, they would not face starvation. All of this was thanks to Lu Hu. With this thought, the shaman's gaze toward Lu Hu softened even more. Lu Hu, puzzled, felt a question mark forming above his head. The shaman stood for a moment before feeling a bit fatigued, her body still recovering, and decided to return home. You children, do not stay up too late. Seeing this, Lu Hu quickly assisted the shaman back to her cave. Feeling overwhelmed by the fervent gazes of the tribe, he realized he could not endure such attention and hurriedly slipped away. He simply could not handle the situation. The shaman observed the following Lu Hu and chuckled, shaking her head without saying a word. After all, he was still just a cub. The following day, Lu Hu rose early, accompanied by Bear D, heading to the foot of the mountain to witness the hunting team set out. Lu Hu, come here, Yueluo called out upon seeing the two cubs. Grandma. Yueluo, grandma. Yueluo pointed to a female elder beside her. This is Bai Cha, grandma, Lu Hu responded. Bai Cha, grandma. Bai Cha nodded, looking at Lu Hu with affectionate eyes. It is Lu Hu. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. In recent days, Lu Hu had grown accustomed to such gazes as he walked through the tribe and felt quite immune to them. Yueluo beamed with pride nearby. That Lu Hu remarked. Bai Cha, grandma, please do not praise me too much, or my tail might just lift up in delight. Bai Cha replied. You may indeed lift it. For a cub like you to possess such talent, lift it as high as you wish. Seeing Lu Hu's comical expression, Bai Cha ceased her teasing and shifted her focus to discussing matters concerning the gathering team with Yueluo. With hunting resuming, they needed to prepare for gathering as well and must coordinate the timing. Bai Cha was the team leader of the gathering group, and she shared a close relationship with Yueluo. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu's eyes lit up. He too wished to join the gathering. After all, in those modern novels where protagonists traverse the animal world, they often discover treasures alongside gathering teams. Why not dream a little? What if it came true? Lu Hu, eager to join, felt Bear D's interest grow at his side, prompting him to speak first. Bai Cha, grandma, may we join the gathering? Upon hearing the question, Bai Cha and Yueluo fell silent. Turning to face the inquirer, Xiong Di, while also catching a glimpse of the eager Lu Hu, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. How should they respond? Directly declining the cub's request would surely leave them disheartened. Yet acquiescing was equally untenable. Although the gathering team was operating within the bounds of the tribe's patrol, the outside world remained perilous to that moment. Both of them shared a synchronized thought. Someone should come to their rescue. Yueluo finally spoke. Gathering is quite arduous, and the mushrooms on the mountain in our tribe are ripe for harvesting. You could go there to collect them. Bai Cha nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, there are quite a few mushrooms on our tribe's mountain. Xiong Di and Lu Hu exchanged skeptical glances, suspecting that the two elder females were feigning ignorance. Did they genuinely wish to gather? Or were they simply seeking an escape from the tribe? An awkward atmosphere enveloped the four until Xing Li, the elder, approached, inquiring, What is the matter? Why the silence? Lu Hu replied, Xing Li, elder. Xiong Di echoed, elder. Yueluo and Bai Cha chimed in unison. Xing Li. Their collective exclamation left Xing Li even more astonished. Xiong Di continued, Elder, Lu Hu and I would like to accompany the gathering team. Xing Li countered, That is not permissible. The cubs are the future of the tribe. They are not allowed to venture outside until they reach maturity. Even the 20-year-old Langu only gathers fruit close to the tribe, let alone 12-year-old Lu Hu. Xing Li added, You are still cubs. The gathering team faces significant challenges. Xiong Di insisted, Elder, you know that my abilities surpass those of many elders. Yueluo, Bai Cha, and Xing Li exchanged glances, while Lu Hu remarked, Xiong Di, you have quite the way with words. Your opening gambit has offended many. Xing Li understood that the tribe had always enforced the rule that only adults could leave the tribe. This was due to the lively nature of cubs, which often led to trouble in the wild. Only after reaching maturity, when their temperament stabilized, were they allowed to partake in hunting and gathering. Given the scarcity of females among the beastmen, cubs were a rarity, and the harsh survival conditions resulted in a low survival rate. Each cub was precious, and the tribe's members were exceedingly tolerant of them. Observing Xing Li's silence, Xiongdi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, urging her with his gaze to contemplate the situation. After a moment of reflection, Xing Li realized that cubs were naturally drawn to the outside world. Perhaps it would be best to find a day to allow them to explore and witness the dangers that lay beyond, thus curbing their naive aspirations. Xing Li proposed, "In a few days, when the threat from the wild beast diminishes, I will discuss with the chieftain about sending a hunting team to take you out for a day of exploration." Both Lu Hu and Xiongdi were elated. Lu Hu exclaimed, "Xing Li, you are wonderful." Xiongdi echoed, "Indeed, you are wonderful." Lu Hu's excitement stemmed from the prospect of finally exploring new territories and discovering food sources, while Xiongdi was thrilled about the chance to leave the tribe for the first time, having wandered around its periphery since becoming aware of her surroundings, seeing the joyful expressions on the two cubs' faces. Yu Luo and Bai Cha refrained from opposing Xing Li's decision. Allowing the cubs to gain some experience outside would spare them from incessantly clamoring to leave the tribe. They were well aware that it wasn't just these two who yearned to venture out. Many cubs in the tribe had expressed similar desires, though only these two had succeeded. While they conversed, the hunting team had gathered under the leadership of the chieftain and Hu Shan, proceeding into the wilderness. Once outside the tribe, everyone transformed into their beast forms. Lu Hu gazed ahead, spotting a towering brown bear standing 5 meters tall, alongside a colossal tiger measuring 3 meters in length. Following these two formidable creatures were giant wolves, leopards, elephants, and other fierce beasts. Only those of the tribe who could shift into beast forms were permitted to join the patrol. After the patrol team departed, the tribe members dispersed, while Xing Li approached the shaman. The cubs, Xiongdi and Lu Hu, wished to leave the tribe. Xing Li began. The shaman frowned slightly, but before she could respond, Xing Li explained, "I noticed that the cubs all share this desire. Perhaps we should arrange a day for the hunting team to take a few of them outside the tribe for a brief excursion." The shaman softened her expression, and Xing Li continued, "They intend to join the gathering team, but Bai Cha disagrees." The shaman replied, "Bai Cha is right to refuse. While there are tribe members patrolling the gathering area, it is still not as secure as the tribe itself." Xing Li nodded in agreement. "That is why I propose that the hunting team take them further afield, allowing them to witness the dangers outside. So they will no longer clamor to leave." The shaman remained unconvinced. "I fear it might frighten the cubs." Xing Li countered, "They need to be frightened to prevent them from sneaking out of the tribe on their own." The shaman asked, "But how can we ensure the safety of the children?" Xing Li replied, "I plan to send a hunting team to take them out to hunt, which will also serve to protect the cubs." Seeing the shaman's brow furrow again, Xing Li quickly elaborated, "On the surface, it will appear as though they are going to hunt. In reality, it is a protective measure for the cubs. I merely feared the children might object to the idea of hunting." The shaman raised another concern. "The tribe members and the hunting team seldom get a day off. I worry they might be unwilling." Xing Li had already anticipated this issue. "We will decide on a day in advance, and then the cubs' parents can swap with the tribe members scheduled for that day." The shaman nodded. "You have considered all aspects thoroughly." Xing Li replied, "It is for the sake of the cubs. It is better to consider more than less. The cubs are the hope for the future of the tribe." The shaman sighed. "In recent years, the survival rate of the cubs has been declining." Xing Li, too, felt a weight of concern. The tribe was equally troubled, yet they felt powerless in the face of the harsh environment of the western lands, despite their best efforts to protect the cubs. Various accidents could still lead to their demise. Natural disasters, diseases, and beastly threats were the primary culprits behind the rising mortality rates. For a moment, both Xing Li and the shaman fell silent, the topic of cub mortality casting a pall over their spirits. After a brief pause, the shaman finally sighed. "When Xiong Yuan returns, you should discuss this with him." As the sun blazed overhead, the shaman felt her old bones growing weary. Xing Li had other matters to attend to as well. After standing for a while, she made her way to the tribe's storeroom to take stock of their food supplies and check for any spoiled items. Lu Hu and Xiongdi remained blissfully unaware that their wishes had inadvertently sparked a sorrowful matter. They were too absorbed in their excitement, although their joy diverged. One eager to explore, the other to finally leave the confines of the tribe. They shared a common delight until Yu Luo, unable to bear the sight any longer, Interjected Lu Hu. It's time to return to the cave. The sun is getting stronger. Lu Hu snapped back to reality, taking Xiongdi's hand and leading him back to his cave. Xiongdi offered no resistance. He would be alone in his own cave otherwise, either sleeping or daydreaming, and accompanying Lu, who seemed quite agreeable. Lu Hu's cave was shaped like a T, likely a design his father had envisioned when he excavated it. One side for himself and his mate, the other for the cubs that Lu Hu currently resided in the cubs' half, having placed a large stone to block off half the entrance. Otherwise, he felt a constant sense of insecurity while sleeping there since the cave lacked a door. Though the tribe was indeed safe, memories from his past life still lingered. Moreover, in the eastern lands, everyone lived in wooden houses which, of course, had doors. He had meticulously examined his past memories, and only after thorough contemplation did he uncover a serious issue. He suspected that others had also crossed over to the Yasa Empire. After all, salt and agriculture were serendipitously discovered by the beastmen. But what about iron tools and wooden houses? How could they possibly know about iron's melting point and the forging of weapons without a significant understanding of metal? Furthermore, beastmen had lived in caves since the beginning of time. How could they suddenly construct houses? Lu Hu's suspicions ran deep, yet the likelihood was considerable. After all, he had no knowledge of what the Yasa Empire was truly like. What if they were formidable? He would need to exercise caution and avoid drawing too much attention to himself, and he ought to inform the chieftain and the others. What if there were individuals from the Yasa Empire in the Western lands? If they discovered the existence of the divine deer tribe and its vulnerabilities, it would surely spell trouble for him. The tribe might also be implicated. Most of those who had pursued them had perished at sea. Of the 50 beastmen, only a select few who had intercepted him and his father made it to the Western lands. He had once harbored concerns about encountering giant snakes there, but later learned from Uncle Xiongtian that one of the 5 deceased beastmen had been a python beastman, the very one that had been chasing them. However, the eastern lands remained a source of unease. What if they sent someone to investigate again? After all, he bore the surname Lu. He had no way of knowing whether the Yasa Empire was aware of his name. Given their tyrannical nature, they would not hesitate to act, even on the slightest suspicion. The great wilderness tribe was far too weak in comparison to the Yasa Empire. Indeed, even if Lu Hu did not voice his thoughts, the entire tribe was acutely aware of the potential for annihilation. After all, who would be foolish enough to target a group of shamans? Yet, everyone tacitly avoided the topic. Bringing it up would only serve to deepen their sorrow. Throughout the journey, neither Lu Hu nor Xiongdi uttered a word. Lu Hu, what are you thinking? Upon reaching the cave, Xiongdi, sensing Lu Hu's somber mood, inquired. Lu Hu was slightly taken aback by his sudden question, but answered nonetheless. I was pondering where the tribe's hunting team has gone to hunt. He did not reveal his thoughts to Xiongdi. Instead, he introduced another topic. Xiongdi replied, I am uncertain, but my father mentioned that he must run at full speed for 2 hours to catch a glimpse of the wild beasts. Xiongdi suspected that Lu Hu might be yearning for his parents. However, he chose not to confront this idea directly and responded, that sounds quite distant. Will we need to venture that far during our hunt? Lu Hu dismissed the unpleasant thoughts and, with a cheerful disposition, replied, it depends on how my grandfather arranges it, but I anticipate we will Lu Hu asked, how so? Xiongdi insisted, it is true. My grandfather has long desired for us cubs to witness the harsh realities of the outside world. However, my grandmother has consistently opposed it. Lu Hu remarked, the tribe leader is indeed wise. Xiongdi continued, now that my grandmother has spoken, my grandfather will undoubtedly agree immediately. He often says that only through weathering storms do we learn the heights and depths of life, thus allowing us to grow. Lu Hu noted, the tribe leader is indeed astute, but implementing such an idea within the tribe may prove challenging. As the other cubs are watched closely, Lu Hu suddenly felt that their day of hunting would not be easy. Although they would not suffer severe injuries, a fair amount of toil was unavoidable. Yet he was unperturbed, for this was a pursuit he had sought, and he must bear the consequences, whether good or ill. Observing Xiongdi's carefree joyfulness, he refrained from expressing his own concerns, knowing that doing so would likely have little impact on Xiongdi's mood. Thus, the two passed the day in the cave, with Xiongdi remaining for lunch, indulging in the remaining jerky that Lu Hu had stored, which conveniently cleared out some of the provisions. Xiongdi did not disappoint Lu Hu's expectations, consuming nearly 60 pounds of jerky. While Lu Hu, having only 6 pounds, felt quite stuffed, Lu, who marveled at the voracious appetites of the beastmen. No, the appetites of the juvenile beastmen. With such a capacity for food, half-beasts could hardly keep up with true beastmen. Xiongdi, feeling no hesitation, ate heartily, as he had not been sated in quite some time. With his father away on a hunt, he planned to bring fresh meat back for Lu Hu. Xiongdi, being larger in beast form, naturally had a greater appetite. Despite the abundance of provisions, both father and son were insatiable, consuming a significant amount. In such warm weather, it was only natural to take a nap after a hearty meal. The two did not emerge from the cave until the sun had moved westward. Upon exiting, Lu Hu scooped water from stone basin to wash his face, glancing up at the sun. Estimating that the hunting party would soon return, he returned to the cave to rouse the still sleeping Xiongdi. Once Xiongdi had washed his face, the two made their way down the mountain. Coincidentally, just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard a cacophony emanating from the valley entrance, followed by an overwhelming stench of blood. Lu Hu exclaimed, "What a significant amount of prey must have been taken to produce such a strong scent of blood." They witnessed a throng of ferocious beasts marching into the valley, depositing their catches and transforming into human form to make way for the next group. This process repeated 7 times before all the prey was delivered. Lastly, Xiong Yuan and Hu Shan, the tribe's leader and captain, strolled in leisurely, clearly respected by the tribe members, who did not require them to carry any spoils. Lu Hu stared, awestruck, at the mountain of prey before him. Equally astonished were Wu Papa and Xing Li. Wu Papa inquired, "Xiong Yuan, how did we acquire so much prey?" Xiong Yuan's face gleamed with excitement as he replied, "Today was fortunate. We encountered numerous wild beasts." He had not experienced such an exhilarating hunt in quite some time. Xing Li asked, "Were there any injuries among the tribe members?" Xiong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No. The wild beasts were both hungry and hot, lacking any fighting spirit." Relieved, Wu Papa and Xing Li's faces lit up with joy. With an abundance of wild beasts, the tribe would not fear hunger. Wu Papa addressed the excited tribe members. "Today our tribe has had great fortune. Tonight, we shall light a bonfire and honor the beast god. Everyone is free to eat until they are full." The tribe erupted in jubilant cheers. Such opportunities to feast were rare and precious. Lu Hu stood beside his grandfather, observing his grandmother's concern for him, which only added to his joy as he witnessed the enthusiasm of the tribe. Before long, he saw the nimble female tribe members begin processing the prey, skinning, dismembering, and removing entrails, discarding the skin while bones and innards were tossed aside. Lu Hu rushed to the tribe leader's side, saying, "Tribe leader, grandfather, those bones and entrails can also be eaten." Xiong Yuan, thinking he was reluctant to discard them, affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "Those are for times when prey is scarce. Today, we have more than enough, so we need not eat those." Lu Hu insisted, "But grandfather, bone broth is delicious. My mother says it is good for cubs to drink." This was, of course, not what his mother had said, but rather a saying from his past life. The tribe leader responded, "What benefit could bones provide to cubs? That must be a saying from the shaman of the divine deer tribe. It should hold some truth, I suppose." That Lu Hu thought to himself, "I knew mentioning my mother would be effective." The tribe leader then proposed, "I will have them set aside the bones. We shall not eat them today, but instead enjoy them tomorrow, shall we?" Lu Hu replied, "But if we leave them in this heat, they will spoil by tomorrow." Xiong Yuan realized the issue and suggested, "Then let us prepare bone soup tomorrow evening. Shall we?" The tribe members were still in high spirits, having just secured the rare chance to feast on meat. It was not the time to discuss bones. After some thought, Lu Hu decided that an extra day would not make a difference. So he nodded in agreement for the entrails. Without seasonings, they would not be palatable. So he resolved to address that later when the seasonings were gathered. The female tribe members worked swiftly, soon finishing the processing of the prey. Wu Papa approached the largest piece left for the tribe, slowly beginning to chant. The expressions of the tribe members transformed into reverence, including the tribe leader, Lu, who lowered his head, with memories of his past life. He struggled to achieve such piety, opting to bow his head to avoid revealing his true feelings. Wu Popo's voice grew softer and lighter until it was barely audible. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Lu Hu sensed movement from the tribe leader beside him, prompting him to lift his head. The prey that the tribe had left behind still lay in its original position. However, flames had ignited on its carcass, and the tribe members formed a circle, watching the scene with devotion. Lu Hu stared in astonishment before quickly composing himself, adopting an expression of reverence, though his heart raced with uncertainty. Was there truly a beast god? Or had I simply missed the moment when Wu Popa ignited the fire? Perhaps the heat had caused the prey to combust spontaneously. No matter. I am a native of Yalan continent. Even with the memories of my past life, I understand more, but have no reason to fear. As he pondered, he felt less apprehensive. He had done no wrong, and even if a beast god existed, he had nothing to fear. The tribe members quietly observed the prey burn to ashes, erupting in cheers before lighting the bonfire to begin roasting the meat. Most of the tribe members sat with familiar faces, grilling meat while chatting and laughing, their smiles unwavering throughout the night. Lu Hu, embracing the customs of the tribe, nestled among the cubs, with Xiongdi on his left and Lang Gu on his right, joined in the merriment, sharing slices of meat with everyone. Being the youngest in the group, he received special attention, with each member ensuring he was well fed, and before long, he was satisfied. Looking around at his circle of companions, he softly proposed, Xiongdi, let us go hunting in the fruit forest tomorrow. I will prepare you all some clay-baked chicken. Xiongdi's eyes sparkled at the mention. Clay-baked chicken? Is it the mud ball from last time? Lu Hu nodded, knowing that Xiongdi had secretly attempted to make it himself afterward, but his efforts had fallen short. He believed the absence of honey was the culprit, and on his second attempt, he had been generous with the honey, resulting in a dish that was both fishy and tough, much to his father's benefit. Lang Gu and the other companions chimed in. Clay-baked chicken? What is that? Lu Hu smiled mysteriously. It's delicious. You will find out tomorrow. Xiongdi nodded vigorously, while Lang Gu expressed his disapproval of their teasing. Yet, the two remained tight-lipped, leaving the others to wait for the revelation the following day. Unbeknownst to them, the moon had climbed to its zenith, and the tribe members reluctantly dispersed. Lu Hu, unable to resist any longer, returned to the cave to sleep, for he was still a cub and could not stay up late without risk of losing his hair. The next day, Lu Hu awoke to bright daylight. After washing his face to shake off sleep, he prepared to descend the mountain in search of Xiongdi. Last night, Xiongdi had escorted Lu Hu back to the cave before returning to the square to continue feasting, and he was unsure when they had finally dispersed, suspecting it had been quite late. Lu Hu intended first to see if Xiongdi was awake, that if so, he would invite him and Lang Gu to hunt and gather fruits for breakfast. If not, he would head to find Luo Ma for breakfast. Approaching Xiongtian Shu's cave, he found it eerily quiet, and as expected, Xiongdi was still asleep. After having breakfast at Amas, helping to tidy up the dishes and flipping the mushrooms and dried fruits, he set off to find Xiongdi. Upon arrival, he discovered Xiongdi just waking up and grilling meat. Lu Hu remarked, eating something so greasy this early. Seeing him, Xiongdi quickly invited, Lu Hu, have you eaten yet? Lu Hu replied, I have. Xiongdi pressed, would you like to try some of the meat I've grilled? Lu Hu declined, saying, no, I'm full. Xiongdi added, then wait for me a moment. I'll be ready shortly. Lu Hu nodded, sitting there and watching Xiongdi roast meat. The boy with the cherubic face was tall, with long limbs, and sat on the ground skillfully grilling the meat. Lu Hu remarked, it's time for a stool to appear. Sitting on the ground is truly uncomfortable. In the past, he always dined at a Mo's home, and in just a short while, he never felt anything amiss. Now, watching Xiongdi sitting on the ground grilling meat, he felt a sense of awkwardness ever since he arrived at the Great Wilderness Tribe. He had been busy, and during leisurely moments, he hadn't realized this issue. Coincidentally, today he went to the fruit forest, bringing back some extra wood. Xiongdi sensed Lu Hu's unwavering gaze upon him, mistaking it for a prompt to hasten his grilling. Once the meat was ready, he didn't let it cool and took a bite immediately, burning his tongue and causing him to stick it out in discomfort. Only then did Lu Hu realize the misunderstanding and quickly said, Xiongdi, I'm not in a hurry. Please take your time. In truth, Watching the cherubic-faced youth burn his tongue gave Lu Hu a strangely endearing feeling. Cough, cough. Being a person, no. Being a half-beast must involve being kind-hearted. Xiongdi replied, "You should have said so earlier. My tongue is still numb." With his tongue still tingling, Xiongdi finished the roasted meat. Lu Hu felt a pang of guilt, thinking to himself, Xiongdi is truly adorable. After finishing breakfast, Xiongdi began preparing the items they would take with them. First, he needed to bring firestones, along with dried mushrooms and honey as for the thorny old buds. They had expired, having gone bad in just over 10 days. Lu Hu said, "Xiongdi, you are truly considerate." Xiongdi grabbed a basket to pack the items and then slung it over his back. He looked at Lu Hu and said, "Let us go find you first. Then we'll meet at the Langu cave." Yu's cave was quite near Xiongdi's cave. Lu Hu had no objections and followed behind Xiongdi. That'd be why the time they arrived at the Langu cave, their friends had already gathered, waiting only for the three of them. Langu informed his mother that he wouldn't be home for lunch and came out with his basket. Lu Hu's expression stiffened. He had forgotten to inform Amo. Xiongdi asked, "What is wrong?" Lu Hu replied, "I forgot to tell Amo that I want to be back for lunch." Xiongdi reassured him, "It's all right. I'll go to grandfather's cave and let him inform you." Lu Hu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiongdi." Langu observed the two, speechless, thinking that if he forgot to say something, he could simply return and notify her. Amo's cave was not far from there. It was evident that Lu Hu was reluctant to make the trip, but Xiongdi was oblivious to this. Nevertheless, he remained silent, as Xiongdi was willing to take on the task. He certainly didn't want to be the bad guy. Xiongdi went to the chief's cave, while Lu Hu followed Langu and the others towards the valley entrance. Just as they were about to exit the valley, Xiongdi caught up with them and joined his friends. Langu asked, "What kind of wild beast do we need to make that called flower chicken?" Xiongdi replied, "Either a sharp-beaked beast or a jumping beast will do." Bao Yu inquired, "Do we need any materials?" "We haven't brought anything," that Lu Hu assured them. "No need for anything else. Xiongdi has brought everything." Xiongdi added, "Except for the stone pot." Hoin chimed in, "I brought that." The group of friends looked at Hoin in surprise, and he shyly smiled. Lu Hu continued, "Xiongdi has brought dried mushrooms and honey, as well as firestones. We can find scallions in the fruit forest." Xiongdi said there are plenty there. Langu asked, "Scallions?" Lion Zhuang added, "Mushrooms." Lu Hu replied, "You'll know when you see them." He added, "I forgot to mention it to the chief." Lu Hu explained, "Mushrooms are a type of wild vegetable that can be dried and preserved." Shi Qing asked, "How long can they be stored?" Lu Hu replied, "If dried successfully, they can last for 2 years without issue." Langu and the others looked on with excitement, equally stirred by Xiongdi's enthusiasm. Lu Hu, however, wore a puzzled expression. Did Xiongdi not know this? Had he never spoken of it? Was his memory so poor? Lu Hu quietly asked, "Xiongdi, didn't I mention it before?" Xiongdi looked at him, puzzled, and replied, "When did you say that?" Lu Hu conceded. "All right, he really did forget." Lu Hu resolved, "I'll tell the chief when we return." Langu and the others urged, "Why wait until we return? Let us go now. This is important, that we can eat the called flower chicken any time." Lu Hu thought, "Fine, I underestimated the tribe's obsession with food storage." Upon arriving at the fruit forest, the group was eager to hurry back, contrasting their leisurely journey there. Lion Zhuang even offered to carry Lu Hu, but he declined. They spent half the time rushing back to the tribe, and the young ones rushed to the chief's cave without a moment to catch their breath. Chief Xiong Yuan looked at the sweating youngsters with curiosity and asked, "What were you all doing to get so hot and bothered?" Langu replied, "Chief, Lu Hu said mushrooms can be stored for 2 years." Xiong Yuan exclaimed, "Really?" He turned to Lu Hu, incredulous. Lu Hu, feeling a bit guilty as he shrank back, thought that he had been eating them for so long without informing everyone. Under the intense gaze of the chief, he nodded. Xiong Yuan, momentarily excited, was at a loss for words, pacing back and forth in the cave. "Come, take me to see what the mushrooms look like." Xiongdi pulled out the dried mushrooms from his basket and displayed them to everyone. Yu's eyes widened. Even dried, he recognized them. The previous year, a tribe member starved during the warm season and ate a few of these, only to perish shortly thereafter. These cannot be eaten. They are deadly. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions changed. Lu, who quickly clarified. There are many types of mushrooms. The one you're talking about is poisonous, but the ones I eat are safe. Xiongdi added, I've tried them with the jumping beast and the sharp-beaked beast. They were fine. Lu who chimed in, besides, I've been eating them for a long time, and I'm still full of life. Lu who demonstrated by bouncing a couple of times. Bao Yu remarked, but we can't tell which are poisonous and which aren't. Lu who admitted, that's true. He himself couldn't distinguish them. However, he possessed a bloodline talent and had awakened the nose of the divine deer clan. Chief Xiong Yuan hesitated for a moment, weighing the risks that he suggested. Let everyone gather a sample of each type of mushroom and bring them back for Lu Hu to identify the poisonous ones. At this moment, Lang Gu spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiong Yuan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lang Gu with admiration, exclaiming, well done, young lad. You truly think quickly. Lang Gu smiled silently, accepting the chief's praise, while Lu Hu felt enlightened. Indeed, while everyone might struggle to identify the poisonous ones, he could have them gather samples and then educate the tribe to only pick the non-toxic ones in the future. Xiongdi remarked, no wonder you're smarter than the Fox tribe members. Lion Zhuang and the others echoed, Lang Gu is truly clever. The chief summoned Xing Li AMO and briefed her on the situation, instructing her to announce it to the gathering team before they set out the next day, urging them to collect more mushrooms. Once they had concluded their business, Lu Hu and the others exited the cave. Exchanging glances, Bao Yu suddenly asked, are we still going to the fruit forest? Xiongdi affirmed, yes, gathering mushrooms can wait until tomorrow. The gathering team has already left today. Xiongdi had been eager to catch the called flower chicken for some time. He wouldn't easily give up. Lu Hu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mushrooms near the tribe had been mostly gathered, totaling around 30 pounds. Lang Gu and the others had no objections. They were all on board. Thus, the group of youths set off once more towards the fruit forest. Upon reaching the fruit forest, Xiongdi eagerly assigned tasks. Lang Gu, Lion Zhuang, and Shi Qing, you come with me to catch the jumping beasts and sharp-beaked beasts. Bao Yu and you gather fruits and big leaves. Ho Yin, Hu Jiang, and Ni, you assist with that. Lu Hu, you go look for scallions. Lu Hu thought, the arrangements are clear. Utilizing every beast efficiently, no one voiced dissent. Observing Xiongdi's eagerness sparked everyone's curiosity. The hunting beastmen swiftly transformed into their animal forms and dashed out, with Lion Zhuang declaring, let us compete to see who catches the most. Shi Qing chimed in. Let us compete. Xiongdi warned, Lang Gu, you can't cheat this time. Lang Gu retorted, I'll win even without cheating. The remaining group members busied themselves with their tasks. Yu and Bao Yu, both in beast form, found it easier to climb trees. Hu Jiang and Ho Yin, being meticulous, teamed up with IDS for Lu Hu. He meandered about, and soon found a generous handful of scallions that he straightened up and glanced around. Seeing everyone engaged in their own endeavors, he didn't want to appear lazy, so he continued searching. Before long, the fruits were picked, the leaves were gathered, and the mud was prepared. Lu, who had also collected a large bunch of scallions. They were just waiting for the prey to arrive before they could begin their work. However, they waited and waited, but Xiongdi and the others had yet to return. Lu, who suggested, let us boil some water first. We needed to pluck the feathers from the sharp-beaked beasts later. It'll be easier to do so after scalding. Ho Yin retrieved the stone pot from her basket and asked, how do we boil water? Do we hang over the fire? Bao Yu replied, silly, we could just stack a few stones to make a simple stove. Ho Yin smiled shyly, thinking Bao Yu was quite clever. Lu Hu acknowledged, indeed, everyone is smart. They just lack experience. With a little inspiration, they can quickly grasp the concept. The few young ones promptly sprang into action, and before long, they had water boiling, having been warned by their elders since childhood not to start fires in the woods. They found a clearing and set up a makeshift stove. Lu Hu inquired, why hasn't Xiongdi returned yet? Bao Yu shrugged, he has probably caught up in the competition. Once it starts, it never ends. Hu Jiang interjected, you should have stopped them back then. Bao Yu retorted, you're just saying that now. Why didn't you speak up then? Hu Jiang. He was caught off guard when Bao Yu shot him a glance. Then turned to Lu Hu and said, Lu Hu, you truly are impressive, possessing such vast knowledge. The others, including Hu Jiang, nodded in agreement. Lu Hu chuckled. That's common knowledge in the eastern continent. Hoin, curious, asked, is life truly that good for the beastmen of the eastern continent? Seeing the longing in the young one's eyes, Luhu quickly doused their enthusiasm. My mother says that the divine deer tribe is relatively safe, but other tribes are often embroiled in conflict. And many tribes face annihilation. The group looked puzzled. Why are they fighting? Luhu replied, that's not something I can easily explain to them. Why mother said it's due to desire. It all boils down to greed. Some fight for profit, others for territory, and some for food. As long as there's an excuse, tribal wars can erupt. The victors gain everything, while the losers become slaves at YU. I don't understand. The others nodded, expressing their confusion as well. Luhu added, I don't understand it either, but the eastern continent is far from safe. Bao remarked, is it any less safe than here? I haven't left the tribe my entire life. Jiang. Neither have I. You. Nodding vigorously. Lu who? It's different. He did not elaborate on how it was different. Before the others could inquire further, he suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, Xiongdi and the others are back. Their attention was indeed diverted as they followed his finger to see a black and white bear, a silver wolf, a brown lion, and a 3-meter-long azure serpent running side by side in the distance. Each of the four was either carrying, draped in, or pulling a basket, giving them a somewhat comical appearance. The prey had arrived. They could finally get to work. Xiongdi and his companions reached the group, transformed into human form. And the first thing they said was, quick, take a look at who has the most prey. Lu who and the others. There was no choice but to help unload the baskets from their beast forms. Once they transformed back into humans, they began counting, with Luhu leading and the others supervising. First, counting the catch of Langu, Luhu said, 1, 2, 3, for 19 at a total of 19 prey, 6 jumping beasts and 13 sharp-beaked beasts. Next was the robust lion, Luhu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 at a total of 15 prey, 11 jumping beasts and 4 sharp-beaked beasts. Then it was Xiongdi's turn, 1, 2, 3, for 17 at a total of 17 prey, 13 jumping beasts and 4 sharp-beaked beasts. Finally, the azure serpent's count, 1, 2, 3, for 16 at a total of 16 prey, 3 jumping beasts and 13 sharp-beaked beasts. It was clear who had won the competition. Langu had caught the most, followed by Xiongdi. The azure serpent in third and the lion in last place. However, counting alone was not entirely fair. After all, jumping beasts were easier to catch than sharp-beaked beasts. Therefore, using this competition to rank their strengths was not entirely accurate. For instance, Xiongdi had caught the most jumping beasts, while Langu had caught the least. Thus, to claim that Langu was stronger than Xiongdi would be unreasonable. Lu who? I am not biased toward Xiongdi. Absolutely not. Xiongdi and his companions were just as willing to accept their defeat, having caught fewer prey. They could always win next time. Now, the priority was the roasted chickens and rabbits, after all the activity. Their stomachs were growling. Hoin, hearing the sounds of hunger from the four, quickly reminded, we should prepare food. Right, everyone suddenly remembered that they had come for delicious food, not for a competition. Bao asked, how do we eat it? They usually did not consume these smaller wild beasts. The beastmen had large appetites. Even the smallest among them, you, would need to eat 4 or 5 to feel full. Let alone Xiongdi and the robust lion at Lu who suggested, let's prepare 9 roasted chickens and 9 roasted rabbits. Then each person can have 5 each, and I'll make a mushroom chicken soup for everyone. Langu, sounds good. We'll follow your lead. They divided the tasks clearly. Langu and Xiongdi would handle the prey, eviscerating them. Yu and Hujiang would skin the jumping beasts. Hoin would scald the sharp-beaked beasts with boiling water. Bao would pluck the feathers from the sharp-beaked beasts, and Lu would stuff the prepared sharp-beaked and jumping beasts with mushrooms and green onions, brushing them with honey. The lion would chop 2 sharp-beaked beasts and 2 jumping beasts into small pieces. Lu directed the azure serpent to wrap the 9 sharp-beaked beasts and 9 jumping beasts in layers of leaves and set them aside. Once he was finished, he covered the 18 pieces of prey with mud. As Langu was processing the prey, he noticed Luhu's actions and hesitated to speak. Xiongdi, not looking up, said, that's how it's supposed to be. Trust Luhu, Langu. All right, but if it doesn't taste good, I'm giving it all to Xiongdi. Once Luhu had coated the mud-covered pieces, he tossed them into the fire pit. The fire pit was too small to accommodate everything, but it was all right. They would soon be roasting meat, and they could add them to the roasting fire later in the forest. It was difficult to start too many fires. After some discussion, they decided to build 3 more fire pits. With 3 people at each pit roasting the prey. Lu Hu, Xiong Di, and you would share one fire pit. Bao Yu, Ho Yin, and Hu Jiang another, and Lang Gu, the lion, and the azure serpent the last. While setting up the cooking area, Lu Hu began preparing the mushroom chicken rabbit soup. Once everything was ready, they all gathered around their respective fire pits to start roasting meat. Lu Hu began making the chicken soup, blanching the chicken and rabbit pieces, then placing them on nearby leaves. He took the 2 chicken skins that the lion had prepared, walked over to the stone pot, heated it, and sauteed the chicken skins until they rendered fat. Then he added the blanched chicken and rabbit pieces to the pot, stir-frying them over high heat before adding water and mushrooms. The chicken soup would take a while to simmer. Meanwhile, Lu Hu helped roast the meat beside Xiong Di and Yu. Having previously stuffed all the prey with mushrooms and green onions, as the meat cooked to a point of being half done, the enticing aroma of chicken mingled with green onions and mushrooms wafted through the air. Lang Gu and the others slurped. Lu Hu swallowed hard, having worked all morning and now feeling famished. Xiong Di glanced at his roasting chicken and offered his nearly finished rabbit to Lu Hu, saying, "You take this, and I'll roast yours." Yu, suddenly feeling a bit superfluous Lu Hu, without guilt, accepted the roasted rabbit from Xiong Di. After all, he ate less. 1 rabbit would likely suffice to fill him. The rabbits of this world were not like modern ones, weighing only 3 or 4 pounds. Here, they were much larger, often over 10 pounds with bones and meat combined. Lu Hu would be stuffed after finishing just 1 rabbit. After he finished roasting the rabbit, he continued to eat while roasting another for Xiong Di, wondering how long he would have to keep roasting 5 for himself. Yu. Among them, only Lu Hu and Bao Yu were half-beastmen. Not possessing such large appetites, she divided her prey, giving 2 to Hu Jiang and 2 to Ho Yin. Ho Yin was eagerly anticipating the roasted chickens and rabbits, planning to save space for the roasted chicken. So she took the 2 prey given by Bao Yu and added one of her own to share with Lang Gu, the lion, and the azure serpent, each receiving 1 she herself ate 4, which would almost fill her. Even if the roasted chicken was not delicious, she wouldn't go hungry. Lu Hu. Ho Yin is truly clever. Time flew by as they ate and drank, with Xiong Di consuming 3 roasted chickens and 4 roasted rabbits, while you only ate 4 pieces of prey. The remaining 2 pieces, along with those left by Lu Hu, were shared among Lang Gu and the others. In the end, Xiong Di and Lang Gu each had eaten 7 pieces of prey. The prey was large and roasting took longer. By the time everyone finished roasting and eating, more than 2 hours had passed. The roasted chickens should be ready by now. They extinguished the fire, and Lu Hu found a stick to unearth the mud-covered bundles from the ashes. At that moment, the chicken soup was nearly done as well. Lifting the lid, a fragrance distinct from the roasted meat wafted into their nostrils, less overpowering than the scent of roasted meat, yet softer and more lingering. Everyone inhaled deeply. It smelled delightful. Lu Hu. Everyone, let's eat the roasted chicken first. The soup will be ready shortly, and it's still hot. Xiong Di and the others swallowed hard, turning their gaze toward the mud bundles. Unsure of how to begin to tea this point, it was up to Xiong Di. He smashed the outer mud shell with his fist, revealing the golden-hued meat inside. Yu, who was closest, caught a whiff of the roasted chicken's aroma as soon as the mud broke apart. Yu, slurp, Xiong Di, slurp. Xiong Di peeled back the leaves, exposing the golden meat within. Lang Gu, the lion, and the azure serpent, slurp. Xiong Di tore off a leg from one of the sharp-beaked beasts and first handed it to Lu Hu, who graciously accepted it. He then tore off a leg for himself and passed the remainder to Yu, who did not hesitate to take it. Lang Gu and the others rushed in, surrounding Yu. Once everyone had eaten, they didn't need Xiong Di to worry. They all began smashing their own 2 mud bundles. In an instant, the enticing aroma of roasted chicken wafted into the air. Lu Hu took a bite of chicken leg and found himself unable to eat more. He had already consumed a roasted rabbit, and his appetite could not match that of Xiong Di. So he gave his portion to Xiong Di, Lang Gu, and the others. feeling envious but embarrassed to admit it. Xiongdi was full after eating just two. With one remaining, he glanced around, ignoring the eager gazes from Lango and the lion. Deciding to take it home for his father to taste and to tell him where the honey was, lest his father get angry and scold him. Even the half-beastman, Bao Yu, finished one roasted chicken, giving the rest to Hoyin. Hoyin, good thing I had the foresight. I can still eat? Liu, who observed how quickly the others finished their meals and promptly asked, "Are you all full?" "Wolfch, I'm stuffed." Lion's Wang. Almost there. Shiqing, with a protruding belly, lounged lazily against a tree, appearing drowsy. Xiongdi, Lu, let us not mind them. Let us enjoy some chicken soup. Upon hearing Xiongdi's words, the group instantly perked up. Wolf ceased his burping, and Shiqing shook off his lethargy. He had underestimated everyone's appetite. Without further ado, he picked up chopsticks and began to serve the meat. Once the meat and mushrooms were completely dished out, only the soup remained. Lu found himself in a predicament. The Henti brought stone bowls, and the only vessel available was the pot. Xiongdi, noticing Lu's troubled expression, inquired, "What is the matter? Lu, how can we drink the soup without stone bowls?" Xiongdi, with a bemused expression, replied, "Just drink from the pot." Lu, understanding Lu's fastidious nature, Xiongdi suggested, "You go ahead and drink first." Wolf and the others nodded in agreement. "Oh, all right then," he thought, eager to taste the unsalted chicken soup. He approached the pot and slurped a mouthful of soup, his eyes lighting up. So fresh, so fragrant. Although it lacked salt, the rich aroma of the meat and the delicate flavor of the mushrooms blended perfectly. He leaned in for another generous sip. Guldong. Lu cast a puzzled glance at Xiongdi, who was slightly flushed under his gaze. Lu's expression of sheer enjoyment made Xiongdi crave the soup as well. Wolf and Lion's Wang. They too had swallowed hard several times in secret, though they were too far away for Lu to notice. "Lu, Xiongdi, you should drink some." "Xiongdi, you drink first." "I'm fine." "Lu, I can't drink anymore. I'm too full from earlier." He rubbed his belly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiongdi patted his belly, confirming that it was indeed swollen. He decided not to insist further and lifted the pot for a hearty gulp. Wolf and the others quickly moved closer. "Xiongdi, don't drink at all." "Xiongdi, I knew you would bully him. Why don't you dare crowd around Lu?" Wolf conveyed with his gaze. Lu is still a cub. What is there to compare? Xiongdi, suddenly caught off guard, Xiongdi found the pot snatched away by Lion's Wang. In the ensuing tug of war, the soup was soon reduced to its last drops. Hoyin, I could have enjoyed more. Baoyue. Lu noticed that while everyone was competing, they still took care of the girls. Having eaten and drunk their fill, they sprawled haphazardly on the ground, drowsy. Lu, aren't we all feeling hot? All right, he decided to lie down as well. Feeling a bit drowsy, it was only upon hearing Yueluo's voice that Lu awoke. Lu, you're back. Yueluo looked at his sleepy, bewildered face, both amused and exasperated. This child had become quite sensible since arriving at the tribe. It was the first time she had seen him in such a childish state. "I returned long ago. You should have noticed. It's nearly dark, Lu." He sat up abruptly. It's dark already. He looked up, and, indeed, the moon was already halfway in the sky. Whereas Xiongdi, he glanced around, noticing that his friend were just waking up, all summoned by their parents. Lu felt guilty. He had merely intended to take a short nap. Who would have thought he would sleep so soundly until nightfall? Wolf, Lion's Wang, and Lu shared the same expression. Seeing the cubs like this, no one reproached them. After all, being mischievous is typical for cubs. As the elders woke the cubs, each family took their cubs back to the tribe. On the way, they learned from Yueluo and Uncle Xiongtian about the elders' anxiety over their sweet slumber in the fruit forest. In the evening, Yueluo returned with the gathering team, first claiming their share of the prey before preparing dinner. Once dinner was ready, Hushan and Huli returned as well, but Lu was still absent. Yueluo thought perhaps Lu had been delayed by something and decided to wait a bit. However, as time passed, her patience wore thin, prompting her to send Huli to check Lu's cave. Huli, anxious, rushed to the cave only to find it empty. He thought for a moment and recalled how Lu often spent time with Xiongdi. Deciding to check Xiongtian's cave, but on the way, he encountered Xiongtian, who was frantically searching for the cubs. Seeing Xiong Tian's worried expression, Huli quickly realized Xiong Di hadn't returned either. He hurried back to inform his parents, urging them to join the search for Hushan and Yueluo. Upon hearing this, they were alarmed and rushed out of the cave to join the search for the cubs. Hushan, Yueluo, go inform the tribe leader and the shaman. The disappearance of a cub is a serious matter. Yueluo, in a state of panic, nodded and turned to run down the hill. Before reaching the tribe leader's cave, she encountered him searching for her. Tribe leader Xiong Yuan, Yueluo, has Lahu returned? Yueluo's complexion turned pale. No, as Xiongdi returned, the tribe leader's expression grew serious. Wolf and Lion's Wang Haven T returned either. Yueluo's mind raced with ominous thoughts. She stumbled but quickly steadied herself. She couldn't afford to falter. She still needed to find the cubs. Yueluo composed herself and asked, "Did they go out together?" Tribe leader, "Yes, some tribe members saw them leave the valley together." Yueluo was frantic. "They left the tribe?" Xiong Yuan was uncertain, but said, "Luhu is sensible. He wouldn't take such risks." This did little to comfort Yueluo. The danger of the cubs leaving the tribe was far too great. She couldn't take that chance that moment. The anguished cries of Wolf's mother, Fangxiao, echoed. Yueluo's complexion grew even paler as she frantically pondered where the cubs might have gone. At this juncture, Hushan, Huli, and Xiong Tian arrived, and the air around them was thick with anxiety and sorrow. Silence enveloped them. Xiong Tian suddenly spoke. Could they have gone to the fruit forest? Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, he gulped and took a small step back. The tribe leader stepped forward, grasping Xiong Tian's arm, and asked, "Why do you say that?" Xiong Tian, "My honey has gone missing from my cave." Xiongdi bragged about how delicious Luhu's beggar chicken was. Could they be trying to catch some sharp-beaked creatures? His arm felt as though it might snap under his father's grip. Fangxiao, yes. Wolf also mentioned he wouldn't return for lunch. Hushan inquired, "How do you know they were making beggar chicken?" Xiong Tian, "Of course, Xiongdi treats his honey like a precious gem. Even his father isn't allowed to touch it, as he intends to save it for Luhu's beggar chicken." Could Xiong Tian say this? Certainly not. He had to maintain some pride. Xiongdi let me taste it once. Though it had been utterly unpalatable, he began to doubt his son's taste in food. Tribe leader Xiong Yuan concluded decisively. Hushan, you all go check the fruit forest. The rest continue searching. Hushan transformed into a massive tiger, sprinting away in an instant, followed closely by Xiong Tian, Wolf, and others. They scoured the fruit forest but found no trace of the cubs until Wolf caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Following the scent, they discovered the cubs sprawled out, sound asleep. Faced with a pile of bones, the adults couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, marveling at how the cubs had managed to find this place. It was a low-lying area, sparsely dotted with a few fruit trees, and the parents felt relieved that the cubs had heeded their warnings. Hushan immediately sent Wang's father back to the tribe to inform the leader, while they waited for the little ones to awaken. Wang's father, a swift member of the leopard tribe, was the most suitable to deliver the news. Upon hearing the news, Yueluo and the others rushed to the fruit forest. Gazing at the 9 cubs sleeping soundly, it was a dilemma. Should they be angry or not? They decided to wake them up and discuss it back in the tribe. Lu and Xiongdi shrank their necks, feeling guilty, while Wolf and the others shared the same sheepish expression. Seeing the cubs' guilty faces, Yueluo playfully patted his head and admonished, "Next time you go somewhere, be sure to let us know." Xiongdi and Wolf nodded vigorously, realizing their mistake and vowing to inform them in the future. The adults, witnessing the cubs' demeanor, couldn't bear to scold them. After all, it was merely an accidental oversleep, and any punishment would be excessive. "Lu, you truly are indulgent. Such pampering from the beast folk." As they reached the valley's mouth, they saw the shaman, the tribe leader, and Xingli waiting, intensifying Luhu's feelings of guilt as Xiongdi's steps grew slower. "Tribe leader, what's this?" The shaman interrupted his reprimand. "Well, you're back. That's what matters. But this cannot happen again, understand? You must inform the tribe whenever you go out." Lu and the others nodded vigorously, fully comprehending the lesson. Xingli spoke. "The moon has risen. Let us return to our caves for dinner. The cubs must be hungry." "Oh, actually, I'm not that hungry." though he dared not contradict. Tribe leader, you all spoil them. Spoil them. Ueluo and the others hurriedly pulled their cubs back to the cave, ensuring the little ones wouldn't go hungry. Tribe leader, you all spoil them. Spoil them. Lu and the others obediently followed their parents back to the cave. Lu, the tribe leader, looks quite terrifying as expected. During dinner, Ueluo launched into another round of admonitions. After her, Uncle also had some words to share, and even the usually reticent grandfather offered a few reminders. After finishing the meal, Lu, burdened with a belly full of admonitions, returned to his cave. That it was only when he lay on the stone bed in his cave that he truly realized what had transpired. On this day, the fluctuations of emotions were truly profound. The joy of daylight was matched only by the sense of unease that enveloped the night. Meanwhile, Bare Earth followed his father back to the cave, his heart still somewhat unsettled. However, the thought of the beggar's chicken in the basket steadied his nerves. Upon arriving at the cave, Bare Sky clenched his fists and turned, only to be confronted by a clump of mud, which Bare Earth presented to him. Bare Sky, Bare Earth, Father, this is something I couldn't bear to eat. I specially saved it for you. It's the beggar's chicken made by Deer Tiger. Bare Sky's fist hung in the air, momentarily unable to fall. The thought that his cub, having ventured out to play, still remembered to bring him food, made him reconsider his anger. It would be unreasonable to strike out at the little one, especially since the cub had not acted with malice and already recognized his mistake. Thus, he persuaded himself to lower his fist, accepting the muddy offering from Bare Earth. Bare Earth, relieved that he had anticipated his father's reaction, watched as Bare Sky examined the mud ball. He hurriedly stepped forward to explain how to eat it. Indeed, after consuming the beggar's chicken, Bare Sky's demeanor softened considerably, and the irritation in his heart dissipated completely. However, he still reminded Bare Earth, in the future, when you leave the tribe, be sure to inform your kin. Bare Earth nodded, observing the obedient demeanor of his cub. Bare Sky sighed, patted his son's shoulder, and said no more. Turning to return to his own cave, Bare Earth thought to himself, I've escaped once. How delightful. He recalled the joy on his partner's face at the birth of their cub, tears silently streaming in the dark, utterly unaware of his father's sentiments. Having just eaten the roasted meat his father had set aside for him, he lay on the stone bed in the cave. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he pondered whether Deer Tiger had been scolded, whether Wolf Grid had faced any punishment, and thought of his father, grandmother, and everyone in the tribe, gradually drifting into slumber. That night, the little companions fell asleep, their hearts laden with cautions and worries, only to awaken the next day revitalized and ready for a new adventure. When Deer Tiger awoke, he perfectly missed breakfast. After washing his face and glancing at the sun, he found himself devoid of the desire to cook. Grabbing a handful of dried meat, he munched on it while descending the mountain. Treating it as a means to sharpen his appetite, he needed to inquire whether the tribal leader had informed everyone about the mushrooms. After the commotion of the previous day, he hoped his grandfather had not forgotten that, of course, he had to find his little companion, Bare Earth, first, as he feared the wrath of Bare Sky, who had a notoriously volatile temper. Bare Earth, he called out at the entrance of Bare Sky's cave. Deer Tiger, come in, came Bare Earth's voice from within. Deer Tiger, are you all right? Bare Earth, are you all right? The two spoke in unison, gazing at each other in surprise before bursting into laughter. Deer Tiger, what are your plans for today? Bare Earth inquired. Nothing much. I just want to ask the tribal leader about the mushrooms, and that S about it, Deer Tiger replied. Then I shall accompany you. Bare Earth offered. All right, Deer Tiger nodded. Upon their arrival, the Old Witch was also present in the tribal leader's cave, discussing the matter of taking the cubs out for a hunt. The events of the previous night had startled everyone, prompting a decision to teach the cubs a valuable lesson. It was indeed their fault for being overly protective of the young ones. The best classroom was none other than the wilderness itself. Once the cubs experienced the dangers of the wild, their wildness would surely diminish. The tribal leader emphasized the urgency of the matter. The warmer season was drawing to a close, with only a few days left before the harvest season, which would bring even greater busyness to the tribe. Moreover, he was still concerned about salt. If they couldn't find any during the warm season, they would have to send 2 hunting teams to the seaside to dry salt. Their tribe was situated in the heart of the western land, far from the coast, and even the quickest beastmen would take over 20 days to reach the shore. Not to mention, they would need to figure out how to dry the salt and transport back. As the tribal leader pondered this, the old witch and Starly had no objections. After a moment, the tribal leader announced, the day after tomorrow, he instructed them to inform the tribe tonight and allow tomorrow for them to arrange shifts, so they could depart the day after. All right, the old witch and Starly agreed to tea that moment. Bear Earth and Deer Tiger entered. Grandfather, Starly, Old Witch, Deer Tiger greeted. Bear Earth added, Grandfather, Grandmother, Old Witch. Why have you two come here? Is there something you need? The tribal leader inquired. Grandfather, Deer Tiger wants to ask about the mushrooms, Bear Earth explained. The tribal leader, undeterred, replied, I've already spoken to the gathering team. They will bring back a variety of mushrooms, and we'll need Deer Tiger as assistance in distinguishing them when the time comes. Of course, Deer Tiger affirmed eagerly. Just in time, you too. The tribe has decided to let you young ones join the hunting team the day after tomorrow to broaden your horizons. You must listen to the team leader and refrain from mischief or wandering off, the tribal leader instructed. Bear Earth and Deer Tiger were taken aback by the suddenness of the news. Akin to a whirlwind, we will, Deer Tiger promised, beaming. Bear Earth nodded in agreement. Prepare yourselves then, but remember, if anyone disobeys orders, they will return immediately, the tribal leader cautioned. Rest assured, Grandfather, we will be obedient, Bear Earth assured him. Seeing the two cubs appear so docile, the tribal leader said no more, allowing them to leave. The old witch, observing this, took her leave as well, knowing that as the tribal leader and his mate, they had many responsibilities to attend to. As Deer Tiger and Bear Earth exited the cave, they could hardly contain their joy. Bear Earth, let us go tell Wolf Grid and the others, Deer Tiger exclaimed, eager to share the good news. All right, Bear Earth replied, not overly keen to spoil the surprise, but curious to see Wolf Grid's astonished expression. The two cubs joined hands and went from one friend to another, relaying the news. Everyone was even happier than they were. Throughout the day, the cubs of the tribe wore smiles, while those in the know couldn't help but chuckle at the exuberance of the children. That evening, both the hunting team and gathering team returned. White Tea approached Deer Tiger, who without hesitation followed her to where the gathering team was congregating. Bear Earth contemplated for a moment and decided to follow Deer Tiger. Having nothing else to do, it would be beneficial for him to assist in identifying mushrooms, ensuring he could discern the poisonous ones next time they were in the wild. Wolf Grid and the others soon gathered around them, eager to learn more. There was nothing wrong with knowing a bit more about the subject. In fact, there had been dissent within the tribe regarding the tribal leader's desire to have everyone dry the mushrooms. Many were wary of the toxic varieties and felt it unwise to place such responsibility on a cub, especially an outsider. This sentiment was voiced by Grandma Lenny and her followers, since Deer Tiger had suggested the gathering. And things had improved. Grandma Lenny had taken to glaring at him whenever they crossed paths, though she refrained from overtly hostile actions. The uproar caused by the mushrooms had been swiftly quelled by the combined efforts of the tribal leader and the old witch, preventing any fallout from reaching Deer Tiger, the gathering team. Deer Tiger meticulously sorted through the mushrooms harvested by the tribe, separating the toxic ones from the safe. Once finished, he displayed the toxic varieties to everyone, ensuring they recognized their appearance. He then proceeded to showcase the non-toxic mushrooms, advising everyone, if you encounter mushrooms you cannot identify, do not pick them. If you do, bring them to me for identification before consuming, as some mushrooms may not be fatal but are still toxic. There's a song from the Eastern land that warns of poisonous mushrooms, singing Red Umbrella, White Stalk, eat it, and together we'll all fall flat. The latter part is not suitable for our Beastman continent, but it serves as a reminder for our tribe. White Tea nodded earnestly. I'll keep an eye on everyone. After completing his tasks, Deer Tiger followed Moonvine back to the cave for dinner, oblivious to the uproar that the tribal leader's recent announcement had caused within the tribe. Meanwhile, as Deer Tiger busied himself, the tribal leader and the old witch convened with the 5 hunting teams, announcing that they would take the cubs out for a day of hunting the day after tomorrow. Taking the cubs out? One tribesman questioned. Hunting, another added, facing the discontent of the others. The tribal leader, however, did not dismiss their concerns and carefully explained the advantages of this undertaking and his plans as the tribespeople began to grasp the benefits of having a hunting team accompany the cubs. Their skepticism gradually faded when they learned that the old witch would also participate, Everyone became agreeable. Only the parents of the cubs busied themselves, seeking out trustworthy beastmen to swap shifts with the hunting team, as they wished to ensure their young ones were closely monitored during the venture. The hunting team members did not create obstacles for them, understanding their concerns and readily agreeing to the swaps. As Starly had anticipated, the parents of the cubs found ways to accompany them. After distributing the spoils of the hunt, the tribespeople dispersed. The next day, Deer Tiger, delighted after breakfast, encountered Bear Earth, who had come to find him. Bear Earth intended to visit Grandfather Monkey to select a suitable stone knife in preparation for their departure beyond the tribe. "I'm ready," Deer Tiger exclaimed, rising to follow Bear Earth to Grandfather Monkey's cave. Arriving at a cave at the foot of the southern mountain, Bear Earth called out, "Grandfather Monkey, Deer Tiger, and I have come. It's Bear Earth and Deer Tiger. Come in," came Grandfather Monkey's voice from within. The two entered to find Grandfather Monkey, missing a leg, sitting inside the cave, sharpening a stone knife. "Grandfather Monkey," they both greeted in unison. "What brings you two little ones to my abode? What would you like me to help you with?" Grandfather Monkey asked Xiongdi. "Monkey Grandpa, tomorrow Lu-Hu and I will leave the tribe. I would like a well-crafted stone knife." Monkey Grandpa, puzzled, replied, "Lu-Hu is going too. This child, the youngest and looking rather frail, is still a half-beast. It truly raises concerns about him venturing out." Lu-Hu reassured, "Yes, Monkey Grandpa, I will be careful, so please do not worry about me." Xiongdi added, "Rest assured, Monkey Grandpa, I will protect Lu-Hu. He has indeed undergone the warrior's rite." Observing the two, Monkey Grandpa chose to say no more, but cautioned Xiongdi, "Be careful tomorrow and ensure Lu-Hu's safety. Given all that Lu-Hu has done for their tribe, they ought to go to great lengths to safeguard him." Xiongdi nodded earnestly. Monkey Grandpa then said, "You two, come inside. I will show you the stone knives that it was too late to craft a new one." So he would allow the two children to select from the previously made stone knives. As they entered the cave, they came upon a variety of stone tools laid out on the ground. Stone knives, stone pots, stone bowls, a veritable collection. Skipping over the stone pots and bowls, they made their way directly to where the stone knives were displayed. There an array of knives awaited: long blades, short blades, wide blades, and narrow blades that Lu even spotted a long knife reminiscent of a modern tang sword. In oh wonder, the tribe's members sought out Monkey Grandpa for stone tools. He was truly a master craftsman of the Beastman continent. Lu immediately took a liking to the tang sword, though it was somewhat unwieldy for him, being short in stature. The long knife was nearly twice his height, making it easy for him to accidentally injure himself. Xiongdi was drawn to a broad-backed knife, which he picked up to test its heft, finding it quite suitable, and thus decided on this blade. Lu, meanwhile, selected the tang sword along with a shorter dagger, akin to a stiletto. Once they had made their choices, they inquired of Monkey Grandpa, "How do we trade?" Monkey Grandpa replied, "For Xiongdi's broad knife, 25 pounds of meat. For Lu-Hu's tang sword, 35 pounds. The short dagger is a gift for you both." Lu interjected, "Monkey Grandpa, would dried meat suffice? It's hot, and fresh meat doesn't keep well. This way you won't have to go through the trouble of drying it yourself." He understood the favor Monkey Grandpa had extended, and regarding the disparity in meat required for the knives, he held no objections. Crafting the tang sword would indeed be a more laborious task than the broad knife. Monkey Grandpa, feeling pleased, replied, "Very well, that works perfectly." He appreciated the convenience, knowing the two children would look after him. "Then please wait a moment, Monkey Grandpa, I will fetch the dried meat for you." Xiongdi returned home and brought back 55 pounds of dried meat to Monkey Grandpa's cave. Then, with Lu-Hu, took the knives they had selected back to Lu-Hu's cave. As the day progressed, Monkey Grandpa began to receive other younglings from the tribe who sought stone knives, indicating that the youngsters were all quite eager for the following day. Back in the cave, Lu-Hu handed over 35 pounds of dried meat to Xiongdi, declaring, "Brothers must keep accounts clear. Regardless of our closeness, one must not take advantage of another." Xiongdi accepted graciously, and the two practiced their reflexes for potential dangers, hoping to be swift in response should any threats arise. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Lu-Hu opened his eyes, washed his face, took the short knife, and headed down the mountain, making his way to a Mo's house for breakfast. After their meal, he and the elders set off to join the hunting party. By the time they arrived, the hunting team had already assembled, a total of 150 members, split into 3 hunting teams. With 8 younglings standing at the front, Shan stepped forward, without wasting words, waved a great hand, and commanded, "Let us depart." He then transformed into his beast form, wrapping his tail around Lu Hu and lifting him onto his back. The towering stature of the tiger made it impossible for Lu Hu to climb up by himself. The tribe members all shifted into their beast forms, including Xiong Di and Lang Ge. While Baoyu perched upon the back of a spotted leopard, and Hong Yin was seated on his father's shoulders, Liu Hu settled on his grandfather's back, watching as the familiar landscape raced behind them. Soon leaving their known territory, the grandfather's back was broad and stable, providing a comfortable perch for Lu Hu, who found time to observe the conditions of his companions. Xiong Di followed closely beside a massive brown bear, while Lang Ge bore a striking resemblance to his father, albeit in different sizes due to their beast forms that Wayu had transformed into a small orange cat, sitting atop the head of a cheetah, while Hu Jiang trotted alongside a red fox, and Shi Qing swiftly slithered beside another giant python. Shi Zhuang kept pace with a lion that notably lacked a mane, both having similar sizes. As that lion was Shi Zhuang's mother. Not long after setting out, the younglings endeavored to stay close to their parents, refusing assistance from others. Yu, being so small in his beast form, risked being stepped upon. Yet his form was undeniably adorable. As time passed, they ventured further from the tribe, and along the path of the hunting team, not a single wild beast was to be seen. This was expected, as the tribe's hunting parties regularly traversed this area, causing the clever beasts to avoid it, while the less astute became prey. Gradually, Lu Hu began to feel discomfort in his backside, despite grandfather's efforts to run smoothly. The terrain was uneven, involving hills and pits, leading to unavoidable jolts. His companions began to show signs of fatigue. Hu Jiang transformed back into human form, squatting on his father's back, while Xiong Di, Shi Zhuang, Lang Ge, and Shi Qing continued to press on Liu Hu. "Are you all right?" Hu Shan asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "I'm fine, grandfather." "How much longer until we reach the hunting forest?" Lu Hu felt as though they had been traveling for 2 hours. Hu Shan replied, "We are almost there." When Hu Shan said they were almost there, he truly meant it. The shadow of the forest was now visible. In a brief moment, they arrived at the entrance of a dark and impenetrable forest. This was the hunting ground of the tribe. Towering trees stretched high into the sky, a vast expanse without end, as grandfather had explained. The tribe had hunted in this forest for generations. Shan roared, and the hunting party of ferocious beasts came to an abrupt halt, as did Xiong Di and the other younglings. They had all been advised to heed the precautions before departing. A giant tiger spoke in human words, "Split into 3 groups. Each team will hunt, and the younglings shall follow me." As the leader of the hunting party, Hu Shan's prowess was formidable, and his guidance brought reassurance to those following him. The beasts of the hunting party divided themselves into 3 teams, charging into the forest in different directions, with Ili joining the second team. Shan led the remaining team westward, always keeping Lu Hu on his back as they entered the woods. Lu Hu found himself enveloped in darkness, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dim light of the forest. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was surrounded by towering trunks and dense foliage. While Lu Hu was still observing the environment, Hu Shan paused, twitching his nose. He sensed the presence of wild beasts. Shan turned back, signaling Hu Wei, who was trailing behind, to investigate. Hu Wei silently slipped past the leading Hu Shan and moved toward the direction indicated. Once his figure disappeared into the shadows of the forest, Lu Hu tightened his grip on Hu Shan's fur. Sensing Lu Hu's tension, Hu Shan softly reassured him, "Do not fear. Grandfather will protect you." Lu Hu nodded silently. Indeed, darkness magnified the fears within one's heart. Before long, Hu Wei returned, reporting, "Captain, there are 2 wild lizards ahead." Shan frowned. Wild lizards were large wild beasts, and it was peculiar for them to appear on the outskirts of the forest. After a moment of contemplation and recalling the chief's instructions, he declared, "Let us take a look." He was confident in his ability to protect the younglings trailing behind him. The others following him expressed no dissent and quickly approached the lair of the 2 wild beasts. Before the hunt commenced, Hu Shan gathered Lu Hu and the other younglings together, assigning a few beastmen to guard them while he stealthily advanced toward the lair of the 2 wild beasts. The two wild lizards seemed to sense danger, calling out uneasily. One of them peeked out of its then Hu Shan's eyes sharpened, and seizing the moment, he lunged forward, his jaws wide open, clamping down on the exposed neck of the wild beast. The creature thrashed violently, Lu, who could only watch in awe as a massive head emerged from the den, and in an instant his grandfather lunged at it, causing him to clench his fists in anxiety. Xiong Tian and the others surged forward. The massive paw of the brown bear came crashing down upon the wild beast's head, while Lang Chi swiftly bit into the other side of its neck. The beastmen employed various tactics, scratching, biting, and clawing, until, before long, the wild lizard that had peered out began to grow still that Lu, who watched, astonished, while the other beastmen around him felt a surge of adrenaline. Hu Zhang's father, Hu Hong, seeing their excitement, explained to the younglings, wild lizards are a relatively common type of wild beast, categorized as large beasts. This one, an adult, measures 5 meters in length and weighs around 2,000 pounds. It only managed to poke its head out, which is why our chief could easily strike its vital spot. If you encounter a wild lizard in the future, ensure you do not get hit by its tail, for its tail is more dangerous than its teeth. Xiong Di and the others nodded vigorously, their expressions earnest. Lu, who exclaimed, "What an exhilarating start!" Once the wild beast lay completely lifeless, Xiong Tian and several of the stronger beastmen approached, straining to drag the wild lizard from its den. Indeed, it was an adult wild lizard, over 5 meters long. The beastmen moved the creature aside, awaiting the emergence of the other wild beast. Here it comes. As the rustling sounds of movement echoed from within the cave, Hu Hong whispered, "Boom!" Suddenly, a colossal creature burst forth from the cave, charging directly towards Hu Shan, Lu, whose eyes widened in terror, his heart racing to his throat. Before he could even call out for his grandfather, Hu Shan gracefully leaped aside, evading the onslaught of the wild lizard. Instantly, Lu Hu's heart settled back into his chest, before the wild beast could regain its footing. Xiong Tian and the other beastmen surged forward, attacking with ferocity, biting, clawing, and targeting vital areas, while a few members of the elephant clan held down the creature's tail, rendering it ineffective. Beastmen of lesser stature struggled to join the fray. For instance, Leopard Moon's father, the spotted leopard, circled the perimeter, seeking openings to strike Lu, who found the seemingly haphazard assault perplexing. After all, 51 beastmen seemed excessive for a single wild beast, and the efficiency appeared lacking. Little did he know that each hunting party was divided into 2 smaller teams, hunting simultaneously. This particular occasion was unified due to the presence of cubs, allowing them to experience the harsh realities of the outside world, while 2 other teams were engaged elsewhere. Under the relentless onslaught of the beastmen, the second wild lizard gradually succumbed to its injuries. Eagerly, the cubs, including Xiong Di, rushed forward to observe the recently deceased creature. Hu Shan instructed the others to dismember the wild beast for easier transportation, stacking the remains at the cave's entrance to rest while awaiting the arrival of other wild beasts drawn by the scent of blood. In the absence of cubs, they would relocate to continue their hunt. After all, 2 wild lizards were insufficient for a tribe of over 300 beastmen, each requiring an average of 500 pounds of meat daily. Especially for those in beast form within the hunting party, the consumption was even greater, not to mention the half-beast and human members. The tribe needed to consume at least 20,000 pounds of meat daily. With 2 hunting teams operating simultaneously, each tasked with procuring 10,000 pounds, pure meat, excluding hides, bones, entrails, and heads. The primary objective for Hu Shan's hunting team today was to provide the cubs with a broader perspective. Thus, they opted for a comparatively safer approach. Once the battlefield was cleared, Lu Hu and the other cubs gathered around their elders, concerned for any injuries. Despite the one-sided nature of the hunt, accidents could happen. As calm began to settle, Lu Hu's restless heart stirred once more. However, he did not wander far, merely meandering nearby, with Xiong Di following suit. The others assumed the cubs were merely curious, not paying them much heed. Lu Hu, finding nothing familiar, plopped down beside a companion, grasping a handful of grass in frustration. "What is bothering you?" asked Lang Gu. "Why the long face?" "Nothing," replied Lu Hu. "Should I speak to Grandpa Hu Shan about us moving further away?" Suggested Xiong Di and Onid. Lu Hu insisted. "Safety first, all right," Xiongdi conceded, trusting Lu Hu's judgment. Not long after, the scent of blood attracted another wild beast, Lu, who turned toward the source of the sound, spotting a massive, dinosaur-like creature approaching. Drawn by the scent of blood, Hu Shan's expression shifted dramatically. A wild dragon beast? How could such a creature be in the vicinity? He quickly instructed Xiongtian, "Hurry, take the cubs out of the woods." The hunting team erupted into a flurry of activity. The wild dragon beast was notorious for being the most formidable of its kind, unmatched. This particular beast stood 10 meters tall, with a neck measuring 4 meters long. Its thick tail whipping behind it, toppling trees in its wake. Before the cubs could react, they were swiftly ushered out of the forest by the adults. Those who had regained their senses looked on in horror as the colossal creature approached rapidly. Hu Shan and the others remained still, quickly concealing themselves, hoping the wild dragon beast would overlook them. As for the wild lizard, it paled in comparison to the value of their lives. Hu Shan watched as the wild dragon beast sprinted past him. His half-crouched form relaxed momentarily before tensing again, for the beast had locked onto Xiongtian and the others, pursuing them. With a roar, Hu Shan propelled himself forward, leaping onto the back of the wild dragon. The concealed clan members recognized the urgency of the situation and, following Hu Shan's lead, revealed themselves to attack the wild dragon beast. Lang Qi lunged forward, biting the beast's tail, while Xiangli coiled its trunk around the creature's front leg. Hu Wei sank its teeth into the hind leg, and Leopard Moon's father, Leopard Fire, climbed a nearby tree, leaping onto the dragon's neck, jaws agape for a fierce bite. With a pained roar, the wild dragon beast thrashed violently. But Leopard Fire clung on tenaciously, being tossed through the air, yet refusing to release his grip. Realizing he could not shake off his attackers, the wild dragon approached a large tree and violently swung his tail. Leopard Fire, gripped with terror, watched as the tree loomed closer, his mind blank. "Leap, Leopard Fire!" Hu Shan shouted, in a state of panic. Leopard Fire complied, letting go and jumping just in time to avoid the impending collision. However, he miscalculated, crashing into the tree with a sickening crack. Da-da! He wailed as he fell to the ground. The wild dragon beast, relentless, advanced toward him. Hu Shan cried out, "Hold on to its front leg," responding to the command. Xiangli tightened its grip on the creature's front leg, blood seeping from the elephant's trunk. Yet it did not halt the beast's advance. Seeing this, Hu Shan leaped off the wild dragon's back, seizing its front leg with his powerful jaws. Tearing at it with ferocity, the strength of a tiger's bite was formidable. Soon, one front leg was drenched in blood. Witnessing this, Hu Wei joined in, tearing at the hind leg. Once the bone was visible, he targeted the joint with a powerful bite. With a pained roar, the wild dragon beast faltered, collapsing onto the ground. Lioness Shuang's mother, Lion Shui, swiftly approached the dragon's abdomen, delivering a fierce claw strike before evading another attack, only to land another blow moments later before retreating from harm's way. As the wild dragon beast sustained more and more injuries, it thrashed its tail fiercely, attempting to dislodge the beastmen clinging to it. However, the weight of 5 or 6 beastmen was too great, and the creature's movements were ineffective. Hu Shan and Hu Wei observed Lion Shui's tactics and began to land several claw strikes to the wild dragon's abdomen. Gradually, the wounds multiplied, and the creature's breathing grew more labored. Realizing the dire situation, the wild dragon attempted to flee, but Hu Shan would not grant it that opportunity. He climbed onto a nearby low stone, propelling himself onto the wild dragon's neck. The creature's already fragile neck was subjected to relentless bites and stomps, prompting furious roars from the wild dragon. Nevertheless, this did not deter the beastman's assault. Rain's father, Leopard Ban, climbed a nearby tree, leaping toward the wild dragon's face. As he neared, he delivered a devastating claw strike, blinding the creature. Seizing the moment while the wild dragon recoiled in pain, he kicked fiercely at its face before leaping back to safety. With Hu Shan persistently attacking the dragon's neck and Leopard Ban clawing at its face, along with others biting its tail, scratching its belly, and tearing at its thighs, the wild dragon's breaths grew weaker, gradually fading into silence. The beastmen did not relent until the wild dragon's massive form collapsed entirely, lifeless, at Hu Shan's signal. They finally ceased their assault, gazing at the once mighty creature and now reduced to a lifeless heap. There was little joy among them, only a sense of relief at surviving and concern for their companions. Meanwhile, the 9 cubs being carried dared not struggle, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they watched the colossal beast charging toward them. Xiong Tian's group quickened their pace, emerging from the forest. Fortunately, they had not ventured too far in, allowing for a swift escape. Once outside, Xiong Tian glanced back, relieved to see no sign of the wild dragon behind them. Lu dismounted from the back of a lion clan member, rushing to Xiong Tian's side, anxiously glancing toward the woods. Xiong Di and the others mirrored his stance, their faces etched with worry. Seeing the cubs' distress, Hu Jiang felt a pang of sympathy and reassured them. Captain Hushan is incredibly skilled. They will surely be fine. Without us weighing them down, they must have scattered to safety. Roar! Howl! Hu Jiang thought. What a lack of respect. Though he wished to assist his kin, the cubs needed protection. Liu, who stubbornly stared into the woods, overwhelmed by guilt, it was a suggestion to venture outside the tribe. If anything happened to his kin, how would he face everyone? Lu Hu, don't be afraid. Grandpa Hushan will be fine. Xiong Di comforted, sensing Lu Hu's remorse. Hearing the comforting words, Lu Hu nestled into Xiong Di's furry embrace. Remaining silent, Xiong Di gently stroked Lu Hu's back, but soon felt a cool dampness against his chest. He paused momentarily, then continued to soothe Lu Hu, understanding his turmoil, had it not been for them. Hushan would not have risked confronting the wild dragon. After a while, feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Hu emerged from Xiong Di's embrace, guilt washing over him. He possessed memories from a past life, yet still found himself so fragile, needing comfort from a younger cub. Wiping his eyes and casting aside his sorrow, he leaned in to listen intently to the sounds of battle in the forest. Outside the woods, silence enveloped the group as they held their breath, straining to hear any commotion within. Lang Ji's fists clenched tightly, while Ho Yin's eyes glistened with tears. Leopard Moon nervously began to crush the flower in his hand. Wait, what was that? A large thistle. Spying the tubular purple-red flower in Leopard Moon's grasp, they all felt a shift in the atmosphere. Liu, who took a careful look, confirming that he had not misjudged the situation, he approached Bao Yu. And under her puzzled gaze, he took from her hand the battered flower, which had been reduced to mere buds. Dipping his fingers into its juices, he brought them to his lips and tasted. His eyes instantly sparkling with astonishing brilliance. It was great thistle, sweet with a hint of bitterness, its medicinal properties rich and profound, the finest of its kind. In that moment, Lu Hu felt an immense gratitude towards the beast god. Having traversed the galaxy, the great thistle appeared just as it did in modern times, allowing him to recognize its significance. In the current circumstances, the benefits of the great thistle were immense. The few individuals drawn in by Lu Hu's fervor gazed at him in confusion as he licked the plant's sap. Then their expressions shifted to one of joy, their brows furrowed in bewilderment. Liu Hu, what is going on? Is there something wrong with this flower? Lu Hu suppressed his eagerness and explained to the bewildered crowd. This is great thistle. It can stop bleeding. His words sent ripples of excitement through the group. Their tribe lacked a shaman, and the only one with any knowledge, Li and I, was only a novice. Thus, when tribe members were injured or fell ill, they often bore the burden themselves, seeking Li and I only in dire circumstances, and even then, there were no guarantees of recovery. The potential of great thistle as a hemostatic herb was easily imagined by everyone present. Although they had never heard of it before, they held no doubts about Lu Hu's claims. After all, he was from a divine deer clan, naturally gifted in recognizing herbs and plants. Hu Jiang was the first to react. Turning to Bao Yu, where did you pick this flower? Still somewhat dazed, Bao Yu was pinched hard by Ho Yin, who exclaimed, ouch! The pain jolted her back to reality, and she quickly replied, just from the resting spot over there. There's a whole patch. Liu Hu sighed inwardly, realizing that in their focus on foraging for staple foods, they had forgotten that medicinal herbs could also save lives, a grave oversight. Though he was anxious for the great thistle, his concern for the ongoing battle remained paramount. The great thistle wouldn't run away. The situation with Grandpa was far more urgent. As everyone noticed Lu Hu's lack of further discussion, their expressions turned grave as they gazed anxiously toward the forest. Realizing it was not the time for such discussions, the absence of any wild beasts nearby indicated how severe the battle must have been, extending even to the edges of the woods. As time ticked away, and their anxiety mounted, the cacophony of roars from the forest suddenly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. That roar, it's Grandpa. Lu Hu nearly wept with joy. Grandpa was unharmed. Xiong Tian and others also wore expressions of relief. But for safety's sake, Xiong Tian instructed Hu Jiang to go check. Without hesitation, Hu Jiang darted into the forest, his own worry palpable. Before long, he returned, his face heavy with concern. Upon seeing the anxious expressions of the group, he simply stated, "You'll know when you see Lu Hu's heart tightened. Someone from the tribe had been injured." The group refrained from pressing further, following Hu Jiang toward the site of the battle. This time, Lu Hu was carried by Xiong Di, resting atop the furry back of the national treasure. For the first time, he refrained from taking the opportunity to pet the creature, his mind consumed with thoughts of the unfolding situation ahead. The group, in their beast forms, rushed with all their might, and in just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the site of the earlier battle with the wild lizard. Confirming they were indeed at the outermost edge, upon arrival, the first sight that met their eyes was the body of the wild dragon beast, its condition beyond what could be described as battered. Lu Hu glanced briefly before shifting his focus to find Grandpa. Yushan had not sustained severe injuries. He merely bore a few scratches, shallow in depth, like a tea that moment. He was tending to the injured tribe members. Lu Hu silently approached, his eyes scanning Grandpa as a figure multiple times, and only when he confirmed there was merely a scratch did he exhale in relief. However, seeing the injured tribe members lying on the ground filled his heart with sorrow. He hurriedly crouched down to check on the condition of Bao Hua, who was a leopard and had suffered a broken leg during the battle. Seeing her father in such a state, Bao Yu could not hold back her tears. As Lu Hu examined her father's broken leg, she quickly shifted her hopeful gaze towards him. With careful hands, Lu Hu examined Bao Hua's leg thoroughly before feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, the fracture was not at the joint. Looking up at the despairing Bao Hua, he spoke gently, "Uncle Bao Hua, bear with it. It might hurt, ain't be. I did not Lu Hu, are you saying my leg? Can it be healed?" Bao Hua asked incredulously, having never heard of a broken leg being treatable. Lu Hu affirmed with determination, "It can." Bao Hua, a resolute man, replied, "Then treat me. Uncle is not afraid of pain. I in the Beastman continent." A beastman with a broken leg lost the ability to hunt and could only engage in foraging and similar tasks. Naturally, Bao Hua did not wish to become such a burden. Lu Hu nodded, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. However, in his previous life, he had often ventured into remote mountain areas, specifically learning first aid techniques from doctors, fearing he might face an accident in the mountains without access to medical help. "Xiong Di, please gather several of those flowers like the one in Bao Yu's hand, ensuring they have roots. Wolf Ge, find some straight wooden boards about the length and width of my arm. Lion Zhuang Ge, gather some sturdy vines. Shiqing Ge, I need a pot of boiling water. Grandpa, Xiong Tian, Hu Jiang, and Ho Gua, you all hold down Uncle Bao Hua's limbs. Bao Yu, you hold your father's head to prevent him from moving and injuring himself." Once everyone was in position, Lu Hu reached for Bao Hua's injured leg, slowly and meticulously feeling along the bone's alignment. When he reached the fracture, he applied force to manually realign the crooked bone. In that moment, Bao Hua cried out in pain, reflexively struggling against the grip of those holding him down. Thankfully, everyone followed Lu Hu's instructions and held him firmly. Even Bao Yu tightly embraced her father's head. As Lu Hu looked at Xiong Di, who had returned with the herbs, he said, "Xiong Di, could you please help me mash these? Be careful not to spill the juice." "All right, leave it to me." He then found a clean piece of beast skin, which Lu Hu dipped in the boiling hot water to cleanse the dirt and blood from Bao Yu's leg. Once it was clean, he took the herbal paste from the stone bowl and evenly applied it to the fractured leg, subsequently wrapping it with a clean piece of beast skin and securing wooden sticks found by Wolf Ge to Bao Hua's leg. Clapping his hands, Lu Hu softly advised, "Injuries to tendons and bones take 100 days to heal. You must rest completely, avoiding any movement for that time. Change the dressing every 3 days. By then, the bone will heal itself. Do not walk, or else it may heal incorrectly. Bao Hua and Bao Yu listened earnestly. Although it meant 100 days of inactivity, the prospect of recovery was a blessing. The gratitude in the eyes of the onlookers for Lu Hu's efforts was nearly overwhelming, and Hushan wore a proud expression. Lu Hu, however, remained oblivious to the admiration, as there were still many injured on the ground. Uncle Lang Chi had sustained a gash on his chest, while Uncle Shangde Ji had injured his nose. And Uncle Bao Banji had a bloody wound on his arm. Aside from Bao Hua's broken leg, everyone else's injuries could be treated with Great Thistle. The tribe members regarded the Great Thistle. Their eyes sparkled as if gazing upon a miraculous herb. The first to utilize the Great Thistle to stop bleeding was Uncle Lang Chi. His chest wound, once substantial, had ceased bleeding after the application of the herb. Lu Hu marveled, truly, this pure, wild Great Thistle is twice as effective as domesticated varieties. After treating everyone's injuries, they began to divide the carcass of the wild dragon beast, which weighed nearly 20,000 pounds. Hushan was troubled about how to transport it back, but Lu Hu proposed a clever idea, to weave baskets from vines, allowing each beastman to carry 2 baskets on their backs. While larger beastmen could manage 4 or even six. Hushan's eyes lit up at this suggestion. He immediately gathered everyone to cut vines and weave baskets. Meanwhile, Lu Hu ventured nearby to dig up numerous rooted great thistles, placing them in his basket, intending to see if he could cultivate them back at the tribe. Before long, the baskets were completed, the prey packed, and they prepared to return to the tribe. Naturally, they did not forget to harvest all the great thistles in the area. In Xiong D's words, such a miraculous herb should not be missed by the tribe. Lu Hu wholeheartedly agreed, collecting the seeds of the great thistle, which amounted to only a small handful. The group returned to the tribe in a grand procession, each beastman bearing 2 to 6 baskets on their backs, while the injured tribe members traveled in their human forms, assisted by those nearby. Transforming into their beast forms at this time could cause their wounds to reopen, leading to further bleeding. The first outing of a young cub from the tribe was undoubtedly thrilling, yet their performance was commendable. They followed commands, displayed composure, and remained unflustered in the face of danger, worthy of praise. The patrolling tribe members, witnessing the sorrowful return of the hunting party led by Hushan, could not help but grimace at the sight. After all, this was a hunting party led by Uncle Hushan, which included young cubs. However, upon spotting a few lively cubs within the group, their grim expressions softened. Patrol member Guqing approached Hushan, asking, "Uncle Hushan, did you encounter any trouble?" Guqing's original form was that of a black pigeon. Hushan nodded. "We encountered a wild dragon beast." Guqing gasped. "A wild dragon beast? Isn't that a core wild beast of the hunting forest?" Hushan nodded, providing no further explanation as he led the way back to the valley of the tribe. Upon receiving the news, the tribe leader, Xing Li, and the shaman awaited their arrival in the valley. As Hushan and his group drew near, they first glanced at the cubs among them, relieved to see they were all safe and sound, nodding with gratitude. "Take the injured tribe members back to the cave. Everyone else should return to rest." Hushan, "Come with me." The chieftain inquired about the detailed situation in Hushan. Upon hearing this, Hushan released Lu Hu, transforming into human form, and followed the chieftain. The hunting team, left behind, entered the tribe and, with the assistance of their kin, helped the injured members down, unloading the baskets from their backs, before each one transformed back into human shape and dispersed. Lu Hu approached the father-daughter duo, Leopard Fire and Leopard Moon. "Uncle Leopard Fire, when you change the dressing, please have Leopard Moon come find me." Leopard Fire nodded, supported by Leopard Moon and her partner as they returned to the cave. "Lu Hu, let us go to your cave," said Xiongdi. "Shouldn't we first visit the chieftain?" He asked. "There's no need. Hushan will inform the elder. Let's go to your cave, have something to eat, and rest for a while." Xiongdi waved his hand dismissively. "All right." After the two finished their meal, their minds finally settled. The events of the day having kept them on edge, they had no desire to do anything and sat in silence on the stone bed, eventually succumbing to sleep. That evening, after learning of the events, Yueluo came to call Lu Hu for dinner. only to find the two children peacefully asleep on the stone bed, not wanting to disturb them. She decided to let them rest, knowing they had been frightened that day. She would prepare some roasted meat to bring over later, so they wouldn't wake up in the middle of the night. Hungry, she needed to inform Xiong Tian that Xiong Di was sleeping at Luhu's place. Yueluo hurried back down the mountain, as expected. In the middle of the night, Luhu was awakened by hunger. He glanced at the roasted meat placed beside the stone bed and guessed it was left by Yueluo. He eagerly took a few hearty bites to quell his hunger. Noticing Xiong Di sleeping nearby, softly snoring, he chose not to wake him, knowing he would naturally awaken when hungry. After satisfying his hunger, he yawned and lay back down to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Luhu awoke while Xiong Di still slept. He looked at the roasted meat by the stone bed, realizing that Xiong Di had not woken at all and had slept through the night. Luhu refrained from waking him, washed his face, and took the opportunity to wash the clothes he had changed out of, hanging them up to dry. After tidying up, he stood at the cave entrance, contemplating whether he should check on the injured members of the tribe that he felt he had been remiss the previous day. With the heat rising, wounds could easily become inflamed, necessitating timely cleaning and dressing changes. As the warm season was drawing to a close, and the weather was becoming less oppressive, Luhu sat on a large stone at the cave entrance, staring blankly ahead. Thoughts drifted back to the day before when he had discovered the big thistle. Something had flashed through his mind then, but in the urgency of the moment, he had not given it much thought. In the early morning, with his mind now alert, he suddenly recalled that fleeting thought from yesterday. Perhaps the species of beasts were not as different from the modern world as he had previously assumed. Otherwise, why did the big thistle resemble those in the present day? When he lived with his grandparents, they would go into the mountains every year to gather big thistles to exchange for money with the barefoot doctors. Thus, he was quite familiar with them. Perhaps his earlier descriptions had been inaccurate, which was why the tribe had been unable to find them. He needed to think of a way to draw them. But he couldn't draw. How lamentable that skill is often realized only when it is needed. Xiong Di, awakened by hunger, noticed the absence of Luhu from the stone bed, but found a bowl of roasted meat instead. Not one to be polite, he picked up the stone bowl and quickly consumed it. Alleviating his hunger, he stepped out of the cave, spotting Luhu sitting on a stone, resting his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Not wanting to disturb him, he washed his face and prepared to return to his own cave for some food. The sound of water roused Luhu from his reverie. He glanced over to see Xiong Di holding a handful of water to wash his face, droplets cascading down his pale, slender chest. Luhu admired the sight for a moment before clearing his throat and speaking. Xiong Di. You're awake. Xiong Di nodded. Luhu continued. I plan to speak with the chieftain about the big thistle. Xiong Di replied. I'll eat something first, then accompany you. Luhu thought for a moment. That seemed reasonable, as he had little food left. The dried meat had been nearly consumed, and what remained wouldn't suffice to fill Xiong Di. Halfway down the path, Xiong Di suddenly remembered something and turned back to Luhu. Have you had breakfast yet? Luhu shook his head, explaining, I'm not particularly hungry. Even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. Come on, let's go get some food. Xiong Di stepped back to Luhu and pulled him along down the mountain. Luhu did not resist. He was indifferent to whether he ate or not. Since Xiong Di had suggested it, a meal would be fine. After they finished breakfast, they set off together to the chieftain's cave. Upon seeing the two, the chieftain was not surprised and said, just in time, I was about to head to the shaman. You two should come along. Luhu and Xiong Di followed the chieftain to the shaman's cave. The chieftain announced, Shaman, it is Xiong Yuan. I am entering. The shaman replied, Come in. Luhu and Xiong Di enter behind the chieftain, finding the shaman busy with her staff. Without looking up, she said, Please take a seat. The three sat as instructed. After a moment of consideration, Xiong Yuan spoke. Shaman, I would like to request your divination regarding whether something has occurred in the core area of the hunting forest, as a wild dragon beast has been spotted on the outskirts. Luhu and Xiong Di listened intently, recalling that their young ones had encountered the wild dragon beast during their hunting outing, and the news had spread like wildfire through the tribe overnight. Moreover, they had heard the elder say that wild dragon beasts only inhabit the core areas of the hunting forest. How could one appear on the outskirts, and in such pristine condition? If it had been an injured wild dragon beast, the chieftain would not have been overly concerned. The shaman paused in her movements, looked up and met Xiong Yuan's gaze. "Are you suggesting a beast tide?" Xiong Yuan sighed, unable to hide the truth from the two young ones. "Shaman, I do not wish to believe it, but it happened this way 50 years ago." The shaman sprang to her feet, realization dawning. 50 years ago, a wild dragon beast had also suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the hunting forest. And it was Xiong Yuan who led the tribe to slay Ikiti the time. The tribe had not paid it much heed. However, during the cold season, a beast tide had erupted unexpectedly, resulting in the deaths of nearly half the tribe's members, including the shaman's partner. The shaman collected herself after a brief moment of panic. "Xiong Yuan, the tribe must prepare early for this matter." Chieftain Xiong Yuan nodded, stating, "I have gathered several astute beastmen to scout the core area of the hunting forest." The shaman replied, "That is wise that I in that case. Please keep the head of the wild dragon beast. I will use it for divination tonight, that if this truly is a beast tide, the wild dragon beast appearing on the outskirts serves as a warning from the beast god. Divining with its head will yield more fruitful results." Xiong Yuan pondered for a moment. "The head of the wild dragon beast has not been discarded yet. I will send someone to deliver it to you shortly. Is there any assistance you require for the divination?" The shaman shook her head. "No, this matter can only be handled by me. You cannot assist." Xiong Yuan's expression turned serious as he nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Shaman, I plan to send 2 hunting teams to the seaside to collect salt." The shaman replied, "Let us wait until the divination results are in. If it is true, they must arrange for salt collection promptly, as the tribe must be well fed to have the strength to face the beast tide." The chieftain agreed, and after considering it further, he prepared to leave. Just then, the shaman called out to him as he was about to exit the cave, cautioning, "Do not disclose this matter to the tribe until I have the results of the divination." Xiong Yuan had the same intention. If the threat of the beast tide was real, it would not be too late to inform the tribe. If it were false, there was no need to cause unnecessary worry among them. Lu Hu and Xiong Di hurried to catch up with Xiong Yuan. "Chieftain, I wanted to mention the big thistle that if a beast tide is imminent, the big thistle could prove invaluable. Should we arrange for some collection?" Xiong Yuan cast a glance at the young ones, continuing on without missing a beat. "Your Starly has already instructed the gathering teams to be vigilant. It is a bit late for you to bring it up now." Lu Hu replied, "Understood. The chieftain is indeed wise." "Chieftain, there's another matter. From what I gathered from your conversation with the shaman, you intend to go to the seaside to collect salt?" "Indeed, despite searching for so long without finding a salt mine. We must go to the seaside. Salt is crucial for the tribe at this moment." "Then, chieftain, may I accompany you? I can teach everyone how to produce salt. It is not yet time for your involvement. When the moment comes, you can explain the salt-making process to everyone multiple times." Xiong Yuan did not outright refuse him. The path to the seaside was still uncertain, and they needed to clarify it before bringing Lu Hu along. The chieftain recognized Lu Hu's significant potential for the tribe and felt it unwise to confine him solely to the tribe. As long as his safety could be assured, he should be allowed to explore. Lu Hu did not press the issue further, understanding the chieftain's concerns. Moreover, he valued his own life greatly though, and one more thing. Lu Hu smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting another crucial matter. "Chieftain, does the tribe possess any means of recording, such as paper and pens? I wish to illustrate the items from the eastern lands so that everyone can refer to the drawings for easier identification." "Paper? Pens?" Xiong Yuan questioned, puzzled. Lu Hu replied, "It's hard to explain. It's certainly the fault of the language teacher." After pondering, he picked up a stick and drew the shape of a sweet potato on the ground. Once finished, he turned to the two, who were squatting beside him with looks of curiosity, and said, "It looks like this. I will draw it out so that everyone can compare and find it. Then we can just refer to the drawing on the ground." Xiong Di was perplexed by the meaning of the paper and pen that Lu Hu mentioned. However, after contemplating the drawings on the ground, he found them quite clear. Lu Hu thought for a moment and decided that it would be acceptable, as orcs are known for their impressive memory. He picked up a wooden stick and began to sketch the essential items for the tribe that he recalled from his previous life, such as corn, rice, wheat, potatoes, and yams, and as for the other matters. They would first address the pressing issue of sustenance before considering anything else. Xiong Yuan and Xiong Di squatted on the ground, intently observing the 6 items Lu Hu was illustrating, striving to imprint them firmly in their minds. This was the hope of their tribe, Lu who remarked. My drawings may appear slightly abstract, but their distinct characteristics are undoubtedly captured. Xiong Yuan meticulously noted the appearances of the 6 sketches and then stood up. Addressing the 2, I will ensure that the hunting team, patrol team, and gathering team are all informed to keep a vigilant eye on this matter. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to Lu Hu. Is there anything else? Lu Hu replied. Not for now. I will seek out the clan leader if anything arises. With that, Xiong Yuan departed, feeling reassured as he had numerous tasks to organize. Xiong Di also took Lu Hu back to the mountaintop. Lu Hu had previously expressed his desire to experiment with cultivating milk thistle, so now was the perfect time to commence the endeavor. Upon learning of the impending beast tide, Xiong Di felt an urgency. He had witnessed firsthand the hemostatic effects of milk thistle and understood its critical importance for the tribe. The tales of the beast tide he had heard his childhood from the elders echoed in his mind, emphasizing that milk thistle was a life-saving remedy. Hence, the quicker they could cultivate it, the better. That Lu who shared this sentiment, simultaneously pondering the methods of preparing milk thistle. Should they fail to cultivate it, it would be prudent to prepare it for storage, as it would last longer, albeit with a potential loss of efficacy. Upon reaching the summit, the 2 cleared a patch of land, removing the weeds and roots before beginning to till the soil. Lu Hu and Xiong Di toiled for the better part of the day, managing to cultivate 1/3 of an acre. The earth was indeed fertile, but proved challenging to till, with not only roots and grasses but also stones complicating the process. Xiong Di, the orc, was laboring heavily, panting and dripping with sweat. Lu, who had never experienced such arduous work. In his previous life, he had farmed but never with such difficulty, in modern times, even in remote mountain villages. One could find tilling machines. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had sown on already cultivated land. Unlike the current task of breaking new ground, having cleared the 1/3 of an acre, Lu Hu divided it into plots and sowed half of the milk thistle seeds he had gathered the day before, as well as some rooted plants. After watering them with a stone ladle, he declared the work complete. Upon hearing Lu Hu's announcement, Xiong Di finally exhaled in relief. It had been exhausting. Observing Xiong Di's fatigued demeanor stirred a sense of guilt within Lu Hu, realizing that Xiong Di had taken on the bulk of the labor to care for him. With this thought, he diligently poured water for Xiong Di and wiped his sweat, attending to him with great care. However, Xiong Di, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Lu Hu's attentiveness, stopped him from pouring more water, stating, "Let me wash my face first." After doing so, he glanced up at the sky and said, "The hunting team should be returning soon. Shall we go and take a look?" "Let us go," they agreed, and they made their way down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found that the hunting team had yet to return. But the gathering team had arrived. Bai Cha was observing the team members as they meticulously emptied their baskets of gathered items, classifying them accordingly. Some items that would not keep were distributed among the clan members, while the storable ones were placed in the tribe's cave. Noticing Lu Hu and Xiong Di approaching, Bai Cha greeted them with a smile. "Lu Hu, Xiong Di, come and have some fruit." She handed them 2 crisp fruits, which they accepted eagerly, taking large bites without hesitation. Regarding the need to wash them, Lu Hu thought, in this world, there would be no pesticide residues. As Lu Hu munched on the apple, he observed the gathered items: mushrooms, wild vegetables, and fruits, mostly edible. Yet he noticed the absence of milk thistle. After pondering for a moment, he approached Bai Cha and inquired, "Bai Cha, what does the gathering team collect these items?" Without pausing in her work, Bai Cha replied, "We go anywhere within the patrol team's range." Lu Hu nodded, intending to ask about the patrol team as coverage area, but seeing Bai Cha engrossed in her tasks, he thought better of it and decided, "I will ask Xiong Di about it later." After watching for a while and not spotting anything particularly new, he finished the fruit and pulled Xiong Di aside. "Xiong Di, how extensive is the patrol team's coverage area?" Xiong Di thought for a moment before responding, "My grandfather said it takes me 2 hours to run from the tribe to the patrol's boundary." Lu Hu was astonished. "So vast?" Xiong Di elaborated. "My grandfather explained that the patrol team must ensure there are no large wild beasts within the tribe's territory and that no other orcs invade, that if the range were smaller, there would be no need for patrols." Lu Hu understood and nodded. Indeed, orcs possess a keen sense of smell, capable of detecting the scent of wild beasts and unfamiliar orcs within a radius of several kilometers. if they were patrolling within that olfactory range. It would indeed be unnecessary, as the orcs could sense them themselves. A roar, screech. The hunting team had returned. That Lu who tugged at Xiongdi, making his way towards the valley entrance, eagerly searching for the clan leader's figure. Wanting to ascertain whether the incident with the wild dragon beast was an isolated event or indicative of a larger beast tide. To his disappointment, he could not find the clan leader among the bustling crowd. After scanning the area, he decided to inquire about it with Xing Li later. During the distribution of the hunt spoils, either the clan leader or their partner must be present, with the clan leader absent. Xing Li would certainly be there, as expected. Xing Li hurried over shortly after, her expression grave, yet she did not say much. Upon her arrival, she immediately presided over the distribution of the spoils, and then rushed off again. Lu Hu wanted to approach her for a conversation, but found no opportunity. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Feeling uneasy, he decided to leave the tribe square and headed towards the clan leader's cave. The cave was eerily quiet and empty. After a moment of consideration, he turned and made his way to the witch's dwelling. Indeed, the clan leader Xing Li and the elder were gathered in the witch's cave, their faces all bearing an expression of seriousness. Chu Shan and Xiong Yuan exchanged glances with the two newcomers, but said nothing. Lu Hu quietly approached Hu Shan, noticing the elder's grim countenance. Out of respect for the somber atmosphere, he refrained from asking questions, merely standing silently beside Xiong Di, who remained equally silent. This moment, the clan leader Xiong Yuan broke the silence, asking, what did your divination reveal? The witch's face was pale, evidently drained from her efforts. Upon hearing Xiong Yuan's inquiry, she cleared her throat and replied, a once-in-a-century beast tide, with the cold season extending by a month. Xing Li's complexion turned ashen, her voice trembling as she asked, is there any way to counter it? Xiong Yuan spoke gravely, we have one harvest season before the beast tide arrives. We must store enough food and milk thistle. Hu Shan suggested, then we should increase the number of hunting teams to 4 daily, to maximize our meat storage. Xiong Yuan countered, no, until we find salt, our primary focus should remain on locating milk thistle. Furthermore, at least one hunting team must head to the seaside to collect salt by the time we reach the halfway mark of the harvest season. The first batch of salt should be ready, allowing us to prepare the dried and smoked meats, as Lu Hu suggested. After a moment of contemplation, he added, tomorrow, we must inform the tribe about the beast tide. Additionally, the patrol teams must mobilize entirely. One team will continue regular patrols, while another, unable to hunt, will engage in gathering tasks and seek out the various staple plants Lu Hu mentioned, including milk thistle. The witch chimed in softly, indeed, the news of the beast tide must be conveyed to the tribe. Not only must the tribe store sufficient food, but the tribe members themselves should also stockpile some for emergencies. Xing Li pondered briefly before adding, I will instruct those remaining in the tribe to produce more stone knives for storage and to prepare additional stones. Xiong Yuan nodded. I will gather the tribe shortly to announce the situation regarding the beast tide. From this moment forth, every member of the tribe must strive to ensure our safety through the cold season and the impending beast tide. The group nodded in agreement, preparing to disperse and make their respective arrangements. At that moment, Lu Hu called out to everyone. Excuse me, clan leader, I have a proposal that I wish to accompany the hunting or gathering team. As I am the only one familiar with the items I mentioned, the clan leader hesitated, feeling a pull towards the idea, but ultimately could not ignore the safety of the young. Hu Shan's expression darkened immediately. He understood that no one knew the items better than Lu Hu, yet Lu Hu was his only offspring, and he could not risk his life. The witch and Xing Li moved their lips, but remained silent. Lu Hu recognized their concerns. I understand that you all worry about my safety outside. However, we cannot predict the scale of this beast tide. It is prudent to prepare as much as possible. The witch replied, child, I know your intentions are good, but there are many adults in the tribe. We do not need you, a mere cub, to risk your life. That Lu Hu felt warmth in his heart, but remained steadfast. How could I risk my life? If I join the hunting or gathering team, everyone will protect me. And I also want to contribute something to the tribe. Chu Shan clenched his fist, feeling helpless to prevent Lu Hu from pursuing his desire. Xiong Di grasped Lu Hu's hand firmly, stating, I will go with you. I will protect you. Lu who forced a light-hearted smile and said, Brother Xiongdi, you go ahead. Everyone is here to protect us. And there is no need for such somber expressions that its, as if stepping outside, is akin to courting death. And while luck has always been rather good, Xiong Yuan sighed, neither agreeing nor refusing, and stepped out of the cave. Xingli gently touched Lu Hu's cheek, clearly feeling guilty but saying nothing. Observing the troubled expressions of the others, Lu Hu understood their concerns for him and felt a twinge of remorse. Though he believed it was unwarranted, he was not destined for death, merely facing some danger. He trusted that the clan leader and the others would surely arrange for his protection. Let us go eat first, he exclaimed. All right, Grandpa. I shall go now. Lu, who was exceedingly obedient. Upon arriving at Amo's cave, he greeted her sweetly. Amo, Lu Hu, you're here. Dinner will be ready shortly. Please have a seat and wait. Amo. May I assist you? No need. Amo will finish this shortly. Lu, who was pressed down by Amo, forced to sit on a stone stool to await his meal. He glanced at his grandfather's expression. Still too timid to speak, and remained as quiet as a chicken during dinner. Moon Luo was puzzled, wondering why this child was so taciturn today. After the meal, the clan leader and Xingli arrived together. Before Moon Luo could inquire, the clan leader spoke first at Lu Hu. I have discussed with several elders in the tribe and decided that Hu Shan will accompany you. Additionally, anything you find, be it food or herbs, you need only submit 1/3 to the tribe. Moon Luo was taken aback, suddenly bewildered by this generous treatment towards Lu Hu. What did it mean to have Hu Shan accompany him? Did Lu Hu need someone to follow him around in the tribe? That is acceptable, Grandpa clan leader, but I would like to keep 1/10 for myself that I am alone, and with Grandpa, Mo, and a bow, I will not require much. You are already doing enough for the tribe by seeking resources. It would be inappropriate for us to take from you. A young one, Xingli promptly declined. Xiong Yuan added, when you discover fresh food, it will be a tremendous help to the tribe. Xiong Yuan, being quite rational, understood that Lu Hu was not the type to be ungrateful. Yet he felt a pang of sympathy. The tribe could not neglect a child who was willing to do so much for them. Moreover, since Lu Hu would certainly find more than one source of food, it would be inappropriate to deprive a young one of their share. Gradually, Moon Luo began to comprehend. Lu Hu intended to venture out to gather food for the tribe. Her anger simmered beneath the surface. Xiong Yuan and Xingli pretended not to notice the tension and, after discussing the tribe's decision, turned to leave. Hu Shan, seeing this, quickly stopped his partner from pursuing them and softly explained the situation to Moon Luo. Upon hearing of the beast tide, her face drained of color. She had experienced the beast tide 50 years ago, when she learned it would be unprecedented, with the cold season extending by a month. She fell silent. She knew the tribe was in a difficult position. If not for Lu Hu, many would perish during this warm season, let alone with the cold season stretching further and the threat of the beast tide looming. Yet, seeing Lu Hu's determination, she could not voice her objections. The child was acting for the good of the tribe. Otherwise, he would not have stepped forward. After all, even in peril, the tribe would ensure the safety of the young ones. The atmosphere in Moon Luo's cave was profoundly quiet. Soon, they heard the clan leader's call, gathering everyone in the tribe. Even though they knew the reason, the family of four still wore grave expressions as they assembled. Lu Hu felt a pang of discomfort upon seeing Amo like this. However, if he turned a blind eye, the tribe would suffer. Ever since coming to the Dahuang tribe, the clan leader and the shaman had treated him well, and the tribe members often offered him fruits and jerky, never treating him as an outsider. Moreover, this was his father's tribe, and with Grandpa, Mo, and a bow present, he could not simply abandon them. If they were unprepared when the beast tide struck, his grandfather and a bow would surely stand at the forefront of defense. Who could guarantee their safety? While he felt grateful, he was not so selfless. He ventured out to find food primarily for his family. At the tribe square, all members had gathered, including the ordinary folk and elders. The clan leader's sudden call for everyone indicated something significant was at stake. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet no consensus emerged. Shortly, the clan leader and Xingli, supporting the shaman, approached the front and stood firm. Silence. Xiong Yuan's commanding roar resonated, and the shaman tapped her staff to encourage quiet. Everyone, Listen to Xiong Yuan. Once the tribe members settled, he began, "You have all heard about the cub's encounter with a wild dragon beast during the hunt 2 days ago. I must inform you that this mirrors the signs we witnessed 50 years ago before the beast tide arrived. Surely, some of you remember that catastrophe that I dispatched several tribe members yesterday to assess the situation in the hunting forest's inner circle, where a substantial number of wild beasts are congregating. Should a beast tide form, our tribe will face immense difficulty in resisting it. Furthermore, the shaman has foreseen that this year's cold season will extend by an additional month. Thus, starting tomorrow, all tribe members must mobilize to gather enough food to survive the cold season." Before anyone could voice their concerns, Xiong Yuan continued, "The beast tide is expected to strike at the cold season's peak, so we must be prepared to defend against it," observing the fearful faces of the tribe members. Xingli added, "Moreover, Lu Hu, the cub bestowed upon us by the beast god, will join the gathering or hunting teams starting tomorrow to search for new food sources and edible plants at this moment." Even those who harbored resistance dared not speak up. The beast tide was a nightmare lurking in everyone's hearts. Noticing a few individuals displaying discontent, Xingli clarified, "There exists a plant in the eastern lands that can serve as a meat substitute. Ensuring everyone is fed Lu, whose mission outside the tribe is to locate this plant for our survival. Should he encounter danger, the tribe members must come to his aid with all their strength." The tribe members, overwhelmed by this barrage of news, struggled to process at all that a month-long extension of the cold season, the looming beast tide, a cub risking himself for the tribe, an edible plant in the eastern lands. As for protecting Lu Hu, it was imperative. The young one was risking his safety for them, and they would surely safeguard him. The shaman, observing the tribe's distress, promptly offered words of encouragement. "Do not despair. For the beast god has sent us Lu Hu, signifying that we are not forsaken in the western lands. Furthermore, the beast god has granted us warning. As long as we strive together, the tribe shall not abandon any member." Indeed, with Lu Hu among them and this early warning, they would surely find a way. The tribe members, reassured by the shaman's words, gradually calmed their inner turmoil upon hearing the clan leader outline the subsequent actions. Their anxiety eased further. The clan leader and the shaman would not lead them astray. As long as they exerted effort, they would undoubtedly survive the cold season. Standing below, Lu Hu watched the 3 highest leaders of the tribe with astonishment. What an impressive display of oratory! Truly, they were deserving of their leadership roles. After completing the arrangements, Xiong Yuan instructed the tribe members to disperse, advising them to rest well tonight, for preparation for the cold season would commence tomorrow. Lu Hu followed his grandfather and Mo along the path back to their cave, the atmosphere momentarily tranquil until they reached the summit before his cave. "Lu Hu, Mo knows you are a thoughtful child. However, when you are outside, you must heed your grandfather's words and ensure your own safety. If you encounter wild beasts, run swiftly to Lu, who stood on tiptoe, wiping away Mo's tears as he obediently replied, "Mo, I understand. I cherish my life dearly, and besides, I have Grandpa with me." Moon Luo refrained from adding more, fearing to burden her child, and instead repeatedly reminded her partner on the way back to the cave to protect Lu Hu. Hu Shan, too, displayed no impatience, earnestly agreeing to her requests. Despite the clan leader's directive to rest well, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Xiongdi lay on the stone bed, tossing and turning. Unable to find slumber, he wished to accompany Lu Hu outside, not for fun, but to safeguard him. After all, he had undergone the warrior's rite. He knew the tribe would not permit it, and his sleeplessness stemmed from his inability to devise a plan, leaving him feeling stifled. Eventually, fatigue from the day's events overcame him, and he drifted off to sleep, though his brow remained furrowed. The next day, Lu Hu prepared little more than his short knife, bringing along 2 cups of freshly boiled hot water, cups made from bamboo by a bow. Ensuring they would not leak, he slung a basket over his back and headed to meet his grandfather. For the next few days, they would accompany the gathering team to explore the nearby areas. Lu Hu first went to have breakfast with Moon Luo, Mo, before waiting with his grandfather at the gathering team's meeting point, where Moon Luo, Mo, was also present. "Lu Hu, may I join you?" Xiongdi, ever persistent, attempted once more to Lu, who shook his head. "Brother Xiongdi, You must stay behind to look after my great thistle. He could not drag Xiongdi, still a mere child, into danger. Besides, he possessed memories from a previous life, making him more composed than the other young ones in the tribe. As long as he followed his grandfather and did not stray, the likelihood of encountering danger was slim. However, bringing Xiongdi along was uncertain. Even if Xiongdi was well-behaved, it would be unkind to involve him in such risks. However, when danger strikes, it is impossible for the grandfather to protect both cubs simultaneously. Thus, leaving Xiongdi in the tribe is the most prudent choice. Upon the arrival of Bai Cha, she greeted the Luhu family of 3 and stood by, waiting for the gathering team's elders to assemble before setting off. This was the first time Luhu accompanied the gathering team. He obediently followed his grandfather and the elders, politely refusing the offer to be carried by his grandfather, as he had not yet reached such a level of pampering. The elders of the gathering team treated Luhu with kindness, engaging in conversation as they walked, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Today's gathering site required crossing a river, and after approximately 3 hours of walking, Luhu's eyes were met with a vast plain, dotted with a few scattered trees. He felt somewhat puzzled about what could possibly be gathered here, but did not voice his thoughts, trusting in Bai Cha's decision to bring the group here. Knowing there must be something worth collecting, upon arriving at the gathering site, Bai Cha instructed everyone to pair up and gather separately. Naturally, Luhu teamed up with Yuluo, and no one had objections. Unlike the others, Luhu had a specific purpose. Yuluo selected a direction and, without venturing too far, squatted down to gather while explaining to Luhu. This is the red strip fruit. Sweet and can be stored for a long time. Luhu watched in surprise as Yuluo deftly pulled out several radishes. Red radishes? They are a good find, but why had he never seen them in the tribe before? Grandfather, why have I never seen red radishes or red strip fruits in the tribe? Before Tiger Mountain could respond, Yuluo interjected, red strip fruits only bear fruit towards the end of the warm season. This area of the grassland has the most. Observing her companions gathering red strip fruits, she quickly instructed, you don't need to help. Just take Luhu around nearby and be wary of snakes. Tiger Mountain swiftly gathered the red strip fruits in the vicinity, clapped his hands, and nodded in agreement, following Luhu as they strolled through the grassland. Luhu, however, was not wandering aimlessly. He began to collect plants he did not recognize, identifying them one by one. Unbeknownst to the others, Luhu gradually strayed further away, putting some distance between himself and the gathering team. After searching for a considerable time, he found nothing but grass. Looking at the endless expanse of the grassland, he decided this approach was futile and resolved to ask his grandfather what was unique about this area. Grandfather, is there anything special about this grassland? Tiger Mountain, who had been vigilantly watching for snakes and insects in the grass while following Luhu, pondered the question before responding. There are few prey in this grassland, but many snakes, insects, and rodents. The gathering team only comes here occasionally. There is nothing particularly special. Luhu remained undeterred. It was understandable that after searching for so long, he could not expect to find something immediately. It was just the first day, and there was no point in rushing. After giving himself a motivational pep talk, he resumed the process of identifying plants. Throughout this time, Tiger Mountain stayed close behind, vigilant against any snakes or insects lurking in the grass. As the sun began to dip in the west, Bai Cha called the team to return to the tribe, and they finally halted their steps, accompanying the gathering team back. That on the first day of gathering, they had set out with enthusiasm but returned dejected, having put in a full day's effort on the grassland with nothing to show for it except an assortment of various grasses. On the second day, Luhu spent another day on the grassland, not entirely fruitless, as he discovered dandelions. By the third day, the grassland radishes were finally all gathered, and he was ready to follow the gathering team to a new location. Feeling quite joyful, observing the jubilant and lively cub, Bai Cha inquired, what brings you such happiness? Luhu, beaming, replied, the grassland is just grass, and I can't find anything at all that in truth. His statement was somewhat misleading. Perhaps there were valuable items hidden among the grass. However, he wondered how long it would take to find them and decided it was best to move on. This time, they headed to a gathering point located behind the mountain where Luhu's cave was situated. A 2-hour journey away, where they would find a sparse forest. Bai Cha mentioned that there were many edible wild vegetables here, but small to medium-sized wild beasts often roamed, so caution was advised. Lu Hu nodded, valuing his life greatly. With memories from his past life, he knew he shouldn't take risks lightly. The female members of the gathering team continued to carry baskets, spreading out to search for edible and useful items. Lu Hu did not intend to search as he had on the grassland, inching along. That was far too inefficient. He planned to first scout the area with his grandfather before gradually exploring. Following Tiger Mountain, he pulled some grass from the east and picked up leaves from the west, putting on a show of leisurely exploration until he stepped on something sharp. Hiss, he gasped softly, moving his foot to see what had pricked him. It was a small thorny ball. Feeling somewhat pitiful, he had always wanted to make shoes but lacked the skill, rendering any shoes he crafted useless outside the tribe. Looking down, he noticed the culprit was a small, spiny ball. Just as he reached to examine it, a large hand intercepted him. It was Tiger Mountain, who, upon hearing Lu Hu's soft gasp, swiftly turned to see Lu Hu attempting to grab the thorny ball. Without hesitation, he intervened, knowing how painful a prick could be, especially for tender cub hands. Lu Hu watched as Tiger Mountain picked up the thorny ball that had pricked his foot and tossed it far away. Much like a parent defending their child, Lu Hu thought to himself, well, there are plenty more ahead. I'll just have another look. He approached another thorny ball, squatting down to collect it while saying to Tiger Mountain, "Grandfather, this thorny ball looks very familiar. I just wanted to take a closer look." Tiger Mountain replied, "The spines on this thorny ball can hurt quite a bit. It this time of year. People from the tribe tend to avoid this area because of these prickly balls." Lu Hu remarked, "We really need to have shoes." He picked up the thorny ball, examining it closely. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, and soon he was filled with excitement. This couldn't be. Was it a chestnut? He scanned the area, found a stone, hefted it, and then, with a swift motion, smashed it down onto the thorny ball. Tiger Mountain, though not fully understanding, kept silent as Lu Hu struck several times before finally breaking it open. Lu Hu exclaimed, "This is a blow to my pride," but as he gazed inside the thorny ball, all his earlier frustrations vanished. What lay within was a chestnut, round and reddish-brown. Ecstatic, he turned to Tiger Mountain and declared, "Grandfather, this is edible." He picked up the exposed chestnuts and proudly held them up before Tiger Mountain. Tiger Mountain was equally astonished. They had never known that these pesky thorny balls contained something so delightful. Lu Hu peeled away the shell of the chestnut, revealing the yellow flesh inside. Taking a deep breath, he savored the wild chestnut-esque flavor, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing, his eyes lighting up with delight. Before he could finish the one in his mouth, he squatted down to gather several nearby thorny balls, smashing them open one by one to extract the contents. "Grandfather, open your mouth." Tiger Mountain complied, and soon found 3 pieces of chestnut flesh stuffed into his mouth. "Grandfather, isn't it delicious?" After chewing, Tiger Mountain nodded at Lu Hu. "Is it sweet?" "Yes, it's even sweeter when cooked." Despite being a usually composed individual, Tiger Mountain's face now radiated joy. These pesky thorny balls were plentiful around their tribe. Lu Hu continued to boast, "Moreover, this food can be stored for a long time. It can last for a year without spoiling, and it's quite filling." Tiger Mountain's face flushed with excitement. Although he had been following Lu Hu for days in search of filling plants, he had never had a clear idea of what they might look like. It wasn't that he doubted Lu Hu, but they had always relied on meat for sustenance and could not envision what filling plants might resemble. Looking at the thorny balls on the ground, Tiger Mountain's eyes sparkled with delight as he realized that filling plants could look like this. After some thought, he suggested, "Let us take some back to the tribe for the chief and the shaman to try. And then the chief can arrange for others to collect more." Lu Hu interjected, "But I want to take some for Xiongdi. He loves sweet things." Tiger Mountain had no objections. Lu Hu never seemed to forget Xiongdi. Lu Hu grinned. "Xiongdi is the first friend I made in the tribe, and he has always been so kind to me." Tiger Mountain nodded in agreement. It was evident to all how much Xiongdi cared for Lu Hu. Lu Hu continued to boast, "Moreover, Xiongdi promised to protect me with his life, so of course, I must be good to him." Tiger Mountain remarked, "That promise seems a bit off." Lu Hu rambled on about Xiongdi's thoughtfulness while collecting thorny balls. Tiger Mountain quickly joined in the gathering. Once they had filled a basket, they had not collected much. Lu Hu pondered for a moment. "How about this, grandfather? Let us fill a basket with thorny balls to show the chief and the shamans." And for the rest, we can smash them open to gather even more. Tiger Mountain nodded. You rest. I'll handle it. Luhu replied, No, grandfather, let us do this together. I'll collect while you smash, and it'll be quicker. Tiger Mountain cautioned, Just be careful not to prick your hands. Luhu assured him, Don't worry, grandfather. The two worked seamlessly together, and before long, both baskets were filled. Seeing this, Tiger Mountain called for Luhu to stop. That's enough. Let us head back to the tribe. We need to inform Bai Cha. Hushan nodded, shouldered two baskets, and made his way towards the gathering team's location. After exchanging greetings with Bai Cha, he was eager to return to the tribe. Bai Cha glanced at the small, spiny balls in his baskets, but refrained from asking further. Hushan, feeling impatient, transformed into his beast form, curling his tail around Luhu and placing him on his back. With the assistance of Bai Cha and others, he secured the two baskets as well. We are leaving, he declared, not waiting for the others to respond before elegantly turning and sprinting back to the tribe. Bai Cha, they must have found something. One of the onlookers speculated that, I suppose so. Otherwise, why the sudden rush to return to the tribe? What do you think they discovered? The spiny balls. Bai Cha interrupted the tribe's conjectures. Enough. We will know upon returning. Let's hasten our gathering. The chatting females dispersed like birds and beasts, each immersing themselves in their own collection endeavors. Meanwhile, Hushan raced back to the tribe with Luhu on his back. I feel nauseous. This journey will take at least 2 hours, yet grandfather has already made it back in just over half an hour. Luhu exclaimed, discomfort evident on his face, realizing Luhu's distress. Hushan suddenly remembered that Luhu was a half-beast child, fragile and unable to withstand such jostling. Regret washed over him. In his moment of joy, he had forgotten about Luhu's well-being. Dear grandfather, Luhu gasped, his limbs weak as he dismounted from Hushan's back, taking a couple of deep breaths to quell the turmoil in his stomach. With a gentle smile, he reassured the guilt-ridden Hushan. I am fine, grandfather. Let's go find the tribe leader. The matter concerning the chestnuts is of utmost importance. Seeing Luhu in such a state, Hushan felt a pang of guilt, akin to being squeezed by a great hand. Bittersweet and uncomfortable, the child was far too understanding. Unaware of Hushan's thoughts, Luhu wobbled toward the tribe leader's cave. Noticing Luhu's unsteady gait, Hushan swiftly moved forward and scooped him up. Grandfather, I shall carry you. Hushan declared to no. It's unnecessary, grandfather. We are almost to the tribe. Ignoring Luhu's protests, Hushan strode forward with determination. Feeling the shame of being carried like an infant, Luhu could only endure it. Upon reaching the stone stump in front of the cave, the tribe leader Xiong Yuan and the shamaness rose from their conversation and approached as they spotted Hushan carrying Luhu. What is the matter? Xiong Yuan inquired. Is he injured? Where is he hurt? Luhu struggled to get down, his face flushed. I'm fine. He cast a pleading glance at Hushan. Understanding the child's embarrassment, Hushan opted not to elaborate, instead diverting the topic. It's nothing. We found a plant that can satiate hunger and brought it back for the tribe leader to examine. That's so, Xiong Yuan replied, intrigued. Indeed, the shamaness echoed. Hushan nodded and retrieved the two baskets from his back, presenting them to the two before him. Little spiny balls? Is this what you refer to as a hunger-satisfying plant? Xiong Yuan questioned, bewildered. Rather than delve into a complex explanation, the taciturn Hushan decided to demonstrate. He found a stone and smashed the outer spiny shell, revealing the chestnuts within. In their puzzled gazes, he peeled away another layer before offering the exposed fruit to the shamaness. Please try it. It's sweet. The shamaness did not hesitate, pinching the yellow flesh from Hushan's palm and tasting it. Her eyes lit up. It was indeed sweet and delicious. Without waiting for anyone to serve him, Xiong Yuan took one for himself, savoring it before immediately starting on a second. Hushan, well aware of his fondness for food, paid no mind to Xiong Yuan's actions. After all, they had grown up together, understanding each other well. This is called chestnut. It can be stored for quite some time. A year should not pose a problem. Both the tribe leader and the shamaness were momentarily stunned as they processed the implications of such longevity. Their eyes met, and in that instant, shared joy illuminated their expressions. Xiong Yuan burst into laughter. The gloom that had shrouded his heart for days dissipated with the arrival of the chestnuts. When his mirth subsided, he turned to Lu Hu and said, "Good child, on behalf of the tribe, I thank you." Lu Hu waved his hands frantically. "No need for that, tribe leader. I'm also a part of the tribe." Indeed, indeed. This young one has contributed so much to the tribe. A thank you from the tribe leader is well-deserved, the shamanist chimed in. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lu was outnumbered 3-1 and ultimately accepted the tribe leader's gratitude. His heart swelled with unease. Seeking an excuse, he quickly took his leave, deciding to let his grandfather handle the rest. As he dashed out of the cave, Lu let out a sigh of relief. This situation had truly tested his composure. It wasn't that he was unaccustomed to such moments. After all, he had witnessed similar displays of gratitude during his previous life when he donated to schools. Yet, the essence of his previous sacrifices was often for his own benefit, and this pure gratitude left him feeling undeserving. Reaching the mountain top, he gazed at the figures tending to his vast thistle fields. A broad smile spreading across his face. "Brother Xiongdi," he called out. The figure in the field paused, turned to greet him. "Lu, you're back. Yes, I was fortunate today and found a hunger-satisfying plant." "You're impressive. Did you get hurt?" "No, not at all. Grandfather was there." "Indeed, Grandfather Hushan is quite remarkable." Xiongdi's expression seemed to dim for a moment, but he quickly regained his cheerful demeanor. "You must be tired. Go rest. I will see if Grandfather needs any assistance." "Hey, Brother Xiongdi." Before Lu could finish, Xiongdi set down his stone ladle and hastily descended the mountain. "What's going on? Why does Brother Xiongdi seem off?" After contemplating, Lu decided to follow Xiongdi to investigate. He had noticed a peculiar look on Xiongdi's face and wanted to confirm his suspicions. Retracing his steps, he arrived at the tribe leader's cave, where Xiong Yuan, the shamanist, and Hushan were still engaged in conversation, but Xiongdi was nowhere to be seen. Upon noticing Lu Hu's return, Xiong Yuan inquired, "Lu Hu, what's the matter? Did you forget something? Didn't you mention you were hungry and went to eat?" Lu Hu faltered, having forgotten his previous excuse, and "No, tribe leader, I was wondering why Brother Xiongdi hasn't come to find you." "Xiongdi? He hasn't come over. Do you need to speak with him? I can have someone look for him." Lu Hu quickly waved his hands. No need, tribe leader, I'm fine, just asking." Xiong Yuan nodded. "Very well then. Have you eaten? If not, I could ask Xingli to prepare some meat for you." "No, tribe leader, I will return to my cave to make some meat soup." Xiong Yuan did not press further, watching as Lu Hu's figure once again disappeared into the mountains, before continuing the discussion about the chestnuts. Their storability and ability to satiate hunger were remarkable, although the peeling process was rather tedious. However, this was not a concern, as the tribe had numerous elderly or ordinary individuals who could handle the task. As Lu Hu walked back, he pondered what could have changed in just 3 days that led to Brother Xiongdi treating him differently. Was he perhaps involved with someone else? Unable to locate Xiongdi, Lu Hu could only speculate wildly, struggling to comprehend how the bond between them had shifted so drastically, as if he were being ignored. Unwilling to accept this change, he resolved to clarify matters. Fortunately, he had found the chestnuts, alleviating the pressure on himself. He could afford a rest for a few days and work to regain Brother Xiongdi's attention. Clenching his fist, he attributed his discomfort with Xiongdi's sudden coldness to the fragility of friendship, which should not capsize without warning. For now, he decided to fill his stomach, realizing he was quite hungry. After preparing a mushroom and chestnut meat soup, he found the taste mediocre but sufficient to satiate his hunger. Deciding to take a nap, Lu Hu acknowledged his exhaustion from the past few days spent outdoors. He needed to recharge at A.S. for Brother Xiongdi. He planned to visit his cave during dinner. He would surely return for a meal. However, plans often change. Lu Hu, intending to orchestrate a chance encounter, overslept and missed dinner. Consequently, he had to tidy up and prepare for another attempt. Lying on the stone bed, Lu Hu tossed and turned, unable to sleep, preoccupied with thoughts of Xiongdi's behavior during the day. He was a person who easily felt insecure. In his previous life, living with his grandparents had taught him that, following his mother's death, they had redirected their anger towards him, caring for him only because he was the child his mother had fought to bring into the world. Without showering him with affection in this life. After finally being reunited with both parents, He found himself alone once more, thrust into an unfamiliar tribe. Even though the tribe members treated him well, he still lacked a sense of security. The kindness shown by grandfather, the shamaness, and the tribe leader stemmed partly from their connection to his father, while their habitual care for the young was also a factor. Yet, Xiongdi's kindness was uniquely for him. For Lu Hu alone. Thus, Lu Hu finds psychological solace in his presence, solely because he is who he is, unencumbered by external trappings. Even if he were not Lu Hu, his worthlessness would not alter Xiongdi's attitude towards him. After a restless night, Lu Hu awoke in the morning, burdened by large dark circles under his eyes that he splashed some water on his face and hurried to Xiong Tian's cave, only to find it empty. Frustrated and perplexed, he could not fathom what he had done wrong to warrant Xiong Di's unilateral coldness. "What a vexing situation!" he exclaimed. However, he had a plan, for last night was not merely a time of idle thoughts. He had also contemplated Xiong Beastman's fondness for sweets. Surely, the key to winning over Xiong Di lay in confectionery, for every bear tribe member had an insatiable sweet tooth. With sweets in hand, could he still fear Xiong Di's indifference? The adage, to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach, applied equally to friendship. Yet, given the limited resources at his disposal, he could only choose between fructose and reed sugar. With newfound methods of preservation, he resolved not to waste, opting for the reed, which was abundant and yielded a subtle fragrance, perfect for his needs. But first, he needed to have breakfast as for the reeds. There were plenty by the river outside the tribe. He would gather some shortly. After a hearty breakfast with AMO in the cave and expressing his desire for a few days of rest, he received Amo's approval and leisurely exited the tribal valley, seeking a spot where reeds grew thickly. The process of making sugar required a significant quantity of reeds, and after laboring for over 2 hours, Lu Hu, slightly fatigued, assessed his pile of reeds and decided it was sufficient. However, the challenge remained: how to transport this bundle back to the tribe. If only Xiong Di were here, he sighed. Nevertheless, he believed in his own capabilities. He wanted to surprise Xiong Di. Little Lu Hu, carrying reeds taller than himself, made his way back to the tribe, careful to watch his footing, lest he trip and embarrass himself that he made several trips. Finally, transporting all the reeds to the mountaintop. Breathless, he sat on a stone stool, gazing at the mound of reeds, and suddenly felt a pang of foolishness. He only needed the roots to make sugar. Why had he made so many trips? Clearly, his lack of sleep had dulled his wit. It was certainly not due to any lack of intelligence. After drinking a bowl of cool boiled water, he slumped on the stone stool for a moment's respite before beginning to process the mound of reeds. He first cut off the roots, setting the remaining reeds aside for firewood, then rinsed the roots thoroughly, scrubbing them several times to ensure cleanliness. He chopped the roots into small pieces, placing them in a stone pot and covering them with water, then began to boil them over a high flame. Cooking in this warm season was indeed a laborious task. Lu Hu found himself sweating profusely, as if he had emerged from a river. He stirred the pot continuously until the water transformed from clear to a deep golden hue, indicating the sugar was nearly ready. After removing the residue, he sampled a bit with his chopsticks, savoring the sweetness that carried a hint of reed fragrance, far superior to what his grandmother had once prepared. A moment of nostalgia washed over him, briefly dimming his spirits, but he quickly shook off the melancholy. Reminding himself that yesterday's troubles were not worth dwelling upon, he ladled some syrup into a stone bowl, leaving the remainder in the pot to thicken into sugar as it dried in the sun. Glancing at the sky, he noted there was still time, prompting him to boil some more syrup, fearing that the single pot would not suffice, especially with a Yi and the others to consider. He poured the syrup into a stone basin, saving the pot's unwashed remnants to cool into syrup, thus practicing frugality. After boiling another batch, he observed the time and decided to finish off the remaining roots. As the sun began to set, he carried the stone bowl down the mountain, skipping Amo's cave and heading directly to Xiong Tian's cave entrance. Noticing it was empty, he settled on a stone stool to wait for Xiong Di. "Lu Hu, what brings you here?" "Looking for Xiong Di," Xiong Tian inquired, returning with a catch. "Yes, Uncle Xiong Tian. D. Oh, you know where Xiong Di is gone." "Xiong Di is at my father's place that I see," Lu Hu replied. Raising the stone bowl in his hand, that I've brought food for Xiongdi, Lu Hu gestured. Xiong Tian caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. What is that, something sweet? Honey. No, it's sugar that I made. Lu Hu responded, ignoring Xiong Tian's eager gaze. This was a special treat for Xiongdi, and he was determined to ensure it was enjoyed by him first. He was well aware of how Xiong Tian often boasted to Xiongdi about acquiring honey. This time he intended for Xiongdi to have the bragging rights. Uncle Xiong Tian, I'm off to find Xiongdi, he declared, bidding a polite farewell. Xiong Tian, feeling somewhat shy, did not ask him to stay. Lu Hu then made his way to the chief's cave. Upon his arrival, Xing Li Amo was preparing to roast meat. Seeing Lu Hu, she hurried over to Lu Hu. Have you eaten? Come, dine with us. Not yet. Xing Li Amo, I'm here to find Xiongdi. Xiongdi, he's in the cave. Why isn't he coming out? That child, let me call him. Lu Hu quickly declined. Xing Li Amo, I'll go find him myself. Very well, then go on in. He's in the left cave. Understood. Xing Li Amo holding his stone bowl. He entered the left cave. Xiongdi, I'm coming in. Without waiting for a response, he stepped inside. What is it? Xiongdi asked, still pondering an excuse. Xiongdi, look what I brought for you. Lu Hu exclaimed. What is it? Xiongdi replied, his tone revealing his unease. Ignoring Xiongdi's discomfort, Lu Hu plopped down beside him. Proudly presenting the stone bowl, Xiongdi inhaled the sweet aroma. He swallowed hard, the tantalizing scent awakening his taste buds. What is it, sweet? Lu Hu beamed. Indeed, I made the sugar just for you. Try it. It's quite sweet. Xiongdi's face flushed crimson as he reluctantly reached out to sample a bit. Fully aware of Lu Hu's meticulous nature regarding cleanliness, in the past, he had been chided for eating with his hands. Yet today, Lu Hu merely watched with eager anticipation. With a mix of defiance and acceptance, Xiongdi licked the sugary residue from his fingers. The moment it touched his tongue, his eyes sparkled with delight. This sweetness was unlike honey. It was refreshing and not cloying at all. He eagerly licked his fingers clean, and without hesitation, he leaped up to fetch 2 pairs of wooden chopsticks, offering 1 pair to Lu Hu while he himself began to scoop up the treat with fervor. Lu Hu, taking his time, also picked up a bit with his chopsticks, savoring the moment. He felt that offering the sugar had been a step in the right direction. However, he still needed to inquire about Xiongdi's recent behavior. Seeing Xiongdi consume nearly half the bowl, he quickly interjected, Xiongdi, I have plenty more. Too much sugar is bad for your teeth. Let's save some for Yi to try. Oh no, in my haste. I forgot about Yi. Once Xiongdi paused, an awkward silence enveloped them. As they both fell into contemplation, Lu Hu pondered how to broach the subject of Xiongdi's anger, while Xiongdi wrestled with how to explain his recent unusual behavior. Guilt washed over him, realizing how he had treated Lu Hu, who had, in kindness, brought him a delightful treat to cheer him up. Xiongdi, the past few days. Lu Hu began. Lu Hu? Xiongdi interrupted, both speaking simultaneously before falling silent again. You go first, Lu Hu urged. No, you start, Xiongdi insisted. They exchanged glances and then burst into laughter, the tension of the past few days dissipating, restoring their previous camaraderie. Xiongdi, let us talk in my cave. We wouldn't want Yi to worry. Xiongdi nodded in agreement, leading Lu Hu to Amo's side, selecting a piece of meat that Lu Hu particularly enjoyed, greeting Amo before departing. Just then, Xiong Yuan returned from outside the cave. Where are you two headed? Dinner is almost ready. Xiongdi raised the piece of meat in his hand. Yi, we're going to Lu Hu's place. By the way, there's sugar that Lu Hu brought, sweeter and more delicious than honey. And that's for you. After speaking, he dashed away with Lu Hu. The night had completely darkened, and the two of them walked along the pitch-black mountain path. Enveloped in silence, the stillness of the night amplified the sensation of Xiongdi gripping Lu Hu's arm. Suddenly, he felt a pang of shame, realizing that his recent behavior had been particularly unreasonable. Requiring Lu Hu, who was even younger than him, to console him, it wasn't until they reached the mountaintop that Lu Hu glanced at the dark cave and suggested, let us eat outside. It's too dark in the cave, and if we light a fire inside, it will become unbearably hot. Naturally, Xiongdi had no objections. The two busied themselves with lighting a fire and preparing the meat, while Lu Hu used the few green onions he had to marinate the meat, perhaps a meager offering. They sat in silence before the fire, grilling the meat. Unable to endure the oppressive silence, Xiongdi, feeling despondent, apologized. Lu Hu, I'm sorry for being in a bad mood these past few days. Lu Hu was momentarily taken aback by Xiongdi's sudden apology, pondering how to respond. However, noticing Xiongdi's face reddening, he quickly waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. Everyone has their moments of bad temper. I understand. Xiongdi insisted. It's my own issue. I shouldn't have taken out on you. Lu Hu remarked, Xiongdi, you're really serious about this. Sensing the gravity in Xiongdi's words, Lu Hu adjusted his demeanor and asked, So, Xiongdi, what has been troubling you these past few days? Xiongdi hesitated, feeling the weight of silence, which led Lu Hu to assume he was unwilling to share it. He promptly interjected, If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, that I was just curious about what's bothering you, hoping I might be able to help. Xiongdi's face grew increasingly flushed as he stammered. I just feel that I can't protect you. The statement stumbled out, taking 3 attempts to articulate that. Lu Hu looked puzzled. Can't protect me? What do you mean? Seeing the confusion on Lu Hu's face, Xiongdi closed his eyes and decided to lay bare his true feelings. I just think it's too dangerous to leave the tribe like this. I can't follow you and keep you safe. I thought I had performed the warrior's right, but I haven't lived up to it. I feel useless and can't face you. Lu Hu responded, What are you talking about? But we're still just cubs. You can't protect me until you grow up. Besides, we both left the tribe. It's not like there are many people to accompany us. The tribe is in need of hands right now. Who would protect us? If it weren't for the tribe needing to survive the cold season and face the beast tide, I wouldn't want to be out here either. It's dangerous, and I feel anxious every time I go out, just like Grandpa does, Xiongdi countered. But it should be me protecting you. Lu Hu chuckled, touched by the youthful sentiment, but we're still young. Once you grow up, I'll only let you protect me. Xiongdi's eyes brightened. Really? Lu Hu nodded. Of course, we're the best of friends. Xiongdi declared, Then it's settled. I'll train hard, and when I grow up, I'll protect you. Lu Hu teased. I'll be waiting for Xiongdi's protection. Xiongdi held his head high, of course, as he gazed at the youthful face of his friend. Lu Hu's smile grew ever more radiant, he thought. Perhaps this was the reason he had never complained after regaining memories from his past life. And no matter how bitter or exhausting life became, having someone by his side who cared made it all worthwhile. Thus, he embraced it all willingly. In his previous life, he had nothing but himself at first, and later, only money. This drove him to donate to others. 1, because he genuinely wanted to help children in impoverished areas, and 2, because he felt lonely. The children's gazes upon receiving his donations made him feel needed. Therefore, despite having a life of comfort before, he preferred this current existence. Here, he had connections, goals to strive for, and someone to feel proud of, his dear friend Xiongdi. His smile softened further as he playfully quipped, I'll be protected by the tribe's first warrior from now on. So Xiongdi, you'd better put in the effort. Xiongdi clenched his fist. I will definitely become the tribe's first warrior. Then I will perform the warrior's rite again in front of the clan. So everyone knows you are under my protection. Lu Hu laughed. Xiongdi, don't get too carried away. The meat is about to burn. Xiongdi hurriedly salvaged the nearly charred meat, while Lu Hu laughed heartily. The two bantered and joked, indulging in their meal until late at night. Exhausted from staying up, Lu Hu eventually fell asleep. Xiongdi, noticing Lu Hu's prolonged silence, turned to look at him. Thanks to the orc's keen night vision, he saw Lu Hu sleeping with a smile on his lips. He quickly withdrew his elbow, gazing at Lu Hu's peaceful face, feeling inexplicably happy that a sudden gust of wind stirred the flames, startling the cheerful Xiongdi awake. Realizing how late it was, he carefully lifted Lu Hu and placed him on the stone bed, then stepped outside to extinguish the fire, planning to spend the night there with Lu Hu. Upon reaching the cave entrance and seeing it wide open, he frowned. This one do. Lu Hu could easily be disturbed while sleeping. What if a beast wanders in? He needed to find a suitable stone tomorrow to block the entrance once Lu Hu fell asleep. Ensuring safety today for how Lu Hu would manage to move the stone, he reassured himself that he would help if necessary. He could just move in with Lu Hu. With these thoughts swirling, Xiongdi soon drifted off to sleep. In truth, he and T had a good night's rest in days. He was torn between worrying about Lu Hu facing danger outside and feeling guilty for not being able to protect him. Each night, he would dream of Lu Hu encountering peril outside the tribe, and he was always too late to save him or fail to keep him safe, waking up in fear in the dark cave. Where the moonlight could not reach, the two youths lay side by side, gradually sinking into slumber. Tomorrow promised to be a bright sunny day, much like their spirits, clear and boundless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiong Tian was still preoccupied with the sweet aroma he had caught a whiff of the night before, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The tribe leader, having passed by the two, was intrigued by the sugar Xiongdi had mentioned. He made his way directly to the cave where the cubs resided. Upon entering, he was immediately hit by the enticing scent. He scanned the cave and finally set his gaze upon a stone bowl on the stone bed, which held half a bowl of thick, yellow-brown substance. This must be what Xiongdi referred to as sugar. He eagerly scooped up a bit to taste, then immediately grabbed a larger scoop. How about the leader's dignity? A voice chimed in. It was Xing Li, who had also caught the alluring scent. She stepped forward and snatched the stone bowl from Xiong Yuan's hands. However, she was more refined. She took it outside, using chopsticks to extract a small taste. Upon tasting, her eyes lit up, completely ignoring the leader's pitiful expression, and devoured several mouthfuls before returning the bowl to Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan lamented, "Oh no, there's barely anything left." Thus, the skirmish between the leader and his mate concluded with a decisive victory for the latter. Unaware of the sugar-induced conflict, Lu Hu slept soundly beside Xiongdi, due to staying up late the previous night. He slept until the afternoon. Upon waking, he found Xiongdi preparing lunch. Lacking variety, lunch consisted once again of meat soup. Orcs typically consumed only one meal a day, while cubs and females had 3. However, the most significant meal remained dinner, with mornings and afternoons consisting of either meat soup or fruits. Lu Hu washed his face, accepting the meat soup presented to him with an impassive expression. Downing it in one go, he swore he would find salt soon. This meat soup without salt was truly painful to endure. Xiongdi, what are we doing today? Lu Hu inquired, noticing Xiongdi, who was carrying a basket and preparing to head out. Xiongdi replied, I'm going to the southern mountain to find a large stone to block the cave entrance tonight for safety. Lu Hu honestly stated, I can't move a stone big enough to block the entrance. He was quite aware of his own limitations. Xiongdi replied earnestly, That's all right. I can move it. Lu Hu asked cautiously, What do you mean? My cave. How can you move it? He then wondered aloud, Xiongdi, are you planning to move in with me? Xiongdi nodded, his youthful face filled with sincerity, making Lu Hu feel perhaps he was the one being too frivolous. They were still just cubs. Without giving Lu Hu a moment to ponder, Xiongdi secured the basket on his back and pulled Lu Hu along toward the southern mountain. Lu Hu, being tugged along, had a jog to keep up that he struggled against the pull, saying, Xiongdi, slow down. It's not good for your body to exercise right after eating. Xiongdi complied and slowed his pace. Though he did not release his grip on Lu Hu's Lu Hu allowed himself to be led, but noticing the basket on Xiongdi's back, he curiously asked, Xiongdi, why are you carrying the basket to the southern mountain? Xiongdi replied, to collect some smaller stones to make stone cups, completely devoid of any explanation regarding the purpose of a stone cup. Lu Hu sealed his lips and chose to focus on the journey ahead. Although the warm season was drawing to a close, the heat beneath the sun was still quite oppressive. After an arduous climb to the southern side of the mountain, Lu Hu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson from the heat. Seeing Lu Hu's condition, Xiongdi hastily sought out a patch of shade for Lu Hu to rest. As for himself, he seemed unfazed, casually sifting through stones in the stony forest. Observing Xiongdi's vigorous demeanor, Lu Hu couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast in stamina between beastmen and half-beastmen. Lu Hu had barely settled down for 10 minutes when Xiongdi, now in his beast form, approached with a massive stone cradled in his arms. With a resounding thud, Xiongdi dropped the hefty boulder, and Lu Hu swallowed hard, realizing he had grossly underestimated Xiongdi's strength. The stone appeared to weigh over 800 pounds. Yet Xiongdi carried it with such agility. Lu Hu dared not approach, fearing he might hinder Xiongdi. A misstep could lead to disaster. Xiongdi, let us wait for Uncle Xiongtian and the others tonight to carry this down. It is too perilous for you to do so alone, Luo advised. After a moment's contemplation, Xiongdi conceded, acknowledging that the stone was indeed somewhat cumbersome to carry, and decided against taking any risks. With a resounding crash, he dropped the stone, flexed his sore arms, transformed back into human form, and strode towards Luo. Luo took a couple steps forward, grasped Xiongdi's arms, and inspected them carefully. Once assured that there were no bruises or injuries, he felt relieved. "Xiongdi, you truly are impressive," Luo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiongdi, with a boyish grin, scratched his head and humbly replied, "My father is even stronger. Grandpa says all bear tribe beastmen possess great strength." Luo responded with awe, "Then you must be more formidable than others." Xiongdi hesitated before explaining, "My father says I'm the first black and white bear tribe beastman, which makes me special." Luo nodded vigorously. "Indeed, you must possess unique qualities, akin to a national treasure." Xiongdi beamed with pride. "Grandpa said that when he was my age, he didn't have this much strength." Indeed, compared to many adult beastmen, Xiongdi's current strength was quite remarkable. "Thus, I can certainly protect you," Xiongdi declared with unexpected boldness, catching Luo off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Of course, Xiongdi, with your prowess, you will surely keep me safe," Luo replied, forcing a smile, feeling a chill run down his spine. Xiongdi, however, nodded seriously. Luo shook his head to dispel any inappropriate thoughts and quickly suggested, "Let us descend the mountain. We can move the stone when Uncle Xiong Tian and my uncle return tonight." Xiongdi agreed without objection. Thus, they hurried back, carrying a basket of small stones, arriving at the cave atop the mountain. After quenching their thirst with a cup of sweet water that Luo had prepared the day before, Xiongdi emptied the stones into the shade. He then sat down, transformed his hands into bare paws, and began to carve a rough stone cup. His motions flowed seamlessly, leaving Luo in awe. Approaching, Luo sat beside him, taking the rough stone cup and examining it closely. "Xiongdi, why don't we use hollow trees for cups? Why bother with stone?" he inquired. Without pausing his work, Xiongdi explained, "Sweet syrup attracts insects, and cups made from hollow trees may allow insects to enter or be damaged by sharp-toothed beasts." Luo nodded in understanding, realizing it was indeed susceptible to being gnawed by rodents. Thus, stone cups are necessary, he concluded, although he mused that stone cups were cumbersome compared to ceramic ones. Yet he had never encountered ceramics in the beast world. He surmised that the individual from the eastern land, who had traversed through time, likely did not possess knowledge of pottery, and he himself was not well versed in it either. However, he understood how to construct a kiln. The rest would be a matter of trial and error. Yet, ceramics were not essential at the moment. With stone pots available as substitutes, he would prioritize survival before delving into pottery. So sat beside Xiongdi. Observing him carve the stone cups, his thoughts wandered to the eastern land and the intricacies of pottery. Xiongdi continued to carve away, pausing only when he had exhausted the stone, having created 7 stone cups in total. After retracting his bare paws and dusting off his hands, he stood up, cradling the cups in his arms, and proceeded to wash them by the stone basin to prepare them for holding sweet syrup. Once everything was completed, he gently roused Luo, who had unknowingly dozed off, informing him that the hunting team had returned and they needed to move the stone door. Luo feigned fatigue. "Xiongdi, you go ahead. I'm so sleepy. I am still young and need my rest to grow tall." Xiongdi, puzzled, wondered why Luo, who had just awakened, seemed so drowsy. However, feeling a pang of compassion, he refrained from waking him further and set off to find his father. Xiongdi, earnest and somewhat guilty, realized he could not afford to slack off. He prepared a mixture of sweet syrup and set it aside, intending to offer it to Uncle Xiong Tian and the others later. After a brief wait, he saw Xiong Tian, Xiongdi, and Huli approaching, lifting a large stone together, followed closely by Grandpa, Grandma, the clan leader, and the witch. The gathering was quite the spectacle. Luo quickly made way for them, and once they placed the stone at the entrance, they assessed it. The width was sufficient, but the height fell short, leaving some of the cave exposed. However, the gap allowed light to filter in, ensuring that one wouldn't bump their head upon waking at night. Satisfied, Xiongdi pushed the stone aside, revealing the cave opening. He then retrieved 3 stone stools, offering one each to Grandma. Luo, and the witch, inviting them to sit while the others stood. Luo poured the sweet syrup he had prepared into bamboo cups, serving each of them a drink to quench their thirst before placing the cups aside, indicating that they could refill them as needed. Observing the clan leader and Uncle Xiong Tian drink cup after cup until the syrup ran dry, Luo realized he had underestimated the allure of sweet treats among bear beastmen. Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that seemingly useless thatch could be transformed into such delectable sugar?" Seeing everyone lost in blissful enjoyment, Luo quickly urged Xiongdi to present the syrup he had prepared the previous day. Xiongdi, reluctant to move, was nudged by Luo, who gestured for him to comply. Despite not fully grasping Luo's intentions, Xiongdi slowly obliged. With a gentle smile, Luo addressed the clan leader, Grandma, and the witch. "I still have plenty of syrup left from yesterday. I'd like to share it with everyone." The witch refused, saying, "No need. We can't snatch food from a cub." Luo and Shueli echoed, "Yes, eat it yourself." Xiong Yuan and Xiong Tian exchanged glances, torn between desire and hesitation. Luo smiled innocently. This was meant for the elders. "I can always make more for myself. And with Xiongdi's help, it's no trouble at all." Xiong Yuan and Xiong Tian were tempted but felt shy. Luo, noticing their interest, beamed brighter. "Xiongdi is incredibly strong. He could easily carry that stone door by himself." Shan and Hu Li perked up, especially Hu Li, who had lifted stones weighing nearly 900 pounds. If Xiongdi could manage it alone, that strength was indeed impressive. "Really? He can lift it by himself?" Hu Shan inquired. "Absolutely, Grandpa. Beastmen are all that strong." Luo replied, tilting his head in curiosity. Hu Li vehemently denied. "Impossible. The strength of an adult beastman in fierce form is only about 1,000 pounds, let alone those who are not in fierce form." Luo nodded, absorbing the information. "Oh, then Xiongdi must be stronger than many adult beastmen." Hu Shan clarified, "Indeed, this lad Xiongdi is truly remarkable for a bear tribe beastman." The witch chimed in, "Bear tribe beastmen at this age typically do not possess such strength." Luo then asked, "If Xiongdi is so strong, can he join me and Grandpa on hunting and gathering trips?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Yuan playfully smacked Luo on the shoulder, causing him to sway slightly, and thankfully, Grandpa steadied him to prevent a fall. "You little rascal, so you were waiting for us, were you? Did Xiongdi put you up to this?" He teased, knowing Luo was clever, far from the innocence he pretended to exhibit. With Grandpa's assistance, Luo regained his balance, and, after stretching his shoulders, flattered, "Not at all, clan leader Grandpa. I was merely considering that our tribe is short-handed, and with Xiongdi's prowess, more hands would certainly ease our burden." Luo remained silent. Having observed Xiongdi's performance over the past few days, if the cub possessed such strength, they should trust him. For Xiongdi was not a frivolous child. That moment, Xiongdi emerged, reluctantly carrying a large stone basin filled with syrup, placing it before the group. Unbeknownst to them, his reluctance was evident as he set the basin down. Hu Shan broke the silence. "Xiongdi, try lifting that stone door. Let me see how strong you really are." Confused, Xiongdi wondered why he was being asked to lift the stone door. Luo tugged his hand, signaling him to comply, promising to explain later. Xiongdi nodded, understanding, and without further ado, approached the stone, bent down, and with a mighty effort, lifted it. He turned, carrying the stone towards the group. Xiong Tian watched nervously as his son approached the stone. Until I witnessed my son lifting a stone, my heart surged with excitement in that fleeting moment. He only understood that Xiongdi possessed great strength, yet I never anticipated it would reach such extraordinary levels. Proudly I thought, truly, he is my offspring. Xiong Yuan, too, was astonished. He had always regarded Xiongdi with the eyes of a caretaker, never realizing that this cub's strength was nearly rivaling his own. After the initial shock came a sense of pride. After all, he is my descendant, certainly impressive. Then, with a hint of disdain, he cast a glance at Xiong Tian, who was grinning foolishly. "Ahem, patriarch grandpa, can Xiongdi put the stone down now?" Lu Hu reminded the dazed onlookers. Granny Wu regained her composure and quickly replied, Yes, Xiongdi, you may set it down." Xiongdi glanced at Lu Hu, and upon seeing him nod, he returned the stone. Just then, Xiong Tian, who had been observing the scene, felt a pang of jealousy. When Xiong Di resumed his place beside Lu Hu, the elder's gazes towards him had entirely transformed. Hu Shan was the first to speak. Xiong Di, Lu Hu has proposed that you join us in gathering edible plants. Would you like to come? Initially, Xiong Di was incredulous, followed by overwhelming joy, and finally he cast a grateful glance at Lu Hu before nodding vigorously. I want to go. Patriarch Hu Shan, I will definitely listen to you, and won't run off. Eagerly, he pledged his loyalty. Hu Shan nodded, acknowledging his commitment. Lu Hu felt elated. It was clear that Grandpa had given his consent. He then directed his gaze towards the patriarch, and Xiong Di followed suit. Looking up at his grandpa Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan wanted to roll his eyes, but refrained, mindful of the patriarch's stature, but he grumbled, if Hu Shan isn't worried about being a burden, why should I refuse? However, let us make it clear that we must not abandon the task halfway. Xiong Di responded emphatically, I understand, Grandpa, I want tea. Xiong Yuan nodded, signaling his understanding, and chose not to elaborate further. He was confident in Xiong Di's reliability. After all, the child had always been steady, except when it came to Xiong Tian. His promises were sacred, which is why he readily accepted Lu Hu's suggestion without any fear of being denied treats. For he was a wise patriarch. After the matters of utmost importance were discussed, it was time for the much-anticipated sharing of sweets. First, Granny Wu received a stone cup, followed by the patriarch and Xing Li Ima, each getting 2 stone cups, while Ama and Abo each received 1, along with Uncle Xiong Tian. Ultimately, what remained were the portions for Xiong Di and Lu Hu, though hardly anything was left. However, Xiong Di was too engrossed in the joy of venturing out of the tribe with Lu Hu to pay much attention. Finally, Lu Hu shared the method for boiling reed sugar with Ama and Yuluo Ama. Concluding today's meeting amidst their realizations. Of course, dinner still needed to be served, but with Brother Xiong Di present, they decided against dining at Ama's place. Soon, Abo would bring the meat up, and the two of them would roast it themselves. Xiong Tian expressed confusion over Xiong Di's intention to move in with Lu Hu. Once Xiong Di explained that he would be residing with Lu Hu from that day onward, Xiong Tian did not pry further and followed the patriarch down the mountain. As for Xiong Di's relocation to Lu Hu's cave, the elders expressed their approval, deeming it harmless for the two young ones to live together, especially since Xiong Di's strength had recently earned the recognition of several elders. They felt secure in knowing that he could protect Lu Hu, alleviating any concerns about potential dangers when alone. In summary, the two cubs living together presented only advantages, much to their delight. After enjoying the roasted meat, the two washed up and settled down on the stone bed, initiating a boys' chat. Brother Xiong Di, Lu Hu began, with your immense strength, why did you catch fewer prey than Lange during our outing in the fruit forest? Xiong Di replied, having strength doesn't guarantee a successful hunt. Wild beasts can run incredibly fast, especially the smaller ones. Catching them requires less strength, and Lange simply outran me, hence he caught more. Lu Hu nodded in understanding. Indeed, jumping beasts and sharp-beaked beasts hardly qualify as small wild beasts. Their smaller size naturally lends them greater speed, particularly in a forest where obstacles abound. Then, Brother Xiong Di, Lu Hu continued, have you ever considered throwing weapons to strike the prey? Xiong Di admitted, I have thought about it, but 1, controlling the direction is tricky, and 2, chasing after small wild beasts isn't worth it, while large wild beasts are few and far between. Lu Hu pondered briefly before stating, I know of an item that can control the direction of an attack, even pinpointing an exact location. Xiong Di, intrigued, asked, is there really such a thing? Lu Hu nodded, then realized Xiong Di couldn't see. So he explained, yes, it's a weapon modeled after those from the Eastland, inspired by the Asa Empire, though its power isn't as great. Xiong Di sat up, looking intently at Lu Hu. D, oh, you know how to make it? Even in the darkness, Lu Hu could see the fervent light in Xiong Di's eyes. He met Xiong Di's gaze earnestly and replied, I don't know much, but we can certainly try. Upon hearing this, Xiong Di sprang from the bed with agility, ready to leave. Lu Hu, understanding his urgency, stopped him. Brother Xiong Di, it's too late. Let us do it tomorrow. Xiong Di stubbornly retorted, it's not late at all. It's much earlier than when we fell asleep yesterday. Lu Hu inwardly scoffed, Recalling the previous night's peculiar circumstances, he explained, "It's not just about the time. We need certain materials that I don't have. I must check with the patriarch to see if the tribe possesses them. Besides, I lack the night vision of the beastmen, so I wouldn't be able to see clearly now." Xiongdi's enthusiasm quickly waned. "Fine," Luhu gently reassured him. "We can discuss it tomorrow. After breakfast, we will start. The method for making bows and arrows is quite simple." "Bows and arrows," Xiongdi echoed. Luhu nodded, elaborating. "Those weapons are called bows and arrows, consisting of two parts, the bow and the arrow, designed for long-range attacks. The arrows were the most suitable weapon he had chosen since learning about the beast hide, easy to make with readily available materials, simple to master, and capable of avoiding close combat, thus reducing casualties." Xiongdi's eyes sparkled with excitement, yearning for the bow and arrow to materialize before him. Luhu's voice grew softer. He gradually faded from Xiongdi's hearing. Xiongdi quietly returned to the stone bed, closing his eyes, his mind filled with Luhu's descriptions of bows and arrows, growing ever more exhilarated. Careful not to make noise that might awaken Luhu. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xiongdi awoke. Sitting up and scratching his head, he glanced around, feeling somewhat bewildered. When had he fallen asleep? Yet, he quickly realized that this was inconsequential. What mattered was that dawn had arrived, and it was time to craft bows and arrows. With fervor, the youthful visage of Xiongdi radiated enthusiasm. However, upon seeing Luhu still asleep beside him, his excitement was doused like cold water. Luhu had notoriously fearsome morning temperament, and Xiongdi dared not wake him. Pouting, he tiptoed out of the cave, cautiously maneuvering the stone door to create a gap just large enough for him to slip through. Turning back to check on Luhu, he saw that he was still asleep. Excellent. Xiongdi swiftly exited the cave, washed his face, brushed his teeth, prepared the meat, and boiled the soup, all the while planning to inform his grandpa about their plans for the day. He recounted the details of Luhu's conversation from the previous night, thankful for his sharp memory. Just as he finished, an equally excited Xiong Yuan began to inquire. Xiongdi swiftly grabbed a piece of meat and dashed away like the wind. Xiong Yuan remarked, "This cub," while boiling the meat soup. Xiongdi watered the big thistle and filled the stone jar with water, busily attending to various tasks as he awaited Luhu's awakening. Meanwhile, Xiong Yuan accompanied Granny Wu up the mountain. Xiong Yuan eagerly asked Xiongdi, "Where's Luhu?" With a stoic expression, Xiongdi replied, "Still asleep." Xiong Yuan was at a loss for words, feeling the weight of his excitement dissipate as he realized the main subject was still unconscious. Observing Xiongdi's unchanging demeanor, Xiong Yuan swallowed his urge to insist, "Wake him up," and reluctantly decided to wait. Yes, as soon as Luhu opened his eyes, he heard the patriarch's voice outside the stone cave. Glancing at the empty space beside him, he understood the reason for the patriarch's visit. Sitting up, he stretched lazily and slowly got out of bed, calling out, "Brother Xiongdi." The stone door opened in response, and Luhu emerged from the cave to find, as expected, Granny Wu and Patriarch Xiong Yuan waiting for him. He greeted them. "Patriarch, Granny Wu, what brings you here so early?" The patriarch wanted to say it wasn't too early, but under Xiongdi's gaze, he refrained from speaking. Somehow, amidst the many young ones in the tribe, Xiongdi was particularly protective of Luhu. After Luhu washed his face, brushed his teeth, and finished the meat soup, Xiong Yuan felt he had waited long enough that Luhu naturally settled beside Xiongdi and asked, "Patriarch Granny Wu, are you here for the bows and arrows?" Granny Wu nodded. "Luhu, Xiongdi mentioned you know about long-range attack weapons, similar to those from the Asa Empire. I was so excited. I couldn't wait and came here to wait for you." Luhu replied, "How could I let the patriarch and Granny Wu wait? I should have woken up sooner." Xiong Yuan thought to himself, "This is because Xiongdi wouldn't let him, but he merely said, 'It's fine. We can wait. You're still a cub. You need your rest.'" Dear Tiger nodded, no longer bothering with pleasantries, and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "To be frank, I have no knowledge of how to craft a bow and arrow," observing the sudden disappointment on the faces of the three. He quickly added, "However, I have seen bows and arrows before and have a general understanding of their principles. It is merely the raw materials that remain uncertain." Bear Yuan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is it possible to create them without knowing the raw materials?" Dear Tiger affirmed, "Of course, it is possible that I am simply unaware of which raw materials would be optimal. Nevertheless, I can craft a bow and arrow, and once I have made one, I can demonstrate it for your comprehension." The elder witch remarked, "Then let us first create them before discussing subsequent matters." Dear Tiger replied, "No problem, but I lack some materials." The chieftain waved his hand grandly, saying, "Whatever is missing, come with me to the tribal cave and see if we have what you need, and if not, I will procure it for you. Just mention it, and the tribe will surely provide." Dear Tiger stated, "We will need the tendons of the horned beast and hollow trees." Bear Yuan recalled the tendons of the horned beast and realized that the tribal cave likely did not have them. After all, their kind could chew through bones, so they would not have the need to extract tendons specifically. Sensing Bear Yuan's disappointment, Dear Tiger hastily added, "It does not necessarily have to be the tendons of the horned beast. Elastic animal hides or vines will suffice." The elder witch suggested, "Let Dear Tiger explore the tribal cave and select suitable materials." Bear Yuan agreed, and together with the elder witch, they accompanied Dear Tiger toward the tribal cave. The storage cave of the tribe was situated at the heart of the settlement, a cavern with a cooler temperature, divided into 3 smaller chambers, 2 for storing food and 1 for keeping animal hides and stone tools. Dear Tiger and the elder witch followed Bear Yuan as they traversed the dark cave, moving deeper within. Bear Yuan explained to Dear Tiger, "The deepest part of the cave has the lowest temperature, which is why food from the warm season and harvest season is stored there." Dear Tiger nodded, acknowledging the lesson. It was akin to the principle of a cellar where the underground temperature is lower, facilitating food preservation. Upon Bear Yuan's announcement of "We have arrived," they came to a halt. With the torch Bear Yuan held, Dear Tiger observed that they had stopped before a spacious stone chamber filled with an assortment of animal hides and stone tools. He curiously asked, "Why is this not the place that Starly's grandmother brought me to last time?" Bear Yuan followed Bear Yuan into the cave and explained, "The hides here are the same kind that your grandmother brought you to select, but in greater quantity." Just then, Bear Yuan's voice called from ahead, "Dear Tiger, come see if you can find what you need." "Coming," Dear Tiger responded and pulled Bear Yuan toward Bear Yuan's direction. The area where Bear Yuan stood was not piled with hides, but rather an array of peculiar items, bones so hard that even the orcs could not chew through them. The skull of a beast and other oddly shaped objects. Dear Tiger bypassed the evidently sturdy items and focused on the cord-like objects, of which there were only 4.1, was the tailbone of a long-tailed monkey. Another was a complete, oversized snake skin. A third was a dried centipede, and the last was an unknown animal's tendon. The first 3 were certainly unsuitable, so he selected the tendon from the unknown creature, tugged at it, and found its elasticity satisfactory. This would do. Holding the tendon, he inquired of the chieftain, "Grandfather Bear Yuan, this is suitable, but what animal does this tendon come from?" Bear Yuan's gaze turned somewhat strange as he stammered, "This is, the tendon from the cough beast." Dear Tiger, puzzled, asked, "The tendon from the beast?" Bear Yuan was at a loss for how to explain this to the innocent young one, feeling quite urgent. Bear Earth, unabashed, clarified, "It's from its urine." Dear Tiger felt as though struck by lightning. For a moment, he doubted whether he had misheard. Stunned, he stammered, This thing is tendons." Bear Earth nodded. Dear Tiger murmured, "So, which tribe member extracted it?" Bear Earth replied, "It was grandfather." Dear Tiger's gaze toward Bear Yuan instantly became one of incredulity, realizing that not only did this item possess tendons, but someone had also extracted it and kept it as a collection. The chieftain truly was remarkable. Bear Yuan raised his hand, urging, "Listen to my explanation." Facing Dear Tiger's bewildered expression, Bear Yuan cleared his throat and began to explain, "This material is unbreakable, and its utility is immense. I did this for the tribe." The more he spoke, the more resolute he became, eventually lamenting, "What a pity that encounters with the beast are rare and difficult to hunt." Dear Tiger thought, "The chieftain is indeed bold." Grasping the item in hand, Dear Tiger found himself at a loss. He could neither discard it nor keep it. Finally, he recalled the elder witch waiting outside, and, with a resigned expression, clutched the item tightly before sprinting out of the cave alongside the chieftain. How terrifying it was that such things were preserved. He suddenly could not bear to look at the bizarre items within the cave, gaining some understanding of why Starly's grandmother had not brought him there to select animal hides. Perhaps she too had been a victim. Alas, He lamented for the unfortunate beast, the elder which stood outside the cave, observing deer tiger emerge with a bemused expression, initially fearing something had gone awry. However, upon seeing the object clutched in his hand, she understood and wisely refrained from further questioning. Once the group reached her side, she cleared her throat and said, "Let us proceed to deer tiger's place." With that, she turned and led the way, secretly approving of Bear Yuan's actions. However, Deer Tiger felt it inappropriate to report the matter with the chieftain present. Deer Tiger and Bear Earth exchanged glances before quickly assisting the elder witch as they climbed toward the mountain's peak. Along the way, Deer Tiger discussed the materials required for crafting the bow and arrow, while Bear Yuan silently followed behind them. Upon reaching the summit, Deer Tiger first instructed Bear Earth to clean and dry the tendon, then requested Bear Yuan to fetch some thinner hollow trees, as well as hollow branches the thickness of a small finger. Without hesitation, Bear Yuan turned and descended the mountain to AS for Bear Earth. Deer Tiger asked him to catch some sharp-beaked beasts from the fruit forest, as he would need their feathers. Though Bear Earth was puzzled, he dashed down the mountain with great speed, in a matter of moments. The two returned. Bear Yuan was dragging various sizes of bamboo, while Bear Earth held two sharp-beaked beasts in each hand. With the raw materials gathered, it was time to commence the crafting of the bow and arrow. Deer Tiger selected a piece of bamboo of suitable thickness, cut it to an appropriate length, and carved notches on either end to secure the animal tendon. He then requested Chieftain Bear Yuan to attach the tendon at one end, using Bear Earth's body as a support to bend the bamboo to a certain degree before asking Chieftain Bear Yuan to secure the other end of the tendon. Throughout the process, he emphasized the importance of securing it tightly. A loose tendon would render it useless. Thus, a bow was successfully crafted and set aside. As he began making the arrow fletching, he decided to create two types, bamboo arrows and bone arrows. Intending to see which would prove more effective, he started with the bamboo arrows, which were relatively simple to make. He sharpened one end of a slender bamboo twig and notched the other end for ease of shooting. The tail end was secured to the animal tendon to prevent it from slipping away, and he attached two feathers from the sharp-beaked beast to the tail end. Thus, a simple bamboo arrow was completed. Not rushing to make the rest, he picked up the bow to test the bamboo arrow's lethality. The bow was slightly oversized, making it a bit unwieldy for him, but that was of little concern. He merely wished to conduct a trial. He took aim, knocking the bamboo arrow, and aimed at a tree 3 meters away. The three onlookers merely heard a whoosh as the bamboo arrow flew past them, and then a thud as it embedded itself into the tree. Bear Yuan gasped. Hiss. Bear Earth echoed. Hiss. Only the elder which remained composed, standing there with an air of tranquility. However, upon closer inspection, one could observe the tremor in her hands, indicating her excitement. It was only with age that she maintained her demeanor in front of Bear Yuan and Bear Earth, who approached the tree to examine the arrow fletching, marveling, "By the beast gods, this is truly remarkable." Deer Tiger also stepped forward, staring in astonishment at the half-buried arrow in the tree. Such immense lethality. Had his strength truly increased? He glanced down at his small frame. Well, that was irrelevant. This was due to the bowstring. The greater the elasticity of the bowstring, the more forceful the shot, though the origins of this beast tendon were somewhat unspeakable. It was undeniable that it made for excellent bowstring material. Bear Earth turned, eyes alight with excitement, and asked Deer Tiger, "Deer Tiger, may I give it a try?" Deer Tiger shrugged. Of course, everyone should give a shot and see what differences arise. Upon hearing this, Bear Yuan extracted the bamboo arrow from the tree, ignoring Bear Earth's pleading gaze, and picked up the bow, aiming at the tree once more. Whoosh! Thud! The entire arrow embedded itself into the tree. Bear Yuan's expression was one of exhilaration, eager to try again, but was swiftly restrained by the elder witch. The elder witch herself was itching to try, and after she shot, Bear Earth had his turn, followed by Bear Yuan again. The three continued until the bamboo arrow could no longer withstand the strain and ultimately broke, bringing their excitement to a halt. With the bamboo arrow now rendered useless, the three turned their hopeful gazes toward Deer Tiger. Deer Tiger felt a sense of exasperation. How could these usually composed individuals be so thoroughly captivated by a simple bamboo arrow? Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the task. Squatting down to resume crafting bamboo arrows, muttering to himself as he worked, Grandfather Bear Yuan and Brother Bear Earth should come help too. Making bamboo arrows is quite simple. The two individuals expressed no dissent. They had long desired to learn, but were apprehensive about disturbing Lu Hu while he worked. They sought clear explanations for each step, such as why the tails of the arrows were bound with the fur of the sharp-beaked beast, and why 2 notches were made at the arrow's end. Xiong Yuan and Xiong Di were quite astute. Once the principles were elucidated, they swiftly engaged in crafting the arrow feathers, their pace surpassing even that of Lu Hu. Observing this, Lu Hu paused and watched them as he imparted knowledge. A bow and arrow serves as a weapon for long-range attacks. Provided one possesses sufficient strength, it can shoot far. If the bamboo arrows lack lethality, one might consider bone arrows, crafted from the bones of feral beasts, which possess greater killing power, though one must aim accurately. If one shoots far but misses the target, it is futile. Likewise, if one aims true but cannot shoot, it is equally in vain. Thus, practice with the bow and arrow is essential. With proficiency, one will comprehend their shooting distance and improve their accuracy. The two engrossed in arrow-making listened intently, even Granny Wu diligently memorizing Lu Hu's words. They continued until the slender bamboo twigs brought by the clan leader, Yi, were exhausted, and naturally, the 4 sharp-beaked beasts had been thoroughly harvested. Becoming the midday meal for the 4T at this point, many bamboo arrows had been fashioned, yet only one bow existed, primarily due to the rarity of bowstrings. Thus commenced the dispute between clan leader Xiong Yuan and brother Xiong Di. Xiong Yuan asserted, as the clan leader, wielding the bow and arrows is far more advantageous. Lu Hu replied, your argument is sound. Xiong Di countered, this bow was crafted by Lu Hu. It should be allocated according to his wishes. Lu Hu concurred, indeed, that is correct. Xiong Yuan retorted, the beast sinew used by Lu Hu was drawn from my stock, from the hollow tree. I felled. Lu Hu acknowledged, there is no rebuttal to that. Xiong Di chimed in, Lu Hu stated last night that the arrows were made for me, and I also captured the sharp-beaked beasts. Lu Hu affirmed, that is indeed the case. Xiong Yuan, indignant, declared, I am your elder. You ought to show me respect. Lu Hu responded, respect for elders is indeed necessary. Xiong Di, even more agitated, exclaimed, but I'm still a cub. You should care for me. Lu Hu remarked, one must respect the young as well. Xiong Yuan and Xiong Di urged, Lu Hu, you decide. The pressure now fell upon Lu Hu, who silently wiped his brow and spoke softly, I believe it should be given to Granny Wu. Both Xiong Yuan and Xiong Di fell silent. They could not refute this. Regardless of the clan leader or the cub, respect for Granny Wu was imperative. With a smile, Granny Wu sat aside, relishing the conflict, for in their discord, she would emerge as the beneficiary. She cast an approving glance at Lu Hu and took the bow from Xiong Yuan, accepting it graciously. Xiong Yuan felt a pang of sorrow, while Xiong Di was filled with dissatisfaction. Lu Hu hastily consoled. Using the sinew of the horned beast is also an option. Once we capture one, I shall craft you a superior bow. Xiong Di, feeling aggrieved, replied, but horned beasts are elusive, swift, and scarce. Lu Hu reassured, other beast sinews may suffice, provided they possess elasticity and resilience, though their performance may not be as optimal. Upon hearing Lu Hu's words, Xiong Yuan pondered whether there were suitable sinews available, only to sorrowfully realize they had never paid attention to such resources. Consequently, he was at a loss as to which beast sinew would be most suitable. Nevertheless, he wasted no time and informed Xiong Di and Lu Hu, striding down the mountain, that he needed to speak with the tribe about preserving beast sinews, for they were of great utility. Observing this, Granny Wu also descended the mountain, declining the offers of Xiong Di and Lu Hu to escort her. Strolling leisurely down the shaded path, she felt quite content, enjoying the perfectly green trees and the pleasantly warm sun. Since Lu Hu's arrival in the tribe, she had sensed a positive transformation, witnessing the hope for her kin to be well-fed and warmly clothed. She envisioned surviving the harsh winter and repelling the beast tide. She had never shared with anyone that the beast tide during the cold season was not solely a challenge for the great wilderness tribe, but rather a threat that loomed over the entire western continent. The ferocity of the beast tide was the most formidable she had encountered in her lifetime, and she harbored deep concerns for the tribe's future. Fearing a repeat of the catastrophic losses endured 50 years prior, when nearly half the tribe had perished. Yet, Lu Hu had altered the course of events. Unbeknownst to Lu Hu, his actions relieved Granny Wu of her burdens, as he busied himself comforting the aggrieved Xiongdi. Brother Xiongdi, this bow isn't ideal. Once we acquire the sinew of the horned beast, I will craft you a superior one. Xiongdi pouted. But horned beasts are hard to find. Lu Hu reassured him, no worries. Clan leader, Yi, is even more anxious than you. Once we find the sinew, I promise the next bow will be yours. Tailored specifically for you. All right, Xiongdi conceded, not overly fixated on this particular bow, simply feeling a bit slighted by Lu Hu's earlier stance. However, with Lu Hu's assurances, his grievances dissipated, though he insisted it must be better than he is. Lu Hu eagerly promised, absolutely, without a doubt. Internally relieved, Lu Hu thought, phew, I finally appeased him. Adolescent boys can be quite challenging. He privately lamented Xiongdi's obstinacy. Observing Xiongdi's quick acceptance, he did not linger on the matter. Instead, noticing the chaos at the cave entrance due to their arrow-making endeavors, he promptly began tidying up. Lu Hu cherished cleanliness and order, and he was not accustomed to such disarray. Seeing Xiongdi's actions, Lu Hu hurried over to assist. He could not allow Xiongdi to clean alone. Together, they swiftly organized the area. Lu Hu noted that the space at the cave entrance was roughly an acre, and leaving it bare felt wasteful. To date, they had only cultivated 3/10 of the land with large thistles, leaving plenty of space. He contemplated whether to plant something else, but ultimately dismissed the idea, pondering what he could possibly grow without any resources. Nonetheless, he resolved to construct a stove. He thought that since Brother Xiongdi had moved in, they wouldn't need to eat separately from Ma, which would save them the trouble of coordinating mealtime. Their schedules no longer aligned, and he wished to avoid burdening Ma with the task of reserving food for him each time. Thus, he decided to build a stove. Currently, there was only one stove in the cave, used merely for boiling water and cooking broth. If he were to cook independently, one stove would prove insufficient. That he conveyed his thoughts to Xiongdi, who readily agreed, suggesting, let us build 2 more stoves to ensure we have enough. Lu Hu had no objections. They promptly set to work, and soon 2 additional stoves stood beside the original. Now, they merely required stone pots, which could be exchanged with monkey Yi, as their own were prone to breakage. Meanwhile, Xiong Yuan, halfway down the path, suddenly recalled that apart from the patrol team, the tribe consisted solely of the elderly and ordinary folk, leaving no one capable of hunting horned beasts. However, since he had already descended, he decided against returning and instead headed to the tribe square. The square was transformed from its previous state. It was no longer just a place for the elderly to bask in the sun. Now, bustling tribespeople filled the square, engaged in various tasks. The previously idle elderly, ordinary individuals, and disabled beastmen gathered in groups, shelling chestnuts with fervor. Despite the scorching sun, no one complained. Smiles adorned their faces, and they worked with vigor. Upon seeing Xiong Yuan approach, they greeted him warmly. Clan leader, Xiong Yuan, Uncle Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan responded to each greeting. Observing the industrious tribespeople in the square, his spirits lifted like never before. Even with the looming threat of the beast tide, he glimpsed hope. As long as humans possess hope, they shall not be crushed or defeated. He traversed the square and approached Xing Li, who was busily working in the shade of a tree. Xing Li, may I lend you a hand? Xing Li, preoccupied, inquired without looking up. Has Lu Hu finished over there? Yes, we just have materials left, Xiong Yuan replied. Xing Li nodded and instructed him to carry the peeled chestnuts out to sunbathe. Xiong Yuan diligently picked up a basket and set to work. As for Lu Hu, after constructing the 2 stoves with Xiongdi, he felt it was still early and decided to check on the previously injured tribespeople. Given the warm weather, he worried about the risk of infection in their wounds. Xiongdi readily agreed to accompany him down the mountain. Their first stop was the cave of Wolf Chi and Wolf Ge. Upon their arrival, only Wolf Chi was present, reclining on a stone bed in a state of boredom. Hearing Lu Hu's voice, he promptly invited them, Lu Hu expressed his desire to check on Wolf Chi's wound for any signs of infection. Wolf Chi readily consented. Lu Hu carefully removed the beast skin bandaging Wolf Chi's chest, revealing a deep, jagged scar that traversed his torso, a ghastly sight. However, Wolf Chi himself seemed unconcerned, rambling on about his boredom and hinting at a desire to hunt. Regrettably, Lu Hu firmly declined. Wolf Chi, your wound requires more time to heal that if it bursts open, you'll be back to square one, such a deep scar, and it's nearly healed within a week, Wolf Chi retorted. It must be said that the physique of the orcs is remarkably robust, and even the terrifying self-healing ability of the formidable Wolf Chi made him feel somewhat despondent. However, he understood that everyone was concerned for his well-being. His injuries had indeed healed quite rapidly. It was merely the knowledge of the impending beast tide that left him feeling a bit anxious. After bidding farewell to Uncle Wolf Chi, they arrived at the cave of Leopard Fire and Leopard Moon. Inside Leopard Fire's cave, only Leopard Moon was present. Upon inquiring, they learned that Uncle Leopard Fire was unable to stay idle and had gone to the tribal square to help shell chestnuts. Deer Tiger nodded, indicating his understanding. Regarding his apologies to Leopard Moon, he expressed that it was of no consequence, as he intended to check how many chestnuts had been collected at the tribal square. Thus, the duo became a trio when Leopard Moon joined them to deliver water to her father. Upon reaching the tribal square, they were greeted by the sight of the chief, Deer Tiger, who was carrying a basket of chestnuts. "Bears, Deer Tiger, what brings you here?" Deer Tiger queried. Noticing their presence, "I came to check on Uncle Leopard Fire's leg," Deer Tiger replied. "I accompanied Deer Tiger," Bear Earth added. "I'm here to bring water to my father." Leopard Moon chimed in. Deer Tiger nodded, not delaying them further, and proceeded to pour the chestnuts onto the sunlit ground before heading back for another basket. Deer Tiger's gaze swept across the square until it landed on Uncle Leopard Fire, who was seated in the shade of a tree, shelling chestnuts. Suddenly, he heard his daughter's voice calling out to him. "Father, are you thirsty? I have water." Leopard Moon asked with concern. Leopard Fire shook his head. "Not thirsty to—" He then greeted Deer Tiger and Bear Earth. "Deer Tiger, Bear Earth, what brings you here?" "Uncle Leopard Fire, I came to see how your leg is healing," Deer Tiger inquired. Upon hearing this, Leopard Fire showed no hesitation and gestured for Deer Tiger to inspect his leg, which was resting on a nearby stone. The broken section was still bound with a wooden stick, but it was evident that the hide had been changed. Deer Tiger cautiously removed the wooden stick, unwrapped the hide, and gently touched the broken leg. He could feel that the bone had not fractured again. After rewrapping the hide and securing the wooden stick, he asked, "Uncle Leopard Fire, how do you feel?" Leopard Fire responded, "Marvelous. I can feel the bones slowly mending over these past few days." Deer Tiger felt relieved. "That's good to hear." However, Uncle Leopard Fire must still be cautious. The recently healed bone is quite fragile and susceptible to refracture. Leopard Fire nodded in acknowledgement, and Leopard Moon assured them she would keep an eye on her father. After reiterating their concerns several times, Deer Tiger and Bear Earth departed from the tribal square. He had visited each injured tribesman and discovered that he had underestimated the orc's natural healing ability. None of the injured exhibited signs of inflammation, and all appeared to be in good health. Even those with more severe injuries, like Wolf Chi, were nearly fully recovered, while those with lighter injuries had already begun hunting or gathering as the sun began to set. Deer Tiger and Bear Earth conferred and decided to wait for the hunting party to return so they could carry the day's catch back to the mountaintop, avoiding unnecessary trips back and forth. They also needed to inform Moon Lo about the decision to cook separately. Bear Earth expressed his willingness to follow Deer Tiger's lead. Thus, the pair made their way back to the tribal square. Observing the bustling tribesmen, they felt compelled to join in the communal task of shelling chestnuts. Before long, they heard the distant shouts of the hunting party. Bear Yuan and Starly set down their work and went to the valley entrance to welcome back the hunters. The large and medium-sized beasts captured by the hunting party were being processed outside the tribe, cut into manageable pieces for transport. With the arrival of baskets, transportation had become significantly easier. Deer Tiger and Bear Earth positioned themselves at the valley entrance, where they soon beheld a grand procession of colossal beasts approaching, creating a stunning visual spectacle. However, it was somewhat comical to see each beast laden with 2 to 6 baskets on their backs. The colossal beasts moved swiftly, reaching the valley entrance in no time. The foremost giant tiger transformed into a human figure, none other than Tiger Mountain, who assisted the hunters in unloading the basket from their backs and bringing them into the valley. At that moment, The busy tribesmen in the tribal square gathered around, eagerly awaiting the chief or the chief's wife to begin distributing the meat. The tribe had an established process for distributing the spoils of the hunt. According to Bare Earth, each beast man in their feral form received 500 pounds of meat daily, while those in their non-feral form received 350 pounds. Half-beast males received 200 pounds. Half-beast females 120 pounds, and common folk 80 pounds. As for the elderly and disabled beastmen, they received 100 pounds each, with additional allowances for any meat they earned on their own. There were no set rations for the younglings in the tribe. As long as they were not full, they could always take meat from the tribe. However, wastage was not permitted. Consequently, Deer Tiger, without any pretense, consulted Bare Earth and selected a piece of meat from the long-nosed beast, a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, for their meals the following day. After informing Moon Low about their plans to cook separately, Deer Tiger and Bare Earth headed back to the mountaintop with their share of the hunt. As for Moon Low, she had been preparing since Bare Earth moved in, and there was little to be saddened about. In the Beastman continent, it was not a requirement for younglings to live with their parents. Bare Earth had resided with Bear Tion due to the absence of his mother, and living with his father posed no inconvenience. For instance, Wolfgo lived with his parents because his mother was an ordinary person, and he needed to care for her. Meanwhile, his companions, Lion Zhuang and Snake Qing, had dug their own caves to live independently, not residing with their parents. Such arrangements were primarily made by beastmen, as half-beast individuals found it challenging to dig caves due to their relative fragility. Thus, Bare Earth wished to share a cave with Deer Tiger, and the elders readily consented. Deer Tiger and Bare Earth returned to the mountaintop, not rushing to cook. They first inspected the stove, finding it nearly dry. Deer Tiger started boiling water, which he poured into a stone bucket. Before commencing with the meat for soup, he sliced over 3 pounds of meat to prepare the broth, adding mushrooms and chestnuts. Half of the remainder was sliced, while the other half was cubed for grilling. Meanwhile, Bare Earth assisted Deer Tiger, who, while busy, remarked, "We still need a couple more stone pots. Otherwise, using one for both soup and boiling water isn't very hygienic." Bare Earth agreed. "I'll trade with Monkey Grandpa tomorrow. 1 stone pot for 10 pounds of meat. If we exchange for 2, that's 20 pounds. Deer Tiger nodded. "Yes, we need at least 2, with 1 being larger for boiling water, while the other 2 can be used for cooking." Bare Earth followed along, offering no objections. Deer Tiger continued, "In my opinion, the tribespeople should drink boiled water. Drinking raw water can lead to illness, stomach aches, bacterial infections, and even parasites. There's much danger involved." Bare Earth, slicing the meat, replied, "I've mentioned this to Grandpa and the others, but aside from the old witch and Moon Low, everyone else still drinks it raw. Even my mother finds it troublesome." Deer Tiger found it hard to argue against that. Indeed, survival in the beast world was challenging, leaving little time for such concerns. For example, ever since the younglings roasted meat in the fruit grove, everyone in the tribe knew how delicious the called flower chicken was. Yet, very few made it due to the hassle involved. Beastmen typically roasted large chunks of meat, eating as they cooked, caring little for flavor, and focusing solely on whether they had eaten enough. Deer Tiger had considered changing everyone's way of life. But after attempting it, he realized how naive he had been. When one is unable to satisfy their hunger, they hardly have the luxury to indulge in culinary delights or appreciate life. Thus, the matter of boiling water would have to be approached gradually, yet he felt somewhat frustrated. "I will ensure that the tribespeople are well fed," he whispered to Bare Earth. Bare Earth patted his head, providing comfort. "You are already doing remarkably well. The tribespeople are very grateful to you." Deer Tiger chose not to say more. Action spoke louder than words. He resolved to rest for another day and then set off on the journey to find food. For he could not remain idle. The condition of the tribe was far from allowing him to relax. He could not grow complacent simply because he had found chestnuts. However, for now, he would focus on preparing dinner for himself and Bare Earth. Deer Tiger immersed himself in the evening meal, first simmering the meat soup and then heating the stone slab, greasing it with oil, and beginning to fry the meat slices. The grilling of the meat was Bare Earth's task. The two worked in harmony, complementing each other until dinner was served. Finally, Deer Tiger raised a bamboo cup, clinking it with Bare Earth's, taking a sip of the sweet water before proclaiming, "Bare Earth, let us celebrate our official cohabitation. or rather, our partnership. Bare Earth imitated him, taking a sip of sweet water, and replied, "Yes, to our cohabitation." Luhu, he is simply too impure. The two of them exchanged no further words, immersing themselves in their meal, and the atmosphere turned warm and tranquil. The following day, Xiongdi awoke early. Choosing not to disturb Luhu, he swiftly made his way to Grandpa Monkey's cave, inquiring whether the arrangements regarding the beast tendons had been finalized. Only after receiving a non-committal response did he whirl back to the mountaintop like a gust of wind, boiling water, preparing meat soup, and watering the big thistle. By the time Luhu awoke, the diligent Xiongdi had completed all the tasks. All Luhu needed to do was wash his face and sit down to eat. Luhu, I am moved, with little to occupy their time that day. They took their time, chatting leisurely as they ate. After finishing their meal, and after a moment's pause, Luhu remembered that he needed to visit Grandpa Monkey to exchange for 2 stone pots. Glancing at the remaining 70-some pounds of meat, Luhu pondered for a moment, then took out 40 pounds, wary of the possibility of wanting something else later. The remaining meat was intended for lunch. Regardless of how the tribe dined, he had grown accustomed to 3 meals a day. Xiongdi had no objections, carrying the meat alongside Luhu as they made their way to Grandpa Monkey's cave. Upon seeing the 2 young ones carrying meat, Grandpa Monkey was not surprised. He had witnessed their solo cooking while distributing the spoils of the hunt behind Luo the previous day, and naturally understood that they must have cooked less when on their own. Thus, their arrival with meat was self-explanatory. Luhu and Xiongdi. Grandpa Monkey. Grandpa Monkey nodded in acknowledgement. What do you wish to exchange? The two exchanged glances, and Luhu stepped forward to say, Grandpa Monkey, we would like to exchange for 2 stone pots. 1 pot is insufficient for our solo cooking. Grandpa Monkey said nothing further, leading them to the cave where he kept the stoneware, gesturing for them to choose. Xiongdi completely deferred to Luhu, directing his gaze towards him. Luhu did not hesitate, selecting 1 larger pot and 1 smaller pot. Completing the task, turning to Grandpa Monkey, he asked, Grandpa Monkey, how do we exchange? Grandpa Monkey glanced at the stone pots in Luhu's hands and replied, 22 pounds of meat. Hearing this, Xiongdi promptly handed over the majority of the meat he was carrying to Grandpa Monkey. Grandpa Monkey accepted it, weighing it in his hands, and remarked, this is too much. Xiongdi feigned ignorance, insisting, I weighed it, it's just right. Grandpa Monkey narrowed his eyes, opening his mouth to speak, but Luhu quickly interjected. Grandpa Monkey, I also need a few stone bowls. I forgot to mention it earlier. This softened Grandpa Monkey's demeanor, and he stepped forward, personally selecting 4 stone bowls, which he handed to Xiongdi, then ushered the 2 out of the cave. Wanting to give them more meat, Xiongdi, I'm uncertain of the value of the bowls, Luhu. What can we do? Faced with the stubborn Grandpa Monkey, the 2 could only scratch their noses and return to mountaintop. Feeling somewhat disheartened on their way back, Luhu earnestly advised Xiongdi, next time, don't be so obvious. Grandpa Monkey wanted tea accepted. Xiongdi chuckled, having simply wanted to assist Grandpa Monkey without overthinking the matter. Unaware of the old man's stubbornness, Luhu explained, Grandpa Monkey is old, and he relies on his skills to trade for food, that if you simply give him meat, it might be perceived as charity. The elderly often fear becoming a burden. We should treat him with a normal heart. If we wish to care for Grandpa Monkey, we should exchange more stoneware. Xiongdi, upon hearing that it could be seen as charity, grew anxious and clarified, that is not what I meant. Luhu quickly reassured him. I know, Grandpa Monkey knows too. I'm just saying, if we encounter someone with a bad temper one day, it could lead to conflict. Xiongdi nodded, acknowledging the lesson, and expressed, Luhu, you understand so much. Luhu replied, in modern society, who doesn't he have 1,000 thoughts? Yet the beast world remains quite simple. What I just said was exaggerating to prevent you from taking it to heart. The 2 of them enjoyed a leisurely morning, and as the afternoon wore on, they ventured to the tribal square to lend a hand. Luhu, who had long been curious about the abundance of chestnuts near the tribe, wondering why they had been transporting them for several days. This caught the attention of the passing Chief Xiong Yuan, who shot Luhu a look of ignorance before explaining, if you walk an hour ahead, you'll find a grove where trees bear these spiny fruits. Luhu was astonished. A grove? How large is it? Xiong Yuan replied. About the size of a fruit grove. Lu, who was taken aback. That was indeed substantial, but considering the orc's appetite, it seemed manageable. After a bustling afternoon, when the hunting team returned, he inquired about Grandpa's arrangements and expressed his desire to continue searching for food the next day if there were no plans. Hu Shan asked, "Don't you need a rest for a few more days?" Lu Hu shook his head, feeling he had rested enough and was ready to go. However, he added, "But Grandpa, do remember to take care of yourself. You've been hunting with the team for several days. Can your body withstand it?" Hu Shan reassured him, "When I follow the hunting team, I generally don't engage in the hunt. I merely coordinate the orcs or rescue clan members in danger. So it's not too exhausting." Lu Hu then shared his plans with Hu Shan, expressing his intention to focus on finding salt before the warm season ended. Otherwise, during the harvest season, the tribe would need to send people to the coast to produce salt, which would not only be unsafe but also inefficient. It would be far better to locate a salt mine or salt well, making things much easier for the tribe. However, this was merely his idea and would need to be discussed with Grandpa and the chief. Hu Shan nodded, acknowledging this and planning to discuss it with the chief and shaman after distributing the hunt spoils. He understood that pursuing salt would not be feasible alongside the gathering team. They would need to prepare for the tribe's patrol range. After the distribution, Hu Shan took the two young ones to the shaman's cave, also summoning the chief Xiong Yuan. Hu Shan laid out Lu Hu's plans directly. As expected, he received unanimous opposition from both the chief and the shaman. Chief Xiong Yuan said, "Lu Hu, Grandpa understands your concern for the tribe, but your own safety must come first." Lu Hu responded, "It's not that serious." The shaman added, "Indeed, Lu Hu, you should stick with the gathering team. There may be unexpected surprises. You needn't worry about the salt," Lu Hu insisted, "but salt is crucial. Going to the coast consumes too much manpower and resources. It's not cost-effective." Xiong Yuan stroked his non-existent beard, smiling to reassure him. "It's not time for that yet. The hunting and patrol teams are still out there," Lu Hu conceded, knowing that the chief was also quite anxious but did not wish to burden him with worries. Xiong Di had already informed him that the chief was preparing to send people to the coast. Lu Hu was not ungrateful. He wandered near the tribe, aware that if danger arose, the clan members could come to his aid in time. If he strayed too far, he would find himself in dire straits. Without anyone to rely on but Grandpa, it was impractical to send additional people to accompany him on aimless ventures, seeing that Lu Hu had abandoned the idea. The three individuals present exchanged glances, each sighing in relief, especially Xiong Yuan, who inwardly cursed. He fully understood Hu Shan's intentions, wanting them to play the villain and prevent the young ones from taking risks. Such had been the case since childhood. He wore a naive and honest face, while in reality, he was more cunning than anyone. Reflecting on their shared experiences, Xiong Yuan silently shed a tear of bitterness. Rejected, Lu Hu said nothing further, pulling the silent Xiong Di back to their cave atop the mountain, of course still carrying the meat they had received. Xiong Di, being pulled along, offered no resistance, gazing down at Lu Hu's back. Feeling overwhelmed by helplessness, Xiong Di understood so much yet could not express it due to his youth. If only he were stronger, he could protect Lu Hu alongside Hu Shan, alleviating the worries of everyone and allowing them to venture beyond the tribe. Noticing Xiong Di's silence, Lu Hu reflected on the day's encounters, finding nothing particularly notable. Lu Hu, "Xiong Di, what's the matter?" Xiong Di replied, "Lu Hu, I will work hard to become stronger to protect you." Both spoke simultaneously, yet their words were entirely different. Lu Hu was bewildered, wondering what had suddenly inspired Xiong Di. Regardless, he dismissed it, attributing it to the youthful exuberance of an 18-year-old boy. Lu chuckled awkwardly. "I understand, Xiong Di. Let us hurry, I'm a bit hungry." Shifting the topic proved effective, especially when Lu Hu mentioned hunger. Upon hearing this, Xiong Di immediately cast aside his somber mood, quickening his pace to lead Lu Hu up the mountain. Little legs of Lu Hu, I can only manage to keep up by running. Yet he let out a sigh of relief. The emotional turbulence of teenage boys was truly baffling, but at least it came and went swiftly. Xiong Di, once they reached the mountaintop, released Lu Hu and promptly began boiling water and preparing meat for dinner. Lu Hu, I suddenly feel a twinge of guilt, shaking his head to dispel the feeling. He approached to assist Xiongdi in cutting and skewering the meat. They busied themselves for half an hour, and when dinner was ready, it was served on the stone table. Xiongdi first filled a bowl of meat soup for Lu Hu and then handed him a skewer of meat. Lu Hu, feeling guilty, he accepted it, and to mask his guilt, buried his face in the meal, which in Xiongdi's eyes appeared as if Lu Hu had been famished. Thus, after finishing the deer tiger meat soup, Xiongdi promptly refilled it. Once the meat skewers were devoured, he graciously offered another to Lu Hu, who, having overindulged at the meal, found himself unable to move, feeling as though the food had lodged in his throat. Lu Hu lamented, "I have brought this upon myself," and eventually sprawled on a stone stool, groaning for half an hour before feeling somewhat better. Xiongdi, filled with guilt and concern, continued to inquire about Lu Hu's discomfort even as he lay on the stone bed. Weary and lacking energy, Lu Hu waved his hand, assuring him that he was fine. Truly fine, he resolved never to express hunger to the earnest child again. The following day, Xiongdi rose refreshed, nudging the still-sleeping Lu Hu before attending to his morning routine and preparing breakfast. When the meat soup was ready, he noticed Lu Hu had yet to emerge, prompting him to enter the cave and shake him awake. "Lu Hu, hurry up, or we'll be late." Lu Hu merely rolled over, continuing to sleep until he was forcibly sat up, at which point he groggily awoke. Upon hearing Xiongdi's reminder about their tardiness, he jolted into full awareness. In the ensuing moments, Lu Hu demonstrated to Xiongdi what it meant to move with the swiftness of the wind. Dressing, washing, and having breakfast in a seamless flow, all within 5 minutes. Xiongdi stood dumbfounded. "That was nothing," Lu Hu replied nonchalantly. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the gathering team had already arrived, with Hushan waiting for them. Only the two of them were missing. This is an embarrassing scene, Lu Hu thought, though Bai Cha and Hushan exchanged no words. Upon their arrival, Hushan announced, "Let us set off." Transforming into their beast forms, Hushan and Xiongdi prepared to embark on their journey, while Lu Hu nestled upon the back of the national treasure, seizing the opportunity to stroke the soft fur. Burying his face within it and letting out a satisfied chuckle, "Lu Hu is truly adorable," Xiongdi remarked at Hushan, and Lu Hu set forth on their quest for sustenance, now accompanied by a plump black and white companion. Transforming their duo into a trio, the group traversed beyond the tribe, heading north along the mountains, as the elder had stated that their destination was a swampy area, aptly named. However, within the swamp grew a fruit known as huanghua, which, when consumed, imparted a spicy sensation and was deemed essential during the cold season. Lu Hu found this somewhat familiar, but refrained from further questioning, attentively listening to the elder's description of the swamp's perils. The area was fraught with dangers, home to various small wild beasts, as well as medium and large ones that resided in the swamp pools, albeit rarely seen. Moreover, some pits within the swamp were treacherous. If one fell in, no assistance would be forthcoming. Thus, caution was paramount. Lu Hu and Xiongdi nodded obediently, indicating their understanding, and Hushan, satisfied that the two young ones had absorbed his warnings, nodded approvingly. The gathering team proceeded at a leisurely pace, traveling for approximately 2.5 hours before reaching the swamp's edge. As Lu Hu and Xiongdi gazed ahead, a vast expanse of sparse reed grass greeted their eyes. Hushan reminded them that wherever there were no reeds, there lay the swamp. However, areas with reeds could also potentially conceal swampy ground, thus they were to stay close to him, nodding in acknowledgement. The two young ones followed Bai Cha's instructions, allowing the tribe members to disperse for foraging. Before long, the team members gradually faded from Lu Hu's sight. Hushan urged them, "Let us go. Stick close to me." Xiongdi carried Lu Hu on his back, ignoring Lu Hu's desire to walk on his own, a decision that Hushan supported due to the swamp's abundance of snakes, deeming it too dangerous for a half-beast child to tread barefoot. Thus, with Hushan leading the way and Xiongdi trailing behind with Lu Hu, the trio's figures gradually melded into the reeds. Lu Hu, resting on Xiongdi's back, felt less tense and even found time to chat. "Grandfather, are there any wild beasts in this swamp that make a gaga sound, with flat mouths?" Hushan nodded. "Yes, but they are quite small, and the tribe members are too lazy to catch them." Are they not even classified as small wild beasts? Lu Hu pondered aloud. Recalling the delicacies of his childhood, he then inquired, how does the tribe handle their eggs? Suddenly, he found himself salivating at the thought of salted duck eggs, which had been the most delectable treat he had enjoyed in his previous life. Yushan responded, if encountered, they are eaten on the spot. They are fragile and cannot be transported back to the tribe. Lu, who was taken aback, finding such a practice to be a flagrant waste, he then recalled the sharp-beaked beasts from the tribe's fruit forest. Xiongdi, have you ever come across their eggs while catching them in the fruit forest? Xiongdi nodded his fluffy head. Yes, but they were too small to bother with. They wouldn't even fill a gap between my teeth. Lu Hu realized he had perhaps overreacted. The eggs of those sharp-beaked beasts and the GA beasts are both quite delicious. They can be boiled whole, stir-fried, and even stored for a considerable time, though not plentiful. A little can accumulate to a lot. Yushan doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. If the eggs are transported back to the tribe, they would spoil and be ineatable. Yet, that is such a waste. We cannot do anything about it from this distance, but we should be cautious in the fruit forest, Lu Hu insisted. Xiongdi replied, let us discuss this with grandfather when we return today. Lu Hu exclaimed joyfully, good. Hushan shook his head, thinking that Xiongdi was indulging Lu Hu too much. However, he couldn't bring himself to shatter the child's innocence. The tribe members were all exceedingly busy, gathering resources that required significant manpower and material effort, yet yielded little return. With Xiong Yuan's meticulous nature, he would never agree to such an unprofitable endeavor. In the past, he might have allowed ordinary tribe members to gather these resources. However, with the increasing supply of chestnuts arriving at the tribe, the ordinary members were also overwhelmed with work, leaving no one available to undertake such low-yield tasks. Nevertheless, if Lu Hu wished to bring back some for enjoyment, that would be acceptable in Hushan's rational mind. Be careful. There's a swamp ahead. Don't fall in. Understood, Grandfather Hushan. Wait, Grandfather, Lu Hu suddenly called out, having spotted something familiar. Are those leaves ginger? He hesitated, wanting to dismount from Xiongdi's back to examine it closely. Hushan halted, observing Lu Hu's gaze fixed on a plant at the swamp's edge. After scrutinizing it carefully, he explained, this is Huanggua, the primary target for today's gathering team. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu chuckled, realizing it was indeed ginger. He stepped down, approached the ginger, and with a firm pull, uprooted it, revealing a cluster of ginger beneath its yellow-green leaves. Weighing over half a pound, he brushed off the dirt. He shared with the two, in the eastern lands, this is called ginger. It can prevent fevers during the cold season and enhance the flavor of roasted meat. Serving as a medicinal herb. Not quite. Actually, Hushan and Xiongdi exchanged glances, realizing they had only known Huanggua to provide warmth, never once considering it could prevent cold season fevers. It was crucial to note that cold season fevers were a significant cause of death among the tribe, particularly for the physically weak, ordinary members, who were most susceptible to fevers. Once afflicted, there is little to be done but to pray for the beast god's protection. Promptly, Hushan and Xiongdi crouched down to assist Lu Hu in gathering this small patch of ginger from the swamp, placing it into Hushan's basket before continuing their journey. Along the way, they stumbled upon several nests of duck eggs, which Lu Hu collected, carefully lining the basket with reeds to minimize jostling and prevent breakage. With no specific target in mind, they continued to gather ginger, which thrived in sunlight rather than water, explaining its scarcity in the swamp. It was likely that some animal had accidentally brought it over, allowing it to take root and sprout in the swamp. Lu Hu intended to bring some back for planting. With a good harvest season, he could cultivate a batch, alleviating the arduous task of gathering in the future. He shared this idea with his grandfather and Xiongdi, both of whom wholeheartedly agreed. Their spirits buoyed as they sought out the whereabouts of Huanggua, determined not to overlook a single piece. Had Lu Hu not mentioned that merely using the fruit could yield new plants, they might have even attempted to gather the entire root. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the distant sound of Baicha gathering the team echoed through the air, snapping the three from their frenzied ginger foraging. Hushan let out a sharp call, signaling for them to return immediately. Lu Hu and Xiongdi ceased their efforts, Lu Hu hoisting the basket while Xiongdi carried him on his back as they hastened toward the rendezvous point. Along the way, at Lu Hu's request, Hushan managed to catch 4 GAG beasts, planning to prepare roasted ones for Lu Hu upon their return. Thus, the trio followed by Cha's hunting team back, marking the conclusion of Xiongdi's inaugural gathering expedition. Their harvest for the day consisted of 4 ducks, half a basket of ginger, and over 20 duck eggs. As Xiongdi carried Lu Hu through the gathering team, a heavy sigh escaped him. Lu Hu, this is too taxing for you as a young one. You've toiled all day alongside the gathering team, only to gather so little. Finding food truly is a challenge. Lu, who has given so much for the tribe. I shouldn't have quarreled with him. He cares for me deeply. It's for my benefit that he doesn't let me accompany him. How could I think Lu Hu doesn't trust in my abilities? Xiongdi, let us search for some sharp-beaked beast eggs in the fruit forest later and see which is tastier compared to the GAG beasts. All right, Xiongdi replied, as they returned to the tribe with the gathering team. The items collected by the trio were not required to be submitted to the tribe. Thus, Bai Cha Amo did not accompany them to gather resources. Lu Huxiong and Hushan directly approached the clan leader, who was busy peeling chestnuts. After greeting the clan leader, they intended to leave with the 2 cubs. However, at that moment, Xiongdi set down Lu Hu from his back, placed his basket on his back, and without a word, turned and dashed towards the orchard. Just as the clan leader was about to inquire about Xiongdi's day, Lu Hu experienced a brief moment of bewilderment, but upon seeing the direction in which Xiongdi was running, he realized he was off to find eggs that, oh dear, he had merely mentioned it casually. Besides, taking a break before heading out would suffice. Was there really such urgency? Of course, if he hadn't been grinning like a blooming flower, it would have seemed more convincing that Lu Hu, observing the puzzled expressions of the 3, quickly clarified. Xiongdi is heading to the orchard to find the eggs of the sharp-beaked beast I mentioned wanting to make egg flour soup. Xiongdi asked, eggs? Lu Hu nodded, beginning to educate them about the many uses of eggs. The 3, listening intently, couldn't help but salivate. Yet, none suggested that the tribe should go collect these eggs. The transportation was inconvenient and the losses too great, rendering the expenditure disproportionate to the income. Nonetheless, Lu Hu promised that once he prepared dinner tonight, he would deliver some to both caves. By the way, the elders, including Wu Papa and Xiong Tan Shu, indicated that the children should go along. After waiting a while and seeing that Xiongdi had yet to return, Lu Hu decided to head back to the mountaintop. First, he needed to process the ducks. These 4 ducks were, of course, meant for roasting. Although the seasonings were not complete, a simple version could still be made. He first boiled a pot of water, using half to dissolve sugar and the other half to pluck the feathers from the ducks. Then, he cleaned them thoroughly, stuffing the duck bellies with scallions, ginger, mushrooms, and chestnuts before brushing oil on the outside. He repeated this method for all 4 ducks, pairing them together and hanging them over the cooking stove. Finally, he took out the duck eggs he had collected today. Unfortunately, 2 of them broke while he was retrieving them, but thankfully they were not shattered. Lu Hu set them aside with the intention of making scrambled eggs with scallions later. He had collected a total of 21 duck eggs today, and these Beast World duck eggs were quite substantial, each about the size of an adult palm. He prepared a pot full of boiled eggs. Due to the egg size, he only had 15 left. The remainder he cracked into a stone bowl, beating them for future use. Then, using chopped scallions to stir-fry, he added the eggs, stirring until the egg mixture set and turned a golden hue, ready to be served. The dish looked delightful, with its golden color interspersed with the vibrant green of the scallions, and it wafted a mouth-watering aroma, bringing great satisfaction to Lu Hu, who had not eaten such a treat in a long time. After completing these tasks, he descended the mountain to check if Xiongdi had returned and to collect today's share of the hunt. However, halfway down the mountain, he encountered Xiongdi, who was carrying a basket filled with meat. Lu Hu naturally joined Xiongdi on the way back to the mountaintop. Xiongdi, why did you take so long? Lu Hu inquired, not out of reproach, but purely out of curiosity, for with Xiongdi's capabilities, he should not have taken so long. Xiongdi replied, I picked up some extra eggs. Since you like them, I gathered more for you. Lu Hu felt deeply touched, internally marveling for the 1000th time at how kind Xiongdi was to him. Upon returning to the cave, Xiongdi placed the basket at the entrance and prepared to retrieve the eggs when he heard Lu Hu say, Xiongdi, open your mouth. Without hesitation, Xiongdi obliged. And Lu Hu filled his mouth with a chopstick full of scrambled eggs. Xiongdi mumbled, chewing as a look of enjoyment spread across his face. To his surprise, the eggs were remarkably delicious, soft, tender, and fragrant, amplified by the aroma of scallions. Before he could fully savor it, Lu Hu offered him another chopstick full, and they continued this back and forth until only half remained in the stone bowl. He finally declined, unwilling to eat more. Lu Hu did not press him. After all, there would be roasted duck soon, along with roasted meat and boiled eggs. Before long, the boiled eggs were ready. Lu Hu found a piece of animal hide to place under the pot, lifting the stone pot down to cool before serving. Once Xiongdi finished washing his hands and began cutting the meat, Lu Hu took out all the chicken eggs from the basket and placed them in a stone basin. He did not intend to eat these eggs tonight, but planned to boil some for breakfast tomorrow, taking some along for when they got hungry later. While Xiongdi was roasting the meat, Lu Hu brought out the custom-made stone hoe he had commissioned from Monkey Yi, intending to cultivate a small patch of land beside the large thistles to plant ginger and scallions. Ginger was easy to grow and yielded well. He did not plan to cultivate a large area. Just a small plot would suffice. Seeing Lu Hu carrying that peculiar stone tool outside, Xiongdi quickly set down the meat he was skewering, snatched the tool away, and without allowing for any argument, pushed Lu Hu towards the stove. "You roast the meat. I'll till the land," Lu Hu protested. Xiongdi, being a bit domineering here, he understood how difficult tilling the land could be for someone who had never farmed before. Even though Xiongdi was strong, tilling required more than just strength. It needed skill. Moreover, the hoe was designed to fit Monkey Yi's height, making it too short for Xiongdi, who would have to bend over constantly. Quite exhausting. Despite Lu Hu's refusal, Xiongdi remained undeterred, wielding the hoe and beginning to till the land. Lu Hu sighed. Realizing he could neither wrest it back nor convince him, he decided to focus on cooking instead, preparing more to nourish Xiongdi, while the roasted duck on the stove was momentarily forgotten. "Roasted duck? Oh no," he suddenly exclaimed, hastily retrieving the duck from the stove. That a quick glance revealed it was not burnt, and he sighed in relief. He began brushing the duck with sugar water, initially intending to use honey, but since it had been consumed, he had to settle for this alternative. Lu Hu didn't mind. After all, he had already compromised once, so doing so again was no big deal. He meticulously brushed sugar water on all 4 roasted ducks before returning them to the stove to continue cooking. This time, however, he remembered to keep an eye on the roast. He then resumed skewering meat, and the size of the pieces was not comparable to modern barbecue portions, but rather large chunks suitable for the appetites of beasts. Thus, he worked swiftly, finishing the skewering in no time. He lifted a roasted duck to inspect it, poking it with chopsticks to gauge its readiness. Unsure if it was done, he thought to himself that if it wasn't, he could always roast it a bit longer. Nothing to fret about. Feeling more relaxed, Lu Hu took out all 4 roasted ducks, placing them in a stone basin, and retrieved the boiled duck eggs to call over the hard-at-work Xiongdi. "Xiongdi, stop working and come eat. There's no hurry. We can finish up later." Xiongdi hesitated a moment, but upon hearing Lu Hu's words, he did not insist, setting down the hoe and washing his hands. As soon as he approached, Lu Hu promptly stuffed a roasted duck leg into his mouth. Delicious! Better than the roasted shark-beaked beast, Xiongdi exclaimed in admiration. Lu Hu beamed with pride, while he couldn't claim it was authentic roasted duck. To the rustic folk of this world, who had never tasted genuine roasted duck, his preparation was as authentic as it could get. Lu Hu shamelessly thought that after Xiongdi had savored 1 roasted duck, he handed him another peeled duck egg. Xiongdi took a bite and remarked, "A bit bland," feeling it lacked the richness of the roasted duck. Lu Hu did not argue. For those accustomed to roasted meat, duck eggs could indeed seem somewhat insipid. Xiongdi devoured 2 roasted ducks in quick succession, while he did not take another bite of the boiled duck eggs. Lu Hu looked at the remaining roasted duck and insisted, "Xiongdi, you should have some too." For himself. After having a roasted duck leg and 3 boiled duck eggs along with half a bowl of scrambled eggs with scallions, he was already full. He decided to postpone the matter of distributing roasted duck until he could catch more ducks tomorrow. Thus, Xiongdi feasted on roasted duck without discarding the bones, while a content Lu Hu continued to roast meat beside him. This was the second day that Xiongdi, Lu Hu, and Hushan, he ventured out of the tribe. He was no longer as tense as the day before, yet he remained vigilant. Today, Luhu sat upon the back of the giant tiger, carrying a basket containing 10 duck eggs, 10 chicken eggs, and a short knife, his lunch for the day. The black and white furry ball trailed behind the giant tiger, walking dejectedly, occasionally glancing at the figure on the tigeress back, his eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. Luhu, completely unaware of this gaze, sat on his grandfather's back, looking around. Their destination today was in the southern direction of the southern mountain. Bai Cha Amo had mentioned that after a 3-hour walk, they would reach a patch of redwoods. When harvest season arrived, the leaves would turn completely red, creating a picturesque scene. Today, they aimed to gather edible wild vegetables and mushrooms. Luhu thought to himself, isn't that just a maple forest? He was eagerly looking forward to the stunning scenery of the maple forest. Sitting atop the tiger's back, he cheerfully urged, Xiongdi, hurry up. Xiongdi responded with a grunt. Despite the slight annoyance, he quickened his pace, taking 2 steps to catch up with the giant tiger and walking alongside it. The giant tiger glanced at the furry ball beside him without saying a word, continuing on its path. With Xiongdi beside him, Luhu felt even more uplifted, and before long, they reached their destination. It was not yet the season for the leaves to change colors. The woods they entered were tall and majestic, with a grassy clearing in the center. Perhaps due to animal passage, the grass was not very high, just reaching their ankles. Golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light, bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. Unfortunately, apart from Luhu, no one else seemed to possess the sensitivity to appreciate the beauty of the scenery. Bai Cha, as usual, reminded everyone to exercise caution before allowing the gathering team to disperse in pursuit of foraging. Over the past few days of their gathering endeavors, Luhu had come to understand that the team primarily collected non-toxic wild vegetables, such as dandelion, purslane, and wild celery. Unlike the protagonists of other beastly novels who would stumble upon tomatoes, peppers, potatoes, and sweet potatoes with ease, he had not even spotted a single root. The only useful find was chestnuts, which prompted a wave of self-pity for his woeful situation. Yet he was not entirely disheartened. Memories from his previous life could very well be considered his golden finger. Moreover, he possessed a natural talent for identifying herbs and medicinal plants. Luhu, Xiongdi, and Hushan continued to act independently. Each without a specific target, they chose a direction and proceeded forward, gathering edible wild vegetables along the way. After collecting a stalk of wild celery, Luhu stood upright, squinted into the distance, and discreetly tugged at the tails of Xiongdi and Yi, signaling them to be quiet and to look ahead. The two quickly hushed, following Luhu's gaze. Just as Xiongdi was about to exclaim in surprise, Lu pinched him sharply. Ugh! Xiongdi uttered. Hushan cast Luhu an approving glance, ignoring Xiongdi's pitiful expression, and squinted at a grazing horned beast in the distance, contemplating the feasibility of capturing it without alarming its herd. Meanwhile, Xiongdi was filled with excitement. Both Yi and the hunting team had cautioned him, yet they had not encountered a single horned beast. His astonishment, simply accompanying Luhu on this foraging expedition, brought him such a delightful surprise. The horned beast he had longed for was within reach, and his arrows would finally find purpose. Hushan silently transformed into his beast form, gesturing for the two young ones to remain behind while he approached the increasingly distant horned beast. Luhu, quick-witted, seized a Yez tail, causing Hushan's fur to bristle in alarm as he turned to glare at Luhu and halted his steps. Sorry. Luhu quickly released his grip, apologizing. I forgot that a tiger's tail should never be tugged. With a sheepish smile, Luhu whispered, Yi, let us not act impulsively. We must not disturb the horned beast. Let us quietly follow it until we locate its herd. Then we can return to the tribe and gather more people for collective effort. Gather people? Xiongdi and Luhu echoed. Yes, we'll return to the tribe and call for assistance. Luhu clarified. Hushan responded with an understanding nod, indicating the two young ones to climb onto his back. With Xiongdi's eyes shining with admiration for Luhu's cleverness, Luhu was hoisted onto Hushan's back, while Xiongdi nimbly joined them. The great tiger moved stealthily, breathing lightly, trailing the leisurely, grazing horned beast. maintaining a safe distance that allowed them to observe its form without alerting it to their presence. They followed the beast for over 3 hours until Luhu grew impatient, contemplating the perilous notion of taking it down directly. Finally, the horned beast, having finished its meal, began to move purposefully in a specific direction. Luhu's excitement grew. It had finally satisfied its hunger. Hushan perked up as well, immediately trailing after it. After walking an additional hour in the opposite direction, the horned beast finally came to a halt at the foot of a series of rolling hills. The three of them, following behind, could only see the expanse of the hills, puzzled as to why it had stopped there. Was it planning to ascend? Were its kin located atop the hills? They had only heard that horned beasts were social creatures, but were unaware of their habitat. As they silently awaited the horned beast's next move, it began to sniff around, eventually making its way to a thicket at the foot of the mountain, gradually disappearing from sight. The three of them, Hushan, Luhu, and Xiongdi, exchanged glances of astonishment. After waiting for a while, without seeing the horned beast return, they decided to approach the thicket for a thorough inspection. None of them were foolish. They understood that a dense thicket could conceal a path, yet none dared to step in recklessly. After all, what if they stumbled upon the horned beast herd? There were merely 3 individuals, 2 of whom were young cubs, with only Hushan capable of fighting. The thought of encountering the beast god was daunting. They returned to the spot where the horned beast had initially paused, searching diligently for any signs of disturbance, but found none. Their attention turned once more to the thicket. Hushan, eyes flickering, suggested, "Shall we inform the tribe and return tomorrow to investigate?" If it were not for the 2 cubs, he would have ventured in alone, but he felt responsible for their safety. Luhu shook his head vehemently, insisting, "Who knows if the horned beast herd is settling here or merely passing through? We cannot let this opportunity slip away right under our noses." Xiongdi, resolute, nodded in agreement, signaling his support for Luhu's determination. Luhu glanced at the hesitating Yi and proposed, "Yi, why don't you return to the tribe to gather more people? Xiongdi and I can remain here and ensure that we don't wander off." Hushan was opposed to this. It was not entirely safe, and he could not bear to leave the 2 young ones behind. Luhu persisted, "Xiongdi and I can hide, and we will re-emerge once you return with assistance." Hushan wavered, torn between his concerns and the desire to investigate. Luhu pressed on, "Yi, you are the fastest. It is only fitting that you go to call the tribe. Xiongdi and I promise to conceal ourselves well." Eventually swayed, Hushan personally found a hiding spot for the 2, sealing the entrance with a large stone before feeling slightly reassured. He then transformed into a majestic tiger and, with a leap, vanished into the forest. Left in the cave, Luhu and Xiongdi found themselves idle and took out the boiled eggs they had brought along, enjoying them as a perfect snack. After finishing the eggs, they exchanged blank stares, which soon became monotonous. Luhu suggested, "Xiongdi, let me tell you about the sacred deer tribe." It seemed that the only stories he could share were from the eastern land. Xiongdi nodded, eager to learn more about Luhu's past. Clearing his throat, Luhu began, "The sacred deer tribe is located in the western part of the eastern land. It is a medium-sized tribe with a population of..." Just as Luhu became engrossed in his tale, and Xiongdi was captivated, Hushan's voice suddenly interrupted from outside. Both of them exchanged surprised glances, realizing how quickly time had passed without their notice. "Is that you, Yi?" Luhu called out, raising his voice. Moments later, the large stone blocking the entrance was moved, letting light stream into the cave. Luhu instinctively closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, he saw Hushan standing at the entrance. Peering past Hushan, he noted the time of day. Indeed, it was not an illusion. Just over an hour had elapsed. Luhu thought to himself, a Yez's speed is truly remarkable. They had taken over 3.5 hours to arrive here initially, yet he returns in just over an hour. He truly is the tribe's foremost warrior. As Luhu and Xiongdi emerged from the cave, they greeted Hushan at the entrance. "Yi," Luhu called out. "Hushan," Xiongdi added. The 2 then looked behind Hushan, curious to see how many tribe members had come along to their surprise. There were only 3 individuals: the tribe leader, Xiong Yuan, the ailing Wolf Chi, and the young cub, Wolfgo. Luhu fell silent, pondering whether Yi had failed to communicate the situation clearly, or if this was indeed their reinforcements. Understanding Lu Hu's unspoken thoughts, Wolfge and Xiong Yuan exchanged glances. Eventually, Xiong Yuan stepped forward, patting Lu Hu and Xiong Di on the shoulders in a reassuring manner, explaining with a smile. Currently, the only ones in the tribe capable of fighting are the three of us. Xiong Di, skeptical, questioned, "What about the hunting team? The patrol team?" Wolfge clarified, "There are 3 hunting teams operating as usual, 1 patrol team on duty, while the remaining 2 hunting teams are divided. One was dispatched by the tribe leader to explore the coastal route, and the other is assisting the patrol team near the Chestnut Grove." Lu Hu inquired, "Why are they at the Chestnut Grove?" Wolfchi responded, "The tribe leader stated that the efficiency of transporting prickly balls and baskets was too low, and the shelling process at the Chestnut Grove was excessively slow. Thus, today, the remaining tribesmen have been sent there to shell and transport, ensuring that with the presence of the patrol and hunting teams, they need not fear any dangers." Xiong Di frowned, asking, "Did ordinary folks and the elderly go as well?" Xiong Yuan, slightly irked, retorted, "Of course not. The ordinary folk, the elderly, and the disabled remained behind to dry the chestnuts." Lu Hu suddenly grew curious about why the tribe would keep some of the weak and infirm behind. What should one do if their home is stolen? This is indeed a knowledge gap for Lu Hu. Firstly, there are patrols in place, so large and medium-sized wild beasts are unlikely to be found near the tribe. Even if they were, the powerful presence of numerous strong beastmen who have lived in the tribe would cause these creatures to steer clear. Thus, even if some of the elderly, weak, and sickly are sheltered within the tribe, no one seems to notice anything amiss. Although Lu Hu is not well versed in this matter, seeing the indifference of those around him, he refrains from asking questions, planning to inquire privately with Brother Xiong Di later. Lu Hu and the others had no objections, and alongside Hushan, they led the chieftain and the 3 of them into a patch of tall grass that towered above Lu Hu's height. Upon stepping in, he could hardly see anyone else. Lu Hu mused to himself about the plight of being short. Without further ado, Hushan took the lead, with Xiong Yuan following closely behind, and Lang Chi positioned in the middle. Xiong Di carried Lu Hu on his back, while Lang Gu followed his father, walking ahead of the chieftain. After traversing about 7 or 8 steps into the grass, they stumbled upon a hidden entrance obscured by the thick vegetation. The entrance was quite low, requiring Lu Hu to bow his head to enter. Hushan crouched down to inspect it and discovered tracks left by a horned beast, along with signs of rubbing, indicating that the creature had squeezed through this very opening. After catching Xiong Yuan's affirmative gaze from the back, Hushan did not hesitate to bend down and enter the tunnel, almost at a 90-degree angle. Lu Hu could no longer remain on Xiong Di's back, so he dismounted and followed closely behind his grandfather. Indeed, he only needed to lower his head slightly to follow Hushan into the passage. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he discerned that they were in a narrow, elongated corridor resembling the entrance of a cave. However, they did not encounter the horned beast they had been tracking. Hushan continued forward, taking careful steps to listen for any sounds ahead. The passage was low but not overly narrow, allowing 3 individuals to walk side by side. Seeing this, Xiong Yuan adjusted their formation. Hushan led the way, followed closely by Lu Hu, Xiong Di, and Lang Gu, with Lang Chi bringing up the rear. Observing the 5 individuals bent at 90 degrees, Lu Hu felt an odd discomfort, as it made him seem much shorter than he actually was. Despite being 12 years old and standing at 150 centimeters, it was all due to the towering stature of the beastmen, as Hushan noticed a bend in the passage ahead. He alerted the group before continuing onwards, followed by another bend, and yet another. With a decent sense of direction, Lu Hu soon became disoriented until he finally spotted a faint light ahead, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. They had been walking through this low tunnel for nearly an hour, filled with twists and turns. How had this passage formed with so many bends? Hushan, treading cautiously and holding his breath, tiptoed toward the source of light. Lu Hu and the others halted in place, watching Hushan's retreating figure. Upon reaching the exit, Hushan sniffed the air first, detecting no presence of wild beasts. He stepped out, straightened his posture, and confirmed that there was no danger outside before signaling to the others to approach. Upon seeing his gesture, Lu Hu and the others did not hesitate to step outside. Emerging into the sunlight, the brightness was blinding, causing Lu Hu to squint and take a moment to readjust before opening his eyes again. Once he did, he was utterly astonished to borrow a phrase from Tao Yuanming. After walking a few dozen steps, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista. The land was vast and open. Outside, the verdant grass carpeted the ground, flowers perfumed the air, and butterflies danced about, resembling a scene straight out of a utopian paradise. The last to emerge, Xiong Yuan was equally taken aback by the magnificent view before them. Who would have thought that after traversing through a winding, low tunnel, they would find such a sight? Upon seeing everyone emerge, Hu Shan speculated that they had stumbled upon a valley, with the tunnel being the sole entrance. Lu Hu glanced around and indeed confirmed that towering cliffs surrounded them, leaving no visible gaps. Standing within the valley, gazing at the encircling walls, it felt akin to being at the bottom of a square box. Xiong Di searched the area, but found no trace of the horned beast he had been yearning to see. Puzzled, he inquired, "Where is the horned beast? Why can't we find it?" Lu Hu suddenly realized that they had been chasing after the horned beast all this while, yet it was nowhere in sight. Xiong Yuan stepped forward, saying, "Don't fret. This valley appears quite vast. Let us search for it." Lang Qi nodded in agreement, while Lang Ge was brimming with excitement. Completely disregarding Xiong Di's concerns, he thought to himself that it was indeed beneficial to expand one's horizons, and that he must seize opportunities like today, proving his cleverness. The group scoured the valley but failed to uncover any signs of the horned beast. Lu Hu pondered, could it be that the horned beast can fly? Just then, Xiong Di's voice rang out, "Lu Hu, look over there. There's a cave." Hastily, they all moved towards Xiong Di's direction, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed a sizable cave that Lu Hu proposed. "Let us go inside and take a look. Perhaps the horned beast is within it." N01 opposed, as they were unwilling to leave empty-handed. Maintaining their formation, Hu Shan led the way, the young ones in the middle, while Xiong Yuan and Lang Qi trailed behind. However, this cave was not as lengthy or winding, and after about 5 minutes, they reached the end. Hu Shan ventured out first to scout the area, returning shortly to inform them. "It's another valley out there, with a lake and a herd of horned beasts, approximately over 100 of them." The group was initially filled with excitement, but then concern set in, facing a herd of over 100 beasts. They were at a disadvantage. Lu Hu questioned, "Grandfather, are they merely passing through, or do they live here?" Hu Shan shook his head, uncertain, yet noted there are horned beast cubs inside. Finally, everyone turned their attention to Xiong Yuan, the chieftain, and awaited his decision. Xiong Yuan pondered for a moment before asking Hu Shan, "Is the valley large?" Hu Shan nodded affirmatively. "It's quite spacious, larger than the valley outside." Xiong Yuan continued, "Are there places to hide?" Although Hu Shan did not fully grasp the reasoning behind the question, he answered, "I didn't examine it closely, but there are trees, and they're quite thick. We could carve out a hiding spot." Xiong Yuan nodded, then instructed, "Lang Qi runs the fastest. Head back to the tribe and inform the shaman of our situation." Lang Qi agreed, and Xiong Yuan continued, "The rest of us will enter the valley and find a place to conceal ourselves, avoiding detection by the horned beasts until Lang Qi returns." Everyone concurred with the chieftain's strategy. They could not afford to remain exposed. If a horned beast were to emerge from the valley and spot them, it would spell disaster. Concealing themselves within the valley would allow them to follow the beasts if they were merely passing through. And with darkness approaching, as long as they remained undetected, this valley was undoubtedly safer than the outside. However, Lang Qi, please inform Bai Cha that we may be out of sight, and she could become worried. Lang Ge reminded him, when we came, the chieftain had already informed Bai Lu, who immediately realized he had been overthinking. The chieftain had considered every aspect. Yet, observing the chieftain's smug expression, Lu Hu couldn't help but flatter. "Chieftain, you truly are wise." Feeling satisfied with the arrangements, everyone sprang into action. Lang Qi moved outward, while Hu Shan and Xiong Yuan headed into the valley to find a suitable hiding spot. The three young ones remained on standby. Once the adults had departed, Lang Ge turned to Xiong Di, expressing his envy. "You're quite the lucky one. It's truly enviable." Xiong Di merely smiled in response. Lang Ge continued to grumble, You're clearly younger than me, yet you're off exploring with Ushan while I'm stuck back at the tribe. Xiongdi's smile grew even more endearing. Lang Gu sighed, realizing there was no point in further complaints. Before long, Hushan and Xiong Yuan returned, guiding the three young ones to the tree hollow they had excavated. Upon exiting the cave, they were met with a breathtaking view. However, once Lu Hu fully grasped the scenery within the valley, he was left in awe. This valley was indeed vast, nearly rivaling the size of the tribe's valley. Though there weren't many trees within, each one was so thick that it would take 7 or 8 people to embrace it. Yet, that was not the most important detail. The crucial aspect was the presence of a lake within the valley. The lake itself was not the focal point. Rather, it was the color of the water. The tea was green. Yet, the green was not the highlight. The true marvel lay in the fact that it was interspersed with white. A green and white lake. Lu Hu's heart surged with joy. To his knowledge, a lake with green mixed with white could only mean one thing: a salt lake. This was indeed a serendipitous discovery. He was undeniably the favored child of the beast god, without a doubt. Seeing Lu Hu frozen in place, his expression oscillating between elation, gratitude, and self-admiration, Xiongdi grew puzzled. What could be causing Lu Hu's unusual demeanor? He tugged at Lu Hu's arm, pulling him from his reverie. Lu Hu found himself gazed upon by the four, all filled with curiosity. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lu Hu stammered, It's a salt lake." Xiong Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Hushan echoed, "What?" Xiongdi echoed, "What?" Lang Gu joined in, "A salt lake? Salt? Is it truly as we imagine?" Lu Hu nodded with conviction. The group could hardly contain their exhilaration. Just as Xiongdi was about to cheer, Lang Gu swiftly covered his mouth. Xiong Yuan and Hushan regained their composure, realizing it was not yet time for celebration. They steadied their emotions and quickly ushered the three young ones to the tree where they had excavated a hollow. Once all 5 were inside, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. That was close. They had almost let the good news cloud their judgment and forgotten their surroundings. Thankfully, Lang Gu remained level-headed, standing within the tree hollow. Silence enveloped them for a moment until Lang Gu broke the stillness, asking Lu Hu, "Can you confirm it's salt?" Lu Hu nodded firmly. "I know salt lakes. They are characterized by the mix of green and white." Lang Gu questioned, "But that doesn't definitively prove it's a salt lake?" Xiong Yuan nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of Lang Ji's words. That Lu Hu proceeded to explain, "Have you noticed the white crystals by the lake? That is salt. That is not entirely certain, but I have encountered salt lakes in my previous life, which is why I am so confident." That Lu Hu continued, "In a little while, when it is safe, you can taste it for yourselves. If this is indeed a salt lake, the water will be brackish." Xiong Yuan nodded, and the others managed to suppress their excitement, patiently awaiting further developments. The cave excavated by Hushan and Xiong Yuan was modest in size, allowing only 5 individuals to stand within it. After a day of relentless activity, Lu Hu, despite his exhilaration, could no longer withstand the fatigue of his young body. Soon, he leaned against Xiongdi and fell asleep while standing. Xiongdi adjusted his posture to provide Lu Hu with a more comfortable resting position. Lang Gu, unable to bear the sight of the remaining 4 who were not as carefree as Lu Hu, felt their excitement surge upon the sudden revelation of the salt. If not for the circumstances at hand, they would have been tempted to howl in joy at the sky, their emotions running high. As the sky gradually darkened, Xiong Yuan and his companions felt as though time had never dragged so slowly. Aside from Lu Hu, the others were beastmen, and nighttime posed no challenge for them. Meanwhile, Lang Qi, after parting ways with the others, spent considerable time navigating out of the valley. By the time he emerged, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Upon reaching the maple forest, he transformed into a giant wolf and raced towards the tribe. Determined not to waste a moment, to this point, he could only feel grateful that his injuries had nearly healed. Upon arriving at the tribe, he sought out the shaman, relaying all that had transpired that day, along with the plans of the clan leader and Hushan. The shaman nodded in understanding, instructing him to rest while he sought out others. Aware of Xiong Yuan's intentions, the shaman recognized the rarity of the horned beast herd and knew they could not let the opportunity slip by. He first approached Xiong Tian and Hu Li, asking them to notify the tribe members and to select 100 brave individuals to accompany him in support of the clan leader and Xiong Yuan. Upon hearing the full story, both Xiong Tian and Huli wasted no time, promptly gathering 2 hunting teams and setting out after informing the shaman that, of course, Lang Chi was also present, leading the way. A formidable group of beastmen departed from the tribe's valley entrance, heading straight for the maple forest. Liu Hu, unable to resist sleep any longer, woke when the darkness had completely settled in. The surroundings were pitch black, and still groggy from slumber, he realized he was in an unfamiliar environment. As he opened his eyes, they widened in shock, and his heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, Xiong Di, noticing his movement, spoke up. Liu Hu, are you all right? Liu Hu stifled an urge to scream, feeling embarrassed to admit that he had dozed off, and could only sheepishly reply, I'm fine, just had a bad dream. Xiong Di gently patted his head in reassurance, allowing Liu Hu to calm his racing heart. Once his heartbeat returned to normal, he inquired, have the tribe members arrived yet? At that moment, Xiong Yuan, who had been silent, responded, soon, with the shaman present, there should be no mishaps. Liu nodded and fell silent, quietly observing Xiong Di standing before him, his mind blank. Moments later, Lang Gu suddenly exclaimed, they're here. I can hear my father's voice. Liu, who wanted to ask something but then recalled Lang Ji's beast form, and silently closed his mouth. Chushan and Xiong Yuan conferred briefly, deciding to leave Xiong Yuan behind to protect the young ones while he ventured out to assist. The arrival of tribe members would surely be significant, and he wanted to avoid causing any alarm. After Hushan left, Xiong Yuan cautioned the young ones, when the commotion begins, we may not be able to attend to you, so make your way to the passage we initially entered. It is low enough that the horned beasts cannot swarm through easily. Lang Gu and Xiong Di, you two should be able to handle 1 or 2 beasts together. The 3 young ones understood the gravity of the situation and nodded eagerly. Though Liu, who still cautioned, clan leader, Grandpa, please try to avoid the lake when you engage, but of course your safety is the priority. Xiong Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this was already understood and that Hushan would communicate the same. From the passage ahead came a rustling sound, prompting Xiong Yuan to signal the 3 young ones to hide. When the fighting begins, you should make your way to the passage, he directed before stepping out. Liu Hu and the others felt somewhat despondent, yet they steeled themselves, listening intently to the sounds outside. Roar, owo, oh. Xiong Di and Lang Gu exchanged glances, each grabbing hold of one of Liu Hu's arms. Quickly retreating towards the passage, they traversed through the cave and ran across the valley. Only when they reached the initial low passage did the 3 young ones exhale in relief. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of unwillingness. Indeed, amidst such a grand hunt, they were reduced to frantic flight, fearful of hindering their tribesmen. Perhaps due to favorable progress on the tribesmen's side, the trio did not encounter any fleeing horned beasts. Yet, anxiety gnawed at their hearts. Even though they knew their tribesmen were formidable, worry lingered. After all, the herd of horned beasts was substantial, and they were likely familiar with the terrain. What if someone got injured? As time stretched on, their expressions grew increasingly grim, and their restlessness escalated. Eventually, Lang Chi emerged to find them. Lang Gu, with keen eyes, was the first to spot him. Without a moment's delay, he dashed forward like the wind, exclaiming, Father, how did it go? Lang Chi wiped the blood from his hands against the rocky wall, smiling as he replied, It's all good now. The clan leader sent me to call you all in. Liu Hu and Xiong Di, who had lagged slightly behind, heard this and simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Lang Chi led the 3 young ones back to the expansive valley, guiding them to the opposite side. As they approached, Liu Hu was immediately struck by the acrid scent of blood and the overwhelming aura of carnage, sending chills down his spine. The bodies of the horned beasts littered the ground, and the atmosphere was heavy with the aftermath of battle. Unbeknownst to Liu Hu, the area was not just a river of blood. It was a scene of chaos. Xiong Di and Lang Gu experienced far more than he did. The sights, sounds, and smells were overwhelming. Liu Hu, lacking night vision, could see little in the dim light of the moon, only the fallen horned beasts and the busy tribesmen. He tugged at Xiong Di's arm and suggested, Brother Xiong Di, let's go check the lake. Xiong Di, nearly reacting instinctively, held back his hand, but upon realizing it was only Lu Hu and Lang Ge beside him, he quelled his violent impulses. Exhaling slowly, he replied gently, "All right, let's go to the lake." Lang Ge, too, composed himself and followed the two towards the lake. Xiong Yuan and Hu Shan, noticing the direction the three young ones had taken, did not stop them. The valley had just been cleared by the tribesmen, making it quite safe. They were busy extracting the tendons from the horned beasts. Upon reaching the lakeside, bathed in moonlight, the water shimmered beautifully, yet the three were too fatigued to appreciate such a rare sight. Lu Hu began to scrape a bit of the white crystal from the lake's edge and tasted it, spitting it out immediately. "It is salt," he affirmed, noting its briny, bitter, and astringent flavor, one he recognized. However, this salt could not be consumed directly. It required purification and processing first, or it could be harmful to the body. Hearing his confirmation, Xiong Di and Lang Ge quickly imitated him, tasting the salt and promptly retching. Xiong Di lamented, "Lu Hu, can this really be eaten?" Lu Hu chuckled and replied, "Not directly. It needs to be processed first, then used for cooking." Lang Ge further inquired, "Isn't this salt? Why does it need processing?" Lu Hu explained, "These salt crystals are naturally formed and contain impurities like mud and sand. They must be filtered and purified before they can be consumed." Lang Ge replied, "I don't quite understand, but it sounds reasonable." Xiong Di appeared equally perplexed. Lu Hu added, "I can't explain it all now, but I'll purify some later, and you'll see the difference compared to this." With that, Xiong Di and Lang Ge ceased their inquiries. Having confirmed the presence of the salt lake, Lu Hu felt a weight lift from his shoulders, yet fatigue washed over him once more. He yawned, observing the weariness etched on Xiong Di and Lang Ge's faces. He suggested, "The clan leader and Grandpa will likely be busy for a while. Let's find a place nearby to rest." Lang Ge agreed. Once the clan leader and the others finish, they will surely come to inspect the salt lake. "So we should rest here for now." Lu Hu and Xiong Di had no objections. The three walked about 7 or 8 meters, finding a flat patch of grass, and without hesitation, they lay down. Initially, Lu Hu managed to muster some energy to answer questions from Xiong Di and Lang Ge, but soon he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Xiong Di, listening to Lu Hu's steady breathing, quickly silenced Lang Ge, who was still speaking. "Lu Hu is asleep. Keep your voice down." Lang Ge raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you so kind to Lu Hu? It's as if you're tending to your own cub." Xiong Di frowned, unsure why Lang Ge posed such a question. Yet he responded, "Caring for the young ones is only natural, especially since Lu Hu has done so much for the tribe." Lang Ge scoffed with an ambiguous tone. "I've never seen you care so much for the tribe's young ones before. And as for Lu Hu doing so much for the tribe, he will receive due recognition. There's no need for you to be so attentive." Xiong Di remained silent for a moment before softly saying, "I just find this young one quite endearing. I felt it the first time I met him. His eyes were filled with such light." Wolf remained silent, with only the rhythmic sound of breathing permeating the air. Xiong Di could not fathom why he was so attentive to Lu Hu. Perhaps it was the vibrant vitality reflected in Lu Hu's dark, bright eyes during their first encounter, or maybe it was the envious glimmer of longing in his expression as he gazed at Lu Hu's beastly form. More likely, it was the resilience Lu Hu displayed in the face of adversity, living positively despite his hardships. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually drifted into slumber, pondering the simplicity of wanting to care for someone. What need was there for myriad reasons? He simply wished to nurture Lu Hu, for seeing him happy brought him joy. The three cubs were roused by the call of Hu Shan. When Lu Hu awoke, a frown of irritation adorned his face. Only upon surveying his surroundings did he temper his morning grumpiness. Xiong Di and Wolf had already risen. Lu Hu scratched his still dazed head and clambered to his feet. Once Hu Shan noticed all three cubs were awake, he announced, "We are returning to the tribe." Upon hearing this, Lu Hu glanced up at the sky and realized it was almost past noon. He nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to head back. "But, Grandpa, has the salt been packed?" he inquired. Hu Shan replied, "The clan leader has filled a basket." Lu Hu nodded and joined the main group as they began their trek outward. Rubbing his stomach along the way, he had shared 20 boiled eggs with Xiong Di the previous day and was now quite famished. While he had not felt hungry while asleep, this movement elicited a grumbling from his belly. Xiong Di reassured him, "Once we return to the tribe, there will be food. Luhu was no oblivious cub. He acknowledged that the clan members had toiled all night and were equally weary and hungry. Yet their spirits remained high, for they had gathered over 100 adult antelopes. Not only did they acquire meat, but also antelope tendons, and they had secured arrows as well. Moreover, they had finally found the salt for which they had searched throughout the warm season. How could they not feel exhilarated? Upon exiting the valleys, everyone transformed into their beast forms. Hushan and Xiongyan helped strap the basket onto their backs, and a great procession of fierce beasts thundered toward the direction of the tribe. Luhu, nestled on Xiongdi's back amidst the throng of beasts, felt exhilarated. He never imagined that one day he would ride upon a national treasure's back, surrounded by formidable creatures. Yet he felt safe and secure as they approached the entrance of the tribe. Upon arrival, the tribe's remaining members, alerted by the commotion, emerged to assist, led by Grandma Wu. Yu Luo was among them. She first approached Luhu, inspecting him from head to toe to confirm he was unscathed. Then she glanced at Xiongdi and Wolfch, finding them unharmed as well, and sighed in relief. Immediately, she tugged at the 3 cubs, guiding them toward food while chattering. "You must be famished. The shaman has already instructed the preparation of your meals. Let the others handle their tasks. Come with me for something to eat. Cubs must never go hungry." The trio eagerly followed her, their eyes sparkling with delight at the prospect of a meal. Arriving at Grandma Wu's cave, they perched on stone stools, awaiting the delicious meat soup and roasted meat she would serve. They wasted no time, devouring the roasted meat with fervor and occasionally sipping the soup to soothe their throats. Grandma Wu gazed at the 3 cubs with affectionate delight. Yes, soon as the bowl of roasted meat was empty, she promptly brought out another, saying, "There's more. Eat your fill." "Thank you, Grandma," they chorused, once satiated and the tribe members had completed their tasks. The 3 cubs, their bellies round and full, approached the clan leader and the shaman to inquire if there was anything further they could assist with, but if not, they intended to rest. Grandma Wu, her expression warm, replied, "There's no rush. You 3 should rest first. Rejuvenate before anything else." The 3 cubs, upon hearing this, were not ones to be overly polite. After bidding farewell to everyone, they returned to their respective caves to rest. Luhu had a deeply restful sleep, only to be awakened by nature's call. After hurriedly addressing his urgent needs, he noticed that night had fallen. He had slept long enough, returning to his stone cave. He intended to check if Xiongdi was hungry, only to discover that Xiongdi was already awake. He rubbed his nose, pondering when Xiongdi had risen, as he had heard no sound. After a moment of contemplation in the cave, he decided to visit his grandfather's cave, hoping to find something to eat, as he felt a twinge of hunger. His grandfather's cave was empty, with Grandma Wu also absent, prompting him to proceed to the clan leader's cave, suspecting that Xiongdi might be eating there. However, as he passed by Grandma Wu's cave, he fortuitously ran into Xiongdi, who called out to him, "Hey Luhu, looking for my grandfather?" he asked with Grandma Wu. Upon hearing Xiongdi's voice, Luhu turned to see him carrying a bowl of something. Squinting to discern what it was, he asked, "Xiongdi, what are you carrying, and where are you going?" Xiongdi approached him, replying, "It's meat soup. I want to see if you were awake and worried you might be hungry." Luhu felt a swell of gratitude. Xiongdi was truly kind. His voice instantly softened with sweetness. "But what is everyone doing in Grandma Wu's cave?" "Discussing matters." Xiongdi responded, "My grandfather, Grandma Wu, and the shaman, along with Hushan, are deliberating the tribe's future direction." Luhu understood. It was about the tribe's developmental strategies, something he grasped, but that didn't concern him much. "Xiongdi, do you have other tasks to attend to?" Xiongdi shook his head. "No, there's nothing more for me to do. I can't assist with what's happening inside." Luhu nodded. "That's splendid. I have also rested enough to it would be inconvenient to do anything tonight. Let us purify the salt instead. I'll prepare a feast for you tomorrow night." Xiongdi's eyes brightened. "All right." The 2 first headed to the clan leader's cave to collect the basket of coarse salt before returning to the mountaintop with the meat soup. Luhu quickly finished a bowl of the soup before he and Xiongdi gathered numerous twigs nearby to use as firewood. The simplest method to purify salt is through evaporation, albeit it requires a substantial amount of water. He dissolved the coarse salt in water, then took a piece of animal skin, punctured with many small holes, to filter out impurities. Finally, he poured the filtered salt water into a stone pot, boiling it over a high flame while stirring continuously to prevent it from sticking. Once all the moisture evaporated, what remained would be edible salt. While the process sounded simple, it was laborious, and the two worked diligently. It wasn't until the moon hung low that they glimpsed the fruits of their labor. Luhu, noticing the white crystalline layer lining the pot's interior, joyfully exclaimed, "Xiongdi, it's almost done. You should rest for a bit. I'll stir for a while." Xiongdi, indeed fatigued, complied without protest, handing Luhu the wooden spatula and sitting down to tend the fire. Gradually, the steam within the pot diminished to a mere trace. Luhu ceased stirring, pinching a bit of salt to taste. Nodding in delight, he realized they had succeeded. The impurities had entirely vanished, leaving only the pure salty flavor. He offered some to Xiongdi, asking, "Isn't it far more palatable than before?" Xiongdi was astonished. "It really is. All the bitter and astringent flavors have disappeared, leaving only saltiness. All right, let us find a bamboo tube to store it. We can present it to the clan leader and grandfather tomorrow." As night fell, Luhu suggested, "Let us get some rest. Otherwise, we will lack energy for tomorrow." Xiongdi agreed, having worked tirelessly for nearly an entire night. They both needed a respite. Xiongdi neatly stored the salt on the stone table inside the cave, and then laid down beside Luhu for a brief rest. They had both had their share of sleep previously, so this time they did not slumber long. Before long, dawn broke and both awakened. After washing their faces, they realized they had no meat and thus did not prepare breakfast, with the purified salt in hand. They made their way to the clan leader's cave, hoping to join in for a meal. When they arrived, Xingli was preparing to cook meat soup. Upon seeing the two cubs approach, she quickly set down her work and asked, "What brings you here? Have you eaten?" Luhu replied with a beaming smile, "Not yet. Xingli, we came to share a meal with you." Xingli affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling, "Just wait a moment. Grandma will prepare some meat soup for you." At that moment, Luhu took the bamboo tube containing the salt from Xiongdi and presented it to Xingli, declaring, "Tada! Xingli, this is the edible salt that Xiongdi and I have purified. Just a little in your meat soup will make it delicious." Xingli's eyes widened in surprise. Purified? She remembered tasting the salt when Xiongyin had brought it back the day before, and to be frank, it had not been very palatable, salty, bitter, and astringent, but Xiongdi had mentioned Luhu could improve the flavor. Xiongdi nodded eagerly, urging Grandma, "Please try it. The taste has truly changed." Xingli accepted the bamboo tube, poured a little in her palm, tasted it, and after savoring it, her expression shifted. Indeed, the unpleasant flavors are gone. She cast a loving glance at Luhu. Reflecting, the shaman was right. Luhu is a divine gift from the beast gods. Luhu interjected, "Please don't exaggerate." "Thank you," Xingli replied. "Then I shall use this salt to prepare a pot of meat soup for everyone to enjoy." Luhu reminded her, "Xingli, don't add too much. Half a spoon will suffice." The spoon he referred to as the ladle used for soup, which was quite substantial. Xingli nodded, indicating she understood. Luhu and Xiongdi took a seat on the stone stools at the cave entrance, engaging in light conversation as they awaited their meal. Luhu asked, "Xiongdi, do you think we should make bows and arrows first or process the salt?" Xiongdi pondered, "Can't we do both simultaneously?" Luhu responded, "Purifying the salt isn't troublesome, but it is time-consuming." Xiongdi countered, "Yet you mentioned that making bows and arrows requires practice." Luhu, "Indeed, if the bow and arrow are not accurate, they are utterly useless." Xiongdi, "Moreover, we do not possess an abundance of horned beast tendons. We can complete the bows and arrows today, and everyone can craft their own fletchings." Luhu nodded, convinced by the argument. "When the clan leader returns, we shall inform him that we will first craft the bows and arrows today, and purify the salt tomorrow." Xiong nodded in agreement. "Furthermore, Grandfather must send someone to transport the salt. The supply we brought back yesterday has already been consumed by the two of us." Indeed, that had slipped my mind. Upon Xiong Yuan's return, he found the two cubs sprawled at the entrance of his cave, while his partner cheerfully prepared a meat broth. Xiong Yuan, ahem. He cleared his throat and approached the cubs. "Asking up so early to scrounge for food?" Xiong Di candidly replied, "Our cave is devoid of food." Luhu gazed at him with a sycophantic smile. Xiong Yuan wore a look of exasperation. Such a juvenile. Yet his expression was so lewd he turned his head away and said, "Today, I will share a bit more meat with you. In the future, refrain from coming to our cave to mooch, as it disturbs the world I share with your Xinglei Amo." The intrusion upon his intimate moments with his partner was palpable. Xinglei, wielding a spatula, emerged to call the cubs for their meal, her expression suddenly fierce. She swiftly approached Xiong Yuan and gave him a sharp slap on the back. The sound made Lu Hu shudder. Xiong Yuan, how unfair. Xinglei turned her face towards Lu Hu, replacing her fierce demeanor with a gentle smile. Do not heed your clan leader's nonsensical words. Tell Xinglei Amo what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Lu Hu obediently nodded. I understand, Xinglei Amo. Xinglei's smile grew warmer. Come, enjoy the meat broth. As she spoke, she turned and entered the cave, casting a fierce glance at Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan, I am terrified. Lu Hu and Xiong Di, extremely compliant, passed by the clan leader without a sideways glance and approached the meat broth prepared by Xinglei Amo. Under her affectionate gaze, they felt a great sense of trepidation, especially with the clan leader's piercing stare fixed upon them. Lu Hu exchanged glances with Xiong Di, who cleared his throat to attract the attention of all three. Grandfather, Lu Hu, and I have a matter to discuss with you. Do sit down. Xiong Yuan, following the flow of conversation, took a seat at the stone table. Xinglei cast him a sideways glance, but did not ask him to leave. Xiong Yuan thought to himself, that was a close call. Yet he maintained a kindly demeanor, asking Xiong Di, what is it you wish to discuss? Lu Hu, clan leader grandfather, Xiong Di and I successfully purified the salt yesterday, and would like to ask if you could arrange for some individuals to learn the process. Xiong Yuan perked up. The purification is complete? The two nodded in unison. Where's the purified salt? Let me see. They both turned their gaze towards Xinglei Amo, who handed a bamboo tube to Xiong Yuan. He received it with respect, poured a little into his palm, licked it, and smacked his lips, noting that the flavor was indeed different. He then asked Lu Hu, was it difficult? Xiong Di answered for Lu Hu. Not at all. But it requires someone to supervise constantly. Xiong Yuan nodded. Once the salt is transported back, I will gather a few clan members. You can demonstrate in front of them and teach them. Both agreed readily. Clan leader grandfather, there's one more thing. Should we not begin crafting the bows and arrows? Just as he was about to mention it, Xiong Yuan continued. Lu Hu, the shaman, and I propose that for each bow you craft, the tribe will provide you with some meat as a form of exchange. Lu Hu was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that merely teaching the tribe members would suffice. Was this to be an ongoing obligation? He protested vehemently. No, I cannot. I do not wish to exert myself. Initially shaking his head, he looked at the clan leader with earnestness. Clan leader grandfather, I'm still a cub. How can I endure such labor? Subsequently, he cleverly suggested, I could teach Xiong Di. It would be a fair exchange for the tribe. Xiong Yuan, I had forgotten that Lu Hu is still a cub. He truly behaves far too maturely. Lu Hu, in this life and the last, I have matured, so I must be a bit responsible. Xiong Di, with tearful eyes, was moved. Xiong Yuan regained his composure. That simply will not do. We cannot take advantage of a cub like you. Xiong Di shared this sentiment. Lu Hu, feeling helpless, said, Clan leader grandfather, I also know the method for purifying salt. Xiong Di is aware as well. You can consult him. Xiong Di shook his head. Lu Hu trusted him and shared everything. He could not barter this knowledge for meat, as that would tarnish his integrity. Observing the disapproving expressions on the faces of the three elders, Lu Hu suddenly had a brilliant idea. Clan leader grandfather, how about this? I'm quite lazy. Why not I share the methods for crafting bows and arrows and purifying salt with the tribe? In return, the tribe would support me, even after I come of age, so that I need not partake in hunting or patrolling, and I would be well fed. As he spoke, he found himself eagerly anticipating a life of leisure, free from the burdens of work, and without the fear of starvation. This was indeed the pursuit he had aspired to in his past life. Yet he realized that he would eventually acquire wealth, albeit with a sense of unjustified righteousness. The three adults exchanged glances at Lu Hu's sparkling expression, pondering how such a lazy child could harbor such thoughts. Seeing their silence, Lu Hu assumed his proposal was too demanding and promptly emphasized, I assure you, I am easy to support. The three adults regarded Lu Hu's sincere expression. Unsure of how to respond, left speechless, Xiong Yuan cleared his throat, reminding him, "Should you not discuss this with your grandfather and Amo?" Lu Hu, still a cub, perhaps did not grasp the significance of these two matters for the tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hu nodded. "Then I shall inquire what they desire. Once you finish your broth, you may go. Hurry and taste the broth that Xinglei Amo has prepared, seasoned with salt." Xinglei, with anticipation, nudged the broth towards Lu Hu. He expressed his gratitude, lifted the bowl, and took a small sip. It was not that he was cautious, but the broth was indeed quite hot. Upon tasting, his eyes instantly brightened, and he eagerly took a second sip. The salted broth was indeed tenfold more delicious. Xinglei, observing Lu Hu's reaction, felt assured that the broth was a success. She too lifted her bowl, took a sip, and her first impression was somewhat peculiar. However, it must be said that it was delicious. Xiong Yuan and Xiong Di, witnessing their expressions, also raised their bowls to taste. They shared Xinglei's initial reaction, finding it odd at first, but upon acclimatizing to the flavor, they deemed it far superior to the previous bland broth. The four of them sipped their respective broths slowly until they reached the bottom. Lu Hu assisted Xinglei Amo in clearing the bowls and chopsticks, bidding farewell to the three as he set off to fetch his grandfather and Amo, prompting the clan leader to prepare the materials needed for crafting bows and arrows, as he would return shortly to commence. Xiong Yuan complied readily, while Xiong Di had to accompany grandfather to chop hollow trees, leaving Lu Hu to venture alone. Upon reaching grandfather's cave, he found Uluo Amo preparing to clear the bowls. He conveyed the intentions of the clan leader and sought grandfather's opinion. "Grandfather, I lack nothing in the tribe. Do you and Amo require anything?" Lu Hu genuinely felt quite content. "What I discussed with the clan leader was that the tribe would provide for my future sustenance." Hushan wholeheartedly agreed. "Your Amo and I also lack nothing. Simply follow your own desires." Uluo concurred. "Amo and your grandfather have everything. What about uncle?" Hushan replied with pragmatism. "Your uncle is already of age. He will exchange for whatever he needs without your concern. Little cub." Lu Hu, "Then, shall I relay this to the clan leader grandfather?" Having said that, Xiong Yuan was a rational individual, yet he valued relationships. "He would remember your kindness," Hushan advised him. Lu Hu felt somewhat helpless. He truly had not considered it deeply, but he still smiled and expressed his gratitude for grandfather's goodwill. "Grandfather, will you accompany me to learn how to craft bows and arrows?" Lu Hu inquired. "I intend to teach the clan leader, so he may instruct the tribe." Hushan fully supported his decision. "I will go with you." "Then let us proceed. The clan leader and Xiong Di should have the materials ready by now." Hushan nodded, rising to leave the cave. "Amo, I shall take my leave." "Ah, very well. Do not overexert yourself." In Luo's heart, there was no notion of Lu Hu being particularly exceptional. To her, he remained a cub in need of nurturing. Lu Hu acknowledged her words and followed closely behind grandfather as they exited the cave. On their way, they encountered Xiong Yuan and Xiong Di, who were hauling bamboo. After exchanging greetings, they all proceeded towards the clan leader's cave. Inside, the shaman and Xinglei Amo had been awaiting their arrival. Outside the cave, Lu Hu and Xiong Di stood as the four elders formed a circle, intently observing every movement Lu Hu made. Lu Hu slowed his actions, striving to demonstrate each step clearly and explain thoroughly. It was in fact quite simple. After a single demonstration, the four elders comprehended the process, for none were dull. They had merely been constrained by their previous mindsets. "Grandfather and clan leader, would you care to try your hand at making one? It is quite simple." Hushan and Xiong Yuan were eager to try, their expressions revealing a simplicity in their task. Especially as Lu Hu had explained it with great clarity. The two readily agreed. "All right, let us give it a go." They stood up, selecting hollow branches of moderate thickness. Mimicking Lu Hu's method, they first carved notches at both ends, then tied one end with beast's sinew, using their bodies as support to bend the hollow branches into an appropriate arc. Finally, they tightened the sinew and secured it on the other side. After completing their bows, they tested their elasticity, both wearing satisfied expressions. Next, Xiong Di and Xingli also attempted to make bows, quickly adapting to the task. After all, it was undeniably simple. Xiong Yuan, having played with his newly crafted bow, turned to Lu Hu with a beaming smile and said, I have discussed your request with Wu and sought your grandfather's counsel. Since that is the case, the tribe will grant you this favor. Rest assured, the tribe will never let you go hungry. Lu Hu's face brightened with joy. That's wonderful. My wish has been fulfilled. Xingli added from the side, I will inform the tribe, and they will have no objections in the future. This was indeed a reminder from Wu, who feared that some tribe members might harbor resentment towards Lu Hu. Lu Hu nodded, acknowledging that the considerations of the tribe leader and Xingli were thorough. And he had no objections. Once the salt shipment returns, I will explain to Xingli how to purify the salt dough, and also the methods for making smoked and cured meats, Lu Hu promised. Granny Wu watched the group with a smile. Her eyes filled with contentment. They were all good children, and she cherished their harmony. Xiong Yuan and Xing Li were equally delighted, finally able to store meat for future use. Grandfather, this bow belongs to me. Xiong Di suddenly interrupted Xiong Yuan's excitement. Xiong Yuan shot him a glare. What do you mean it belongs to you? This is the tribe's. Xiong Di pouted in defiance. Well, surely I should get some reward for finding the antler beast herd with Lu Hu. Xiong Yuan hesitated, realizing he had a point. Not only Lu Hu and Xiong Di, but Hu Shan and Lang Ge, Lang Qi should also be recognized. He closed his eyes, not wishing to see his troublesome grandson. Fine, you can have it, but don't play around with it. Did I understand, grandfather? Leader, I also want the bow I made myself. Hu Shan's cheerful voice chimed in. Xiong Yuan silently pressed a hand to his chest, feeling overwhelmed by the unmanageable children. Fine, it's yours, he said weakly, but you must practice diligently. It cannot go to waste. I got it, grandfather, Xiong Di replied. Understood, leader, Hu Shan affirmed. Xiong Yuan felt a pang in his heart. With so many people in the tribe, even 100 bows might not suffice, especially with these restless youths claiming to. Nevertheless, he decided to discuss distribution with Wu, prioritizing the weaker beastmen to enhance their survival capabilities. As for the stronger ones, the bows would merely be an additional boon. They already possessed the means to protect themselves. He intended for those receiving bows to craft them personally, ensuring they were suited to their needs and fully understood the process. However, all this needed to be discussed with Wu, and he also had to reward Lang Qi and Lang Ge, considering their contributions. Xiong Yuan held a fondness for Lang Ge, despite his lesser strength compared to Xiong Di. His intelligence was noteworthy, and it was rare to find a clever beastman. Xiong Yuan had high hopes for him and planned to equip him with a bow to enhance his capabilities. After delegating the arrow-making task, Lu Hu prepared to leave, as he still needed to cultivate his plot of land and plant ginger. By the way, grandfather leader, it's best to use a large stone pot for purifying salt. It saves both time and effort, Lu Hu remarked just before his departure. Xiong Yuan nodded, acknowledging he would prepare accordingly. Seeing this, Lu Hu said no more and turned to leave AS for Xiong Di. With Lu Hu gone, he had no reason to linger, lest he face his grandfather's scolding. He swiftly followed after Lu Hu. Xiong Yuan sighed. Even the mischievous Hu Shan had other matters to attend to and bid farewell to Wu before departing. Upon reaching the mountain top, Lu Hu and Xiong Di wasted no time. One turned the soil while the other broke it apart. In no time, they had prepared the ground. However, they could not plant immediately. First, they needed to germinate the ginger, a process that would take about 10 days. Once the shoots appeared, they could be buried in the soil. The weather was quite warm, and after a morning of labor under the sun, both were drenched in sweat and felt quite uncomfortable. Brother Xiong Di, shall we wash in the little river outside the tribe? The sweat is so sticky and unbearable. Sure, it's perfect to go now since the sun is blazing and there aren't too many people around. Xiong Di knew that Lu Hu was somewhat shy and never bathed in front of others. Thank you, but I absolutely refuse to run around naked. The two made their way down the mountain under the scorching sun. Lu Hu complained, this warm season is almost over. Why is it still so hot? Granny Wu mentioned that the warm season would end within 5 days, followed by a rain that would herald the beginning of the harvest season. Lu Hu's face lit up with anticipation. The harvest season, there will surely be plenty to eat. Xiong Di shared in the excitement. Indeed, the fruits and wild vegetables during the harvest season will be abundant. Certain items could only be found during the harvest season, while they were nearly impossible to locate in the warm season. Lu Hu, will you still venture outside the tribe in the future? Lu Hu nodded. As if it were a matter of course, of course. Our tribe's beastmen eat too much. The more food, the better, but grandfather said that the wild beasts during the harvest season are quite fierce, much more so than in the warm season. Xiongdi expressed his concern. After leaving the tribe, they walked downstream to the little river, shedding their animal skin shorts and straps before jumping into the refreshing water. The little river outside the tribe flowed from south to north, providing water for the tribe. It was very large, but had never run dry. Luhu responded to Xiongdi's earlier question. It's fine. You're here with me. And besides, we have grandfather. He spoke nonchalantly. Xiongdi scratched his face. True. I will protect you. My grandfather said that Hushan's grandfather is quite formidable. Luhu inquired curiously. Really? Who is stronger, my grandfather or the tribe leader? Hushan's grandfather is strong. My mother often says that if it weren't for the cunning of grandfather, he wouldn't have been able to win against Hushan's grandfather. Xiongdi expressed uncertainty. The tribe leader indeed possesses a great deal of cunning. It's rare for bear tribe beastmen to be so clever. It is not discrimination, just a trait of their kind. Xiongdi nodded in agreement. Exactly. Grandfather is quite shrewd. Suddenly, Lu asked, what about my father? Is he considered powerful within the tribe? Xiongdi paused, sneaking a glance at Luhu's expression before responding. Uncle Huing is incredibly strong. He is the first winged tiger in our tribe. There more. Luhu pressed. Granny Wu said that Uncle Huing would eventually surpass Hushan's grandfather and become the future tribe leader. Xiongdi said this with admiration. Brother Xiongdi, have you met my father? Luhu asked suddenly. That I have, when I was very young, before I awakened. Uncle Huing once took me up into the sky. Xiongdi recalled the sensation of soaring on the back of a tiger. Luhu's interest peaked. My father often takes me flying too. My mother used to say that once he had cubs, he would surely take them a play in the skies and under the earth. Xiongdi had always longed to sit on the back of the great tiger once more and fly again. Luhu murmured, yes, my father often played with me. The tribe used to laugh at him for behaving like a cub. Xiongdi awkwardly patted Luhu's shoulder. Uncle Huing wouldn't want you to feel sad. He felt somewhat clumsy with his words that Luhu's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing Xiongdi's words, and he smiled. Brother Xiongdi, I'm fine. My father and mother are surely watching over me from the beast god. Xiongdi nodded clumsily. Yes. However, Luhu suddenly asked, Brother Xiongdi, do you want to fly again? Xiongdi was taken aback by the question. Luhu's thoughts shifted, and a pair of pure white wings sprouted from his slender back. Turning away from Xiongdi, he said, Brother Xiongdi, look, have they grown a bit? Soon, I will be able to take you flying. Xiongdi gazed at the delicate wings emerging from Luhu's back, feeling an itch in his hands. He reached out to poke them, and the wings trembled in response to his touch. It tickles a bit. Luhu laughed. So, what do you think, Brother Xiongdi? Have they grown? Xiongdi found the little wings utterly adorable. Yes, they have grown a bit since the first time I saw them. I'll be counting on you to take me flying in the future. In truth, he hadn't noticed much of a change, but he didn't want to dampen Luhu's confidence. Luhu grinned widely. No problem. I will definitely fly higher and farther in the future. The gentle countenance of Xiongdi was illuminated with warmth as he observed the spirited demeanor of Luhu, who could not help but chuckle at the moment. Perhaps it was the relentless sun or the perfect timing, but Luhu suddenly found himself yearning to confide. Xiongdi, did you know? My mother once contemplated leaving the divine deer tribe with my father. Yet, when they were poised to depart, I was born, and their plans were thwarted. Subsequently, the divine deer tribe faced annihilation that I have often pondered. If not for my existence, they would have left and perhaps lived on peacefully. Xiongdi, filled with compassion, swam to Luhu's side, assuring him, to your father and mother, you are a divine blessing. Lu, who was aware of this truth, yet the environment of his previous life led him to blame himself in moments of turmoil. Xiongdi embraced him and continued, your parents must be profoundly grateful for your arrival. You are not a burden, but rather their most treasured gift. It seemed as though he had suddenly unlocked the skill of offering comfort. Luhu merely felt a twinge of longing for his parents. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he sensed the unreserved love of another, a feeling that stirred a deep yearning within him. Xiongdi, my parents are surely watching over me, he murmured. Xiongdi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they wish for your peace and happiness. Perhaps it was the warmth of the river, or perhaps it was the embrace of Xiongdi that enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of security. Reminiscent of the boundless acceptance he felt when his parents were alive, Liu, who remained in Xiongdi's embrace, quietly processing his emotions until he heard the sounds of approaching footsteps from the tribe. Only then did Xiongdi release Lu, who, teasingly remarking, "Someone from the tribe is coming. Perhaps they seek to wash skins. Are you going to remain submerged in the river?" Lu, who snapped to attention, swiftly swimming to the riverbank to retrieve the clean clothes he had brought along. Xiongdi watched with amusement as Lu, who shyly donned his attire, Liu, who shot him a fierce glare. Feeling somewhat helpless, as the habits ingrained from his previous life made it challenging to expose himself in front of others without considerable embarrassment, after greeting the tribe members who had come to wash the skins, Lu Hu and Xiongdi made their way back to the tribe. Throughout the ascent, Xiongdi's smile did not waver, while Lu Hu, feeling somewhat exasperated, had long since cast aside his melancholy. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, filling the afternoon with laughter, until evening when the hunting team returned. Liu, who eagerly pulled Xiongdi down the mountain, intent on selecting prey, particularly the meat of the long-nosed beast, craving the flavors of braised meat. Tribe leader grandfather, Xiongdi, and I would like a piece of long-nosed beast meat, Lu Hu said, approaching the tribe leader with a charming smile. Xiong Yuan glanced at him, grimacing slightly, then turned away, presenting him with the largest piece. "Here, this is the biggest." Xiongdi, displaying discernment, accepted the hefty portion that weighed nearly 300 pounds, far too much for Lu Hu to carry. Observing this, Xiong Yuan grimaced further at the thought of his aching teeth. The two, disregarding Xiong Yuan's thoughts, bid him farewell and departed from the tribe square to prepare braised meat. One needed scallions, ginger, and sugar, all of which Lu Hu fortunately had on hand. He began by cutting the meat into evenly sized cubes. Then heating a pot with oil, preferably vegetable oil, though he had to substitute it with animal fat. He added the meat to the stone pot, stir-frying it over high heat until the surface turned a light golden brown before setting it aside. Next, he poured more oil, heating it until the sugar melted before adding the prepped meat, finishing off with scallions, ginger, and salt, stir-frying over high heat. Finally, he added enough water to cover the meat and simmered it on low heat to reduce the sauce, resulting in a perfect dish of braised meat. While the color may not have been entirely authentic, the flavor was undeniably genuine. Xiongdi stood by, drooling in anticipation, and Lu Hu found his eagerness amusing. He set aside half of the braised meat for Xiongdi, allowing him to indulge while he completed the rest to share with the tribe leader, Xiong Yuan, and the shaman, as he had previously promised to deliver roasted duck and boiled eggs, but had not done so. He also intended to prepare additional boiled eggs, ensuring there would be plenty to share. To expedite the process, he decided to use 2 pots simultaneously. Otherwise, he would be toiling away until nightfall, in this world devoid of modern conveniences. He was begrudgingly reduced from a millionaire to a mere cook. Alas, his cravings necessitated that he find a way to satisfy them. As for Xiongdi, his task was to stoke the fire. Perhaps due to the frequency with which he had done so, he had become quite skilled at it, adeptly adjusting the flames as directed. Xiongdi, unfazed by the heat, held a large stone bowl, devouring piece after piece until he had polished off nearly all the braised meat, leaving only a small portion remaining, and gazing longingly at what was left. "Where is your composure, Xiongdi?" Unable to withstand Lu Hu's pleading gaze, he ultimately relinquished the remaining portion to him. After all, he would only serve the elders afterward, and the food would surely cool and lose its appeal. Tea was better to let Xiongdi enjoy it first. For a full stomach would provide him with the strength to work, wouldn't it? He was in no way biased. Absolutely not. Indeed, Xiongdi was elated by Lu Hu's concession. However, he did not indulge excessively himself. Instead, he took only a single piece while offering Lu Hu another. Thus, the two devoured the remaining braised meat in unison. Each pot could hold 20 pounds of meat, and Lu Hu had prepared over 10 pots to finish all the meat and eggs. Exhausted, he panted heavily. "This is too tiring." Xiongdi, filled with concern, fanned him gently. "From now on, I shall cook, and you can teach me. I will prepare meals for you." After catching his breath, Lu Hu replied, "It's nothing, Xiongdi. I only made this much today because I was happy." Xiongdi insisted, "You mustn't overexert yourself. I will learn to cook." This is far too taxing that Liu, who did not press the matter further, appreciating the prospect of sharing the workload in the future. After all, the appetites of the beastmen were considerable, and cooking alone was indeed labor-intensive. Xiongdi had consumed 7 pots of braised meat, amounting to nearly 150 pounds, not accounting for the eggs. While Lu Hu had only managed to eat a little over 10 pounds before feeling satiated, the disparity was truly heart-wrenching. The remaining braised meat was divided into 5 stone bowls, intended for the elders. Naturally, the portions for the 2 of them would be larger than those for individuals. Liu, who distributed the bowls. Xiongdi would deliver to the tribe leader, Xiong Yuan, Xiong Tian the uncle, and the shaman. While he would take care of the elders, Xiong Ama and Xiong Bo, Xiongdi expressed his discontent. "We can save some for tomorrow. We could give 1 bowl to the shaman." "But why share with them?" Lu Hu chuckled, giving him a gentle shove. "It's far too hot. If we don't eat the meat now, it will spoil by tomorrow." Xiongdi lamented his lack of an appetite, begrudgingly shouldering the basket as he went from house to deliver the meat that Liu Hu, on the other hand, carried 2 bowls in his hands as he descended the mountain. His first stop was at the home of Xiong Ama, where he placed down the meat. "Xiong Ama, I made something delicious to share with you," Yuluo smiled. "You little cub, why would you bring us your food? We couldn't possibly eat it. But I made plenty." Xiongdi has also delivered to the shaman. Lu Hu insisted. Yuluo gazed at the bowl of vividly red meat on the stone table, astonished. "Did you really make this?" Lu Hu nodded eagerly. "Xiong Ama, please try it." Upon hearing this, Yuluo picked up her chopsticks, sampling a piece that melted in her mouth, rich and flavorful. After finishing 1 piece, she set down her chopsticks, eagerly inquiring, "How did you make this?" Lu Hu beamed, exclaiming, "No one can resist braised meat. Absolutely no one." As he recounted the recipe under Yuluo's intense gaze, he received effusive praise from her, and even Hushan expressed admiration after tasting it. "Xiong Ama, please enjoy at your leisure. I must deliver to Xiong Bo," Lu Hu said, making a hasty exit. Unable to resist the flattery from his elders, he delivered the braised meat to Hu Li's cave. Earning more accolades before dashing out. As he approached the summit, he encountered Xiongdi, who was on his way down to find him. "Xiongdi, how did you finish so quickly?" Lu Hu asked, puzzled, for Xiongdi had 3 households to visit, all farther than his own. Xiongdi nodded, as if it were obvious. "I simply delivered a bowl of meat. It's not troublesome." So, of course, it was quick. Liu, who could only conclude that the speed of the beastmen was beyond his comprehension. In reality, Xiongdi had first delivered meat to Xiong Tian, entering the cave, exchanging pleasantries, and leaving without a word of unnecessary explanation. He had similarly done so with Xiong Yuan, only offering a reminder to return the stone bowl, while he had taken a moment to elaborate at the shaman's place. However, this did not take much time, and Xiongdi did not explain anything to Lu Hu. The 2 of them returned to the mountain peak together, and after a brief wash-up, they prepared to sleep. Before going to bed, Lu Hu sighed, reflecting on the simplicity of a life governed by the rising and setting sun, yet ultimately succumbing to the rhythm of his biological clock. He soon drifted off to sleep, as for the 5 caves filled with red braised meat, the old which was quite pleased, showering praise upon the 2 young cubs. Xiong Yuan, the clan leader, and Xingli Amo expressed their approval to Lu Hu while reprimanding Xiongdi. Xiong Tian was deeply moved, feeling that the beast cubs still thought of him, the old father, and had not forgotten him upon moving out. Yuluo Amo and Hushan were filled with pride, and Hu Li was equally elated. The next day, Lu Hu awoke at dawn. While Xiongdi had risen even earlier, Liu Hu stretched lazily, slowly sitting up, and proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth. He fashioned a rudimentary toothbrush from a wooden stick tied with animal hide. Previously, he had used only water, but now with the addition of salt, he dipped it in salt to brush. After all, with a diet of meat at every meal, his teeth required proper care. Once he finished brushing, a bowl of heartwarming meat soup awaited him, generously seasoned with salt. After savoring the soup, he stepped out of the cave. Indeed, Xiongdi was watering the large thistles he had transplanted earlier. Most of them had survived, although the germination rate of the seeds was rather low, only about 20 to 30%. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for their needs. The tribe continued its search, and the elder clan leader mentioned that once they weathered the beast tide, the tribe would begin planting again, as this crop was not easily found. He asked for why they did not plant now. It was partly due to time constraints, and partly because there were not enough large thistles available for planting. After a brief tidying up, the two descended the mountain, as today they needed to teach everyone how to refine salt. By the time Lu Hu and Xiongdi arrived, the elder clan leader and Xingli Amo were already waiting at the witch's cave. Upon seeing them approach, Xiong Yuan and the others stepped forward. Xingli eagerly greeted them. Lu Hu, have you had breakfast? Thank you for bringing meat to Amo last night. It was truly delicious. We've already eaten. Xingli Amo. Please don't mention it. Everyone has been very kind to me. Lu Hu replied, a bit bashfully. Xiongdi wrapped an arm around Lu Hu, coming to his rescue, and asked Xingli, Amo, is everything ready for salt production? The old witch replied, it is all prepared. She then turned to Xingli. Don't be so enthusiastic. You might frighten the cubs. Xingli shyly touched her nose. She was simply delighted, as it was her first time receiving meat prepared by a cub, which touched her heart deeply. Unaware of Xing Li's inner thoughts, Lu Hu and Xiongdi followed the elder clan leader and the witch to the stove. They examined the materials prepared by the elder clan leader, a basket of salt crystals, a newly constructed stove, a pile of branches, and 4 buckets of water, as well as a stone pot. Nodding in approval, they confirmed that everything was ready to begin. Xiongdi, familiar with the process, sprang into action. He dissolved the coarse salt in water, while Lu Hu ignited the fire, then used a piece of animal hide punctured with holes to filter the mixture into the stone pot. They maintained a roaring fire. With Xiongdi stirring diligently, did Lu Hu explained as they worked, we keep stirring while the pot is boiling. Once we see small white particles forming on the inner wall of the pot, we will know we have succeeded. Xiong Yuan, Xing Li, and the witch watched with eager anticipation. Observing this, Lu Hu made space for the witch to take over the fire, and Xiong Yuan eagerly seized the stirring task from Xiongdi. Content to take a break, Xiongdi did not resist, and they continued until all the salt was successfully refined. Once the salt refining was complete, Lu Hu felt a sense of relief and pulled Xiongdi away, thinking it best to leave the next steps to the clan leader's arrangements, as he was still a cub and preferred not to interfere. With nothing else to do, they decided to gather some bamboo branches to make arrow fletchings. Xiongdi had recently acquired a bow, but with their busy schedule, he had not yet had the chance to craft the fletchings. Today, with a free afternoon, they could finally make some. Each of them carried a large bundle of slender bamboo branches as they ascended the mountain. Fortunately, they were familiar with the path. Otherwise, the climb would have been quite challenging. After placing the bamboo under the shade of a tree, the two quickly ran to drink a large cup of water. Given the sweltering heat, it was essential to stay hydrated. Lu Hu glanced at the sky and suggested to Xiongdi, how about we make some egg drop soup for lunch? We have no meat left. Xiongdi had no objections. He could manage without eating, but since Lu Hu needed to eat, he would join him for the soup. The preparation was simple, just mushrooms, salt, water, and then beat in an egg. Easy enough for a light meal. Yet Lu Hu had grown accustomed to this simplicity, having lived like this for over a decade, even with memories of his past life. After their meal, they sat under the tree's shade, diligently crafting arrow fletchings while engaging in light conversation. And time flew by swiftly. Xiongdi, regarding the bone arrows, what did the elder clan leaders say? Have they been crafted yet? Lu Hu suddenly recalled the mention of bone arrows during their discussion about bamboo arrows. They've been made, but the elder said they are too heavy for anyone but the stronger beastmen to use, although their lethality is significant, Xiongdi replied while continuing to work. Bone arrows are sturdy and reusable, making them quite economical. Lu Hu noted, if we rely solely on bamboo arrows, even with the vast bamboo forest in the North Mountain, it won't suffice that we need to prepare more bone arrows. If the hollow trees in the back mountain are stripped bare, we will still have them as a backup. Xiongdi understood Lu Hu's concerns. The elder mentioned the same, that we are uncertain how extensive the beast tide will be this winter or how long it will last. We must be thoroughly prepared. Indeed, the clan leader is wise. He considers everything, Lu Hu remarked. After a moment, Lu Hu asked, did the elder clan leader mention how the arrows would be distributed? When will we start making them? He had thought they would be divided yesterday, but after a day of waiting, there had been no word from the clan leader. The elder said he would announce it tonight, along with the salt production results. Xiongdi responded, Lu, who understood the elder's reasoning. Announcing both matters together would save time and avoid the need to repeatedly gather the tribe. Then I suppose I won't need to be present. Right? I feel a bit awkward, Lu Hu admitted, revealing his social anxiety. Xiongdi, unaware of Lu Hu's feelings, replied earnestly. The elder said you would be expected to say a few words on stage. How come I wasn't informed of this? Lu Hu's face expressed clear refusal. The elder anticipated you would decline, so he planned a little surprise for you. Xiongdi explained candidly. But you just told me. Lu Hu protested. That's fine. Just don't tell the elder. Xiongdi shrugged nonchalantly. Xiongdi, I really don't want to speak on stage. Is there any way around this? Lu Hu sought advice. Why not? This is an honor. Everyone in the tribe would love the opportunity. Xiongdi replied, puzzled. I don't know what to say if I mention my social anxiety. They probably wouldn't understand. Lu Hu confessed. Just say whatever comes to mind. Xiongdi encouraged, still not comprehending Lu Hu's concerns. I'm afraid of being laughed at. Lu Hu's past experiences had left him with a psychological shadow. The tribe won't laugh at you. Xiongdi reassured him, noticing Lu Hu's distress. Shall I speak to the elder and request that you not go on stage? After a moment of hesitation, as if making a firm decision, Lu Hu replied, No, I'll go. I shouldn't waste the elder's good intentions. It's just speaking on stage. I can do it. Xiongdi simply responded with an O, not pressing further. Lu Hu could choose how he wanted to approach it, and he would support him. The slender bamboo branches they had gathered were soon exhausted, and looking at the pile of arrow fletchings between them. Xiongdi beamed, with J.O.Y. Lu Hu stood up, brushing off the bamboo shavings from his clothes, and went to the cave for a drink of water. He then checked on the sprouting ginger before heading to see Xiongdi practicing archery. Xiongdi stood 10 meters away from a large tree, aiming and shooting in one fluid motion. Lu Hu watched, feeling a twinge of concern. Xiongdi had grown taller. He must be nearly 1.90 m now. It wasn't he that he was worried about Xiongdi's height. Beastmen typically exceeded 2 meters upon adulthood, but rather about himself. He hadn't grown at all in the past 6 months, and he wondered if he would stop growing altogether. Thinking about his own height, he felt a wave of rejection wash over him. Goodness, even in modern times, he would be considered short, let alone in the beast world, where he felt the pressing need for bone broth. He could not afford to be the small one. Lu Hu was jolted back to reality by a large hand waving in front of him. Upon focusing, he saw Xiongdi's youthful face hovering before him. Lu Hu, what are you daydreaming about? I called your name several times. The sun is about to set, and we must head down. Xiongdi queried with curiosity and nothing. Let us hurry. We shouldn't delay, Lu Hu stammered. Xiongdi didn't press for more information and continued. All right then. Let us go. The hunting team will be returning soon. The elder said they would announce things once the hunting team arrives. Lu Hu nodded in understanding, and the two walked side by side down the mountain. They timed it perfectly. As they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard commotion coming from the valley. The hunting team is back, Xiongdi exclaimed. Let us go find the elder, Lu Hu suggested. Xiongdi nodded, pulling Lu Hu towards the front of the crowd. There, Xiong Yuan was assisting the hunting team with their baskets. Elder, Lu Hu called out. Grandfather, Xiongdi added. Xiong Yuan cast a glance at the two of them, acknowledged with a sound, and carried the basket towards the tribe. Upon noticing this, Xiongdi, ever perceptive, took the basket from his elder's hands, saying, Elder, allow me to assist. Xiong Yuan, not one to be overly courteous, released his grip as he still needed to gather the clansfolk. Lu Hu, come with me, he called out to Lu Hu as he departed. Lu Hu glanced at Xiongdi, and encouraged by his gaze, followed the elder. After a long, resonant bear's roar from Xiong Yuan, the tribespeople began to converge upon the tribal square. At this moment, Granny Wu approached Lu Hu, patting him on the shoulder, and together with Xiong Yuan, ascended the elevated platform. As Lu Hu drew closer, he discerned the platform structure. 3 flat stones stacked upon one another, forming a makeshift dais that was evidently newly arranged. Standing atop the platform, the elder and Granny Wu waited briefly until all the clansfolk had gathered, at which point the elder bellowed, Silence. Instantly, the crowd hushed. the square falling into a profound stillness. Xiong Yuan nodded with satisfaction and stepped forward. Today we have convened to discuss the allocation of the new weapon, bows and arrows, as well as to share the news that we have discovered salt and methods for its refinement. Xiong Yuan began, his voice steady. The tribespeople, upon hearing this, were taken aback, yet refrained from voicing their queries, eagerly awaiting the elder's next words. The bows and arrows were crafted by Lu Hu, who, being a young cub with a heart for the tribe, wishes to donate these weapons selflessly. However, we cannot accept gift from a cub without reciprocation. Can we? Xiong Yuan inquired. Indeed, responded a tribesman, that we must not covet what belongs to the young. Added another, Lu Hu is a fine cub. A female voice chimed in. Once the initial reaction subsided, Xiong Yuan continued. Thus, after conferring with Granny Wu, we have decided that our tribe will not require Lu Hu to hunt, patrol, or gather food any longer. We shall ensure he is provided for any of you have objections? The immediate response from the crowd was one of reluctance. The thought of someone receiving food without labor seemed unjust. Yet, they quickly realized that Lu Hu, being but a half-beast cub, would not consume much. Even as he matures, his food intake would not rival that of a full beast man. Moreover, the benefits he brings to the tribe, be it dried fruits, chestnuts, new weapons, or salt purification, warrant recognition that if they had made such contributions, the rewards would have been even greater. Ultimately, Lu Hu's assistance to them was substantial, and no objections. Elder affirmed a half-beast. This is what Lu Hu deserves. Added a female. Isn't it a bit scant? Queried an elder. Granny Wu, observing the crowd's reactions, felt a surge of satisfaction. She took a few steps forward, standing beside Xiong Yuan, cleared her throat, and spoke. Lu Hu is the cub of our Dahuang tribe, a gift from the beast god. With him among us, we shall undoubtedly weather the beast tide and thrive even more. The tribespeople erupted in excitement, chanting Lu Hu's name. Lu Hu, standing below, felt a mix of pride and embarrassment. Indeed, the leaders possessed a remarkable gift for oratory. Lu Hu, come forth, Granny Wu beckoned, interrupting his thoughts. Aware of this moment from Xiongdi's earlier words, he reluctantly steadied himself and trotted up the stone platform. Facing the fervent gazes of the tribesfolk below, he felt momentarily overwhelmed. Quickly regaining his composure, he stepped to the center, bowed, and expressed, "Thank you all for accepting me, this outsider cub, and for your care that I promise to do my utmost to help everyone be well-fed and clothed, and to strengthen the Dahuang tribe." Having never experienced such a moment, he struggled to find eloquent words, instead speaking from the heart. The tribespeople felt a tinge of shyness. They had hardly cared for Lu Hu in comparison to the support he had provided them. Yet he truly was a commendable cub. Xiong Yuan and Granny Wu shared a knowing smile as they observed this scene. Only after Lu Hu stepped back did Xiong Yuan regain his composure. Lu Hu is indeed a remarkable cub. We must all take care of him moving forward, Xiong Yuan remarked. Certainly, came the chorus of agreement. Now, let us discuss the distribution of the bows and arrows. There are only 90 in total. After deliberation with Granny Wu, we shall allocate 60 to the smaller beastmen and 30 to the stronger half-beasts. Without allowing time for questions, Xiong Yuan elucidated the reasoning behind this distribution. The stronger beastmen possess self-defense capabilities, while the weaker ones are nearly no match for the wild beasts. Providing them with bows and arrows will significantly enhance their strength, and the same goes for the half-beasts. However, do not fret. We have just discovered a herd of horned beasts, and as we find more, we will have additional bows and arrows that in due time. Each tribesperson will possess one, but for now, we shall prioritize those in immediate need. The elder's words resonated with wisdom, and the tribespeople accepted this with resolve, silently vowing to seek out more horned beasts. Xiong Yuan continued, "Shortly, I will call out the names of those who will receive bows and arrows. Those names should gather at Granny Wu's cave entrance tomorrow morning, where I will teach you how to craft bows and arrows." The tribespeople were taken aback. They had assumed the bows and arrows were already prepared. However, the prospect of crafting their own was even more appealing, as they would learn the skill. As Xiong Yuan began to read the names, Tu Fei, Cheng, He, Guqing. The recipients beamed with joy, while those not selected were filled with envy. Following this, Xiong Yuan announced that tomorrow there would be an organized effort to purify salt, with Xingli overseeing the operation and that the assembly would take place in the tribal square. He also reminded everyone not to waste the hollow trees on North Mountain, as the smaller branches would be needed for crafting bows. He continued to outline the tribe's future plans and preparations for facing the beast tide before declaring the beginning of the distribution of the game. The tribesfolk were all aflame with excitement. Their tribe was flourishing, and so too would they. The tribal square buzzed with their jubilant chatter, laughter echoing through the air, having been swept up in the excitement the previous night. Lu Hu lingered in the square for quite some time, causing him and Xiongdi's dinner to be significantly delayed. That be why the time they retired for the night, the moon was high in the sky, leading to both of them sleeping in late the following day. Due to the stone door's presence, neither of them could be roused by the sun until noon, when a ravenous Lu Hu finally awoke. He sat up, momentarily bewildered, before groggily preparing to wash up, only to collide with the stone at the cave's entrance, which jolted him fully awake, realizing that without Xiongdi, he couldn't even exit the cave. He reluctantly turned back to see if Xiongdi had awoken. Xiongdi had indeed woken when Lu Hu bumped into him as he was about to step outside. He collided with Lu Hu entering, and promptly inquired, "Lu Hu, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" "I'm fine, Xiongdi, I just want to go outside," Lu Hu replied. Xiongdi nodded and moved past him to the cave entrance, pushing the stone aside. Sunlight flooded into the cave, prompting Lu Hu to squint as he adjusted to the brightness. When he finally opened his eyes, he was startled to see how high the sun had risen. They had slept far too soundly. Fortunately, there were no pressing matters today. Lu Hu set about boiling some meat soup before washing his face and brushing his teeth, while Xiongdi completed his morning routine before heading out to water the dahlias and weed the garden. After they finished their soup, Lu Hu pondered, "Xiongdi, could you check with the elder to see if there is any meat left? We could try curing some." Upon hearing this, Xiongdi's face lit up with joy. He wasted no time, responding affirmatively and dashing down the mountain. Curing meat required minimal preparation. He needed only salt, scallions, and ginger for the simplest version, anything that would allow for preservation. Before long, Xiongdi returned, carrying a large game animal on his shoulders, followed closely by Granny Lu, who hurriedly approached, supporting Granny Wu as he asked, "Granny Wu, why have you come along?" Granny Wu waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine. "I had nothing to do, so I thought I'd come see what you two youngsters are up to." Lu Hu replied, "We haven't done much. We just want to try curing meat to see how much salt is suitable." Granny Wu chimed in, "Then I shall lend my assistance. You wouldn't turn me away, would you?" "Of course not. Your presence is most welcome, Granny Wu," Lu Hu assured her. With a resounding thud, Xiongdi dropped the meat onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow as he asked, "Lu Hu, do you think this meat is sufficient?" Upon estimating the substantial game animal that had been tossed to the ground, which weighed over 500 pounds, Lu Hu eagerly nodded. Yes, it is more than enough. That he merely wished to experiment with how much salt would maximize the meat's preservation. However, Xiongdi, we need to move the meat to the shade of the trees. Then skin and bone it. We can't handle the whole animal as it is. Xiongdi, without uttering a word, moved the meat to the shade of the tree, then returned to the cave to fetch a stone knife and commenced skinning the deer. Upon seeing this, Lu Hu also assisted the old witch, helping her to sit on a stone stump. While he lent a hand to Xiongdi, in truth, there was little for him to contribute. As Xiongdi swiftly skinned, dismembered, and gutted the animal in one fluid motion, Lu Hu tossed those entrails far away and bury them. Otherwise, they may attract wild beasts, Xiongdi instructed, observing Lu Hu's eagerness to assist. He pointed towards the entrails, indicating for him to take care of them. Lu Hu glanced at the pile of heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and intestines, smacked his lips in regret, and remarked, "What a waste to throw them away. I can prepare a delicious meal with these for you all tonight." "What delectable dishes can be made from those? They stink to high heaven," Xiongdi retorted, not doubting Lu Hu's abilities. But the odor was simply too foul. Lu Hu, brimming with confidence, replied, "You'll see tonight. Once clean, they won't smell at all." His motivation was not merely to showcase his culinary skills, but also to provide a fresh alternative in case food supplies dwindled in the future, ensuring nothing would go to waste. Xiongdi chose not to argue further, allowing Lu Hu's enthusiasm. After a short while, Xiongdi carefully disassembled the meat into strips, leaving some flesh on the large bones, as per Lu Hu's suggestion. Lu Hu collected the bones and entrails into a basket, planning to wash them by the river shortly. The priority now was to cure the meat, a task that was not complicated. He simply needed to score the meat. Rub salt onto it and let it marinate to better differentiate the meat. He tied each portion with distinct colored animal hides. One group for a single salting, another for two, and so forth, up to 5. Unfortunately, the weather in the beast world was unlike that of the modern era, where 2 rounds of salting could preserve meat for about a year. Here, the temperature fluctuations were too drastic, necessitating careful experimentation. After he finished, the old witch inquired, "Lu Hu, why are the salting counts different for the meat?" Lu Hu washed the salt off his hands and replied, "Old witch, I want to determine the optimal number of salt applications to provide everyone with a reliable method. If we apply too little salt, we risk spoiling a large batch of meat in a few days, which would be a shame. Conversely, using too much would waste salt. Thus, I'm conducting an experiment to find the best method for our tribe." The old witch nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "You are a wise child, always considering the welfare of the tribe." Lu Hu, feeling bashful, scratched his face and humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I've just said I would help improve the tribe. So I must take action." Xiongdi beamed with pride, finding it more gratifying to praise Lu Hu than to receive accolades himself. "Well then, the meat is cured. All that remains is to hang out to dry in the sun." Lu Hu announced that, "I'll go fetch the drying rack." The rack used for drying meat was still nearby, so Xiongdi hurried over, dragging it back and asking Lu Hu, "Where should we hang it?" "Just place it to the left of the cave," Lu Hu instructed. The right side was his designated area, filled with large burdock and sprouting ginger. The cured meat needed to be sun-dried until the fat turned a waxy yellow, at which point it could be removed and stored in a cool place for an extended period. Lu Hu explained. Xiongdi queried, "How is this different from the previous dried meat?" Lu Hu clarified. "Dried meat is prepared by sun-drying to remove moisture and fat, which can last about 30 days in warm weather. Cured meat, on the other hand, retains moisture and fat through salt, allowing it to last 3 to 4 months after drying." "Though I don't fully understand, I grasp that the preservation duration has increased," Xiongdi replied. The old witch gazed at the strips of meat hanging on the rack, envisioning the tribe's future, her heart swelling with joy. Xiongdi tidied up beneath the tree, sprinkling a layer of dirt over the bloodstains to mask the odor, then joined Lu Hu to carry the basket of bones and entrails down the mountain. Lu Hu also grabbed a stone basin, intending to use it for washing the entrails. The old witch, seeing this, decided to accompany them to check on the arrow-making and salt purification processes. The trio descended the mountain together. Upon reaching the base, they found the tribe bustling with activity. The arrow-making group was arranging bamboo and sharp-toothed beasts, deftly plucking feathers and breaking branches, while the salt-making group worked in pairs, one tending the fire while the other stirred the mixture. Frequently switching roles to ensure everyone could take a break as the 3 arrived, tribe members greeted them. Old Witch, Lu Hu, Xiongdi, Lion Zhuang, Little Lu Hu, Xiong Xiaozi, Monkey Grandpa, Lu Hu maintained a smile, nodding at each greeting, while Xiongdi was more reserved, merely returning a nod. The old witch, with a smile on her face, waved to everyone before approaching Xing Li, who was leading the bustling group. Xiongdi and Lu Hu, each carrying their respective loads, traversed the lively tribe square towards the river downstream. The bones required washing twice, and the liver and lungs were easy to clean. However, he was unsure how to handle the heart and kidneys, though he knew the intestines could be delicious if properly prepared, despite their overwhelming stench. Lu Hu, frustrated, pulled 2 blades of grass to block his nose before washing the intestines in the river. Xiongdi, standing a distance away, couldn't he help but question if this could truly be edible. Watching Lu Hu wash earnestly, Xiongdi had to admit that Lu Hu could be quite formidable at times. Lacking the courage to approach, he called out from 10 meters away, "Lu Hu, you wash those first. I'll gather some reed roots, and we can make some syrup." With that, he turned and slipped away. Lu Hu smiled, realizing that sometimes people would go to great lengths for food. He spent a full hour at the river, washing the intestines until they were clean, switching out the grass 5 times in the process. Finally satisfied, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm, reluctant to use his hands. Xiongdi, I'm done. Are you finished? He shouted. All right, Xiongdi's voice echoed from a distance. Soon, Lu Hu spotted him approaching with a basket on his back. Let us head back up the mountain. I'll gather some reed roots on the way, and I'll come down again to carry more. Xiongdi took the basin from Lu, handling it carefully. Seeing him like this, Lu Hu rolled his eyes and said, I've cleaned it thoroughly. Xiongdi chuckled, while Lu Hu huffed. This is going to taste amazing, and if you keep being so dismissive, I want to share any with you. Feigning innocence, Xiongdi replied, It's fine, as long as you're happy to. Lu Hu thought this sounded quite sarcastic, but upon seeing Xiongdi's earnest face, he realized he was overthinking it. Perhaps spending too much time online had its drawbacks. Lu Hu silently quickened his pace, choosing not to engage further. Although puzzled, Xiongdi followed closely as they reached the mountain summit. Lu Hu reflected quietly, realizing that Xiongdi meant well. He shouldn't take his worry to heart or let their friendship spoil due to his own sensitivity. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late, and the hunting team should be returning soon. Xiongdi, when you come back with the reed roots, pick a piece of fatty meat that we need to render some oil. We're running low, he instructed. Xiongdi nodded, placing the basin and reed roots in the cave before grabbing an empty basket and turning to leave. After a moment's thought, he returned for another basket. Xiongdi, how many reed roots are you planning to gather? Lu Hu asked as he poured water into the stone pot, adding the liver, lungs, and intestines along with ginger and scallions to neutralize the odor. Once the water boiled, he removed the intestines and liver, draining and cooling them before slicing and stir-frying them. Due to the lack of seasonings, he only used salt, ginger, and scallions. However, perhaps due to their natural quality, the ingredients didn't emit a strong fishy smell, merely a foul odor. After stir-frying the liver, lungs, and finally the intestines, Lu Hu realized Xiongdi still hadn't returned. Thinking it over, he dragged out the basket of reed roots, washed some of them, and began making syrup. He continued washing the remaining roots as Xiongdi finally returned, just as Lu Hu was at the water tank, cleaning the reed roots. What a delightful aroma! Exclaimed Xiongtian, who had followed Xiongdi up the mountain, catching a whiff of the enticing scent that was distinct from a meat. Hearing the voice, Lu Hu quickly stood up. Uncle Xiongtian. Xiongtian smiled at him. Lu Hu, I've come a mooch a meal. Look, here is the game I brought for you today. He lifted the prey he was carrying for Lu Hu to see. Not bad, Uncle Xiongtian. You're welcome, Lu Hu replied cheerfully, getting up to examine the unprocessed long-nosed beast that weighed over 600 pounds and appeared to be not yet fully grown. Uncle Xiongtian, you and Xiongdi should process the long-nosed beast first. Lu Hu remarked that Xiongdi had maintained a sullen demeanor throughout, remaining silent, his heart brimming with frustration that it was all his fault for being so careless. While carrying the thatch roots, he had been unexpectedly confronted by Ah Fu, who had learned of their plans to make syrup that day. Ah Fu, insistent and unyielding, had insisted on joining them for dinner. If not for the fact that he couldn't overpower him, he would have truly liked to let Ah Fu experience the wrath of a cub. Upon hearing Lu Hu's words, Xiongdi handed over a sizable piece of meat he was holding. No, he placed it on the stone table before setting down the basket he had carried on his back and approached Ah Fu. Pulling the long-nosed beast down from his shoulder, with a stone knife in hand, he began to dismantle the bear. Xiongtian, too afraid to speak, observed that Xiongdi could be quite fearsome when his face was darkened with displeasure. Lu Hu, unfazed by the father-son conflict, glanced at the meat Xiongdi had brought back and was pleasantly surprised to find it was mostly fatty, with only a small portion of lean meat, perfect for rendering beast oil. He cut the fat into large chunks, placed them into a stone pot, added slices of ginger, and poured in enough water to submerge the meat. Covering it with a lid, he ignited the fire to start rendering the oil. At another stove, he intended to prepare bone broth, just as Xiongtian, his uncle, arrived with a head of pig. They would have a simplified version of hot pot, though without dipping sauces. He selected a large bone and requested Xiongdi to break it into 4 sections. Then added salt, ginger slices, and scallions, along with some dried mushrooms. Filling it with water, he covered it with a stone slab, ignited the fire, and began simmering the soup. With 3 stoves in operation, 1 for soup, 1 for oil, and 1 for syrup, Lu Hu found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He glanced over at Xiongdi, who was busy, feeling a bit conflicted. Xiongdi, let Xiong Tian help with the meat that I'm a bit swamped here. Letting a guest lend a hand felt somewhat improper, but Xiongdi clearly harbored no such concerns. After all, an uninvited guest was hardly a guest at all. Merely a freeloader, he shoved the stone knife into Xiong Tian's hands. Bypassing him to head towards Lu Hu, Xiong Tian, feeling somewhat helpless yet capable, silently accepted the task of dismantling the meat. Xiongdi sat down by the stove, following Lu Hu's instructions to start the fire. It must be said, Xiongdi was a veritable genius at stoking flames. Whatever fire Lu Hu desired, he could immediately grasp the concept and execute it flawlessly. The first thing ready was the oil. Lu Hu stirred it until the meat turned a golden hue, indicating it was done. He scooped out the residue and transferred the oil into a large stone jar, setting it aside. Meanwhile, Xiong Tian, who had been quietly working away, hastened his pace as he caught the delicious aroma wafting from the bone broth. Once he had finished breaking down the meat, Lu Hu turned to him and said, "Xiong Tian, could you assist me by slicing the meat into thin pieces? I want to try a new way of preparing it today." Of course, Xiong Tian replied. "How thin should they be?" Lu Hu gestured to indicate about half a centimeter. Without delay, Xiong Tian sprang into action. Instead of using a knife, he transformed his hands into claws, deftly slicing the meat with remarkable speed. Lu Hu felt a twinge of envy at Xiong Tian's claws. They were undeniably effective, and in no time, the meat was neatly sliced and placed into a stone basin, captivating Lu Hu's full attention. Xiong Tian maintained a smile, though his claws were growing weary. Once he had finished slicing, Lu Hu asked him to help carry the meat to the stove. He sprinkled salt and oil over the slices, along with a couple of scallions, allowing them to marinate briefly. He set aside half for frying and retained the rest for the hot pot. Pouring the freshly rendered oil into the stone pot, he instructed Xiongdi to ignite the fire. When the oil reached the appropriate temperature, he carefully added the meat slices, frying them until they were golden and crispy. He continued this process until the enticing aroma of the bone broth filled the air. "Xiongdi, could you please move this stone slab? The bone broth should be ready now." Xiongdi stood up, moved the stone slab, and glanced into the pot, where the broth had turned a creamy white, exuding an irresistible fragrance. "It should be done." "It's all turned white," Xiongdi affirmed. That Lu Hu, busy with his tasks, replied without looking up, "That's called creamy white." Xiongdi, toss the remaining meat slices into the pot and keep cooking until they're fully cooked. We'll continue until all the meat is done. Xiongdi nodded, bringing the stone basin closer and starting to add the meat. Xiong Tian, eager to contribute, wiped his mouth and asked, "Lu Hu, what can I do?" "Xiong Tian, could you check if the syrup is ready? If it's not, give it a stir. If it is, strain out the thatch root residue." Xiong Tian responded enthusiastically, eager to take on this task. Glancing over at his father, Xiongdi pursed his lips but said nothing, as all three busied themselves with their respective tasks. Xiong Tian prepared another batch of syrup while Lu Hu finished frying the meat. Soon, they were left with just Xiongdi's hot pot, which was nearly done, with only one last wave of meat slices remaining. Xiong Tian and Lu Hu arranged their freshly prepared dishes on the stone table, including fried meat, oil residue, stir-fried intestines, liver, and lungs, along with a basin of syrup. Finally, there was a pot of boiled meat slices and a stone pot of bone broth, an extraordinary feast in this alternate realm. Xiong Tian marveled inwardly at how well this meal turned out. Due to the copious preparations for dinner, night had already fallen by the time they sat down to eat. Lu, who lit a torch nearby, as he needed the light to see, while Xiong Tian and Xiongdi remained unaffected by the encroaching darkness. As the night deepened, Xiong Tian remarked that rain was expected for the following day. Without delay, the trio began to eat, each grabbing their chopsticks simultaneously, the first morsels being the fried meat. The crispy exterior and tender interior were utterly delectable, making it impossible to stop. Xiongdi served Lu Hu a portion before engaging in a spirited contest for the remaining fried meat with his father, neither willing to yield until the fried meat was completely consumed. Only then did they turn to the boiled meat slices, with Lu Hu receiving the first serving, leading to more competition. After tasting a slice of meat boiled in the bone broth, Lu Hu found it somewhat lacking in excitement. Possibly due to the absence of seasonings, Though it was still enjoyable, by the time they finished the boiled meat, Xiongdi found himself utterly full. Yet he felt no desire for the remaining 3 dishes. Liu, who, on the other hand, was brimming with confidence. Under Xiongdi's bemused gaze, he picked up a piece of intestines with his chopsticks and savored it. Relishing the rich, non-greasy flavor that marked top-quality intestines, he also sampled the liver and lungs, both of which were quite good, though perhaps lacking in seasonings to meet his expectations. Still, the natural freshness of the ingredients shone through. As for Xiong Tian, the hardy beast man, he was still holding back his appetite, even as the 2 cubs had yet to feel satisfied. It wasn't until Lu who finally set down his chopsticks, signaling that he was full, that he began to truly indulge, swiftly clearing the remaining dishes from the table. Once the stone bowls and basins were entirely emptied, he paused, leaving only the pot of bone broth. Lu Hu rubbed his belly, stood up, and poured himself a bowl, saying, "Let us drink some bone broth to digest." Xiongdi took a sip and found it quite pleasant, distinct from the meat broth. Tasting somewhat lighter, Xiong Tian gulped down a couple of mouthfuls and asked, "Are you two going to have more?" Xiongdi shot him a glare, but remained silent, while Lu Hu quietly shook his head. "Xiong Tian, you've had your fill, right? There's still big bones in there, with meat on top. You've eaten well, too." Lu Hu thought to himself how much Xiong Tian could eat. The game you brought back must have weighed near 800 pounds. And they had polished off all of it in one meal, that if the beasts were not struggling to find sustenance, they would have long since gone extinct. Eventually, Xiong Tian finished the bone broth, cleaned out the mushrooms inside, gnawed on the bones, and even drank up the syrup. Liu, who felt somewhat numb at this point, simply glad that Xiong Tian was happy. "Xiong Tian, tomorrow you should take a break and hunt a long-nosed beast to give to you. As compensation for what you consumed today," Xiong Tian said apologetically as he prepared to leave. "Ah Fu, I'll just go to your cave tomorrow to fetch it. You don't have to deliver it." Xiongdi quickly replied, not wanting to seem rude. Xiong Tian shot a disgruntled look at his own cub, helped wash the bowls clean, patted Xiongdi's head, and under the latter's irritated gaze, departed, oblivious to the undercurrents of tension between the two. Lu Hu strolled around, supporting his waist and patting his belly to aid digestion, but he mused that such indulgence should not become a habit. Overindulgence was detrimental to health. He had worked hard to attain this second life, and should cherish it, lest he perish due to such foolishness. Otherwise, he would have no face to meet anyone. Oh no, he would have no face to meet a ghost. Yet upon reflection, it was the fierce competition between Xiong Tian and Xiongdi that had led him to eat so much. He had never consumed this much before. It must be said that meals are indeed more delicious when shared in competition. After a while, feeling less bloated, Lu Hu followed Xiongdi back to the cave to rest. Meanwhile, Xiong Tian, having relished the sumptuous feast Lu Hu had prepared, descended the mountain in high spirits, humming the popular ballads of the Beastman continent. He resolved to often partake in such meals in the future. Of course, bringing his own game along. Why not come every day? Well, the reason was simple. Lu Hu was still a cub. He had participated in the cooking today and understood just how exhausting it was to prepare a meal. If he were to show up every day uninvited, he would feel embarrassed, not to mention his debt-collecting cub. There would surely be a confrontation with his father. And as for his father, Hushan, he felt increasingly anxious at the thought. Thus, he decided against frequent visits, settling on once a month or at most twice. Any more than that, and he feared inciting the wrath of others. The next day, as foretold by Xiong Tian, heavy rain began to pour, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Liu, who was jolted awake by a clap of thunder, and when he opened his eyes, Xiongdi was already up. "Xiongdi, is it raining outside?" As the voice of Xiongdi entered the cave, it bore a certain muffled quality. He glanced at the languid Lu Hu, a smile gracing his face as he nodded knowingly. "It's raining. And quite heavily at that. The harvest season is upon us." Only just awake, Lu Hu's mind took a moment to engage, and it was only after comprehending Xiongdi's words that he grasped the meaning behind them. "Xiongdi, how long will it rain?" he inquired, his voice still somewhat indistinct. Xiongdi shook his head, uncertain. "I don't know, but typically the warm season ends with a day and a night of rain. This year's weather is peculiar. I cannot say for sure." After exchanging a few sentences, Lu, who was thoroughly awake, yet still reluctant to rise, he shifted from lying down to a prone position, lazily stating. Then it should rain for a while longer. Xiongdi shared this sentiment. It likely will. The downpour outside is quite intense, and it may not cease anytime soon. Suddenly, Lu Hu recalled something. Xiongdi go, "Oh no! The meat we salted yesterday is still outside." Without further ado, he sat up, intending to rush out. Xiongdi, seeing this, quickly restrained him, explaining, "Do not worry. I heard the rain last night and brought it inside. It is safe in the cave now." Upon hearing this, Lu Hu relaxed, muttering to himself, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." Puzzled, he wondered how he could have slept so soundly, not hearing a thing. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he sweetly remarked, "Xiongdi go, it's truly wonderful to have you." Xiongdi felt his ears warm and his cheeks flush, bashfully waving his hand. "I am a beast man. It is only natural." Lu Hu mused to himself that Xiongdi was still too Navi. Xiongdi then queried, "Lu Hu, are you hungry? Shall I make you some meat soup?" Lu Hu shook his head, replying, "I'm not very hungry." "What about you, Xiongdi go?" Xiongdi also shook his head, admitting he wasn't too hungry either, but felt restless in the cave and sought something to occupy his time. After lying down for a while longer, Lu Hu found he could not remain idle. He got out of bed, sighing inwardly. He was destined for a life of toil that it was a rare occasion to lazily linger in bed, yet he felt unaccustomed to it. "You see, with such heavy rain today, we can only engage in indoor activities." He glanced at Xiongdi. "Xiongdi go, since we have nothing else to do, why don't we make some shoes?" Xiongdi looked puzzled. "Shoes?" Lu nodded. "They can protect our feet." Xiongdi inquired, "Are they like the ones you made before?" Lu Hu felt a flush of embarrassment. He had wasted a considerable amount of bee skin making a pair of slippers that were wearable but would not stay on, causing him much inconvenience. Reluctantly, he had set them aside, wearing them only occasionally in the tribe. "No, this time we shall make boots that will protect both the feet and ankles, and they won't easily come off." Lu Hu explained. "Boots?" Xiongdi had never heard of such. "You will know once I make them." Lu Hu declared, resolute. He moved to the far side of the stone cave and rummaged through the remaining bee skins he had from his previous attempt at making shoes. Gathering materials for the soles, this posed no challenge for Lu Hu. He intended to craft the soles himself, but he recalled that the shoes his grandmother made had a layered sole, which was light and comfortable without being abrasive. The bee skin was thick enough that he wouldn't need as many layers. 5 or 6 would suffice. After stacking the bee skins and assessing their thickness, he deemed it appropriate and began to cut them. There was no need to measure perfectly to his foot size. A little extra would not matter. He took a bone needle and thread, meticulously fastening the bee skins together, requiring patience for the task ahead. Xiongdi observed Lu Hu as he layered the pieces of bee skin, threading the needle back and forth, his mind filled with curiosity, yet he remained silent. It took Lu Hu an entire hour to craft one sole. Next came the shoe upper. He first cut a rectangular piece of bee skin, which would ultimately form the shaft of the boot. As for the upper part, he lacked the skill to cut it. But he had a plan. He would piece it together, cutting the bee skin into long strips and sewing them onto the sole one by one, given that his own feet were inconvenient for fitting. He used Xiongdi's foot as a reference, for after all, he was making them for him. Xiongdi complied, standing patiently on the sole while observing Lu Hu as he measured and cut the strips, his mind brimming with questions. Finally, upon hearing Lu Hu declare done, he felt as if he had been liberated, exhaling in relief. Lu Hu gestured around Xiongdi's feet, feeling a strange sense of nervousness wash over him. He then proceeded to sew the rectangular piece of bee skin to complete the boot. What emerged before Xiongdi was a rather peculiar-looking shoe. Lu Hu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that when it came time to utilize his skills, he lamented their inadequacy. His sewing skills were truly lacking. Nevertheless, the boots were completed, albeit somewhat unsightly. "Xiongdi go. It's done. Try them on and see if they are comfortable," Lu Hu urged. Xiongdi, eyes alight with surprise, asked, "You made these for me?" Lu Hu, with a hint of pride, replied, "Of course. Do you think I have such large feet?" Not noticing Lu Hu's tone, Xiongdi took the shoes from him, but upon attempting to wear them, he encountered difficulty. Lu Hu rolled his eyes, snatching the boots back from Xiongdi and pressing him down onto the stone bed. "Xiongdi go. Why the rush? You don't even know how to wear them." Xiongdi chuckled good-naturedly, feeling quite pleased as he watched Lu Hu lift his foot on his knee to help him put on the shoes. Warmth spread within him. He felt deeply touched by Lu Hu's kindness. Lu Hu was far too considerate, even helping him wear shoes that his own father had never done for him. Xiongdi conveniently forgot that his father did not even know what shoes were. "All right, Xiongdi, go. Stand up and walk around to see if they pinch," Lu Hu instructed, releasing his leg. Following his prompt, Xiongdi stood and took a couple of steps, exclaiming in delight, "The soles are soft. My feet are warm. This is so comfortable." Lu Hu inspected the size of the shoes, noticing they were a bit large for Xiongdi, but that posed no issue. He could always make him a pair of socks later to ensure a better fit. "That's good. Xiongdi, go. Now take them off, and I'll make the other one," Lu Hu called to the wandering Xiongdi. Xiongdi obediently removed the shoes and handed them to Lu Hu, suggesting, "Lu Hu, I can help too. Teach me how to make them, and I'll make you a pair as well." Lu Hu smiled, not refusing the offer, and began to teach Xiongdi as he crafted the second sole. By the time Lu Hu finished the other shoe, Xiongdi had picked up the technique quite well. He made the second one with much more skill and aesthetic appeal. Once Xiongdi donned both boots to try them out, Lu Hu felt a sense of satisfaction. Xiongdi had done well, managing to create a pair of short boots. Long boots could be cumbersome. Short ones were convenient, keeping warm while being easy to wear. After toiling for a while, Lu Hu began to feel hungry. He made his way to the cave entrance to peer outside. The rain showed no signs of letting up, casting a gloomy pall over the landscape that was almost suffocating. He approached the cooking area and surveyed the contents of the cave. Aside from the salted meat, there was nothing edible in sight. A skilled cook could hardly work miracles without ingredients. Xiongdi emerged, noticing Lu Hu sighing at the cooking area. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Lu Hu pouted slightly, nodding a bit, but there's nothing to eat in the cave. Xiongdi offered, "I can head down the mountain and bring back some food." He began to remove his shoes, reluctant to get them wet. Lu Hu quickly stopped him. "No need, Xiongdi, go. We still have plenty of salted meat that, if it comes to it, we can eat that for now and cure more later." With such heavy rain, going out could lead to getting soaked, which might induce a fever, and that would be disastrous. Xiongdi was one to heed advice. Upon hearing the word fever, he paused. The concept of fever had ominous connotations in his mind, often associated with death. He didn't want to die, especially not when he had to protect Lu Hu. He decided to follow Lu Hu's counsel, relieved that they weren't starving to that extent and wouldn't need to take such risks. Xiongdi abandoned his plan to go down the mountain. However, he did grab a large bone with the intention of boiling some soup, along with a bit of meat to accompany it. This way, they would have both broth and meat, ensuring they would be full with minimal consumption. After all, they wouldn't be engaging in any strenuous activities today, remaining in the cave and thus not expending much energy. Once he communicated his intentions to Xiongdi and received his agreement, he set about starting a fire for the soup. Thankfully, he had heeded Xiongtian's words the previous night, bringing in plenty of branches to the cave. Otherwise, they would have had to resort to raw food today. After checking the amount of firewood, Lu Hu decided to prepare a pot of ginger soup, just in case that on a rainy day, having a pot of ginger soup could provide a sense of comfort. Listening to Lu Hu, Xiongdi took down 5 strips of salted meat, also selecting one, slicing it thinly, while soaking a basin of dried mushrooms. This constituted their food for the day, just as he placed the bones into the pot. A figure dashed into the cave, rain-soaked and imposing. "Xiongtianshu?" Lu Hu exclaimed in disbelief upon recognizing the hulking silhouette. He quickly grabbed a piece of bee skin to dry off the dripping Xiongtian, then handed another piece to Xiongdi, signaling him to assist. "Xiongtianshu, what brings you here in such heavy rain?" Lu Hu inquired, continuing to wipe off the water. Xiongtian first set down the basket on his back, enjoying the drying service provided by the 2 young ones. Before responding, "I was worried you might not have enough food, so I brought some meat for you." Lu Hu felt a swell of emotion. Reproaching gently, "Xiongtianshu, you shouldn't neglect your own well-being. What if you catch a fever? We have yesterday's salted meat. We want to go hungry." "I could tea this moment," Xiongdi, rarely soft-spoken, added, "Father, please don't worry about us. If we run out of food, I can go down the mountain to fetch some." Xiongtianchuang's bright laughter echoed, "I am robust, and you 2 little ones should exercise caution. Getting caught in the rain can lead to fever." Be sure to avoid it, and I shall bring you more meat tomorrow. Lu, who handed over the bee skin he held to Xiong Tian, while he himself fetched a bowl and filled it with ginger soup. Recalling Xiong Tian's fondness for sweetness, he added a generous spoonful of syrup. Xiong Tian, "Uncle, drink this ginger soup. It can prevent fevers." And he presented the bowl to Xiong Tian, who twitched his nose at the sweet and spicy aroma. Feeling inexplicably resistant, I think I'll pass. I'm quite well. Lu, who glanced at Xiong Di, who caught his gaze and took the bowl, thrusting it towards Xiong Tian's face. Drink. Xiong Tian remained silent. However, upon witnessing Xiong Di's serious demeanor, he reluctantly lifted the bowl and gulped it down in one go. Hoo, ha, the sweetness. Why does my tongue hurt? It's not palatable at all. After finishing, Xiong Tian stuck out his tongue, and Lu Hu explained, "That's how ginger soup works. It induces sweating and helps prevent fevers. That I even added a good amount of sugar for you, Uncle Xiong Tian." Xiong Tian dared not speak further. Noticing this, Lu Hu shifted the conversation. "Uncle Xiong Tian, have you eaten? Come on, have something with us." Xiong Tian refused. "I've already eaten at my parents' place. I just came to bring you some meat, and we'll leave shortly." Lu Hu did not insist, but said, "Uncle Xiong Tian, rest here for a bit. Wait until the rain eases before heading back to your cave." Xiong Tian again declined. "No, my father said the rain will last at least 3 days. After it stops, the temperature will drop significantly. I just wanted to remind you." Xiong Di was taken aback. 3 days? Xiong Tian nodded, advising the two cubs, "Be careful while you sleep. Don't catch a chill. Especially you, Lu Hu." The two cubs nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Seeing that the cubs had heeded his words, Xiong Tian turned to leave. "All right, you two prepare dinner. I'll be on my way. I'll return with meat around this time tomorrow." Lu Hu quickly called out, "Uncle Xiong Tian, wait. Let me find a piece of bee skin to shield you." He dashed to another cave and dragged out a piece of horned bee skin, perfect for keeping the rain at bay. Xiong Tian intended to refuse, but was met with a stern look from Xiong Di. Lu, who wrapped the cowhide around Xiong Tian snugly. Fortunately, the hide was large enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fit him well. "Uncle Xiong Tian, it's all wrapped up now. You won't get drenched, especially your head. The horned bee skin is waterproof, so it's safe." Lu, who cautioned while wrapping, transforming Xiong Tian into a makeshift mummy. He wanted to protest, but catching a glimpse of Xiong Di's expression, he refrained. "All right, Uncle Xiong Tian, take care on your way down the mountain," Lu Hu said to At that moment. Xiong Di spoke up, "No need to bring us meat tomorrow. We have enough." Lu, who nodded in agreement. Xiong Tian did not respond, waving goodbye as he vanished into the rain. The two of them busied themselves, managing to fill their stomachs to a comfortable state. They simultaneously set down their chopsticks, realizing that they could afford to eat just enough without overexerting themselves. The meat that Xiong Tian had brought weighed about 300 pounds, ample for the two of them to last 3 days. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, the pair settled down. However, Lu Hu had a new idea while eating. "Xiong Di, let us make raincoats to shield us from the rain. So we won't have to worry in the future," Lu Hu suggested. "Raincoats, like the one you wrapped around my father?" Xiong Di asked curiously. Lu Hu shook his head. "Uncle Xiong Tian's was just a makeshift wrap. We should create proper rain gear like a bee skin skirt, but longer." Xiong Di understood but asked, "How do we make it?" He struggled to visualize it. "Like a bee skin skirt. What about the upper body?" Lu Hu replied, "You'll see once I make it." Sometimes he truly regretted his lack of proficiency in language, that he walked to the cave his father once inhabited and selected a piece of wild dragon bee skin, a reward given by the clan leader after a previous hunt. The skin was ideal for this purpose. It was tough, and, while uncomfortable for clothing or bedding, it was perfect for a raincoat, as it didn't require intricate designs. That could simply be a straight cut with sleeves and a hood, making it easy to create. After half an hour, Lu Hu crafted a raincoat and had Xiong Di try it on. Not bad, but the sleeves are a bit short. Lu Hu circled around Xiong Di, inspecting the raincoat, which had minor flaws. He had Xiong Di take it off and added more fabric to the sleeves. Achieving perfection, Xiong Di, go outside and test it. See if you stay dry. He was unsure about the water resistance of the wild dragon skin. Without hesitation, Xiong Di donned the raincoat and stepped outside. The coat was roomy, Allowing him to move freely, he stood in the downpour for a moment, and only upon hearing Lu Hu's voice did he return to the cave. Xiongdi, how did it go? Lu Hu asked eagerly. I'm completely dry inside. Not a drop got through, Xiongdi exclaimed, pleased with the raincoat. With this item, they would no longer have to huddle in the cave during rainstorms. Looks like the wild dragon skin is quite waterproof. Lu Hu murmured. Xiongdi, there is still plenty of the wild dragon skin left, and since we have no other use for it, let us make a few more and give one to Uncle Xiongtian. Sounds good, Xiongdi agreed, never one to contradict Lu Hu's decisions, especially when it concerned Lu Hu's safety. The two of them were satisfied after testing the raincoat's waterproof capabilities and decided to make one for everyone close to them. Since there was still an abundance of wild dragon skin, and they were bored in the cave, crafting raincoats was a productive way to pass the time. They busied themselves throughout the afternoon until the cave was shrouded in darkness. Their efforts yielded fruitful results. They crafted a total of 8 raincoats from the wild dragon skin. They had already decided who would receive each coat, one for Xiong Yuan, their grandfather, and one for Xingli, their grandmother, as the clan leader and his partner needed protection even in the rain. Even the elderly shamaness warranted a raincoat, as she was more susceptible to getting wet. Uncle Xiongtian also deserved one, especially for braving the rain to bring them food. Additionally, one for Hushan, their grandfather, and one for Yuluo, their grandmother. The distribution of raincoats was nearly complete, leaving just one remaining, which was perfect for Lu Hu and Xiongdi. As they each had one, but their raincoats were identical, merely differing in length, so there was no need for special distinctions. Once finished, they piled the raincoats in another cave, and Xiongdi went to prepare dinner. The cave was now completely dark, and Lu Hu could only rely on Xiongdi for cooking. Lu Hu, what are we having for dinner? Xiongdi inquired. Let us make bone soup and cook some meat slices, Lu Hu replied, not making any extravagant demands. After their dinner, they lay down on the stone bed. With the cave enveloped in darkness and rain pouring outside, they had no other entertainment but to sleep. The next day, the rain continued, and heavy, dark clouds loomed over the landscape. Outside, the cave was shrouded in deep shadows. After washing his face and drinking a bowl of meat soup, Lu Hu sat at the cave entrance, watching the relentless downpour, which seemed to grow in intensity, as if the heavens were about to burst. After sitting there for a while, Lu Hu began to feel cold. The rain had significantly dropped the temperature, and his shorts and tank top were no longer sufficient for warmth that he would need to make new clothes. Once the rain ceased, the temperature would likely drop even further. The new clothes would also be made from beast skin, and he didn't need anything too complicated. A pullover hoodie and long pants would suffice. Simple and practical, it wouldn't challenge his limited sewing skills, making it perfect for someone as clumsy as Lu Hu. Xiongdi, let us continue making clothes. Lu Hu turned to Xiongdi, who was sitting beside him. Sure. Do you have enough bee skin? Xiongdi asked. Lu Hu mentally assessed his inventory of bee skins. I should have enough. I don't need to make many. Just 2 sets will do. Xiongdi had initially planned to fetch some bee skin from his father's cave if Lu Hu didn't have enough. But since Lu Hu confirmed he had enough, there was no need. Lu Hu went to his storage cave and dragged out all his bee skins. Due to the warm season, he hadn't used much, so he still had quite a bit left, approximately 4 to 5 pieces. This should be enough for making clothes, he told Xiongdi. Xiongdi looked over the skins and agreed that that's quite a lot. For the long-sleeved shirts and pants, Lu Hu didn't plan on cutting them out. Instead, he would stick to his usual method of patchwork. Fortunately, the people in the beast world had little sense of aesthetics. Otherwise, Lu Hu's creations would surely invite laughter. Yet, oblivious to this, Lu Hu spent the entire morning crafting 2 pairs of long pants and 2 long-sleeve shirts, proudly trying them on for Xiongdi. Xiongdi, do you think they look good? Lu Hu asked, preening. They look great. Lu Hu, you look wonderful. Xiongdi praised him, admiring his new outfit, eager to compliment him further. And this outfit? Looks good. Lu Hu looks good in anything. In the presence of resounding praise from Xiongdi, Lu Hu gradually lost himself. Convinced of his unparalleled handsomeness and the exquisite nature of his attire, he fancied himself a prodigious genius, a gifted designer hindered by an inheritance worth millions. Thus, it is said that those who lack self-awareness are often accompanied by a sycophant. The Lu Hu fashion show comes to an end, not because Lu Hu is unwilling to showcase further, but rather because he has only created 2 outfits and has nothing else to display. Luhu's confidence swelled, and he even contemplated designing 2 more outfits for Xiongdi. But Xiongdi declined, citing his fur as an excuse. What a pity. Xiongdi, brother, you won't be able to wear the clothes I made. Luhu lamented, his expression one of regret. Xiongdi, with his signature naive smile, replied, it's all right. You made me shoes. Upon reflection, Luhu realized this was indeed true. Beastmen did not require clothing, as their beastly fur could transform into human form while retaining any attire, and it could take on any appearance. Creating garments from animal hides would be a waste. Thus, in the tribe, animal hides were typically utilized by half-beastmen and ordinary humans. After some time, Luhu grew weary, donning his newly crafted clothes, and collapsed onto the stone bed, patting the space beside him to beckon Xiongdi over. Xiongdi gazed at Luhu, who lay on the bed with flushed cheeks. Finding him utterly adorable, he settled on the opposite side and cheerfully inquired, "Are you tired?" Luhu nodded, lifting his gaze to meet Xiongdi's eye in the dimly lit cave. Xiongdi's cherubic face flickered in and out of view, save for his bright, round eyes, which sparkled with warmth as they fixated on Luhu. Suddenly, Luhu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xiongdi's gaze was oddly blush-inducing. No, we are all still young cubs. It is I who am impure, he thought, shaking his head vigorously to dispel such unwholesome thoughts. Xiongdi, brother, how is leather processed in the tribe? Why is some so stiff while others are quite supple? Luhu asked, diverting the conversation. Xiongdi, taken aback by Luhu's sudden head shaking, was about to question him when Luhu's inquiry about leather drew his attention. I tell us all about kneading. The more you knead, the softer it becomes, he replied. That Luhu, intrigued, asked, so, you knead it right after skinning? What does the finished product look like? Xiongdi was unsure, but recalled what his mother had said. For tougher hides, you knead them about 10 times. Softer ones require around 5. However, it's not an exact science. It depends on the specific kneading conditions. That Luhu marveled. So it's purely by hand? Xiongdi tilted his head. What else would it be? He did not grasp Luhu's meaning. Processing leather was notoriously difficult with a high failure rate. As his mother had warned against waste, Luhu felt a bit bewildered, struggling to envision what purely hand-kneaded leather might resemble. After a moment, clarity struck him. The very leather he wore was an example. In truth, he had some understanding of leather processing, having learned from an old hunter in a northeastern mountain village. T.O. expressed gratitude for his donations to the school, thanks to the unexpected demise of his negligent father, which allowed him to inherit a fortune. He had the means to support education. He vividly recalled the old hunter's weathered face, adorned with a simple smile and eyes brimming with gratitude. The old hunter had shared with him several methods for tanning hides, the most common being the use of quicklime, though it was costly. Thus, in their village, they employed wood ash instead. After skinning the animal, they would clean the fat and flesh from the hide, wrap it in wood ash, bury it underground, and after a month's time, the leather would be tanned. Although this method was slower, the resulting leather was of superior quality, soft, lustrous, and non-irritating. Lu, who recounted the wood ash tanning method to Xiongdi, who listened with astonishment. In the Eastland, I have seen my mother do this. Luhu explained that a wave of emotion washed over him as he thought of his mother. Forgive me, mother, for using you as an excuse. Your son is unfilial. That I hope you are not angry. That Luhu, feeling guilty, noted that Xiongdi was a firm believer in his words, saying, once the rain stops, I will tell my mother to give a try. Perhaps she can reward you with a few more hides to make more clothes. Luhu beamed with delight. He truly was a genius designer, and Xiongdi was keen on him creating new garments. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the quiet cave, revealing Luhu's hunger. He patted his stomach and looked at Xiongdi with pleading eyes. Xiongdi, brother, I'm a bit hungry. Xiongdi, having heard the sound, smiled and asked, shall I go prepare something? What would you like to eat? I crave fried meat, Luhu replied. All right, I'll prepare it. Xiongdi agreed and stepped out of the cave. The cooking area was situated near the entrance. Luhu, reclining on the stone bed, could only see Xiongdi's busy silhouette. He suddenly realized that rainy days were not so bothersome after all, as a sense of tranquility enveloped him. It was only when Xiongdi called him to dinner that he snapped back to reality. Coming, Lu Hu responded, washing his hands before sitting at the stone table. Ensure Lu Hu could see clearly. Xiongdi even lit a torch. Upon seeing the flame, Lu Hu felt a warm glow inside. It smells wonderful. He inhaled deeply, expressing his appreciation to Xiongdi. With a fond gaze, Xiongdi encouraged, if it smells good, eat more. Once the meat is gone, I will head down the mountain to fetch more. Lu Hu nodded, stuffing a piece of fried meat into his mouth, undeterred by the heat, and continued to munch with delight. After they finished their meal, Lu Hu began to clear the dishes, feeling it was only right to wash up since Xiongdi had cooked. However, observing the greasy pots and pans without any dish soap in this beastly world, he figured that scrubbing them multiple times would be the best approach for a semblance of cleanliness. If that did not suffice, he could simply discard them, as stoneware was not scarce. The raw materials were plentiful in the southern mountains. They'll handle it, Xiongdi said, reaching for the pots and pans from Lu Hu's hands. Lost in thought about how to clean them better, Lu Hu failed to notice Xiongdi approach, and was caught off guard as Xiongdi took them away. No, Xiongdi brother, I was merely contemplating what could clean them better. Lu Hu hurriedly protested. They just need a few more washes to be clean. Xiongdi shrugged, but the grease won't come off. Lu Hu insisted. It's fine, if you think it's still dirty. I can gather some stones another day and make new ones. Xiongdi was indifferent. No need. I have a good solution for this problem. Lu Hu, feeling proud, took the pots and pans from Xiongdi, placing them on the table, and led him to the cave entrance to explain. In the Eastland, we have something called soap, which is excellent for cleaning hides and greasy dishes. It works wonders. Such a thing exists? Xiongdi questioned, intrigued. Indeed, it is quite effective and not difficult to make, Lu Hu assured him. Once I create it, you will see just how useful it is. As he spoke, he gathered the wood ash from beneath the stove. Xiongdi brother, could you help me fetch a bucket of water? Certainly. Although unsure of Lu Hu's intentions, Xiongdi readily agreed. Once Xiongdi returned with a bucket of water, Lu Hu poured the collected wood ash into it and stirred it thoroughly. Xiongdi brother, could you please pour this into the stone pot? Lu Hu requested. Of course. Xiongdi complied without hesitation. Then they heated it until the wood ash water boiled, allowing it to cool before filtering out the residue and pouring it into a stone bucket. When Xiongdi noticed Lu Hu had paused, he asked, "Is that it?" Lu Hu shook his head. "Not yet. It needs to sit overnight." "And what about these dishes?" Xiongdi inquired. "The stone pot can be cleaned by boiling water." "You don't need to worry about that," Xiongdi brothered. "I'll take care of it," Lu Hu said, gently pushing Xiongdi into the inner chamber and onto the stone bed. "Xiongdi brother, you should rest well. I'll handle the washing." Xiongdi complied, sitting down without resistance, relishing Lu Hu's concern. Meanwhile, Lu Hu poured a little water into the stone pot and warmed it slightly before thoroughly cleaning the pots and pans from lunch. Lu Hu moved with great efficiency, displaying none of the clumsiness one might expect from someone inexperienced. In truth, he had done such chores often in his previous life, but in this existence he had rarely needed to do so because of the indulgence he received. Nonetheless, having washed for many years, he was far from inept. "Xiongdi brother, I'm done washing," he announced, seeking praise. Lu Hu, you are quite capable. Xiongdi enthusiastically praised, surprised at Lu Hu's proficiency. And the tribe. Most half-beast cubs of Lu Hu's age were accustomed to having everything done for them, making Lu Hu's skills truly remarkable. Xiongdi mused quietly that Lu Hu was indeed special, intelligent, adorable, and extraordinarily capable. Xiongdi brother? What is it?" Xiongdi responded, coming back to attention. "Xiongdi brother, what were you thinking about?" "I called you several times," Lu Hu inquired with curiosity. "Oh, nothing much," Xiongdi stammered, attempting to change the subject. "What were you going to say to me a moment ago?" "Oh, it's nothing. Xiongdi brother, I was thinking that since we have some downtime, would you like to learn how to count?" Lu Hu suggested, trying to steer the conversation. "Count?" Xiongdi asked, puzzled. "Yes, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can be used to count prey," Lu Hu explained, struggling for words. "But I already know how to count prey," Xiongdi replied. Xiongdi felt a sense of pride, for there were few in the tribe who could count. This time, Lu Hu was astonished. "Xiongdi, you can count?" He stepped outside, gathered a few twigs, broke them into shorter pieces, and arranged them on the stone bed. "Xiongdi, can you count how many there are?" Lu Hu pointed at the sticks on the stone bed. Xiongdi, undeterred, fiddled with the sticks, murmuring, 2 tens, 1 3, Lu Hu thought to himself. Fortunately, he counted in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't understand. Xiongdi, who taught you to count? This is rather irresponsible. Only teaching you up to 10. The witch taught me. Xiongdi puffed out his chest with pride. The witch said, I learned the best. Even Shi Zhuang and the others still can't count. Did the witch count to 10 as well? Xiongdi was puzzled by Lu Hu's question, isn't it just counting 10? Yes, the witch said this is our tribe's legacy, representing our tribe's former strength. Xiongdi beamed with pride for his tribe. Lu Hu hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Xiongdi, let me teach you the numbers after 10. He decided against it, not wanting to hurt Xiongdi's pride, and proceeded directly to the point. After 10, how do you count? Lu Hu tidied up the disarrayed twigs and said to Xiongdi, look at my hand. Point 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. Lu Hu held up the 11th stick and explained. After 10 comes 11, then 12, 13. Xiongdi scratched his head, partially comprehending. After 10 is 11, so 2 tens is 20. Lu Hu nodded, exactly. Xiongdi, try counting using the method I taught you, and I'll watch you. Xiongdi was eager to comply. He picked up the sticks and began counting, but he counted the first 10 smoothly, but stumbled at 11. After Lu Hu's reminder, he continued until 19, but faltered again at 20. Lu Hu patiently accompanied Xiongdi, repeating the counting exercise over and over, correcting his ingrained misconceptions. Although it was slow, it didn't matter. Lu Hu had ample time to gradually effect change, first in Xiongdi, then in those close to him, and ultimately in the tribe. Once they mastered counting, they could progress to addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. They would eventually transform their understanding. The next day, when Lu Hu awoke, he was momentarily dazed, recalling how he had taught Xiongdi to count the previous day until his own mind felt numb. Despite his fatigue, Xiongdi's eagerness to learn was unyielding. He had kneeled in tears, teaching him all the way to 50, and only when he could no longer keep his eyes open did Xiongdi finally relent. However, the aftermath was significant. He had dreamt of teaching Xiongdi to count all night. As he recalled the dream, Lu Hu instantly became alert, shaking his head to dispel the nightmare and wiping his face before sitting up. Xiongdi, he tentatively called out, Lu Hu, you're awake. Xiongdi immediately responded, popping his head up. Upon seeing the remnants of last night's nightmare, Lu Hu's expression stiffened. Xiongdi, is it still raining outside? Xiongdi, oblivious to Lu Hu's unusual demeanor, replied, yes, it's still raining quite heavily. Lu Hu was not surprised. Had it not been raining, Xiongdi would have already ventured outside. Instead of lingering in the cave, he rolled off the stone bed and peeked outside. Sighing but saying nothing, he then walked to the stone basin to wash his face. Accepting the meat soup that Xiongdi handed him, sipping it absent-mindedly while his gaze wandered around the cave, contemplating what they could do today. As for teaching Xiongdi to count, he decided to gather his thoughts before tackling that challenge again. He also didn't want to discourage Xiongdi, who looked at him with those innocent big eyes, making it hard for him to scold him. Thus, he could only teach him repeatedly, confirming that he indeed was not suited for the role of a teacher. Why, in his past life, had he even chosen to attend a teacher's college? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a stone bucket, and an idea sparked in his mind. In one breath, he finished the remaining meat soup and, without waiting for Xiongdi to speak, bounced over to the stone bucket, turning back to Xiongdi. Xiongdi, let us continue making soap. Xiongdi, who had been about to speak, simply nodded. All right, I'll follow Lu Hu. He squatted beside Lu Hu, asking, how do we do it? Lu Hu pointed to the liquid in the stone bucket, saying, carefully ladle out the top layer of clear water, be careful not to mix it up. Xiongdi nodded and, following Lu Hu's instructions, cautiously scooped the clear liquid with a stone bowl. Once they had finished, Lu Hu carried the lye solution to the stone pot, pouring it in, followed by adding animal fat. He then lit a fire to heat it, stirring slowly until it reached a paste-like consistency. After adding some salt, he continued stirring until it thickened, then turned off the heat and poured the semi-finished soap into a stone bowl. Lacking molds, he used a bowl to shape it, but that was fine. In their world, practicality took precedence over aesthetics. Xiongdi asked, staring at the white paste in the bowl, puzzled. Yes, it's done. Just wait a bit for it to harden, and it'll be ready to use. Lu Hu explained, I will start with this batch and make more later to share with AMO and the others. Xiongdi had no objections. He was willing to follow Lu Hu's lead. Then let us continue learning to count. I've already grasped what we covered yesterday. All right, since we have some free time, let us review what we learned yesterday, and then move on, Lu Hu replied. Xiongdi agreed, eagerly pulling Lu Hu along to the inner cave, where he couldn't wait to dig out the small sticks he used for counting. Lu Hu observed Xiongdi's excitement and quietly settled down, preparing for the lesson that he had graduated from a teacher's college, so there was no way he couldn't teach numbers within 100. Xiongdi sat across from Lu Hu, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let us begin. Lu Hu instantly shifted into teaching mode. All right, 1, 2, 3. Xiongdi echoed, counting aloud until he reached 50. Lu Hu employed the patience one would use to teach kindergartners. Listening as Xiongdi counted to 50, though he stumbled, he managed to get through it, clearly demonstrating that Xiongdi was genuinely putting in the effort. Today, let us continue counting down from 50. Lu Hu suggested after Xiongdi finished. This morning, we'll count 20 more numbers, and this afternoon we'll practice what we VE learned. Xiongdi agreed, taking the small stick Lu Hu had prepared. First counting to 50, then learning how to count 51. He continued until he reached 70, after which he counted on his own, pushing the sticks aside as he counted. Lu Hu watched attentively, gently nudging him when he faltered. As Xiongdi learned more diligently, and Lu Hu taught with equal dedication, Xiongdi's counting became increasingly fluent, eventually reaching a point where he no longer required Lu Hu's reminders. Lu Hu watched Xiongdi, whose serious expression was adorably childlike, as he meticulously counted each number, picking up a stick for each count. Lu Hu refrained from interrupting, silently accompanying him. Xiongdi's earnestness was utterly charming. The two engaged in a rhythm of counting and teaching, passing the morning in this manner until noon. Feeling hungry, Lu Hu discreetly slipped outside. Glancing at the remaining ingredients, he opted for something simple yet satisfying, preparing a chestnut meat soup, stir-frying mushrooms, and roasting over 20 pounds of meat. Completing their lunch. Xiongdi, it's time to eat, Lu Hu called out, but received no response. Xiongdi is truly focused, he mused, stepping into the cave to pat Xiongdi, still engrossed in counting. Xiongdi. Stop counting for now. Let's eat first. 53. Xiongdi mumbled, still in the midst of his count. Wait a moment, Lu Hu. I'll finish counting to 70 first. Lu Hu, feeling exasperated, could only wait until Xiongdi reached 70. Once he finished, Lu Hu firmly pulled him away and seated him at the stone table. Honestly, you're getting obsessed. You can skip a meal. Xiongdi, if you keep this up, I won't teach you anymore. Lu Hu said, his tone stern. Not eating is bad for your health. Hearing this, Xiongdi immediately snapped back to reality. No, Lu Hu, I understand. I won't do that anymore. Please don't stop teaching me. He pleaded, his expression one of desperation. Lu Hu nearly burst out laughing, realizing that Xiongdi wasn't afraid of his anger, but rather of losing his guidance. If you keep this up, I will make good on my threat and stop teaching you. Lu Hu warned. Xiongdi shrank back, sensing Lu Hu's anger, and weakly replied, I understand, his heart feeling heavy. Although they were beastmen who didn't need to eat 3 meals a day, he dared not say so. Let us eat, Lu Hu said, somewhat impatiently. Xiongdi immediately picked up his chopsticks and began to eat the roasted meat quietly, refraining from mentioning counting again. The two ate in silence when suddenly the tribal chief, Xiong Yuan, rushed into the cave, soaked from the rain. Without a word, he grabbed Lu Hu and began to pull him away. Xiongdi, noticing this, quickly intervened. Grandfather, what are you doing? It's still raining outside. He felt a surge of anger. After all, Lu Hu is only a half-beast cub, and being caught in the rain could make him ill that Lu Hu is still just a cub. His body is fragile and cannot be exposed to the rain. Xiong Yuan, halted by Xiongdi, looked anxious as he explained to the two, Yin Duo is sick, and neither Wu nor Li and I can help. I come to get Lu Hu to take a look. The words of Xiong Yuan startled the two. Yin Duo is ill? Lu Hu inquired. Who is Yin Duo? No, he quickly realized. What symptoms? Hearing their questions, Xiong Yuan, despite his anxiety, patiently explained to the two young cubs that Yin Duo was a female cub, not yet 10 years old. After lunch today, while taking a nap, she suddenly vomited, then fell unconscious. Accompanied by convulsions, Wu and Lianai had examined her, but could not ascertain the cause. Now her breathing was becoming increasingly faint. Lu Hu, upon hearing this, dared not delay. Xiong Yuan, I will accompany you to take a look. Xiong Di swiftly entered the stone cave, retrieved the raincoat they had made that day, and helped Lu Hu put it on. Wear the raincoat, don't get drenched. Grandfather, let us go, Xiong Di urged, stating that the two of them, being beastmen, were not so fragile as to need raincoats, but Lu Hu was different. He could fall ill from the rain. Xiong Yuan had no time for further questions, gripping Lu Hu's hand as they hurried down the mountain. The atmosphere among the three was tense and silent as they carefully descended amidst the downpour. Even though anxiety gnawed at their hearts, they could not rush down the muddy path, where one misstep could lead to a fall. Yin Duo's home was at the foot of the southern mountain, quite a distance from Lu Hu's cave, and it took them more than 10 minutes to arrive. During the journey, Xiong Yuan noticed Lu Hu was struggling to walk and ended up carrying him. Upon reaching Yin Duo's home, both he and Xiong Di were drenched, their animal skins clinging to their bodies, with moisture beading on their exposed skin and water dripping from their hair. However, neither paid any mind as they rushed into the cave. Lu Hu was placed on the ground, and before he could say anything, he was captivated by the pale-faced girl lying on the stone bed. He darted to the bedside, feeling her pulse, then prying open her tightly shut eyes to inspect her pallid complexion. Purplish lips, congested eyes, an erratic, rapid heartbeat. He understood immediately. These symptoms did not seem like an illness, but rather like poisoning. That he quickly asked the tearful Uncle May sitting nearby, Sir, has Yin Duo been outside recently? Before Uncle May could respond, a burly man with tear-filled eyes standing behind him spoke urgently. No, it's been raining these past few days. We've kept her playing inside the cave. She hasn't left. Lu didn't care who answered. He pressed on. Did she eat anything unusual? At this moment, Uncle May realized and answered. She didn't eat much, just some mushroom meat soup and a crispy fruit. Lu Hu nodded. There was nothing particularly unusual about that. Did you all eat the same? He questioned. Why are they fine, yet Yin Duo is poisoned? Uncle May choked back tears. Yes, we had the same. I finished the remaining soup and crispy fruit that Yin Duo left. Lu Hu was even more puzzled. If they had eaten the same, why were the outcomes so different? Are there any wounds on Yin Duo? What if she was bitten by a venomous insect? The burly uncle replied. No. Wu was checked. There are no wounds at all. That Lu Hu quickly turned his gaze to the witch, who, supported by Xing Li, stood to the side, looking anxious, facing Lu Hu's questioning gaze. She steadied herself and nodded affirmatively. Then she asked, Lu Hu, do you know what has happened to Yin Duo? Lu Hu nodded, glancing at the circle of people surrounding the stone bed, his expression grave as he said, Yin Duo's condition resembles that of poisoning. Poisoning? The crowd echoed in unison, then turned their attention to Uncle May and the burly man. The witch spoke solemnly. Muller, Beiku, what happened? Has Yin Duo come into contact with anything? Muller and Uncle May exchanged a glance, both pale as they shook their heads. Uncle May, his voice hoarse, said, Witch, Yin Duo has been with me since this morning. She hasn't left my sight. The witch then directed her gaze back at Lu Hu. At that moment, Yin Duo suddenly began convulsing, her face contorted in pain, and foam bubbling from her mouth. Lu Hu rushed forward, attempting to restrain her thrashing limbs, and shouted, Quick, hold down her limbs and wipe away the foam. Uncle May and the burly man hastily followed Lu Hu's instructions. Suddenly, Lu Hu recalled something. Uncle Beiku, do you still have the mushroom meat soup you made at noon? With no identified cause. They could only investigate what she had recently consumed, particularly the mushrooms in the soup. What if a poisonous mushroom had been mixed in? Uncle May's face turned ashen as he replied. No, I ate the remaining soup. What is wrong? Is there something wrong with the mushroom meat soup? He asked anxiously to Lu, who shook his head. I don't know. I can only search one by one for the cause. We need to identify it in order to treat her effectively. The witch's expression darkened considerably. Can't we treat her first? Yin Duo's condition is worsening. That Lu, who felt the urgency in his heart as he explained. Treating without knowing the cause may accelerate the toxin's effects. The crowd fell silent. Lu, who turned to Beiku again. Are you certain the mushrooms you used for cooking didn't include any poisonous ones? Baker hesitated. I used dried mushrooms. I'll show you. Upon hearing this, Muller hurried outside, returning with a basket full of dried mushrooms. Without hesitation, Luhu emptied the basket, sifting through the contents. Thanks to the innate abilities of the Divine Deer clan, he identified them quickly. In just 2 minutes, he finished and shook his head at the crowd. There are no poisonous mushrooms. They are all edible. The situation reached an impasse. Yin Duo was poisoned. But nobody knew what toxin was involved or how it had happened. Beiku, witnessing this, wept bitterly, tears streaming down his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Lu Hu, in a whirlwind of thoughts, drew upon his scant knowledge of first aid in comparison to Yin Duo's condition. Suddenly, he asked, Uncle Beiku, where is Yin Duo's vomit? He silently prayed that it hadn't been cleaned up. Upon hearing Lu Hu's question, Beiku, unable to contain his sobs, replied, It's outside. I haven't had a chance to deal with it. Lu Hu rejoiced, swiftly moving past the crowd and striding toward the entrance. Beiku and Muller followed closely behind. The vomit was quite conspicuous, located at the cave entrance. However, Lu Hu had been too anxious to notice it when he entered, leaving the crowd puzzled as they rushed out after him. Lu Hu squatted beside the vomit, scrutinizing it carefully, and though he had no time to be squeamish, he picked up a stick and began to sift through the remnants. Suddenly, he did not see any suspicious mushrooms. Unconvinced, he examined it again and suddenly spotted a small fragment of mushroom residue. Carefully, he picked it up, enduring the acrid smell, and scrutinized it closely. This pattern, this unmistakable scent, it's a poisonous mushroom, Lu Hu declared, having examined it repeatedly. The onlookers gasped in unison. The witch exclaimed, A poisonous mushroom? Where did it come from? Lu Hu shook his head. I don't know, but it's certainly not an entire poisonous mushroom. Otherwise, Uncle Beiku and the others would not be unharmed, Xiong Yuan questioned. Beiku and Yun Duo drank from the same bowl of soup. Why is Beiku completely fine while Yun Duo is in such a serious condition? Lu Hu did not respond to the clan leader's question, but instead said, We will explain that later. First, we must detoxify Yun Duo this moment. Lianai stepped forward, her face pale, unable to mask her disdain. Detoxify. You say detoxify like it's simple. Everyone believes you because you said mushrooms are edible. And that's why Yin Duo is poisoned. Lu Hu, irritated by the interruption, ignored Lianai and turned his gaze back to the witch. Yin Duo's condition is urgent. The witch, observing the determination in his eyes, slowly spoke, Lianai, be quiet and allow Lu Hu to detoxify her. The witch's rare sternness did not deter Lianai. Instead, she became more fervent, her face contorted as she pointed at Lu Hu. Yes, just a cub. What ability does he have to detoxify? Don't be fooled by him. Which out Lu Hu, unable to tolerate being scolded, stood up, ready to retort, but the clan leader interjected first, covering Lianai's mouth as he said to Lu Hu, detoxify Yin Duo. We all trusted at Lu Hu thought. I haven't even demonstrated my abilities why that moment. Muller suddenly spoke up. Lu Hu uncle believes in you. Bacon nodded in agreement. We all believe in you. Yes, Lu Hu, we all trust you. All right, I can't hold back my anger any longer. He turned to Xiongdi, whose face was equally grim, and instructed, Xiongdi, go to our cave and bring me the soap I made today. I have use for it. Without hesitation, Xiongdi dashed off, but Lu Hu quickly called out, Wait, Xiongdi, put on the raincoat. As he spoke, he removed his own raincoat and handed it to Xiongdi. Xiongdi accepted the raincoat, donned it, nodded at Lu Hu, and rushed out into the rain. Lu Hu did not explain further to the crowd. He returned to the stone bed, sitting beside Yin Duo, his heart silently praying for her survival. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. On the rugged slopes of the Tiger Mountain, a fierce altercation unfolded. Hu Shan positioned himself protectively in front of his partner, forcefully pushing Lianai back with a single palm. Lu Hu's expression turned frigid, his heart seething with resentment. Damn it, he thought, the venom in this old woman's words is truly malicious, as he jabbed at Mu's wounds. The atmosphere in the cave became palpably tense. Every individual present wore a grave countenance, including the witch and Xiong Yuan, who both darkened their expressions in that moment. Lu Hu's lips curled into a slow smile. As he addressed Li and I with a mockingly sweet tone, Li and I am you. If you are so terrified, perhaps you should refrain from consuming mushrooms henceforth. After all, should I find any food, you ought to avoid it. For I surely harbor ill intentions. Who knows? I might poison your meals. The chilling grin from Lu Hu left the onlookers momentarily stunned, while Xiong Yuan stepped forward, grasping Lu Hu's hand, gently yet firmly prying open Lu Hu's clenched fist to tend to the wound on his palm. Lu Hu's body stilled, and his anger dissipated slightly. Lini, rising in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of insults, devoid of her usual arrogance. You little brat, you're just like your dead father, destined for a miserable end. Doomed to a short life. The crowd gasped in shock. Li and I had lost her mind, uttering whatever came to her lips. They furtively glanced at Hushan and Yuluo, both of whom wore expressions dark enough to draw ink. With a scowl, the witch commanded, Xiong Yuan, take Li and I back. If you don't, she'll surely provoke Yuluo to the point of her own demise. Xiong Yuan gritted his teeth and advanced, casting a wary glance at Hushan's stern visage. Internally, he cursed Li and I for her reckless words, recognizing her self-destructive tendencies. Yet, as the clan leader, he could not shirk his duty and knew Hushan would remember this incident. Overwhelmed by his pent-up frustration, he yanked Li and I up with little regard for gentleness, covering her mouth as he dragged her out. The idea of cradling her was utterly impossible, especially with Xing Li glaring at him. He feared she might tear him apart if he dared. Observing the unfolding drama, Lu Hu remarked coolly, Li and I am you. Why so agitated? Is her conscience troubled? Struggling, Li and I froze momentarily before redoubling her efforts to escape. Her muffled cries were stifled by Xiong Yuan's firm grip, yet her frantic movements caught the attention of Yuluo, Xing Li, and Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan, wait, Xing Li commanded, her voice laced with authority. He halted instinctively, and she strode purposefully to Li Ni's side, asking sternly, Li and I, are you implicated in Yun Duo's affair? The crowd gasped collectively, astonished that Li Ni's struggles intensified, and Xing Li ordered, Xiong Yuan, release her mouth, following her directive. Xiong Yuan loosened his grip, though he still held her arms firmly. That you're spouting nonsense. Xing Li, I know you're in league with Yuluo, and you're falsely accusing me out of spite. Lini retorted vehemently. Xing Li held her gaze, reiterating, is it you? Li Ni's pupils constricted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, responding defiantly. What are you insinuating? I've told you it wasn't me. I simply cannot abide a mere cub like Lu Hu receiving such undue attention from the tribe. I'm no expert on poisonous mushrooms. Xing Li, noticing the fleeting change in her eyes, felt a chill run through her. She pressed on, I recall that in your youth, you harbored feelings for Hushan. And when he rejected you, you bore a grudge. Lini's expression shifted, the sting of rejection, a lifelong humiliation. Surfacing, she retorted, that was eons ago. I've long since forgotten. Xiong Yuan scoffed, forgotten? Yet you still go to great lengths to target Yuluo? And subsequently Lu Hu. Xing Li ignored her protests and continued. Later, when her beast cub returned to the embrace of the beast god, you blamed the previous shaman for failing to heal him, harboring resentment towards her. Beak is the offspring of that former shaman. Xing Li's words were relentless, exposing Li Ni's hidden animosities, which rendered her seething with indignation. What does that matter? Time has passed, and I am not deranged enough to harm a cub. Xing Li disregarded her defiance, asserting, perhaps others might abstain, but you have always been petty. Even the slightest slight could provoke your vengeance. Lini seethed internally, having never been fond of Xing Li, who seemed to perceive the darkness within her soul. Thus, she never approached Xing Li, wary of her perceptive nature. Outside, the sky had darkened completely, and the relentless rain fell, its rhythmic patter amplifying the tension within the cave. The onlookers regarded Xing Li, and Xiong Yuan with grave expressions, unsure how to process the revelations. They had always perceived Li and as ill-tempered yet fundamentally kind-hearted, particularly after the previous shaman's passing, as she was the only one with any medical knowledge. However rudimentary, Xing Li's disclosures shattered their preconceptions, leaving them speechless, including the ever-knowledgeable witch. Unaware of the audience's reactions, Xingli fixed her gaze on Li and I, saying sternly, I once thought you merely held grudges and were petty. But I never imagined you could be so malicious as to target a CUB at this juncture. Li and I regained her composure, retorting, Xingli, do you possess any evidence? Do not let our childhood enmity lead you to speak recklessly. Xingli regarded her with a mocking gaze. Li and I may lack direct evidence, but rest assured, the beast god will not overlook your misdeeds. Li and I dismissed her words with scorn. The beast god? We live in such hardship. I have yet to witness the beast god's protection. When my Lisu perished, the beast god offered no solace. Meanwhile, in a corner, Lu Hu and Xiongdi were hand in hand, astonished to discover that not all beastmen were innocent. Some harbored such malice. Suddenly, Mu Lu, standing beside Lu Hu, seemed to have a revelation. He dashed toward Xingli, his eyes glinting with intensity. You are the one who harmed my Yin duo. His inquiry was laced with certainty. And Li and I scoffed. Do not heed Xing Li's fabrications. I am innocent. She then emphasized, Beak prepared the meat soup. How could I possibly poison it before her eyes? Mu Lu remained unconvinced by Li Ni's feeble excuses. His tone harsh as he replied, You may not have done it in Beak's sight, but earlier today, when Beak was cooking, Hosien suddenly summoned me with some urgent matter. I followed him to his cave. Yet he evaded the issue, revealing nothing. Li and I maintained her composure. What does Hosien's summons have to do with me? Mu Li's fury ignited, nearly overwhelming his reason. Beak stepped forward, grasping his hand, and he felt her warmth, which helped to temper his rage. He turned to Li and I, asserting, Others may be unaware, but I know that Hosien harbors feelings for you and wishes to make you his partner. Li and I, caught off guard by Mu Li's knowledge of her past entanglement with Hosien, faltered but quickly regained her bravado. So what? Hosien is merely an ordinary beast man. He is unworthy of me. Lu could only exclaim in disbelief. The onlookers felt a wave of disgust wash over them. They lacked Lu Hu's insight and struggled to articulate their feelings about Li and I, finding her to be both ordinary and yet excessively confident. The witch, equally speechless, had always disliked Li Ni's nature and found her character perplexing. In a soft voice, she instructed the nearby Xiong Tian, go and fetch Hosien. Xiong Tian complied, handing over a frowning Luo to the witch before striding out of the cave. Observing this, Lu Hu tugged at Xiongdi's hand, signaling him to pass over the raincoat. Xiongdi, quick to understand, shed his raincoat and caught up with Xiong Yuan, draping it over him. He then returned to Lu Hu's side. Wrapping an arm around his shoulders, Xiong Tian grumbled, This little cub, as he continued toward the cave's entrance. Before long, he returned, accompanied by a rugged middle-aged man. Wu. Father, I brought Hosien, Xiong Tian announced loudly, drawing the gaze of the assembled crowd towards Hosien, who appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The witch approached Hosien, her tone serious as she inquired, Hosien, what was the matter you sought Mu Lu for earlier today? Hosien's stern expression shifted, and he fell silent, avoiding the question. Seeing his reticence, the witch's heart sank deeper, and she pressed, Did Li and I instruct you to do this? Li and I, positioned behind Hosien, seethed, which, do not believe their words. They are framing me. Linny suddenly spoke up, startling the silent Hosien, who abruptly turned around to behold Linny restrained by the chieftain. His expression shifted, as if he wished to voice something, yet the power that held Linny captive was the chieftain's. Thus, he dared not scold her. Instead, he asked gently, Linny, what brings you here? Chieftain, why do you hold her? This could cause her pain. To Hoshien's heart ached for her, and witnessing his distress, the onlookers understood. It was likely that Mu Li's words rang true. Hosien, still oblivious to the unfolding events, only perceived the suffering of his beloved, Wu Popo. She gazed at him, her countenance darkening. Hosien, answer me. What were you doing with Mu Lu this afternoon? Hosien held great respect for Wu. Yet he found himself torn between her authority and the wishes of his beloved. As Hushan noticed his inner turmoil, he soothed the irate Yu Luo and addressed Hosien. Because you summoned Mu Lu away, Yin Duo inadvertently consumed a poisonous mushroom and nearly lost her life. This was, of course, a manipulation of the truth, an attempt to shift the narrative, but the others refrained from enlightening Hosien. Indeed, his expression changed. First filled with disbelief as he glanced at Linny, then contorted with anguish, he cradled his head, murmuring to himself, "Why? Why would you do this? You said Mu Lu was avoiding you. You only wished to see him." The orcs possessed keen hearing, and Hoshian's murmurs were clearly audible. The half-beasts, such as Lu Hu, who struggled to comprehend, received explanations from others. Xiong Yuan tightened his grip on Linny's arms, his fury simmering dangerously. Suddenly, Hosien stood up, striding towards Linny, pushing aside Xing Li, his gaze fixed intensely upon her. In a hushed voice, he questioned, "You claim you still harbor feelings for Mu Lu. You said once you let go of him, you would become my partner. You said you wished to see him, to bid farewell to your past. I complied with all your wishes. Yet, you have harmed a child. Why? Is it because of Mu Lu?" He was utterly distraught, his eyes bloodshot. Upon hearing this, Mu Lu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, gripping the shell tightly, almost unconsciously, then realizing and easing his grip, casting an apologetic glance at his partner, who offered him a reassuring look. Linny could not bear Hoshian's accusations. In her heart, he was merely a dog, obediently following her commands. Yet now, this dog dared to question her. How could he? Her gaze was venomous as she shot daggers at Hosien, shouting, "I simply cannot stand seeing them thrive. They wronged me first. Besides, I merely asked you to speak with Mu Lu. How could you assume I poisoned the soup?" Perhaps it was Shell who carelessly gathered the poisonous mushroom. Shell, suddenly called out, wore a troubled expression. The mere thought of Yin Duo's plight tormented him. Yet he retorted bitterly, "All the mushrooms I gathered were delivered to Bai Cha, Mo, and Lu, who verified them. There was no way a poisonous mushroom was among them." Linny scoffed dismissively. "Lu Hu, an outsider? Perhaps he did this deliberately, seeking to retaliate against our tribe." In a corner, Lu Hu and Xiong Di held hands, indulging in the unfolding drama, secretly relishing the spectacle. Had the atmosphere not been so tense, he would have leaned in closer to observe, for his vision and hearing were inferior to Xiong Di's, leaving him less entertained. Standing in the shadows, Lu Hu had cast aside his earlier anger, his mind racing. Suddenly, he was called upon, momentarily caught off guard. Upon comprehending the old witch's words, his face turned pale. He shook off Xiong Di's hand, resting on his shoulder, his complexion green, and stepped forward, ready to perform. "Hey, you old hag with your dark thoughts, you presume everyone thinks like you, and no wonder you can't find a partner. Pa, you claim others are unworthy of you. Have you looked in the river lately? Your face is a grotesque collage of oddities. Yet, you remain blissfully unaware of your own shortcomings, yearning for beauty. Lu, whose sudden outburst took everyone by surprise. Though they understood, having been scrutinized by Linny, they could hardly blame him. Had it been them, they would have long sought retribution against Linny. Lu, who, however, felt the urge to strike back, yet his small stature left him powerless. Fearing retaliation from her, initially stunned, Linny soon found herself consumed by rage. Previously, Lu Hu had merely ignored her, sometimes even greeted her. She had always perceived the offspring of Hu Yi as weak, often ridiculing Hushan and Yu Luo in private. Yet now, with Lu Hu's eruption, it was she who could not accept the affront, exclaiming, "You vile wretch! How dare you speak to your elders this way? The tribe should never have taken you in." Lu Hu coolly retorted, "My father is a member of the tribe. Thus, I am as well. What do you mean by taking me in? This is my home." The crowd nodded in agreement. They appreciated his words. Recognizing that Lu Hu genuinely considered their tribe as his own, Linny was incensed by his attitude, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. The beast world was patriarchal, with offspring typically belonging to their father's tribe. Making Lu Hu's assertion valid, that moment, Hosien, displeased with Linny's disregard for him in favor of a child, shook her arms vigorously, demanding, "Linny, tell me why. Why do you treat me this way?" Lu Hu quipped, "Wrong set. I'm out." He retreated to stand beside his grandparents, glancing back at Xiong Di. Seeing his expression, he approached him confidently. Lu Hu felt reassured enough to turn back and watch the unfolding drama as Linny regained her composure. Looking at the anguished Hosien, and sneered, "Hosien, are you brainless? They say what they want. Shell was beside the soup the entire time. How could I have poisoned it?" Ho Xian's expression wavered, seeking help from Xiong Yuan, who rolled his eyes, refusing to engage, irritated by the foolishness. Xing Li, more temperate, explained to the wavering Ho Xian, Shell did not leave the meat soup. Linny said so. Have you asked Shell? She appeared exasperated with Ho Xian's gullibility. Realizing he was easily manipulated by Linny, Ho Xian then turned to Shell. Shell, unwilling to respond, seethed with hatred. These two had harmed his offspring, and he longed for their punishment. Yet, seeing the chieftain and Xing Li's gazes upon him, he relented, saying, I was preparing the meat soup when I heard Yin Duo crying, so I went to check on her. I only returned after soothing her. Thus, he had not been at the soup the entire time. As he spoke, guilt consumed him. His negligence had caused Yin Duo immense suffering, possibly leaving her with lasting repercussions. Ho Xian was at a loss, redirecting his gaze to Linny, ignoring the incredulous stares of the onlookers. By this point, the anger of Yu Luo and the others had diminished. They were more concerned about how foolish Ho Xian could truly be. Seeing this, Linny felt a surge of triumph. Ho Xian, are you a fool? Shell leaves, and he claims I'm the one who poisoned the soup out of spite for being the tribe's shaman, Eliu, whose mind raced. He realized the old witch had caused chaos in the tribe for far too long. Her manipulative tactics had clearly worked on Ho Xian, rendering his mind vacant. At this juncture, Xing Li ceased to engage, focusing her gaze on the old witch, signaling her to take charge. The cave was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by 2 torches. The witch, oblivious to Xing Li's subtle cue, continued. However, Hu Shan, perceptive, whispered to the old witch, and indeed, after an exhausting afternoon filled with tension and emotional turmoil, everyone was weary and famished. The witch thought it was time to bring this farce to an end. She gestured for Yu Luo and Lu, who to assist her forward, approaching Ho Xian. With a firm motion, Hu Shan pushed Ho Xian aside to make space for the witch. Only as she neared Linny did the witch's expression reveal a chilling indifference, as if she regarded Linny not as a living being, but as a mere stone by the roadside. Her heart raced with apprehension. Finally, the witch spoke coldly. Linny, you believe we lack evidence to act against you. I may not possess concrete proof, but that does not mean I cannot take action. Linny, about to argue, was interrupted by the witch's raised hand. Today's events will reveal the truth. You are aware of the tribe's ironclad law. There is but one decree. Do not harm your kin. Since you have violated this, you are no longer one of us. From now on, whether you live or die is no longer the tribe's concern. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Was this to be Linny's exile from the tribe? For a half-beast female, being cast out meant her survival was uncertain at best. Moreover, the rain was falling, and the expulsion from the tribe was not merely a banishment from the valley, but rather from the patrol's domain. Mueller and Beak felt a sense of satisfaction, while Hu Shan merely snorted coldly and fell silent. Yueluo muttered a soft complaint, feeling that it was too lenient. Given her curse against Lihu, she yearned to wield a blade against her. Upon hearing the witch's words, Xiong Yuan was eager to act, utterly disgusted by this female. Even the thought of encountering her made him feel as though his hands were sullied. Ho Xian promptly threw himself at Xiong Yuan's feet, clinging to his legs, pleading, Chief, Chief, Linny will change. She surely will change. If you proceed like this, you're sending her to her death. He dared not plead directly with the witch, knowing her temperament. Once she made a decision, it was nearly impossible to sway her. In contrast, while Xiong Yuan was typically stern, he possessed a soft heart toward his kin, and the witch would heed his words. Instinctively, Ho Xian wished to bow his head in reverence while holding onto Xiong Yuan's legs. Lihu was taken aback, finding the scene more melodramatic than a Xiong Yao drama. Based on his viewing experience, the next sequence would be, I saved you. You fell in love with me, but I do not love you. After enduring various misunderstandings, the two would forcibly achieve a happy ending. Xiong Yuan was metaphorically placed on the grill, maintaining an impassive fa-ade while internally rolling his eyes to infinity. Linny had previously donned the guise of a healer, and had indeed saved several tribesmen. If he disregarded Ho Xian's pleas, it would be too cruel, and the news would shatter the hearts of the tribe. Yet if he were to advocate for her, he was reluctant in his heart, harboring deep disdain for this female. If only he could blame Hu Shan for this predicament. Had it not been for his underhanded tactics, the chief would not be burdened with this dilemma. Hushan was the source of all trouble. Xingli, understanding Xiong Yuan's plight, quickly pulled Hosien back, saying, "Hosien, do not act thus. You must know the ironclad laws established by the first-generation chief. No one in the tribe could defy them." Hosien was aware, yet felt powerless to stand idly by. "Chief, Sister Xingli, please help. Lini has also contributed to the tribe. She can accept any punishment. I implore you, spare her life." Lini, stunned by the witch's decree, felt her mind go blank, but finally reacted upon hearing Hosien's tearful pleas. However, seeing his tear-streaked face, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. She remained silent, maintaining a dazed expression, thinking to herself that Hosien still had some worth. The witch, unfazed by Hosien's supplications, remained resolute. She had lived long enough and seen much. She could not be softened by mere tears. Mueller and Beak exchanged glances, relieved. They feared the witch might also relent and spare the enemy who harmed their young. Lihu observed the unfolding drama, feeling internally elated, thinking it was worth coming, as he had witnessed Hosien's antics. Realizing that pleading with the chief would yield no results, he quickly kneeled before the witch, refraining from clutching her legs but bowing his head repeatedly, soon leaving his forehead bruised. "Witch, I beseech you, I implore you, Lini truly knows her wrongs. Spare her this once. I will ensure she does not err again. Grant her a chance for redemption." Essie bowed. He continued pleading. Upon hearing Hosien refer to her as witch grandma, the witch's expression softened momentarily, but she quickly masked her emotions. The tribe's iron laws were unwavering. No tribesman could expect her leniency. Xiong Yuan, witnessing the witch's momentary shift in demeanor, inwardly cursed, thinking Hosien had truly lost his mind, sacrificing everything for such a female. Hosien continued to cry out, "Witch grandma, I beg you. My mother sacrificed herself to save you, and my father lost a leg while rescuing Wang Lang. Please, for their sake, spare Lini this time." The witch's countenance suddenly paled. Wang Lang was her partner, lost during the Beast Tide 50 years ago. Xingli suddenly interjected, "Hosien, enough, be silent." Wang Lang was a deep wound for the witch, and Hosien's invocation of this memory felt like a threat to her. Indeed, in her eyes, it was a form of coercion. Hosien used his parents' sacrifices to manipulate the witch. The witch gently patted Xing Li's hand, signaling her to calm down. "Hosien, the old woman owes your parents a debt, but she does not owe it to you. The tribe's laws are absolute. Even I cannot make exceptions." With no other recourse, Hosien could only continue his desperate pleas, "Which grandma, if you forgive Lini, the tribe will grant her a chance at life that I beg you, for the sake of my parents and for Wang Lang's memory." The onlookers, including Lihu, were taken aback by the shocking moral coercion. Realizing that the beastly world was rife with such hypocrisy, Lihu felt nauseated, remarking sarcastically, "If you can't bear to part with Lini, why not join her? Why make things difficult for the tribe?" He scoffed, muttering, "Isn't this just using the tribe's kindness to engage in moral manipulation?" Xiong Di, overhearing Lihu's whisper, asked curiously, "What is moral manipulation?" Lihu turned to him, whispering, "It's people like him who harm others yet demand forgiveness. Refusing to forgive is deemed unkind." Xiong Di nodded, suddenly grasping Lihu's meaning. Looking back at Hosien, he realized that the situation was eerily similar to what Lihu described. The gathered beastmen were stunned into silence. Hosien, feeling the weight of their gazes, directed his resentful glare at Lihu and suddenly lunged at him. The crowd gasped in surprise at Hosien's sudden movement. Hushan and Xiong Di reacted swiftly, positioning themselves to shield Lihu. Xiong Di delivered a kick to Hosien's abdomen, while Hushan landed a punch to his face. Hosien was sent sprawling back, colliding with Mueller, who had approached to intervene. Mueller quickly subdued Hosien's arms, while Hushan followed up with a kick to his leg. In pain, Hosien fell to his knees, his expression twisted with rage. "It's all Lihu's fault. All Lihu's fault." If he hadn't sought attention, Lini wouldn't have resorted to such desperation. She just wanted the tribe to recognize her. After all, she is a healer. How could she be overshadowed by a mere cub? Without needing others to speak, Xing Li stepped forward, towering over him, and with a cold smile in response to his hopeful gaze, delivered a series of sharp slaps, each one echoing like the creation of the heavens. Xing Li's strikes dispelled her fear, as she had been taken aback by Ho Xian's audacity. Li Hu, who had been caught in the crossfire, thought to himself, should I say something or not? The crowd was startled by this sudden turn of events, and upon hearing Ho Xian's resentful words, they felt a wave of disgust wash over them. What did he mean by suggesting that Li Hu should not assist the tribe, but instead quietly support Lini? They had the audacity to drag a cub into their troubles, exploiting Li Hu's kindness to bully him. Yueluo could no longer tolerate it. If Huing was her sore spot, then Li Hu was her lifeline. Lini not only insulted Huing, but also cursed Li Hu. Had it not been for the witch and the chief's decision, she would have already confronted Lini. Now, with Ho Xian attempting to harm Li Hu, she felt compelled to act. She stepped forward, grasping Ho Xian's hair and pulling him back, unleashing a flurry of slaps and kicks upon him. Li Hu, witnessing this chaotic scene, stood agape, realizing he had no opportunity to intervene. The witch, supported by Beak, shakily returned, her gaze falling upon Ho Xian's bruised face as she spoke each word deliberately. Ho Xian, if you seek fairness, then very well, I shall grant you this fairness. She then turned her attention to Lini, inquiring in a calm tone, Lini, do you have anything to say? At this moment, Lini had completely regained her composure. She lowered her gaze and simply emphasized, which, the poisonous mushroom was not my doing. The witch fell silent, slowly turning to Xiong Yuan and stating, Xiong Yuan, retain the two individuals in the tribe for now, and once the skies clear, convene a punishment assembly. A chill ran down Xiong Yuan's spine at the mention of a punishment assembly. And he cautiously inquired, which, is it truly necessary to make such a grand show? The old witch observed the grim expressions of Ho Xian and Lini and replied in a calm tone, since these two refused to accept my decision, let the tribespeople determine their fate. Lu, who regarded the chief's serious demeanor with confusion. What is a tribal assembly? He pondered. Xiong Di shared his bewilderment, while Lu Hu shifted his gaze to Yu Luo. Noticing the inquisitive looks from the two young ones, Yu Luo lowered her voice to explain, the punishment assembly is convened to judge misbehaving tribe members. Once it is called, no matter the outcome, it cannot be altered that Lini's standing within the tribe is quite poor. It is likely she will be expelled. Lu Hu and Xiong Di were perplexed, pondering why. If the outcome was predetermined, the witch would still choose to hold a punishment assembly. Yu Luo elucidated, the witch seeks to ensure that both individuals are convinced of their fate. She no longer wishes to involve herself with them, indicating that she is also disinclined to meddle in Ho Xian's affairs. Lu, who seemed to grasp the situation. The witch's decision to expel Lini would occur publicly, executed directly by Xiong Yuan. Those tribe members who had received Lini's healing might wish to assist her discreetly, but now her misdeeds would be laid bare before all. Even those who had benefited from her care would have to weigh the potential backlash from the tribespeople, not to mention the possible retribution from Mu Lu and Bei Ku. The witch's punishment of Lini meant that Mu Lu and Bei Ku would refrain from taking action, but if a punishment assembly were convened, it would signify the witch's complete withdrawal from the matter. At that point, with all tribespeople present, Mu Lu and Bei Ku could openly seek vengeance without fear of reproach, for Lini's defiance of the witch's authority would compel the tribe to decide her fate. In a desperate bid, Ho Xian broke free from Mu Li's grasp and threw himself before the witch, sobbing uncontrollably, which, I was wrong. Please expel me from the tribe instead of Lini. Let me take her place. I still have a chance to live, but she does not. I was the one who poisoned the mushroom. I threatened Lini into it. The witch's expression remained cold as she regarded the sobbing Ho Xian clinging to her leg. Feeling a profound disappointment once more, Ho Xian, it is too late. Ho Xian pleaded, which, it is not too late. It was I was envious of Mu Lu, envious of Lini's affection for him, and I forced her to poison the mushroom. It is all my fault. Lu, who was taken aback by this sudden twist in events. Ho Xian truly was a love-struck fool, the kind willing to sacrifice everything for love. The crowd could only admire Ho Xian's devotion. Lini cast her eyes downward, concealing her inner delight. She certainly did not wish for a punishment assembly. She was acutely aware of her standing within the tribe. Lini harbored intense resentment. She sought to teach Bei Ku and Mu Lu a lesson, and then frame Lu Hu for it. She refused to yield. After finally outliving Bei Hua, she had become the tribe's sole healer, only for a young fawn from the divine deer tribe to suddenly emerge. Watching as the fawn's reputation soared within the tribe, gaining the trust of the members, Linny was filled with bitterness that it seemed profoundly unjust to her. Despite her diligent efforts to heal the tribe, she was overshadowed by an outsider. She yearned to teach Lu Hu a lesson, to demonstrate the chaos that could ensue from his suggestion to consume the mushroom that asked for why she targeted Yinduo. It was undoubtedly because of Mu Lu and Bei Ku, who rank high on her list of dislikes. After all, Yinduo was their offspring. She had not anticipated the severity of the situation, nor that Lu Hu would truly possess the means to save Yinduo. Initially, she had no intention of causing Yinduo's death. She merely wished to undermine Lu Hu's standing after he saved her. What surprised her even more was that Lu Hu had discovered her involvement. "Excuse me," he exclaimed, having merely spoken offhandedly, yet fate had conspired to reveal the truth. The crowd remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of the two. Meanwhile, Hosien continued to cling to the witch's leg, weeping. The atmosphere became tense. Hosien clung tightly, and neither Hushan nor the others dared to forcibly pull him away for fear of harming the witch. After a long afternoon filled with turmoil, the witch felt a mix of anger, sadness, and exhaustion. Furthermore, she had been caught in the rain on her way here, and Hosien's grip left her trembling. Her head pounding from the cacophony of his cries. She coldly commanded, "Hosien, be silent." Startled by the tremor in her voice, Hosien instinctively looked up to gauge her expression. The bruises on his face, combined with his tear-streaked visage, created a pitiful sight. The witch ignored the plea reflected in his eyes, fixing her gaze upon him. "Hosien, do you truly claim to be willing to go to such lengths for Linny?" Hosien hesitated, mumbling which he did not respond to her inquiry. The witch's face paled as she offered a sardonic smile. "Hosien, you are merely relying on my leniency. It is only because your parents have shown me kindness that you dare to speak in such a manner." She bent down, locking eyes with him. "Hosien, you are not as deeply devoted as you pretend. You simply believe you have committed no wrongdoing and that the tribe cannot take action against you, which emboldens your obstinacy." As Hosien gazed into the witch's aged eyes, he saw his own disheveled reflection and felt lost. He knew she spoke the truth. He had not committed any grave offense, and the tribe would not punish him. He relied on the chief's compassion, hoping they would spare Linny. The witch, now tired of his evasive glances, turned to Hushan and instructed, "Hushan, pull Hosien away." "I am weary." Hushan complied, seizing the opportunity while Hosien was distracted to easily detach him. The witch withdrew her leg and glanced at Xiong Yuan, saying nothing further as she leaned on her cane and walked away. Xiong Yuan nodded, indicating his understanding of the witch's intent. At the right moment, Xiong Tian offered the witch a raincoat, helping her don it. The crowd watched as she slowly stepped into the curtain of rain until her figure vanished from sight. With the witch gone, the others lingered not much longer. The chief, accompanied by Xiong Tian, escorted Linny and Hosien back to their respective caves. After all, they dared not flee. If they did, it would only spare the tribe further trouble. Yuluo addressed Lu Hu, saying, "Your grandfather and I will escort you two back." Lu Hu shook his head. "No need. We can return on our own. With Xiongdi here, we will be fine," he added. "Grandmother, please drink some ginger soup when you return. It will help prevent fever." Yuluo did not press further. She had witnessed Xiongdi's strength and knew well the power behind his kick. Xingli reached out to pat Lu Hu's head, reassuring him, "Do not believe what Linny and Hosien say. Their words are mere nonsense. The tribe takes pride in you." Lu nodded. "I understand." "Xingli, I do not trust them." Seeing the young one like this, Xingli smiled comfortingly before turning to leave. Only Lu Hu, Xiongdi, Mulu, and Bei Ke remained in the cave. Lu Hu did not depart immediately. He spoke to Mulu, who stood aside. "Uncle Mulu, I wish to see Induo once more." Emulin nodded in agreement. Leading Lu Hu into the stone cave, he lit a torch to provide better visibility. On the stone bed, Yin Duo remained unconscious, her pallor a stark contrast to the tears glistening at the corners of her closed eyes, her lips a pale hue. Even in slumber, she was restless. A child of not yet 10 had suffered greatly, and her survival was a testament to the beast god's grace. Lu who turned to Beiku and said, Uncle Beiku, if Yin Duo awakens and cries out in hunger, please prepare some bone broth for her. Do not give her meat just yet. Seeing Bacon nod in acknowledgement, he continued, Yin Duo has endured so much. Her appetite will surely be diminished. Bone broth is nutritious, easy to digest, and absorbable. For the time being, she should mainly consume bone broth, and meat should be limited. Small, frequent meals are best to help her stomach recover. Both Bei Ku and Mu Lun nodded seriously, indicating they understood. Lu, who cast one last concerned glance at the frowning young girl on the stone bed, sighed, and turned to leave the inner chamber. He declined Mu Li's offer to accompany him and Xiongdi, simply stating, I will return to see Yin Duo tomorrow. Taking Xiongdi's hand, they dashed into the rain, their figures soon disappearing into the mountains. Mu Lu and Bei Ku remained, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Their negligence had resulted in the misfortune that befell the precious young one they had fought so hard to protect. The weight of their guilt was heavy and unshareable. Mu Lu, after a moment of despondency, mustered his spirits, rose to his feet, and helped Bei Ku up, offering comfort. It is all right. The important thing is that Yin Duo is still alive. Bei Ku's tears threatened to spill as he heard his partner's words of solace. They finally cascaded down his cheeks as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. Mulu, it is my fault. I let someone exploit our vulnerabilities and harmed our Yin Duo. He had never imagined that humanity could sink to such depths. Mulu embraced his partner, squeezing him tightly, and reassured, you merely underestimated the malice of the human heart. Do not blame yourself if blame is to be cast. Let it fall upon those who harmed our young one. Beiku was not one to wallow in self-pity, yet the sight of his pale daughter lying there was overwhelming. The weight of guilt threatened to engulf him. His Yin Duo, his treasure, due to some unfounded matters. Having suffered to such an extent, how could he not harbor hatred? He yearned to feast upon the flesh and blood of his adversary. However, Imler was acutely aware of his companion's self-reproach. He refrained from offering counsel and instead embraced him tightly. How could he not feel guilt himself? He too was consumed by a similar loathing. Yet at this moment, vengeance was unattainable. When the opportune moment arrived, he vowed to ensure that those who harmed his beast cub would pay dearly for their transgressions. Together, they supported each other as they made their way to the stone bed, sitting down and watching their precious treasure gradually overcome the fear of nearly losing her. Calming their inner turmoil and suppressing their uncontainable rage, the two remained in silence, gazing upon the scene until dawn's light broke. Meanwhile, Lu Hu and Xiongdi hurried back to their cave through the pouring rain. Exhausted, famished, and chilled to the bone. Neither had the inclination for conversation. Xiongdi said, Brother Xiongdi, please prepare some bone broth and slice some meat for a simple meal. Lu Hu added, I will brew some ginger tea and heat some water. We should take a warm bath to avoid catching a cold. Xiongdi nodded and began his tasks. Having also been drenched, Lu Hu felt sticky and uncomfortable. A warm bath was indeed a prudent choice. The events of the past afternoon weighed heavily upon them, leaving them with little desire to speak as they silently attended to their duties, processing the emotional aftermath until the meal was ready. Once Lu Hu consumed a bowl of soup, he finally regained his composure. As he enjoyed the meat, he inquired of Xiongdi, Brother Xiongdi, has Li and I always been this way? With his mouth full, Xiongdi replied, In any case, we have never liked Li and I. She is quite fearsome. That Lu Hu understood. Li Ni's actions today were clearly indicative of her malevolence. The principle of respecting elders and cherishing the young seemed utterly lost on her. No wonder she harbored such hatred towards me. Why does she hate you so? Xiongdi questioned. Lu Hu cast Xiongdi a look of incredulity and explained, Not long after I arrived in the tribe, everyone took a liking to me, whereas that old witch has been here for years with a poor reputation. She is envious of me. Xiongdi pondered, there are many in the tribe more popular than her. Why does she target you? In truth, Lu Hu was unsure, though he had a vague suspicion that old grievances with the elders played a role. Additionally, as an outsider and a cub, she likely expected him to live in fear. However, he did not fulfill her expectations. Instead, he overshadowed her, making her hatred towards him unsurprising. Xiongdi contemplated Lu Hu's words and compared them to Li Ni's character. He had to admit that Lu Hu's assessment held merit. Li and I was indeed a bully who preyed on the weak, that in the presence of those stronger than her. She dared not act, choosing instead to lash out at perceived soft targets like Lu Hu and the cub. Yin Duo. The fact that she only added 2 poisonous mushrooms to the soup suggested she never intended to kill. She merely aimed to create trouble for Lur and his family. Misjudging the mushroom's toxicity, which ultimately escalated the situation, as for Lu Hu, perhaps his former reputation as a moral individual had given her the illusion that he was easy to manipulate, thus emboldening her to scheme against him. Li and I was a cowardly bully, malicious yet lacking the courage to poison her Lu, who believed he had encountered many different types of people in his previous life and could accurately gauge the psychology of someone like Li and I. Xiongdi looked at Lu Hu with admiration. Lu Hu, you are right. Li and I is just like that. She is fierce with us cubs, yet dares not act against my elders. He carried herself with an air of superiority, priding herself on her role as the tribe's shaman while looking down upon everyone. Yet, she only bullied those indebted to her. Anyone who dismissed her earned her undying hatred but faced no retribution from her. The next day, Lu was awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Xiongdi had prepared fried meat and braised pork. Even in his dreams, Lu caught a whiff of the delightful scent, stirring him from slumber. Without needing to be called, his hunger roused him. The previous evening, he had barely eaten, feeling exhausted and falling asleep quickly, with Xiongdi carrying him to the stone bed. Brother Xiongdi. It smells so good, he exclaimed as he stepped out of the cave, addressing Xiongdi, who was busy at the stove. Xiongdi turned to see Lu Hu, struggling to fully awaken but finding the sight amusing. Come eat. I made something delicious. Lu Hu eagerly nodded, washed his hands, and settled at the stone table, ready to dine. Xiongdi served the braised pork, followed by a bowl of bone broth. Lu Hu wasted no time. As soon as Xiongdi sat down, he began to feast. Xiongdi, eating slowly, watched Lu Hu enjoy his meal, feeling the pent-up emotions from the previous day dissipate. When he saw the troublemaker heading towards Lu Hu, he wished he could kick him far away, ensuring he could never harm Lu Hu again. Had it not been for the swift actions of his mother and the others, he would have confronted the boy without mercy. After all, he was merely a cub. It was normal for him to be naive, especially when it came to protecting Lu Hu. The two finished their meal, and after Lu Hu tidied up the bowls, he stretched and glanced outside, surprised to find the sun shining brightly. Brother Xiongdi, the rain has stopped, and it's sunny, he called out. Hearing the excitement in Lu Hu's voice, Xiongdi teased, You just noticed? The rain stopped last night. Disregarding Xiongdi's jest, Lu Hu dashed outside, taking a deep breath of the fresh, clear air. The feeling of a sunny day, he mused, his spirits lifting alongside the weather. Xiongdi joined him, mimicking his actions and basking in the sunlight. After a moment, Lu Hu opened his eyes, remembering he needed to check on Yin Duo, having made plans with Uncle Lur and Aunt Bei the day before. Brother Xiongdi, do you have any plans today? If not, shall we go see Yin Duo? Lu Hu inquired. Xiongdi shook his head that I have no other matters. Let us go. The two made their way down the mountain. After 3 days of rain, the paths were muddy, leaving imprints with every step. Soon, their shoes were caked in mud, prompting Xiongdi to grimace in dismay, knowing these were the shoes Lu Hu had made for him. He silently clutched his chest, feeling a pang of sorrow. Upon arriving at Lur and Bei-Ku's cave, they found the couple busy preparing bone broth. Having spent the entire night awake, both bore faint dark circles under their eyes, yet remained focused on the stone pot. After yesterday's events, they were determined not to let the pot leave their sight, haunted by the memory of the incident. Lu Hu greeted them from outside. Uncle Lur, Aunt Bei-Ku, we've come to see Yin Duo. Lu Hu, come inside. Lur called. Lu Hu and Xiongdi entered the cave and exchanged pleasantries with Bei-Ku, who was fixated on the stove before being ushered into the inner chamber by Lur. On the stone bed, Yin Duo had awakened, her large, glistening eyes fixed on the three newcomers. Father, Brother Xiongdi, and this brother, she greeted in a soft voice. Yin Duo, do you still feel unwell? Lur asked. Yin Duo, tell Brother Xiongdi what else hurts, Xiongdi prompted. Lu Hu added, Yin Duo, this brother is called Lu Hu. You can call him Brother Lu Hu. Brother Lu Hu, the little girl repeated, her innocent tone melting Lu Hu's heart. Imler gently explained to Yin Duo, this Brother Lu Hu is the one who saved you. You should thank him. Imler, a towering figure, softened his voice as he spoke to his fragile daughter. Thank you, Brother Lu Hu, Yin Duo said obediently, her gratitude genuine. She remembered how close she had come to meeting the beast god, and it was Brother Lu Hu who alleviated her suffering. She truly liked him. Oh, little Yin Duo is so adorable. Brother Lu Hu appreciates your thanks. Do take good care of yourself. Lu Hu was utterly charmed by the polite little girl. The little girl nodded earnestly. Yin Duo will. Yin Duo is the most obedient. Her words brought a lump to the throats of the three adults. What a considerate cub she was, having endured such hardship yet remaining so understanding that Lu Hu cleared his throat. Striving for composure. Yin Duo, have you eaten anything? Imler brushed aside his emotional turmoil and replied, she had a bit of bone broth but also vomited quite a lot. Xiongdi expressed concern. She vomited again. Lu Hu, however, was not overly surprised. He praised Yin Duo. Yin Duo is truly remarkable. Turning to Imler, he continued, it's nothing to worry about. Vomiting is a normal occurrence, but she must eat. If she vomits, let her rest for a while before drinking again. He then advised Yin Duo, you must try to eat well, so you can recover quickly. If you're feeling unwell, tell father. Yin Duo nodded obediently. I understand, Brother Lu Hu. I will try my best. Lu Hu smiled as he gently rubbed the little girl's forehead, choosing not to dwell on the weighty matters further. Instead, he inquired about her daily life. Yin Duo, what do you like? Tell your brother, and I shall bring you a gift. He spoke softly, engaging the little girl in light-hearted conversation. Brother Lu Hu, Yin Duo likes flowers and enjoys eating spiky beasts. The little girl replied in her sweet, childlike voice. Lu Hu continued to ask her a few more questions, such as her preferences regarding animal skins and games, until Bei Ku entered with a bowl of bone soup. Prompting them to pause their chatter, Yin Duo, it's time to drink your bone soup, Bei Ku said gently. Okay, father, Yin Duo responded obediently. Bei Ku, holding the stone bowl, helped the little girl sit up and fed her spoonful by spoonful until she shook her head, indicating she felt nauseous. Only then did Bei Ku cease his feeding. Seeing this, Lu Hu quickly soothed Yin Duo's chest and lowered his voice to discuss with her. Yin Duo, listen to Brother Lu Hu. Just hold on a little longer. Don't throw up just yet. Lie down and rest for a while. If you really can't hold it in, tell me, and we can throw up together, all right? Yin Duo, they'll want to vomit. Understood that Brother Lu Hu meant well and nodded obediently. With Bei Ku's assistance, she lay back down. The sight of Yin Duo's obedience tugged at the hearts of those around her, though ultimately, her weakened condition soon led her to sleep. Lu Hu exchanged glances with the others, signaling them to step outside. It wasn't until they reached the cave entrance that Lu Hu halted and turned to Mulu and Bei Ku, saying, Uncle Mulu, Uncle Bei Ku, please keep an eye on Yin Duo. If we can prevent her from throwing up, we should. If it's unavoidable, let her do so, but we mustn't allow it to become a habit, as that would harm her stomach. Bei Ku, looking anxious, asked, what should I do then? Lu Hu reassured him, Uncle Bei Ku, don't fret. Yin Duo's condition is better than I had anticipated. If she can eat, that means she's all right. Just don't pressure her. If she absolutely must, let her throw up, but not too often. Lu also comforted his partner. It will be fine. Lu Hu says she will be okay. We need not panic. Bei Ku nodded gratefully at Lu Hu, saying, thank you, Lu Hu. I truly appreciate it. If it weren't for you, Yin Duo would. Lu Hu shook his head. It's nothing. Uncle Mu Lu and Uncle Bei Ku, please return to watch over Yin Duo. We shall leave and come back to see her tomorrow. Thus, he pulled Xiongdi along towards the chief's cave, intent on inquiring about Lianai and Hosien. Upon arriving at the chief's cave and finding it empty, they proceeded to the witch's dwelling, where everyone had gathered. Chief, Xingli, which Lu Hu greeted as he stood at the entrance. Come in, came the witch's somewhat weak voice from within. Lu Hu's heart tightened as he pulled Xiongdi inside. The witch leaned against a stone bed. Xingli sat beside her, and Xiong Yuan stood at the foot of the bed, all watching with concern as Lu Hu and Xiongdi entered. Seeing the three of them positioned as such caused Lu Hu's heart to skip a beat. Witch, what troubles you? The witch gestured for them to take a seat, managing a bitter smile. Nothing much. Just old age catching up with me. Xingli countered, which don't speak so dismally. You merely caught a chill in the rain yesterday. A bit of rest will do you good. The witch smiled faintly, but said no more. She was well aware of her own condition. Xiong Yuan added, which, you were simply exhausted yesterday and got riled up by Ho Xian, which is why you caught a chill, that Lu who then asked. Which, have you had ginger soup? I have indeed. I drank 2 bowls, thanks to your suggestion. Otherwise, I would be far worse off. The witch replied. Lu who chuckled shyly. It wasn't my suggestion. It's well known in Donglu. Xiong Di approached his grandfather and quietly asked, Grandfather, how is Ho Xian? As soon as Xiong Di recalled Ho Xian's intent to harm Lu Hu, he hesitated to address his grandfather. Xiong Yuan, somewhat displeased, nonetheless answered, they're still in their own cave. Once the witch feels better, we shall hold a tribal assembly. Lu Hu inquired. Chief, will Ho Xian face punishment as well? Xiong Yuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. What he said yesterday afternoon is enough to prove his guilt. Hearing this, Xiong Di felt relieved. As long as there was punishment, he could finally rest easy. Otherwise, he feared sleepless nights ahead. The witch suddenly spoke up. No need to wait until I feel better. Let's convene at noon that we should resolve this matter promptly and provide an explanation to Mu Lu and Bei Ku. Xingli hesitated, but witch, your health. The witch waved her hand, indicating that Xingli needn't continue. Her mind was made up. Xingli fell silent, realizing that this issue should not be prolonged, lest it lead to further complications. Xiong Yuan had no objections. Although they professed to cherish their females, right and wrong must still be distinguished. Females were scarce, but that did not grant them immunity from punishment, especially given that Li Ni intended to harm the tribe's precious young. Which, may I enter? Came a feeble voice from outside the cave. After a moment of silence, the witch finally replied, Come in. A frail figure, leaning on a cane and limping, entered the cave with great difficulty. The muddy and slippery path adding to his struggle. Xiong Yuan and Xingli greeted. Uncle Hou, Lu Hu and Xiong Di chimed in. Grandfather Ho. The newcomer was indeed Grandfather Ho, who nodded to the four as a form of greeting before bowing respectfully to the witch. His voice hoarse, which I apologize, the witch gestured for him to rise, saying, It is not your fault. Ho Xian is Ho Xian, and you are you. Grandfather Ho straightened, his expression pained. Which, I have visited Ho Xian. Can you? He knew his request was unreasonable, but Ho Xian was his offspring, his only kin. He could not abandon him. The witch's face darkened slightly. Ho Nian, I owe your family a debt, and I will not forget it. As for Ho Xian, I will ensure his life is spared. This was the solution she had contemplated throughout the night. She owed a debt to Lang Lang and would repay it, but no more than that. Grandfather Ho's form seemed to stoop even lower, appearing as though he had aged 50 years, his hair now predominantly white. Yet he hesitated, which, Li and I, the witch's gaze sharpened as she looked at Hon Yin. Hon Yin, what do you wish to say? Are you pleading for Li and I? Hon Yin lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes, but he stammered, which, Li and I claims to be pregnant with Ho Xian's offspring. I cannot. This revelation shocked not only the witch but also Lu Hu and the others, all of whom turned their gazes toward the hunched figure of Hon Yin. Ignoring their stares, Hon Yin directed his hopeful gaze toward the half-reclined witch, promising which, I will keep an eye on them. I will go and apologize to Mulu, endure any punishment, even if it costs my life. He continued, stammering, which, I know they are in the wrong, but the offspring is innocent. Lu had always perceived Grandfather Ho as kind-hearted yet stubborn. Despite facing hardship, he had refused assistance from the tribe, instead relying on his own skills to barter for food. He had never seen this obstinate old man in such a humble light. However, that did not excuse his unreasonable request. Indeed, while Ho Xian and Li and I had both erred, Li and I was the mastermind. Ho Xian was merely misled, given that he had attempted to harm Lu Hu but had failed. With the witch's presence, his life could still be spared. But the same could not be said for Li and I. If she were to be let off, how would the witch justify her actions to the tribe? How would she face the other clansmen? The witch's expression darkened as she addressed Hon Yin. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Cough, cough, cough. Clearly agitated, the witch coughed, prompting Xingli to move beside her, gently helping her breathe. Hou Nian's complexion turned even paler, for he was well aware of the witch's temperament. Her entire life had been dedicated to prioritizing the tribe. In her eyes, the tribe outweighed all else. Wu's determination to preserve Hou Xian's life stemmed from the fact that Hou Xian harbored no ill intentions towards the tribe. Even when he erred, it was due to being misled. Suddenly, Hou Nian felt a pang of shame. For Hou Xian, he had wounded the heart of Wu, whom he regarded as a mother. For Hou Xian, he had forsaken his beliefs and the solemn vow to protect the tribe, abandoning the teachings imparted by Uncle Lang. He found himself bereft of courage to continue, stammering, "Wu, I am sorry." Subsequently, he turned and limped out of the sight of the others that a few watched as his figure receded into the distance, until it vanished completely. The atmosphere within the cave fell into a profound silence, stifling for Lu Hu, who struggled to catch his breath. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he spoke up, "Grandma Wu, Chief I, and Xing Li Amo. My brother Xiongdi and I have just seen Yin Duo. She has awakened." Indeed, upon mentioning Yin Duo, the stagnant atmosphere within the cave lightened somewhat. Xing Li inquired with concern, "How is Yin Duo? Has she awakened?" Xiongdi replied, "Yin Duo is awake and can eat, though she still vomits." Lu who said that if she can eat, it is no problem. Good, good. That is reassuring." Grandma Wu's expression shifted from somber to bright, and the mood in the cave relaxed. Xiong Yuan also exhaled in relief, casting an approving glance at the two young ones. The conversation flowed for a while, centered around Yin Duo, until Lu Hu suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, Chief I, my brother Xiongdi, and I have made several raincoats like the one I wore the other day. Once donned, they keep one dry in a rain." "Raincoats?" Xing Li asked, intrigued. "That is it the one I saw you wearing yesterday?" "It indeed keeps the rain at bay." Lu who nodded. "They are made from the hide of the wild dragon beast. The hide is too tough to make clothing, but is perfect for raincoats." Wu recalled the garment Xiong Tian had given her upon her return. It had kept her dry on the way back, or else her illness would have worsened. "Can raincoats only be made from wild dragon beast hide?" Xiong Yuan queried. "The hide is difficult to obtain." Lu who replied, "It can also be made from horned beast hide. Any beast hide that does not leak water will suffice." Xing Li, possessing the most knowledge about beast hides, reflected for a moment and said, "The tribe does indeed have non-leaking beast hides. Can they all be fashioned into raincoats?" "Certainly. My brother Xiongdi and I have made one for each elder. We'll distribute them shortly. It's certainly better to stay dry." Upon hearing this, the three elders were visibly touched. Xiong Yuan silently praised, "What a wonderful young one. Li and I want to compare with Lu Hu but truly has no comprehension. Also, I've made soap, the kind I used for Yin Duo yesterday. However, I created it to clean grease. It can be used for washing dishes and hides." Lu Hu continued. Xing Li, being female, was more sensitive to such matters. She looked at Lu Hu with delight and asked, "Can it really clean all grease?" Most of it can." He hesitated, not wanting to make promises he might not keep. Moreover, frequent hand-washing of beast hides can cause cracking. "Using soap is gentler." Xing Li nodded, having experienced this firsthand, gazing at Lu Hu as if he were a precious treasure. Seeing the warmth in Xing Li's eyes, Lu Hu eagerly shared his accomplishments from the past 3 days. "Chief I and Grandma Wu, while chatting with my brother Xiongdi, I discovered that the tribe's method of curing hides differs from that of the East Continent. Over there, they wrap fresh beast hides in wood ash and bury them for 30 days. When unearthed, the hides are properly cured. Xing Li Amo might want to try this. It's much less labor-intensive than our tribe's method." He added, "Oh, right. With this method, all residues and oils on the hides must be thoroughly cleaned." The three elders expressed their interest in trying this new curing method. After all, Lu Hu never made baseless claims. Xiong Yuan watched Lu Hu with anticipation and asked, "Is there more?" Lu Hu, momentarily speechless, felt his energy was limited after 3 days of effort. "Chief I, please spare me." "Yes, Lu Hu taught me to count. It's so much more than what Grandma Wu taught." Xiongdi chimed in. "Lu Hu, brother Xiongdi, please don't mention it. I truly don't want to teach others to count." Upon hearing the topic of counting, Grandma Wu perked up. "Oh, how did Lu Hu teach you? How far can you count?" Xiongdi proudly puffed out his chest. "Lu Hu taught me to count to 70. 70? Grandma," Wu exclaimed. Xiong Yuan and Xing Li echoed. 70? What is 70? 7 tens, faced with their confusion. Xiong Di didn't bother to explain. He simply said, wait a moment. He dashed outside, gathered numerous small sticks, and returned with them cradled in his arms. He placed the sticks on the bed and began counting without further explanation. Lu Hu was impressed. He realized that without the sticks, counting would be impossible. Only after reaching 70 did Xiong Di look at everyone with pride. Lu Hu said this way of counting is easier to remember than what I learned before. Lu Hu felt it unnecessary to say everything. He glanced at Grandma Wu and the others, noting their satisfaction, and sighed in relief. After all, it was a long-standing tradition in their tribe, and he hoped they wouldn't take offense at his casual remarks. Grandma Wu, instead of being angry, was filled with joy. When she took on the role of Wu, she had been taught to count by the previous Wu, who informed her that there were numbers beyond 10. However, the tribe had no such tradition, leaving her in the dark. Over the years, she had contemplated exploring the numbers beyond 10. Today, amidst her melancholy, Lu Hu had given her a delightful surprise in the beast world. Words and numbers pertain to the tribe as heritage, not to be shared lightly. Liu, who had so effortlessly imparted this knowledge to Xiong Di, which moved her deeply and made her more inclined to cherish this young one. Lu Hu, unaware of the gravity of the situation, assumed Grandma Wu was merely passing on counting to the tribe's young ones, thinking it was of little consequence. Faced with the shared expressions of gratitude from the three elders, he felt somewhat lost. He had truly underestimated the significance of this matter. Grandma Wu looked at Lu Hu with maternal affection. Good child, you are exemplary. Your father is also commendable, bringing forth a child like you to the tribe. We will always remember your contributions. Xiong Yuan and Xing Li nodded in agreement, understanding that the two young ones did not grasp the significance of numbers, but they comprehended that Lu Hu had enhanced their tribe's legacy. Suddenly, Grandma Wu asked, Lu Hu, where did you learn to count? She wasn't questioning the young one. She merely feared he might inadvertently reveal something dangerous. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu felt a jolt of apprehension. But then he recognized the concern in Grandma Wu's words. Warmth filled his heart as he smiled and replied, It's all right. My mother taught me, and she never said it couldn't be shared. Forgive me, mother, unfilial son. Lu Hu silently apologized. When the sacred deer tribe was mentioned, everyone was considerate and refrained from pressing further. Xiong Yuan observed Lu Hu, who seemed eager to speak yet restrained, and upon noticing the chief's expression, he anticipated his thoughts and spoke first. Grandma Wu, Chief I, if you wish to learn, you can ask Brother Xiong Di to teach you to it's fine. The sacred deer tribe only has me left. And my joining the great wilderness tribe means the sacred deer tribe has joined the great wilderness tribe. Anyone who wishes to learn can approach Brother Xiong Di. The implication was clear. He preferred not to be sought out for this knowledge, not wanting to suffer premature baldness. The three elders, upon hearing this, were visibly moved. Xiong Di stood taller, proud to be associated with Lu Hu, feeling a sense of honor. Unlike the chief and the others, he did not view Lu Hu with distance. He embraced their bond, Liu who had taught him, and he would gladly accept it, knowing he would never part from Lu Hu. Having undergone the warrior's rite, within the cave of the Wu, the five conversed animatedly until noon, clarifying all of Lu Hu's achievements over the past 3 days. The previously stagnant atmosphere had vanished, replaced by joy. Wu also came to realize that while the tribe had individuals like Li Ni, a treacherous wolf, and Ho Xian, a fool who sacrificed for love, there were also devoted beastmen like Xiong Yuan and Hu Shan, and young ones like Lu Hu, who, though having joined midway, contributed significantly to the tribe. Why should she distress over those who were indifferent to the tribe? The ones who cared for and worried about her were the ones she ought to cherish. As for Ho Xian, she would uphold her promise to spare his life, ensuring he was not cast out from the tribe. Yet, that was all she could do, and after this incident, the debts owed to Hon Yin and Ho Xian were settled. Seeing Xiong Yuan and Xiong Di counting together, and Xing Li and Lu Hu discussing raincoats and soap, her earlier discontent dissipated completely. Xiong Yuan, it's time. Gather the tribe, she declared suddenly. Also, let Ho Xian remain alive, allowing him to atone in the tribe. As for Li and I, let it be according to the tribe's customs. Xiong Yuan, who had been counting with Xiong Di, paused, lifted his head, and asked Wu, Have you made a decision? Grandma Wu nodded. Let it be so. Xiong Yuan acknowledged her decision and refrained from further inquiries, as he understood Wu's choice as for the matter concerning the monkey. It is true that the crime does not warrant a death sentence. However, punishment is still necessary. Xingli hesitated and said, what if Linny truly bears a beast cub? She did not intend to plead for Linny. Rather, it was as monkey uncle had said, beast cubs are innocent. The old witch also seemed somewhat uncertain, yet it was absolutely impossible to let Linny off the hook for this. Luhua found the current situation quite troublesome, primarily because beast world cubs are exceedingly precious. Even if it were Linny's cub, the beast world could only be confirmed through the examination of an experienced witch doctor. Luhua, being a cub himself, had never truly comprehended the matter of pregnancy. Despite his extensive knowledge from past lives, Luhua hesitated and asked, is Linny the only witch doctor in the tribe? The witch sighed and began to explain. The previous witch doctor was Beak's mother, who took on several apprentices. However, due to various unforeseen circumstances, they all returned to the embrace of the beast god, leaving only a half-baked Linny. Xingli sighed as well. Though she initiated the topic, she felt it was quite a dilemma. Luhua curiously inquired, then why didn't Uncle Beak follow his mother to learn? Xingli responded, Beak was frail and sickly as a child. His mother couldn't bear to let him endure such hardships. Luhua remarked, indeed, overindulgence is undeniable. The five of them were momentarily at a loss when suddenly, Xiong Yuan proposed, why don't we have Luhua try to deceive Linny? Luhua's eyes lit up. Indeed, that old witch Linny would have no idea what he was capable of. With his years of experience surfing the internet, he could certainly fool a half-baked witch. Xiong Di, in a fit of anger, retorted, why should it be Luhua? What if Linny goes mad and harms him? It is outrageous for Grandpa to push everything on a Luhua, who is still just a cub. Luhua hurried over to Xiong Di, attempting to reassure him, Brother Xiong Di, I've only been in the tribe for a short time, and Linny knows little of me. Moreover, I healed Yin Duo. She will definitely regard me with caution, so it's best for me to take the lead. He grasped Xiong Di's hand and continued, Linny has been in the tribe for so long. She must be well acquainted with the tribe's members, and since I hail from the witch doctor tribe, I can certainly intimidate her. Xiong Di still wished to refuse, squeezing Luhua's hand, and turned to Xiong Yuan, saying, Grandpa Chieftain, let Brother Xiong Di accompany me for safety. Before Xiong Yuan could respond, the old witch interjected, there's no need to go alone. Confronting her during the punishment assembly will allow the tribe to witness Linny's wickedness more directly. Xingli nodded in agreement. The witch speaks wisely. With the tribe present, Linny will dare not act so brazenly. Luhua concurred. With more people, that old witch will surely feel immense pressure. If she panics, she is prone to revealing her flaws. Xiong Yuan also expressed his agreement. However, no one paid him any mind, not even his grandson Xiong Di. They discussed how Luhua should approach Linny and how to deceive her, analyzing Linny's character. Afterward, Xiong Yuan exited the cave to summon the tribe members, while the old witch was supported by Xingli as she slowly made her way out of the cave. Luhua and Xiong Di followed closely behind. The same elevated platform and the same tribal members were present. But this time, in addition to the chieftain and a few others, there were also Linny and the monkey. The tribe members, unaware of the gathering's purpose, speculated if there was some good news. However, the more informed members had already caught wind of the situation and, upon seeing the monkey and Linny on stage, had a sense of what was unfolding. Luhua stood beside Xiong Di, looking down at the gathered tribe members, who were nearly all present. The sorrowful expression on Monkey Grandpa's face as he leaned on his cane was prominent. While Mu Lu and Beak stood at the forefront together, Luhua also recognized Langu and other cubs. With a powerful roar, Xiong Yuan commanded silence, and the tribe members fell quiet, stepping forward with a grave expression. He spoke. Yesterday, an incident occurred in our Dahuang tribe where a tribe member harmed a Cubi in accordance with the tribe's iron laws. We have summoned everyone today for a punishment assembly. His demeanor was solemn as he glanced at the tribe members before continuing. The punishment assembly will determine the fate of the individual who harmed the cub, as well as serve as a warning to all, regardless of the reason. In our Dahuang tribe, harming a cub is absolutely unforgivable. Let all tribe members remember this iron law. The tribe members below, momentarily incredulous, struggled to comprehend that someone within their tribe had indeed harmed it was not merely the preciousness of the cubs, but their inherent cuteness that prevented anyone from wishing them harm. Now, the chieftain revealed that a tribe member had committed such a heinous act. "Who is it? Who has harmed the cub?" The tribe members shouted. "There can't possibly be such a member in our tribe." A female member exclaimed in outrage. "Expel them from the tribe! Expel them from the tribe!" Gradually, the crowd became increasingly incensed. "Silence!" Xiong Yuan bellowed, and the platform fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. With a stern face, Xiong Yuan recounted the events that had transpired, leading to a collective gasp from the tribe members. "Linny, Monkey Xian, it is they who have committed this act." Linny, as the tribe's witch doctor, despite her unpleasant demeanor, was still respected by the tribe members. Monkey Xian, being Monkey Grandpa's cub, was generally seen as honest and hardworking, earning the goodwill of the tribe. The revelation that the two of them had harmed a cub left the tribe members bewildered. They were not disbelieving. They understood the significance of the punishment assembly. If it were not serious, the chieftain and the witch would not have summoned everyone. They simply could not fathom why Linny would do such a thing. After all, every cub in the tribe was a treasure belonging to all, and why would they dare to harm one? At this moment, some of the older female members of the tribe expressed their outrage. However, they were not entirely surprised. Ever since her cub days, Linny had exhibited narrow-mindedness and a strong sense of jealousy. If anything displeased her, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. The previous witch doctor had tried to temper her character by allowing her to study under her. But Baiwa had clearly underestimated Linny's twisted mentality. Previously, Linny had been tolerable, having become the tribe's sole witch doctor. Even if the tribe members disliked her personality, they still respected her. Now, with Luhua in the tribe, whose medical skills were no inferior to hers, and who was far more likable, and most importantly, being just a cub, Linny's character would not allow her to tolerate losing her status as the witch doctor to Luhua. As for why she chose Yinduo, the older females understood well enough. Mu Lu and Beak had been repeatedly bullied by Linny, who had even stated she would not treat them, revealing her deep-seated hatred. They had not anticipated, however, that Linny would go so far as to harm a cub by poisoning it with mushrooms in the soup. This female was far too toxic. The tribe could no longer tolerate her. Otherwise, who would not live in fear? If one accidentally offended Linny, they might receive a gift of poisoned mushrooms from her. Previously, Linny had simply been arrogant, but now she had become malicious. The tribe members were simple folk, not foolish. How could they feel safe living alongside someone like her? After a thorough discussion, Xiong Yuan finally spoke again. However, Linny claims she is pregnant with Monkey Xian's cub, so the witch and I have decided that Luhua will check on her in front of the tribe members. He paused briefly before continuing. Luhua, as you all know, is the cub of Hu Yi, and his mother hails from the renowned witch doctor tribe of the East Continent. Luhua has learned from his mother since childhood, so examining a female for pregnancy is quite easy for him. The tribe members below were taken aback. They only knew Luhua as Hu Yi's cub and had no idea of his mother's remarkable abilities. However, they had not traveled to the East Continent and were unaware of the prowess of the witch doctor tribe. Nonetheless, they believed in the chieftain and the witch, and they had faith in Luhua. The tribe members had observed Luhua's actions since his arrival. Linny stood on the platform, unfazed, even as Xiong Yuan recounted her crimes. Her expression remained unchanged until this moment, when she finally altered her demeanor, questioning sharply, "A mere cub, can he even discern if a female is pregnant?" "Huh. Xiong Yuan, don't you find yourself rather ridiculous?" Unfazed by her mockery, Xiong Yuan turned to Linny with a forced smile and said, "We'll find out if we try, won't we, Linny? Are you afraid?" Linny, appearing nonchalant, scoffed, "Afraid? Of a mere cub? You all are just being played by him." With unwavering conviction, she believed that Luhua was merely seeking to draw attention to himself. If the witch doctor tribe was so formidable, how could it have been wiped out? Yet, in some hidden corner of her heart, an anxiety lingered. Luhua was too uncanny. What if what they said was true? No. Luhua was just a cub. How could he possess such abilities? Linny's inner turmoil remained a mystery to no one below. The tribe members watched as Luhua approached Linny, gripping her arm firmly with one hand while the other pressed two fingers against her wrist. Appearing quite impressive, the crowd, both on and off the platform, held their breath, fearing they might disrupt Linny's heart raced. Luhua's demeanor only amplified her unease. Luhua thought to himself, I've overdone it. He had only seen skilled traditional doctors portray such confidence on television. With no choice, he steeled himself to play the part. He feigned checking her pulse for a moment, cleared his throat, and stated, You are not pregnant with a BCUB. In an instant, Lenny went mad. Springing up to claw at Luhua, You little cub, what do you know? You just can't stand me, seeking revenge for what I said about your father yesterday. Luhu was abruptly pulled behind by the bear. Contrasting sharply with Lini's frenzy, he appeared composed and unhurried. Lini. The pulse I felt on your wrist is steady and strong, beating normally that a pregnant female's pulse is like pearls rolling on a plate, and it beats slightly faster than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, you are not pregnant with beast cubs at all. Lini erupted in a torrent of curses. You are talking nonsense. You little brat, what do you know about pulses and such? We've never heard of anything like that. Don't assume everyone is ignorant and spout your foolishness. The nearby Hosien and Xiong Yuan were splattered with her spittle. Xiong Yuan remarked, What bad luck, since taking the stage. Hosien seemed to have lost his spirit, standing there blankly, oblivious to everything around him. Lu, who had anticipated Lini's wrath and retaliated with measured responses. Lini, your ignorance does not equate to non-existence. Moreover, regarding your insults towards my father yesterday, my mother has already retaliated, and I won't dwell on it any further. As for my so-called nonsense, I can call forth the members of the tribe who have given birth to beast cubs for verification. Lini scoffed. You're just saying that to save face. There are no pregnant females in the tribe right now, and you are merely taking advantage of that to speak your lies. The old witch interjected slowly. Who says there are no pregnant females? Lini was taken aback. How could there be pregnant females in the tribe without her knowledge? The old witch, unconcerned with Lini's thoughts, waved to the crowd below. Yu Yuan, come here. The gaze of the tribe members followed the witch's voice to a corner where a fair-featured female was being protected by a tall beast man. The female's abdomen was slightly protruding, clearly indicating pregnancy. Lini spotted Yu Yuan in the corner and incredulously asked, Yu Yuan is pregnant with beast cubs? Why was I not informed? Luhu remarked, Her face is indeed quite large. Hearing Lini's question, Yu Yuan mocked, Who would dare to trouble you? Lini the witch? I fear your wrath, considering that Luo is my older sister. The older tribe members recognized the long-standing enmity between Luo and Lini. As Luo's sister, it was natural for her to fear retribution. The witch explained to everyone. Since Yu Yuan became pregnant, she has been residing in the cave, so not many are aware. The tribe nodded in agreement. They were indeed unaware of Yu Yuan's pregnancy, but as for how the witch knew, it was simply because she was a witch. Yu Yuan, carefully supported by the tall beast man, walked up to the high platform. She first smiled warmly at Luhu. You're Luhu, right? Yu Luo is my older sister. You can call me Yu Yuan. Lu, who returned a shy smile. Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan cheerfully extended her wrist. Come, let me show you. Lu, who cautiously reminded her. Yu Yuan, with the other hand. Yu Yuan immediately switched hands, and Lu, who pretended to take her pulse. He looked up in surprise. It really does feel different. He steadied his mind and said to Yu Yuan, your pulse is like pearls rolling on a plate, strong and vigorous, indicating that both you and your beast cub are healthy. In truth, he had only felt a difference in the pulse. Health was just a fabrication to placate Lini. However, it was sufficient to deceive her. Lini continued to struggle. You all conspired together to deceive me. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that Yu Yuan is pregnant? Luhu spread his hands. If you don't believe me, let other tribe members try. Taking a pulse is not difficult. Upon hearing Luhu's words, the tribe members were eager to volunteer. After all, this was the witch's expertise, and Luhu was so readily willing to share it. He did not seek out those he was close to, knowing that Lini would surely have something to say about it. Instead, he pointed to a stranger among the females, who was pleasantly surprised and eagerly climbed up to the high platform. Lu did not take advantage of the situation, but guided Yu Yuan's arm as she took the pulse. The female, named Mu Ju, was a half-beast woman. Following Luhu's instructions, she placed her hand on Yu Yuan's wrist. Luhu advised, calm your mind. If you concentrate, You will be able to feel the pulse at Mu followed his guidance, holding her breath and focusing on the sensation in her fingers that I felt it. It really is beating a bit faster than mine, and it feels different, she exclaimed joyfully. Eline's brow twitched at these words, and just as she was about to protest, she felt a sharp pain in her arm. It was Xiong Yuan, who, seeing her eyes darting about, sensed she was up to no good, and, without consulting her, pulled her arm away as Mu Ju approached. Mu Ju, unfazed, merely thought it was none of her business. She was just an ordinary medical practitioner. She placed her hand on Li Ni's wrist, concentrating on the sensation. After feeling it again, she found it identical to her own, nothing out of the ordinary. She rolled her eyes at the scowling Li Ni, thinking, how despicable. Then she turned respectfully to the witch. Witch, Li Ni's pulse is indeed the same as mine. She is not pregnant. The witch nodded, praising her. Very good. Mu Ju beamed with pride. I glowered at Mu Ju, filled with hatred. She had considered causing trouble, but was restrained by Xiong Yuan's iron grip on her arm. She could not move an inch. Li wanted to say something, but upon meeting the witch's gaze, her lips moved, but she dared not speak. The witch surveyed the tribe members below and asked, "Is there anyone else who does not believe?" The tribe members shook their heads in unison, indicating their belief. The witch then turned to Ho Yi. "Hon Yen, would you like to try?" Ho Yi shook his head in embarrassment, not wishing to take the stage. Finally, the witch turned to Li Ni. "Li Ni, do you submit?" Li Ni's face twisted in rage. Submit? How could she possibly submit? Yet the situation was beyond her control. She could not afford to panic. Reluctantly, she said, "Witch, I apologize. It seems I was mistaken. You know that Baiwa, the witch, does not favor me, so I have not learned much." Bai Kubalo looked on with disdain, thinking, this female, even at this juncture, still tries to involve my mother. The witch seemingly did not grasp Li Ni's subtext, as long as you understand your mistake. With that, she ignored her and turned to address the tribe. Now, the tribal council officially commences that it will be up to all members to decide Li Ni's fate. Each will vote in turn. Li Ni held on to a flicker of hope. After all, she had been a witch and had saved many tribe members. Perhaps she would not be expelled from the tribe. Bai Ku declared, "I agree. This malicious female should be expelled from the tribe." The witch nodded in acknowledgement. Mulu added, "I concur. As long as she remains in the tribe, none of us will find peace." Hushan nodded. "Agreed." Yuluo expressed her satisfaction. "Agreed." Ni's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Everyone was in agreement, including those she had once saved. She was beside herself with rage. "You all have such cruel hearts. I have saved so many tribe members. I merely made a small mistake, and you are so ruthless, ungrateful wretches." The tribe members looked at her in bemusement. Li Ni had once been so proud and had refused to treat those who had crossed her. Even those she had saved had paid a heavy price. How could she have the audacity to claim to have saved so many? Furthermore, in such circumstances, even if someone genuinely wished to help her, they would not dare oppose the entire tribe. Moreover, both the chief and the witch clearly loathed Li Ni. Otherwise, they would not have summoned the tribe for a punitive assembly. Such assemblies had not been held in over 30 years. The last one was due to a member stealing food from another, leading to several deaths by starvation. When the chief discovered this, he convened a punitive assembly and expelled the culprit from the tribe. A few days later, his body was found not far from the tribe. Li continued her tirade. "You will all meet a terrible fate. I am a female, a witch. Expelling me from the tribe means you will face dire consequences." "No one will save you," Xingli retorted without reservation. "We still have Lu Hu. Don't worry, we will certainly outlive you." Yuluo below also scolded her. "You malicious female, how could you deserve the tribe's respect? You should be expelled." Li Ni's eyes filled with bloodshot rage as she glared at Yuluo. "It's all your fault. You are the one who stole Hushan, leading to this damned cub. I curse you all." Lu Hu looked at Li Ni as if she were a fool, wondering if this old witch could not grasp the gravity of the situation, even with life and death at stake. She still dragged him and his family into her delusions. The witch did not allow Li Ni to continue her rampage. Xiong Yuan, find a few tribe members and throw her outside the patrol range of the tribe. Do not let her spread her nonsense any further. Otherwise, she feared Li and I might never leave the tribe. That Hu Shan, observing the situation, felt a chill. After all, they were all members of the tribe. Even though Li and I was being expelled, it was not appropriate to act against her in front of the tribe. Certainly, in private, the matron could no longer restrain herself. She sought vengeance for every grievance, returning enmity for enmity. Upon receiving the shaman's directive, Xiong Yuan wasted no time and immediately covered Linny's mouth, allowing her to spew forth a torrent of curses. His own ire was palpable as he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiong Tian and Hu Li, who instantly comprehended the unspoken command. They ascended the platform in a few swift strides, seized Linny, muffled her cries, and dragged her away, heading towards the entrance of the valley. As for Ho Xian, who attempted to intervene, he was restrained by the partner of the full moon and Xiong Yuan, who would not permit him to disrupt their efforts. After all, they had finally managed to send away the plague that was Linny. It was inconceivable to allow Ho Xian to thwart that. The shaman, observing Ho Xian's actions, chose to disregard him and addressed her kin, stating, "As for Ho Xian, he is an accomplice of Linny. Initially, he was deceived by her, but later he sought to harm Lu Hu and was thwarted in that endeavor as well. Thus, his transgression does not warrant death, but punishment is indeed necessary." The shaman paused momentarily before continuing. "For the next 2 months, Ho Xian shall not rest. He must hunt alone, delivering no less than 1,000 pounds of meat to the tribe each day, with a share of the tribe's provisions halved." This was a leniency she had extended, for otherwise, Ho Xian's punishment would have been far more severe. She felt remorseful for her people, realizing that her compassion towards Ho Xian was, in essence, an injustice to the tribe. Yet she assured them that she would provide an account to the tribe. With a visage marked by shame, the shaman addressed the assembly below. "Oh, the plight of Ho Xian brings me to tears." Muffled cries escaped Ho Xian as he struggled against his captors, desperate to reach Linny, fearing for her life. His thoughts drifted to Lu Hu, who, witnessing his distress, appeared fraught with concern for the chieftain. Under the cover of Xiong Di, he stealthily maneuvered closer to Xiong Yuan. "Chieftain, please render him unconscious to spare us further trouble," Lu Hu whispered. Xiong Yuan's eyes sparkled with understanding, and beside him, the full moon's partner, Xiong Hu, bore a look of enlightenment. Only Ho Xian, with disbelief etched upon his face, regarded Lu Hu as if grappling with the notion that such malevolence could emanate from a mere cub. He then cast a pleading glance towards Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan replied, "My apologies, I am blind," and swiftly executed the maneuver Lu Hu had instructed, striking Ho Xian at the nape of his neck. Any concerns regarding the force used were trivial, as he adeptly controlled the power of his blow to ensure Ho Xian remained unharmed on the other side. The tribe members, hearing the shaman's words, hastened to comfort her. "Do not speak thus, shaman. We understand your predicament," said Yu Luo. "There's no need. We forgive Ho Xian," added Muir. "Indeed, his punishment is already quite severe," echoed Lang Ge. "I too extend my forgiveness to Ho Xian." Lu Hu added with urgency. Hon Yen, filled with remorse, interjected, "Shaman, there is no need for concern. I will bear any consequences, and you need not trouble yourself with him." The shaman, witnessing the worried expressions of her kin, felt a warmth in her heart. She smiled reassuringly at the assembly. "Fear not. I am well aware of the situation and would never jest with my own well-being," as the tribe members continued to speak. She interjected, "Very well. The matters at hand have been addressed. You may all disperse." With that, she was the first to descend from the platform. Xing Li, observing this, hurriedly approached to assist Xiong Yuan, even casting Ho Xian before the elder monkey. Following closely behind, with the key figures having departed, the tribe members began to scatter in pairs. As the crowd thinned, only the elder monkey and Lu Hu remained. Lu Hu watched as the elder monkey bore Ho Xian on his back, laboriously making his way towards the cave. He sighed, ultimately stepping forward to lend a hand in escorting Ho Xian to the elder's dwelling, not for Ho Xian's sake, but for the elder monkey, who had always been kind to the young ones.